Day 2, IPL Face-Off, and we left last night at a little bit of a cliffhanger.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the case, because now after seeing that incredible Game 1, we're going to check out Game number 2 of TSM versus Singapore Sentinels. Guys, little word from Singapore Sentinels. They asked me to shout them out, facebook.com/Team Singapore Sentinels. Give them some love so they can send this into a Game number 3, and we can see TSM and these guys a little bit longer.
But then again, there's also there's a pretty popular website on the web that I hear. It's called solomid.net, I believe.
I think I've heard about it.
I think I've heard about it.
Once or twice.
I think it's a pretty, very popular place. But also a little bit of a recap, too, if you didn't catch the game last night. TSM did take game number 1, but the Sentinels had an amazing shield comp. You had Lulu down the bot lane, Jarvan jungle, AP Karma mid.
Yeah, no, really impressive play. Chawy in the mid lane was a joy to see, so I'm definitely excited to see more. We'll see if Dr. Mundo is actually not banned this game, and we can see some ToFu in the top lane.
Oh,
he
yeah.
did an incredible job last night as Rumble, but if we get to check him out again, it should be exciting.
But then again, last night, Reggie, Twisted Fate.
Oh, my God,
Oh,
yes.
wow. That was huge. It was huge. And, you know, the TF, he's been getting popular once again. A lot of teams are starting to pick him up again. Huge, huge threat as we start heading on into Season 2 finals.
Yeah, he's been very good for a long time, so a lot of other teams have been playing him. And Reginald, you know, no different, actually bringing it out and doing incredibly well. Some really impressive play by him. As a team, they were fantastic. But I think the thing to remember was that bottom lane, Chaox just seriously abusing darkness in that series.
It was huge. And
game.
Corki, I mean, Corki's been a very popular pick for TSM so far this entire tournament. I think he's been picked every single time. Soraka, I think only once TSM didn't grab him. But also, you look at the Sentinels, Lulu, reliable on that support every single time. You're probably going to see a little bit more of it. But you know what? Here we are. Game number 2. TSM, Singapore Sentinels, Champ Select is up. Let's go into it. And there you go, straight out of the gate. The Sentinels do not want to have to deal with Reggie on TF once again. Those wild cards, a lot of pain, worst paper cuts in the world, as you saw last night. Alistar and Morgana being banned as well. The Shen, you know, those shields have been pretty popular. Don't want to get any more of those.
Yeah, no, just an all-around strong champion. Mundo not banned out yet, though, so there's still hope left, but we'll see what Singapore Sentinels goes with. The Lulu versus Soraka lane last night was interesting, though, and it was really cool lane matchups throughout the game. Really impressive play, but Lulu, generally known as a really strong pusher in the lane with the Glitter Lance and also that ranged harass, but Xpecial actually countering it out with the Star Call on Soraka was able to, you know, counter push and be extremely aggressive in that lane, going ahead and banning Vladimir as well. And there it is, the Mundo ban. Don't want to see that, but we'll see what Singapore Sentinels has up their sleeves. Yeah,
Vladimir has been a huge presence in this tournament as well. World Elite was actually using him quite a bit as well. Got pretty huge, got pretty beefy. That's a lot.
Messiah was incredible.
Huge.
For watching those games, but Legion in the end, they left open the Vladimir pick. They were able to take them down without banning it out. So, you know, I'm definitely excited to check out those matches later on. Just impressive play. And actually, Legion, if you guys have been following the NA circuit, they are into the NA regionals as a result of, you know, this tournament. Like, they're into 3rd place, and all of a sudden they were out. Like, they weren't in. There's, you know, 2 tournaments left, but that last second getting in, really impressive. But there it is, ToFu going to be grabbing Rumble, and we saw how impressive that play was last night.
Rumble has been a pretty reliable pick there for the Sentinels as well. I mean, and Rumble's, he was a little bit nerfed. He did get a little bit of a hit to his kit, but he's still good, still deals a lot of damage, still is amazing in the top lane. But Maokai also being considered here for TSM, it worked out pretty well. That was the first pick for them, actually, going into game number 1.
Yeah, OddOne's Maokai has always been incredible. I remember back last year when he first brought it out, and a lot of people weren't playing Maokai, but they brought out the Karthus Maokai comp this past fall. I think it was at MLG Providence or, you know, IPL 3, one of those events, and it was just really unstoppable at that point in time. But we'll see how he can do fare. The early ganks and aggression from Maokai are fantastic. You know, OddOne tends to play those support junglers, and Xpecial going with the Soraka again. We've seen Soraka kind of fall out of favor, but Xpecial really likes her a lot. You know, I was in a conversation with him last night, and he was talking about how he really likes Soraka's pushing capabilities that people kind of underutilize when you go with that Star Call early on.
You have that pushing possibility. I mean, it's not something a whole lot of Sorakas do, but it is there, it is available. And, actually switching up, going to be grabbing the Corki instead. We just want to make sure to secure him. You know, it's going to be a little bit out of Sentinel's usual picks to actually go for it, but there's going to be the Tristana and the Malphite being picked up here from the Sentinels.
Yeah, Chaox's Corki was phenomenal yesterday. He was like 10-1 or something like that, like just absolutely absurd. So we'll see if he can pull out that magic again. But getting Tristana, they have the Malphite for that initiation. It also protects their back line a lot. So it's actually going to be a jungle Malphite. So a little bit slower than Maokai in the jungle, but we've seen him in a number of situations before.
Considering the Olaf here,
He wants the rematch.
He wants the rematch. He didn't do too well last night against the Rumble, unfortunately, but we'll see if he can get that revenge if he doesn't need to go for that pick. But going back to Sentinels real quick, though, you do have Tristana, and we talked a little bit, Lulu has been their go-to support this entire game. How does Lulu actually fare with Tristana?
We'll have to see if they go with the Karthus. Lulu Tristana is pretty strong. We'll see if that's coming out in a second, but I think is Reginald going to go with it? This is a comp that they've run a number of times to great success, and yes, it seems that they are locking in. So Olaf in the top lane for Dyrus, and Reginald on Karthus once again. He's always been one of the strongest farmers in the game when playing that Karthus. That's going to be an exciting pick. Now, Lulu with the Tristana, if they do decide to go with that, the big thing, that's a really aggressive pick.
That Gragas, he's been coming back into play. He's coming back into style. That barrel is huge. And Janna going to be going down bot lane with the Tristana. The first time Sentinels have not run Lulu in their comp all weekend.
I think they ran a Blitzcrank once, actually, but I'm not positive. Maybe not. I guess it was Lulu all weekend. So
it's been Lulu all weekend.
The nice thing here is that the Janna will help protect that front line a little bit easier, but having the Gragas with the Muffinqt, that's going to be devastating for Reginald. He really has to play really careful there. It's just going to be a really aggressive lane. Gragas is a natural counter to Karthus. He can win that mid lane very easily, pick up some kills, but Muffinqt coming out of the jungle, flash ultimate, Karthus is dead. Like, there's nothing that he can do about it. So we'll see. They really need some early ward coverage. They need to, take control of the game early, get some nice map control. Otherwise, Reginald could be in for a world of pain.
But also remember last night, Reggie on TF, he was stacking those GP10s. He really wanted those stock options. He really wanted to go into the mid game, to the late game. And who's a fantastic late game champ? Karthus is.
Yeah, gold pretends have been strong on Karthus for a long time. That triple gold pretend build. I actually know some Karthuses that will actually go for runes and masteries as gold pretends. Like for the armor yellows, instead of going for those or mana regen, they'll go ahead with the gold pretends. So that's definitely kind of interesting. I don't know that Reginald's going to be doing that this game, but we'll see. We are getting this game. I'm actually checking last second. No, he's not doing that. So just standard kind of rune page, but we'll see how he can control things. There's our teams, TSM and Singapore Sentinels.
There we go. Remember, TSM is up one game in the series. This is a continuation from last night. If TSM takes game number 2, Sentinels will be dropping down to losers. And remember, World Elite came by as well. They got dropped down by Legion. So there's the possibility we could see a Legion TSM winners finals here.
Yeah, but there was some talk from the Singapore Sentinels about how they're actually really strong coming off of a game 1 loss. They usually come back into game number 2. They'll try and force that game number 3. And then TSM, there's been some jokes going around backstage about how TSM early morning games, not exactly their favorite. So we'll see, how they can do here, but it's definitely an exciting matchup.
Yeah, last night Sentinels like, you know what, this is a common courtesy. Here, take game number 1. Take it. We'll take the rest. It doesn't matter.
Is that what happened last night? They were just like,
it may very well be.
They started all chatting. They were like, just go ahead, we forfeit.
Yeah, just go ahead, take it.
We'll see though. Singapore Sentinels, they have a really strong comp. Tristana in the late game is absolutely phenomenal. And the big thing with Tristana, she's some of the highest single target DPS in the game, but then having the AoE to follow up on it provides her a lot of protection. It gives them a lot of killing potential. We're in the game. We'll be checking this out. TSM versus Singapore Sentinels.
And look at Chawy starting out with no boots, 3 pots. Going for that Doran's ring straight out. He's going to be looking to sit back just a little bit, get that health, get the mana regen, be a little bit more, have a little bit more oomph in those barrels early on. He wants to get that farm. He wants to stay in lane just a little bit longer too with that extra mana regen.
Yeah, it can be kind of difficult for Karthus to harass down Gragas. He's not really the most aggressive laner. You just kind of sit back and farm. Against the melee, he could potentially get off some early hits. That could set Chawy behind, but generally speaking, he's going to be fine. It's going to turn into a free farm lane until Gragas looks to turn it against them. And with that body slam, with the ultimate as well, it's just going to be extremely aggressive in that mid lane.
And you got point defense coming in from both teams. You just want to make sure that if they are invaded, they do know about it. You got Corki up top, and Equivocal's actually up top there as well. So I think, is Janna going to be sticking around top lane as soon as minions spawn?
I think Janna is just going to be dropping an early ward to protect against that Muffinqt coverage. And the big thing is, Olaf versus Rumble, it's a really aggressive lane. We saw yesterday how much that lane is reliant on early ganks from the junglers. And if either of them snowballs, they can snowball really quickly. So Janna, yes, just dropping a ward, will be coming to the bottom lane. However, Chaox, on the other hand, they are swapping their top and bottom lane, it seems. Olaf is going to be sitting down there, Xpecial making his way up. So it's going to be a 2v1 top, and that's going to be extremely difficult for Rumble to deal with, particularly with the damage that Corki has and then the regen that Soraka is going to provide him.
But I'm disappointed that we're not going to get to see that Olaf Rumble rematch. It's going to have to wait for a little while later until we get the second swap coming on in and he can go ahead and try and get his revenge after what happened last night. But for now, though, you got the junglers. They're going to be a little bit safe here.
Reginald stealing a raid.
And yeah, Reggie's going to just swoop on in. Get the blue wraith, get a little bit of a lead there in the mid. He was bragging about this, like, no, I'm going to do it this morning. We were in the van on the way over. So you steal the wraith. Give me a shout out. It's going to be exciting.
Oh, there you go. So there it is, Reginald stealing the raid. I am kind of surprised, though, that TSM, they're sending their bot lane up top, considering how successful they were in the last game. Yes, Dyrus did fall behind a little bit earlier, but it was because of the early jungle pressure that Jarvan has. Malphite doesn't have that same pressure. So Olaf, it would have a very safe 1v1. He would have the pressure from Maokai. Yes, they can shut down Rumble, but I still feel like Olaf would have been a nice pick there. We have seen TSM use Olaf in the 1v2 in the past, though, and Dyrus usually does a fantastic time. It's just considering the fact that Chaox, he was able to shut Darkness out of that game, and now Darkness should have a pretty easy farm against Olaf.
Yep, and also keep in mind too, remember, we did have Equivocal actually go up top lane to drop that ward, but seeing as you're in a 2v1 situation, you're going to be pushed down to tower quite a bit, so that ward is not going to be doing as much as it was intended to do.
Yeah, but Chaox can get some great harass, wear him down very quickly. So far, the junglers are pretty even. OddOne getting his red buff, he's going to have to back out after that. HarLeLuYaR, he has the potential where he could gank, but he's probably going to go back as well. So we'll see what kind of pressure they have. You know, for the most part, there's not going to be a lot of ganking opportunities because these 2v1 lanes, you tend to play extremely passively in those situations. You're not looking for kills. You're usually looking to deny farm. They're going to tend to push. So TSM, they're going to be pushing in the top lane into the tower. Dyrus is going to be pushed up to his tower as well. So there's not really a lot of opportunities, but Malphite is sitting in the bottom lane, trying to see if Dyrus maybe peeks out a little bit too far.
Oh yeah, he's got the double buff. He's just waiting for his opportunity to see if Dyrus tries to come in, try and get that last hit with an axe or something. Equivocal's right on the end of that bush, waiting to see if he can get that slow one down. But here comes OddOne there a little bit for just some extra moral support. Want to make sure that if there's anything aggressive happening, he's going to be able to go on in with that twisted advance with the slam, try and change things for the better.
Yeah, and Olaf in the first couple of levels, that's when he's going to be most vulnerable in this 1v2 lane, but they're pushing into him. He should be fine. Once he has his ultimate as well, it's going to be really difficult for them to dive in, but Malphite has that kind of killing potential underneath the tower. But in the meantime, ToFu in the top lane, he's been taking a lot of harass from Chaox so far. He's down below half. You know, it's been a really aggressive lane, and Malphite actually starting to make his way up top. Wants to try and counter out that OddOne pressure. Yeah.
We've mentioned this a lot before in casting the past. Rumble, he does struggle a little bit in those first few levels. Once he hits 4, once he can actually start to itemize, once he gets that revolver, he can be a little bit more sustaining there in the top lane. He'll have a better time. But until then, though, the push is going to be doing quite a bit. But you do have the Malphite there just standing by. He is level 4. But remember, too, Malphite, once he hits 6, those ganks get dangerous.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things about both of these 1v2 lanes is they are both very strong at counter pushing. HarLeLuYaR peeking out in the top lane will show his presence, but Maokai is sitting up there as well. The ward has died from Jatt early on, so they maybe could force this.
This could be a little bit dangerous. OddOne, he's waiting there with the double of twisted advance down onto the Rumble. Could actually be pretty huge here, or even then just steal the buff down off the Malphite. But SGS, they will back off OddOne. He has no opportunity here. He's going to be forced to back.
Yeah, and the concern is that Malphite, he's one of the best champions in the game at that counter initiation pressure. The fact that his attack speed slow can shut down a lot of that damage. Rumble as well, you know, has a lot of damage output, so he's a little bit concerned. I still feel like he could have gone in for that, but playing passively recognizes that they want to get the lane push. Now, Soraka and Corki, they're going to be very strong at pushing the lane, so they can get some early pressure onto that tower. But both 1v2 laners, Dyrus and ToFu, they're very strong at clearing the waves. So that is kind of going to alleviate some pressure, but even so, probably around the 7-minute mark, we're going to start seeing those towers go down.
And you also have a little bit of an emergency button on ToFu. When he does hit 6, that ult is also a great wave clearing tool as well. Like, I need some time to back. I need to just give a little bit of an air. So give that time out for just go by, chop everything, come back into lane to make sure they can actually buy himself some time there.
And the best thing about this lane swap that TSM is doing is the fact that it turns the game into a defensive game. Yes, you will have some really strong jungling pressure, but it still is going to be pretty passive. That's going to allow Reginald to get further and further into that late game. We'll see what he's buying. In the meantime, Knocke coming top or bottom, and they're actually swapping. So Chaox and Soraka, they're moving down bottom once again. They got some early pressure onto Rumble, trying to set him behind a little bit. It's actually, he's slightly ahead of Dyrus. However, Dyrus, we saw yesterday, he started off with that kill build. He was going for the Dorans, then the Hex Drinker. He wanted to snowball very aggressively against Rumble. It didn't work out for him. So in this game, he's actually going to be going with more of a standard build, starting off with that Philosopher's Stone, transitioning into the Heart of Gold, which is just a really strong Olaf build.
And not only was he going aggressive with the items, he's going aggressive with his skill purchases as well. You saw him max out the Reckless swing first, was not really putting a whole lot of effort, not putting a whole lot of points into axes, which really cut down his ability to farm because he was put at such a far distance away from those creeps.
Yeah, and in the meantime, HarLeLuYaR in the bot lane, but they do see him with that ward, so Chaox should be fine. Actually taking some nice harass from Janna, but the big issue with the Corki versus Janna is Corki has the burst to pop that shield, which means you miss out on that AD advantage, and then Soraka with the heals, the armor debuff, it completely shuts down all of Tristana's damage. Yes, she has the healing debuff, so that's going to be nice as they go for some kills with the Malphite a little bit later, but early on, the advantage will be to Corki.
But there's also a little bit of a shine from the team comp that they ran last night, the full shield comp, because remember, you do have the natural shield on Malphite. Rumble has his shield too, so you can see later on, we go into these full 5-on-5 team fights, you'll see those shields busting right out into the front on top of the Janna shield.
Yeah, so we'll have to check out how this game kind of progresses, but Dyrus in a comfortable position now up top. He is kind of getting to that point in the game, though, where Rumble, he starts to get some damage. He started off with a Doran shield, so he's going to be able to protect against some of Dyrus' damage, but because Dyrus is maxing that Reckless Swing first, as that true damage, he can just walk off and kind of zone Rumble a little bit. So he has to watch out that he doesn't take too much damage from the Flame Spitter, but that true damage is definitely going to help him.
And it's also going to delay ToFu's revolver just a little bit, so he's going to be short on damage just for a while. He's going to be short on sustain, but hopefully he can play defensively. The extra regen that comes in from the shield should make up for that.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Chawy starting to push kind of aggressively in the mid lane. He does have that blue buff, so he can spam against Karthus, and Karthus does have really nice AoE clearing, but it opens up opportunities for Chawy to start ganking. Malphite and Gragas both heading down to the bottom lane. They did see him. They're actually pinging him off from that ward, but so they should be safe, but there is the potential for a tower dive.
There is some good coverage from TSM, and seeing the champs move down bot accordingly, I think the Sentinels, they knew, and might as well just go right back into the mid, go back and farm, and that bush down bot is still warded, so Malphite, he's not going to have a whole lot of opportunities down here, unfortunately. In the meantime, you do have TheOddOne actually continuing on his jungle path. He is now hit 6 as well, so he's just going to go ahead back, buy himself something nice, and he does have those move 5 boots. We may see him also grabbing oracles real quick here too, just to try and start clearing out some of that coverage, but he will go for that regrowth once he get that Philo Stone.
Yeah, but already we see a big difference from the game yesterday. Yesterday we saw a lot of early aggression from Singapore Sentinels. They were able to pick up kills against TSM, and I think TSM was a little bit concerned about that. They didn't want to fall behind early. However, Darkness in the bottom lane, he's keeping up neck to neck with Chaox. He's actually ahead of him currently, so that's a huge turnaround from yesterday where he was down like 60 CS. Malphite is sitting in the mid lane though, and they do have the Gragas ultimate as well, so they can pressure him, but Maokai is sitting there for the backup.
And there's a little bit of a lead there. Chawy has over Reginald in the mid. It's not the hugest lead, but if you can manage to, if someone gets forced back, if someone gets forced out of lane, someone just go ahead, take that lead, and just run with it.
Yeah, and Reginald trying to be safe, but he does have to watch out for those ganks. They did see Malphite in the jungle, but they don't really have an idea of where he is right now. So just AoE clearing, Reginald can sit back, play pretty safely. He's not going for that gold pretend build. He's starting off with that catalyst, which is going to be nice against some of that burst. But Malphite is setting up in the bottom lane. Chawy with the follow-up. HarLeLuYaR getting some damage and actually will zone them underneath his turret. But it does signal to TSM to try and get in there.
You do have the Karthus ult trying to stack a little bit of damage on it, knowing that a fight is going to be coming very soon. Xpecial with the ward in that Tri-Brush. Let's get some harassing. You got Corki moving on back. Darkness is going in. You get a rocket jump right on in. Xpecial is forced at his own tower. You get the barrel coming in, and his first blood for the Sentinels.
Yeah, and actually Darkness tanking a lot of that damage, but they were able to pick up that kill. They just have too much burst. They have too much CC to take him down, or for Soraka to not go down. And actually they're transitioning right over to the dragon.
Yeah.
That was their bread and butter yesterday. It was all of the day. They said that they're not going to lose a single dragon. They lost one against TSM. So now here's the payback. They start off with that early pressure.
Yep, and every time all these dragons, they add up over time, and that's a huge objective for the Sentinels. And with that, the gold here is about a K and a half to about 1,500 up here, which at this point on, any gold lead is huge this early on into the game, the pre-20-minute mark.
Yeah, but OddOne is setting up in the top lane, and with that early gold lead, yes, they have an advantage, but it's not enough right now. So Dyrus, he will be safe up there. He has the double gold pretends. It's going to be a very safe lane for them. They can try and hold off. The big issue that TSM is going to face is not being safe in the early game. They do have to worry about the aggression that SGS is going to put out on them, as we've seen in the past. However, TSM, they also need to be concerned about how they can get Reginald into those fights, because there's a lot of control for SGS. They have Janna to kite, they have Gragas, they have Malphite. These are all going to be champions that will make it very difficult for Reginald to get in the middle of the team. In the meantime, OddOne showing up in the top lane, but ToFu's perfectly fine. He's been able to back off and bait it out.
Now we've talked about how Karthus is great in the late game, but Tristana, we talked about that as well, and she does have the kit to actually just jump right on the back line and focus down Reggie in these fights as well. But Darn just getting some extra poke down onto Chaox. Rocket Jump in pursuit has to force the Valkyrie away, but still getting some extra damage onto Xpecial while everyone's retreating. Chaox is going to be returning back to his tower at half health just from that.
Yeah, and actually, Singapore Sentinels, they're moving into the bottom lane. They could go for another gank. HarLeLuYaR, his ultimate is up, but the blue buff will be up shortly, so they can take that as well. Chaox trying to get out of there. He will actually cancel his teleport, but Xpecial will surely go down again. There's the barrel. They pick up the quick kill.
Deja vu, man. Carbon copy exactly what happened last time. And you know what? If it works, go with it. And these go ahead, continue to push down the tower. They may just take it out right here. Only OddOne is here to defend it. Throws down the ult and then just walks away from it, trying to get some extra damage going down. But the tower is going to be no problem. The Sentinel is going to be grabbing the first tower of this game, tier 1 there in bot lane.
Yeah, and the early pushing, the early aggression could throw them ahead before Karthus can get into this game. And again, it's going to be a serious issue for Karthus to get his damage on the team because of the range of Singapore Sentinels. Tristana with her long attack range is like 700 near the end of the game. That's going to allow her to just poke down Reginald without being in the middle of the team. And then they have the knockback for Tristana and for Gragas. So 2 knockbacks and Janna as well.
Yeah, Janna.
Just to force Reginald out of these fights. They can pick up the kill. Then Karthus, he's not going to get that after effect AoE.
Yeah, Janna there for the Sentinels, the perfect panic button. If the team fight is going wrong, if you need to get the hell out of there quick, Janna Monsoon can just save the day.
Yeah, so we'll see how they can progress here. The Maokai-Karthus combo is a very strong one, and we've seen it in the past from TSM. It allows Karthus to get in there a little bit more easily late in the game. It makes Karthus near unkillable when they have this tanky team, having the damage reduction from Maokai with the Soraka as well.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the concern for Singapore Sentinels, is continuing to pressure their advantage before they get into that super late game. The mid game is phenomenal for Singapore Sentinels. However, Rumble and Gragas, as the game progresses, their damage kind of falls off. You have to hit your AoE, and teams can cut you out a little bit more easily.
But then you do have all the setups you need here. You do have the Gragas ult, you do have the Malphite ult coming in as well. ToFu getting a little bit harassed down in the Dyrus, throwing the reckless thing, the twisted advance response, but here is the Malphite. He was waiting in that bush the whole time, but the Karthus ult does manage to pick up ToFu. So now Malphite, he just needs to walk back and realize, man, my Yordle buddy, I couldn't save you there.
Yeah, that double global pressure is going to be really devastating for TSM. So OddOne doing a really nice job, has been following around Malphite basically the entire game. That 6th sense jungle is always nice to see, but getting that pressure off, really effective play. And Dyrus living with that ultimate was able to back out of there. And so now he's got the magic resist as well. Starting off with those null magic mantles, he can pursue a more aggressive build and try and harass down Rumble a little bit.
And remember all these fights too, not only do you have Karthus available to front load damage, you also have a Xpecial there with that global ability. It's not too uncommon to see the Karthus and the Soraka paired together, so that way you're at such a huge advantage going into these fights later on.
Yeah, but we'll have to see whether or not Singapore Sentinels can keep up the pressure. 2K ahead right now. They already have a bot turret down, and it seems that Tristana, she's actually kind of grouping mid, but Olaf is here to counter that out some. He can clear the waves pretty easily, but they still have to worry. Tristana has great poking potential to be able to wear down those turrets with her excellent range, and with that red buff, she's just like killing Gatling gun. She's getting some damage onto Dyrus, and so he's underneath the turret, but he has the Soraka backup.
Yeah, you just go in, Tristana, here's what you're going to do. You're going to go in, you're going to shoot that turret. I'm going to keep throwing barrels. I'm going to clear the path for you. You should be fine. But TSM, they're looking to build up their defense there in mid. Dyrus is actually going to make start making his way back to top lane and go ahead and take care of that, because he did have Rumble, he did have ToFu actually behind the tower looking to get that farm. There is the ward in the Tribrush, Axe is going down, but it looks like ToFu will be just fine and should be able to back out.
Yeah, and Singapore Sentinels, they're slowly wearing down these
Chawy,
towers.
Though. There is the ward in that Tribrush, so right now TSM knows that Gragas is in the neighborhood. It's just a matter of can they get the barrel they want onto Dyrus. They're not going to bother invading on it, though. It's a little bit risky at this point.
Yeah, but they're getting the early pressure on the towers like we had seen yesterday, just constantly chipping at it. Then they're able to take the 3 outer turrets pretty early in the game. 15 minutes now, but the mid turret is very close to going down. The wall of pain from Reginald will protect him for a little bit, but it might not be enough. HarLeLuYaR could tank this a little bit with that help. And there's actually Gragas coming in as well. Reginald really needs to back off. They will be okay, not able to pick up that kill.
Tier 1 in mid going to be falling. Sentinels grabbing that one as well. And those barrels, as time goes on, and Gragas, he's getting a decent amount of farm himself. I mean, right now, Gragas and Karthus, they're so neck and neck when it comes to farm. But you got the kill, you got the assist, and it's a lot of damage. But you do have the Rod of Ages there on Karthus, going to be a little more tanky, but going straight on in, wants to get the death cap first for Gragas. That's going to be huge damage.
Yeah, the burst from Gragas is phenomenal in the mid game. The big thing that is kind of benefit for TSM is they have a team that's going to tend to split up in fights. Karthus is going to be kind of sitting in the back line trying to engage. Karthus is vulnerable to Gragas ultimate, but Gragas probably won't be able to catch off like 3 or 4 members. He's only going to grab 1 or 2, and you know that still is a game-changing ability. Gragas is one of the best game leaders. He can try and pick up those kills and just really quickly snowball fights for him.
You look at Darkness, last time he backed, he did grab that red elixir. So not only is that going to help a little bit in health, going to help a little bit in the damage, but remember too, if you're facing up against someone like a Karthus and you need health quick, is a great emergency tool if you just want to go ahead and live it through that Karthus level, because he will heal immediately when you use it.
Yeah, and while Singapore Sentinels are taking down that Dragon, TSM, they're going to be pushing down the top, so they're probably going to be able to pick up that turret. But so far, they've done a fantastic job keeping themselves in this game. Dyrus getting caught out here. The rocket jump from Darkness, not going to be able to follow it up on it. He has the ultimate, but Gragas is here as well. If he gets the ultimate onto Xpecial, there's the ultimate. The flash from Xpecial able to get out of there, but the follow-up damage onto Dyrus, a buster shot with the ignite.
Wait,
I think he has
is it enough? Is it enough counting down? Yes, he still gets it.
And so they will be able to back off, but they still have to worry about that top pressure from TSM, Chaox, and TheOddOne pressuring down that top turret.
They'll beat this. I mean, it's a 4-man push versus a 2-man push. Reginald can only do so much on his own, and the damage, the poke is pretty good here for the Sentinels. Granted, the AoE clear does help a little bit, but ToFu, top lane, with that ult, will actually get quite a decent amount of damage down on the TheOddOne.
And the best thing about what Singapore Sentinels is doing, Chawy getting out of there with the body slam. The best thing about what they're doing right now is they're keeping Tristana farm. So Darkness, he really struggled in game number 1. He was so incredibly behind Chaox, he was able to just shut him down. Now he's only 15 CS behind, but the early kills, the tower pressure in as well, the towers and the dragons, those team objectives allow him to keep in this game. So he's actually ahead of Chaox in gold, 6,000 gold to Chaox's 5,100. He's very close to finishing that Infinity Edge, so he's going to have a 20-minute Infinity Edge, which means that the timing for Singapore Sentinels is going to be phenomenal. When Gragas, he's just now finishing up his Rabadons, he's going to be really powerful, and then Tristana finishing up that damage as well.
Yeah, we've seen some Tristana builds already during the weekend, and after that IE, you're going to go for that Zeal, you're going to fan this, you're going to have a lot of damage here. Meanwhile, ToFu does get caught, OddOne throwing down the ult, this supposed to be able to save, has to go flash over the wall just to get the safety, but this does allow a little bit of a window. You do have OddOne, he's going to be forced to back. Dyrus is coming to look and help, but the Sentinels, again, 4-man push here, they should be able to muscle out another turret.
Yeah, unrelenting pressure from Singapore Sentinels. Dyrus and Chaox, they're going to try and counter push this a little bit, so they're going to be able to stall for a second, but they have HarLeLuYaR in the background, waiting in the brush, waiting to get that kill. Gragas, in the meantime, picking up that blue, so he's going to be able to join up with his team, and a couple more shots. It's going to go down, the tanking from Malphite, and they will be able to take down another outer turret.
And here's the thing, too. When the Sentinels were pushing down bot lane, Reggie was there. Reggie with great AoE clear. He is in mid. He's not available there to go to the top lane and try and clear. So it was a little bit of a rough time. So TSM, they did have to route more members top lane just to defend that push.
Yeah, and they actually back off right now. With the early advantage that Singapore Sentinels have, it might be a good opportunity for Malphite to grab an Oracles, give them some map pressure, since they want to keep putting the pressure on TSM. The concern is that he's going to be extremely aggressive. He's going to be diving into the Karthus AoE, and it's going to be really easy for him to die. So I think as a result of that, he's kind of holding off. They might go with Janna, actually picking up the Oracles, because it'd be a little bit safer for their team. In the meantime, Chawy coming up, keeping an eye on TSM, but they will be able to retreat. And Reginald so far, 208 CS at just below 20 minutes. He's really farming excellently. He's going to be getting really deep into his item build.
It's going to be pretty big. But you also have both of the ADs taking a little bit of time to themselves. top lane and bot lane respectively, just trying to get their free farm, just trying to clear the waves, just trying to get those lanes pushed. And we've mentioned before, those AD carries getting that farm. Tristana is going to be huge part of these team fights late game, trying to focus down that Karthus, trying to get all the damage from afar.
Yeah, and she's actually recalling right now. She has enough for that Infinity Edge. So 20-minute Infinity Edge compared with Chaox, who's not quite done his Triforce. He's only a couple hundred gold off of it though, so he'll have that shortly. But the damage output from Tristana will be phenomenal. And Tristana actually maxing the rocket jump first for the burst, but we'll start going into that attack speed. So we'll hit max attack speed or very close to it very early in this game.
Yeah, that attack speed combined with what will eventually be built, Zeal and the Fan Dancer, not too uncommon, just build immediately after the IE, just so you maximize on the attack speed, maximize on that crit. Make sure you utilize that extra passive on the IE to get all the extra crit damage in. She's going to be pretty fast.
I have to say, though, TSM, they've done a fantastic job of slowing down Singapore Sentinels right here. And yes, they have been extremely aggressive with pushing. They've been able to get some damage. But it's 21 minutes in, and it's not a definitive lead for either team.
No.
It's extremely close in this game. Dyrus is starting to get deep into his build, and he's going to be the one they're really looking for. Reginald as well, but the potential for Dyrus to get into that back line, threaten Tristana, force her to rocket jump away, so that she's not going to have the same survivability. She's going to be pressured. She's not going to be able to get out her damage output in fights.
Yeah, and when you see a low kill game like this so far, it's only 3-1. We're on the 22nd minute. There's only been 4 kills in this game so far. You have to look at objectives. You have to look at towers. You have to look at dragon. And right now, the Sentinels, they do have more of those. They've gotten 3 towers to 1. They've gotten pretty much every single dragon so far. So with that, they do have a slight lead. They do have 3K up at the moment. So it's just just a matter of seeing how far can they extend it from here.
Yeah, and this is starting to get to the point where Singapore Sentinels, they're going to be feeling a little bit more confident. They're going to be extremely aggressive. They have the poke from Gragas as well. He's going to be holding on to this race. Wanted to see if Reginald maybe damage one of them first, but will back off. And so we'll see if they can try and pressure them down. Karthus is very strong at holding off pushes, combined with Corki as well. It's going to be very easy for them to stall off. However, the poke damage from Gragas underneath the towers could be devastating. But I think they're a little bit concerned right now. Having that follow-up with Xpecial for the regen, they might just stall out if they go for a push. So right now, just putting pressure on the map, continuing to keep up their farm before they make their move.
Everybody's also itemizing relatively well. Also, you got Reggie, he's working for his own death cap. You got another enormously large rod being built there onto Chawy. Is probably going to be as Zonia's there later on in those fights, so he can be right up front, getting all that damage, being very protected. You also got Rumble with the cloak there, so he's going to have a little bit more magic resist. He can go ahead and fight up front with Reggie. He's looking to be up there, charging straight on in, and just not give a care about any AoE damage or any magic damage that Reggie has to dish out.
And they did actually get an Oracles onto Malphite, so a little bit of a concern. Dyrus chasing him down a little bit, but he has the team to follow up, so he's going to be fine, get out of there. But they can go for another Dragon.
There it is.
Immediately hitting the respawn, but TSM, they're on the back line. They're not quite in the best position, but they might try and force this.
The Dragon's already gone. Dyrus is out in front. You do have one caught a little bit as well, but they want the barrel. They're going to push back just a little bit. Dyrus is right out in front. You do have Auto looking for his twisted advance. You do have mancloud right there, right at the bottom of the rim, but Dyrus is going down very quickly. But HarLeLuYaR trying might very well sacrifice himself for the team, but you do have Dyrus actually going to be going down first in this fight. Malphite is very low. Darkness may get very low. He was exhausted. Chaox flashing in response there. Tries to get the damage to the shield. May very well save him. Meanwhile, Reggie does go down, but there you go. Here comes the ult. Is he going to get everybody? That's a double. 2 for 4.
Yeah, really impressive play from TSM, and the big thing was that Singapore Sentinels, they started off, they used the Gragas ultimate onto Dyrus, and they not only missed the ultimate, but he had his ultimate as well. You hear the TSM chants, the fans are excited, but we'll see how they can transition it. The big thing is HarLeLuYaR, he missed out on that Oracle, so he's lost it, and now TSM, they're taking a really nice lead into this game.
Yeah, it was a very strange team fight, but that's the thing. Dyrus out in front. He's a little bit better spot this time around than he was in game 1 at the very least. So with that, I mean, he's going to be a little bit more tanky. He can stick out in front just a little while longer.
Yeah, so we'll see how they can continue to pressure it, but they're definitely looking pretty strong getting in. The big thing with the Dragon fight, though, is it allows Karthus to get into the middle of the team, and that's what we saw in that fight. They're kind of stuck in that little AoE, so they're able to just force the fight. OddOne, he gets the initiation, then Reginald just walks right into the middle of the team. That's going to be kind of difficult as the game progresses. They have a lot of, the Singapore Sentinels has a lot of mobility and a lot of survivability in those fights, but if Reginald can get into the middle of the team, get his damage off, he's going to be phenomenal, and then Chaox should be able to 1v1 Tristana still. still. So Darkness jumping over the wall, trying to pick him off, but couldn't quite follow up on it.
And you also realize as that fight started, you had the Maokai ult right there at the bottom of the ramp. And so you got Darkness actually may very well catch out Dyrus. You do see the Rumble ult going down. He pops the ult. Will Dyrus be able to get away from this Darkness? Are you going to continue the pursuit here? Will he get away? Yes, he will.
Yeah, so the heal from Xpecial, able to back them out of there. Singapore Sentinels, they're looking for their opportunities, but now their gold lead is almost gone. Reginald still pushing in the bottom lane, will be able to get some pressure. And Singapore Sentinels, they don't have the best team for taking Baron right now, so there's not that great of an opportunity. So, even though he's bot, he's not really risking much. They will be coming up in the jungle, though, steal that red for Darkness, so he's going to have that advantage to himself. And actually, Chawy coming down in the bottom lane, pick up some of that farm, going to counter out Reginald some.
But also realize, too, that Reggie is not with the team. That does give an opportunity for the Sentinels to push, because that AoE clear to keep that minions off, to keep the pressure down, is a vital tool to try and push back some of these huge aggressive plays here from the Sentinels. If he's away from the team, if he's just farming elsewhere, that does put TSM in a little bit of a disadvantage, and you'll see, like they did before at top lane, you have to reroute every other member just to go ahead and defend that push.
Yeah, but Rumble actually going with the Abyssal Scepter, so that's going to help them out a little bit in team fights. Having that magic penetration, they're going to have the great burst with Gragas, but it also keeps them a little bit safer from the Reginald play, so they won't have to worry about that as much. TSM, they have regrouped, so not that big of a concern right now, and they can just continue to hold off Singapore Sentinels right now, just continuing to farm that late game, wait for them to wear themselves out, because as the game progresses, that's the big issue with Gragas. If you are able to spread out in the team fight, he's not able to hit his barrels very quickly, he misses out on a lot of damage.
And Reggie is actually almost about to cap out here. He's almost at level 18 already. Chawy's only at 16. He's a little bit behind, and you have to get the death cap to actually finish there onto Reggie as well. But Darkness trying to get the poke down on a tower. Now you have minion support. Now you can be able to do it. But here's the thing. Now Karthus is with the team. Now Reggie is here. If he really wants to just go around and get that AoE, he's actually going the long way around. I think he's looking to get the wall. He does get a wall of pain down onto Darkness. He's going to be going down those laneways. Rocket jump away, forcing it out there, and Singapore Sentinels, they'll have to back off for now.
Yeah, so no follow-up from OddOne, but they're playing very safe right now. Reginald was able to wear down Malphite a little bit. They have the Soraka regen as well, so that kind of an advantage. It will help them when this fight actually does break out. But they do have to worry about that Gragas poke, just avoiding those barrels a little bit, and the constant pressure for Singapore Sentinels. They could force a fight soon.
Look at all these minion clears, though. It's TSM, they don't really, Reggie, he can do a good job doing it, but OddOne, Chaox, Dyrus, everyone here with the axes and everything, those missiles, they can't really do as much pushing as aggressive as they were before, because now everyone's getting farmed. Everyone's getting mid-game, start to edge out into late game, and it's really becoming a non-issue.
Yeah, and one of the nice things for TSM is with the Shurelya's onto Dyrus, they can kite out Singapore Sentinels a little bit, so they can avoid some of that AoE damage. However, they also have really poor initiation. It's only Maokai. However, with the disengages that Singapore Sentinels has, they can easily, retreat from a fight. They can have that Janna just get out of there very easily. So it could be difficult for TSM to force a fight until very late in the game, when they can start pressuring objectives like Baron, like turrets, and Singapore Sentinels just has to fight in order to respond.
And even then, you saw in that last push, Reggie just tried to go around. He's like, I'll get the wall of pain down. That'll be our initiation. It's no problem. But far away, OddOne is a little bit too far away from the team. He does throw down the Maokai ult. Let's keep everyone safe. And there's the emergency button. There's the Janet. It's no problem.
Yeah, but the Monsoon, it does leave them a little bit vulnerable, but again, it's very difficult for TSM to get that follow-up and get Reginald into the middle of the team. So we'll see how they pressure it. That's kind of why Singapore Sentinels is kind of concerned about pushing or forcing objectives like Baron, because it opens them up to opportunities for TSM to get a strong engage from Reginald behind them and force them into close spaces. However, they can continue pressuring the turrets, and then TSM, they're always going to be in vision. They're going to be able to keep an eye on them and try and look for an opportunity to engage themselves.
And we've been talking about this too. The longer this game goes on, the more farm, the more everyone's getting huge and starting to itemize very well. You got more AP, more AP being built there on the Reggie as if he needed any more. But look at Tristana. You've had the Infinity Edge done for a while. There's the Phantom Dancer there as well. So all that attack speed, all that crit going to be coming now onto that Tristana.
Yeah, and they are setting up for another dragon, so Singapore Sentinels not allowing any of that dragon pressure. But yeah, Tristana's attack speed is just phenomenal right now. 1.5, but it's going to boost up to like 2.2 with the Q. It is actually 2.1. They get the tower very easily and then can retreat from TSM.
Janna is not with the team here. Is going to be a little bit tricky to try and get this down. And plus, also the Monsoon is not available either. So the shields is going to be tricky to try and get it someone like Malphite. You do have the slow. You have these toss coming down onto Reggie. But right now, ToFu is just trying to single somebody out. Malphite will actually be the first one to go down. Reggie, there you go. Janna getting that kill. Janna getting the shutdown. Here comes the Karthus ult as well. Everyone from the Sentinels popping over the dragon wall to safety. 1 for 1. and a Dragon a little bit better of a fight that time.
Yeah, and the Singapore Sentinels, they were able to retreat, but really nice play starting off that fight. They were able to, get the pressure onto them. And the big thing was keeping Karthus on the side. They had Reginald out of position. They were able to pin him against the wall. Then, we'll see how they kind of progress from there. But really nice play. And the big thing was, again, Darkness. Darkness was off on the side, and he was able to, get over the wall and then finish it up onto Reginald.
Yeah, so let's go back to real quick and take a look at that last fight over there down by the Dragon with a little bit of an instant replay here.
Yeah, and then as they come in, they have the zoning for TSM, Equivocal in the back line, but HarLeLuYaR extremely tanky in the front line. Dyrus not forcing the engage, but the barrel from Gragas, actually really nice play. Then Darkness over the wall was able to protect himself. And TSM, they couldn't force a fight on the rest of the team. Singapore Sentinels able to back out of there. Really nice play.
MVP of that fight, I think, is Equivocal, though, just still managing to get that kill onto the Karthus.
Yeah, so we'll see how they can progress. But if they hit barrels like that for the rest of the game, that's going to be phenomenal for them. They can start taking objectives. In the meantime, they are pushing down this mid turret, and Chawy is sitting off to the side, so Darkness kind of trapped here. Has to watch out for the TheOddOne with the twisted advance, the follow-up from Reginald, but Darkness with the ult will be able to push him away so that he's going to be fine, but Malphite is in the middle of their team.
That could have been way worse. That could have been way worse, but either way, though, you got Reggie's a little bit caught out there. Malphite coming in on top of the Gragas barrel over the wall. Darkness going to be going and get that kill, but you do have the Malphite going down in response. Janet goes down as well. Double kill for Reggie. 2 for 1 in that fight there.
Yeah, and the big thing for Singapore Sentinels in that fight was that they were able to burst down Karthus once again. However, there was no pressure onto Chaox. So even with the ultimates comboing there, being able to take him down over the wall, they weren't able to follow up on it because Chaox is just so incredibly strong right now. No pressure into his face, so he's able to chase them away, able to pick up the 2 for 1. And now TSM, they're actually transitioning over to the top lane, maybe going to try and grab someone out. Darkness a little bit out of position, but will catch an eye onto Dyrus so they can back out of there.
Darkness, do not get caught again. Do not get caught in a game like that. That could actually cost you the game at this point here. But you do see you have the Oracles down onto Xpecial, going to be cording down all the ward coverage here over by the Baron. And your next logical objective to try and force here. TSM does have a man advantage here, but now that everyone has respawned, Reggie will actually be back with the team soon. They're looking to camp out the bush. Are they just going to try and lure Sentinels in here?
Yeah, Darkness a little bit out of position, but he has the survivability, he has the mobility. He's going to get out of there very easily. And TSM with that Oracles on Xpecial, they want to position themselves around the Baron, and so they're very comfortable with their team fighting potential now. They know that Chaox is going to be safe in the back line because their Singapore Sentinels is going to be completely focused onto Reginald. And as a result, they can force a fight, force Singapore Sentinels to deal with them. However, they will be clumped up in an AoE, so they have to watch out that they don't have a poor initiation.
And you actually see Reggie, he actually went back, bought himself a revolver, and with that rod, he actually been building into Rhoda. So he knows he's going to be focused. He's like, look, if I'm going to be putting down all this damage, if I have this massive AoE, I might as well regen while I'm doing it, stay in the fights a little bit longer, and draw the focus in towards me more.
Yeah, and so TSM going to back off for a second. Don't want to have a bad engage with Singapore Sentinels. They recognize as the game progresses, their late game is absolutely phenomenal. So they're going to be able to take control of the game as it goes further and further on. But we'll see Dyrus trying to poke at them a little bit. Can't quite get in range, and Equivocal off on the side, keeping an eye on them.
Darkness is bot lane alone. This is a huge opportunity here for TSM if they want to go in for this engage, if they want to get some push down. Darkness, he's been trying to farm. He's been trying to get free farm whenever he can, trying to start to out farm Chaox just a little bit more, trying to build more damage, but with that, he's out of position. He's not with the team. That's given opportunities for TSM.
Yeah, but they know they need to keep Darkness farming, otherwise they're not going to lose that advantage. The engage from the, actually Gragas barrel knocking him away. The HarLeLuYaR is very low. They get the Rumble ultimate. OddOne getting onto a minion, trying to force a fight, and the Karthus ultimate as well will go down. So Singapore Sentinels, they are very low. However, they're perfectly fine. TSM does have to retreat because they're not able to get the full engage on the SGS.
You do have the Karthus ult being used there, front-loaded damage, but you also see the Equivocal actually use the Monsoon just to get a little bit of that health back. Wall Pain going down once again, Cruzer there, but you do have the Malphite coming in. You may go down very quick, but Reggie, everyone's focusing him down. You got the Zonias being popped down on Chawy in the middle of this huge fight. The barrel doing quite a bit, but the Gragas will go down anyway.
Yeah, and Chaox is turning it around, gets the kill on the Darkness. Actually, the only one left is ToFu and Equivocal. Dyrus will be able to pick up that kill on the ToFu. The twisted advance from Malphite does pick it up, but Chaox in his turn, he gets the red buff. TSM, they get the 5-for-1 ace.
That's what happened. You focus down Reggie, just could not get that kill. But and with that though, TSM can grab the Baron, and they can just go ahead and have a huge advantage going into the pushes in the minutes following this.
Yeah, and the big thing for that fight was that Chawy, actually a little bit concerned about damage output, did sit in the middle of their team, so he actually body slammed into Reginald, threw up the Zonias as well, but wasn't able to follow up on it, and Chaox, again, perfectly safe in the back line, has the damage follow-up. The mix of magic damage and true damage is just phenomenal, and SGS kind of putting themselves out of position. They were all clumped right in the middle of that Reginald AoE, and so TSM was able to pick up that kill and then grab the Baron as a result.
And again, Dyrus, as we saw before, he was away from the team. He was not there when the fight started, and he just could not contribute to that. But let's go take a look at that fight once more.
Yeah, and the big thing is they were setting up, and Reginald was able to get in the middle of the team. HarLeLuYaR with the initiation. Reginald did get pretty low, but they didn't have the follow-up damage. And Darkness was right in the middle of the team on top of Reginald. So even though they were able to pick up the kill onto Reginald, they didn't have the follow-up because Darkness was so low. Chaox was able to pick up that kill and then chase down Equivocal. So really impressive play. But the big thing was allowing that engage from Reginald. Everyone was caught in his damage. They were able to pick it up, and we'll cut back to the live. But again, TSM with fantastic control in this game so far.
And you even see in the middle of that fight too, Reggie, that revolver really paid for itself just there in that one fight. He was able to tank just a little while longer, kill all the time he needed.
Yeah, and so now TSM, they have the advantage. They're up only a K in gold, but considering the fact that they were behind not that long ago, really impressive play from them. They get that counter push. And SGS, they have to be a little bit concerned that they're not going to have the damage to follow up onto TSM. They might have kind of missed their opportunity to take this game out of position. However, Tristana has less Whisper. She has a phenomenal amount of damage if she can be safe in the backline, but she can't wander into that Reginald AoE once again.
Well, you can't be safe in the backline if you're not in the backline. If you're down bot lane, that's the wrong place to be.
Yeah, so we'll see how SGS can push this, try and bring the game back to their favor, because TSM has taken complete control. They are able to grab that dragon. So the second time that TSM has just grabbed that dragon in the face of Singapore Sentinels, OddOne, he picks up the bottom turret, and they're positioning themselves. The big thing is keeping Chaox alive and trying to pressure Darkness. So AD versus AD, is how late game tends to come down to. But the big thing is Singapore Sentinels, other than Tristana, they don't have a lot of great sustained damage in the late game compared with TSM, who has Karthus, Chaox, and Olaf.
It really is a lose-lose situation here for the Sentinels, because you have to make a choice. You're going to focus down to Karthus, you're going to focus down to Corki. Either way, it's going to take a huge monumental effort just to take out either one, and the other is just going to be slamming down so much damage in the process.
And with the Maokai and the Soraka, they actually have a lot of damage. Darkness getting out of there just barely. OddOne pressuring him, but front-loading the damage. Reginald is going to be able to wear them down a little bit for this impending fight.
Just waiting for the creep waves coming up, and OddOne right there just throwing down those saplings. This being a little bit annoying, but Chaox is there. He can get those missiles down as well just for a little bit extra harass. And the minion waves are just going to be like butter, going down completely. Just it doesn't even matter. They're just toys to them. Throwing down the Maokai ult for that damage. Hey, fight us in this ult. We dare you. We're going to go ahead and poke down that tower.
Yeah, they have to be concerned, though, because they're not getting a lot of damage on the tower. They're starting to take some damage themselves, and if they force a fight under tower, that could be an awesome opportunity for Singapore Sentinels. So it will stall out for them. There's actually a massive wave pushing top. It probably is going to be able to take down that second turret by itself, and so TSM, they have to retreat, but, really nice job from SGS relieving some of that pressure.
Yep, but you saw this a lot last night too in game one. TSM with the Maokai, every time they're going to go try and push an objective, trying to push a tower down, you always see them start right front and center with the Maokai ult. They know, he's like, hey, we're trying to pressure this. If you want to try and counteract this, you have to fight us in the ult. We're going to take a lot less damage. You're going to take significantly more.
Oh, but Reginald trying to stall off, can't quite save that turret. It does go down to the minion pressure. So nice opportunity for Singapore Sentinels. But the big thing is, as it gets later and later into the game, Tristana has great pushing potential, and then they have the nice tanking, with Malphite and some of those other champions. So if Singapore Sentinels wins one team fight, they could really quickly, devastate TSM's base, and this game could completely turn around. They are down 2K to gold, though, and they face the kind of same pressure. The nice benefit for Singapore Sentinels is they don't have to force a full-on engage where TSM can normally get those aces. They're usually going to be able to retreat in a fight if they start to lose it, and that's going to allow them to stall off TSM further.
41-35, the Baron will respawn. The buff has disappeared, so there's a little bit of an opportunity here for Sentinels to just go ahead, get a little bit of pushback, try and push the lanes, and try and get things ready for when that Baron does indeed respawn.
Yeah, and TSM pushing in, OddOne trying to get some pressure. They do, Singapore Sentinels, they do have a ward in the mid, so they have an idea of where they are. Darkness is in the bottom lane, though. TSM might actually rush this while Darkness is out of position, but I think that Chawy, with that AoE that Gragas has, he's going to be able to clear those waves very easily, so it makes it very difficult for TSM to push in on them. They really need to just pressure the Baron, but I think they're a little bit concerned. They might get low, or they might force a really nice AoE fight for Singapore Sentinels that they can win.
And getting the coverage down there, throwing the saplings down, looking to see what waves they can push. Reggie going to be their top lane, keeping the pressure up. And Darkness still actually there in the bot lane. Just wants to get his push on, wants to make sure that wave is fine, pushing on in for when those fights come, because the Wings may actually just get a tower on their own, but you do have the Malphite coming on in, and Chaox getting very low with the shutdown coming from Jatt. That was crazy quick, and Reggie is also not with TSM right now, so this is a great opportunity for Sentinels to go ahead and push back.
That's absolutely what they need. They need to pick off some champions. They are going to be able to grab this tower as well, but Darkness in the meantime, he's getting the bot turret, so they get both of the outer turrets, so they're pushed up into the base, but picking off Chaox, it completely turns the game around for Singapore Sentinels, and now they can pressure this bottom lane as well.
Yep, if Reggie was not pushing, if Reggie was with the team in mid, that could have been a dramatically different situation, just very much like earlier when Darkness was on his own pushing down bot lane.
Yeah, and this tower, it's very low. It's down to a third, a quarter HP. They do have the Karthus ultimate trying to just force them to get out of there, so it will stall off Singapore Sentinels a little bit. But Equivocal, yes, so just not saving it for a fight. That Maokai engage will use it to keep them up so that they can try and take down this turret. It's very low. They could grab it pretty quickly.
Equivocal's even getting some damage down on that as well, but Darkness is going to be with that range, grab that turret, and they're going straight on in for the inhib. They still have the pressure. Chaox is not going to be back up for another few seconds. Swiss advance from OddOne, go down onto the Malphite. Wants to get that damage. He throws down the ult right in the face of the Sentinels. HarLeLuYaR is getting very low there. Dyrus with one axe could actually do it, but no, the Jan shield is going to be there for a little bit of protection. You do have the slow going down onto Darkness. Rocket jump away. Rumble ult in defense. The barrel doing quite a bit of damage, and the Sentinels will get away.
Yeah, the SGS disengage potential is just phenomenal. They're able to retreat out of there. It started off Chawy with the barrel onto Reginald. He was trying to get in the middle of the team. Chawy threw him out of there, so really nice play. Then they're able to retreat very easily. And again, that's the issue with TSM's team right now. They don't have that hard initiation. However, SGS, they are recalling, and TSM is pushing down the mid lane. There is the potential that they could transition to Baron, and they are going to kill it extremely quickly. I don't know if SGS is going to get back in time.
Baron is going to be up in like 5 seconds, so Sentinels, they need to get there ASAP if they want to stop this. And Karthus, he's an amazing champ at taking down all these objectives, and there's so much damage on Chaox. He's going down very, very quickly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,000. There it goes, and Sentinels are going to be in for a rude surprise. Here comes the wall pin. Reggie is out in front, taking a huge chunk of damage, and goes down immediately. The Gragas barrel doing quite a bit, and he's focusing down Chaox, wants to get him out of this fight. OddOne keeping Chawy busy. Same thing with Equivocal, but there is the slows going down. You got the shard. Chaox does go down as well, despite having the buff. Chawy trying to 1v1 OddOne. OddOne throwing it down the ult. Chawy wisely getting out of that situation, but you do have the Sentinels after taking that win. Granted, TSM got the Baron. They lost 2 members, but they're now taking this opportunity to go ahead and push some more. They want that nib.
Yeah, and SGS taking the perfect opportunity. They're going to get that inhibitor very easily. They're not going to get a whole lot out of that. They actually, it's a 5v3, so they might be able to grab this inhibitor as well as Dyrus tries to stall off a little bit. And actually the rocket jump from Darkness getting into the middle of the team. OddOne on top of him. The Rumble ultimate as well. And TSM is trying to engage, but the Monsoon from Janna forces them out of there. They didn't quite have the damage to take him down, so they need to retreat. They aren't going to be able to quite take this tower in time. Maokai with the engage onto ToFu. He's very low, taking a lot of turret hits. Will just barely survive.
Equivocal almost went down in his own also, but you know what? That is going to be plenty of time killed. But Reggie's respawning. If he ults, he can get something here. How many is he going to get? Triple kill
for Reginald
from the spawn. I have never seen so much cheering for someone spawning and hitting R.
Yeah, just absolutely phenomenal. That Karthus ultimate, it's the easy win for TSM. They can push back against them now. They still have that Baron on 3 of their members, so they can, counter out some of that. However, SGS has opened up an opportunity for themselves. They have that, inhibitor down, so they can continue to pressure TSM. However, TSM is in the driver's seat. They can push down on Singapore Sentinels, counter out some of that push in the bottom lane.
Here's the twisted advance right down onto the Malphite, right in his tower, and you know what? It's not going to be an issue. He has to use the ult just to clear distance, just to get away. Darkness can only do so much here. Massive 5-man push here from TSM here. Straight up in the mid is going to be at least another 10 seconds, and this is only going to be Jenny. You still got to wait another 20 seconds for Rumble and Gragas to actually get back into this. OddOne with the long range there on that twisted advance, and Darkness goes down immediately.
Yeah, so not only is TSM going to be able to get down that inhibitor, but they might take a lot more from SGS, so we'll have to see if they can push in on the Nexus. It might be kind of difficult with the Gragas, so they're going to back out of there, but inhibitor for inhibitor, and now they can transition into the bottom lane.
TSM, they're doing the safe route. They're doing the safe thing. Yes, they know they can still push a little bit more. They got a lot of time there with Darkness having 45 seconds until he comes back. That's plenty of time. Tank a tower, take that one down. Tier 2 in bot. Gonna be going down, Twisted Advance down onto Chawy. He's gonna be caught out there. A lot of damage coming down on Reggie. Zoni's Hourglass actually going down onto the Gragas, but here comes the barrels, here comes the damage. Reggie will actually go down with the Malphite, but he already used that ult to try and get that triple earlier. But Malphite does go down. Dyrus gonna pick that one up.
Yeah, so it is a trade, but SGS, they have to go back in their base. But I think that TSM doesn't have quite the follow-up with the Karthus wall. They can't, engage on them, so they will back off. It protects them, from that continued push. Xpecial actually going to walk over and steal that red, so Dyrus can pick it up. But actually, they're still sitting in the jungle, so SGS, they have to watch out for that pressure. But really nice job from both teams. The turnaround for TSM, almost winning the game out right there. And now Singapore Sentinels, they have to be very careful because they have the bot inhibitor. But if they push up through the mid, they can try and get the push going on to TSM, then transition into the top lane. Since TSM, they still don't have the top outer turret, there is the advantage for that for SGS.
Yep, and then the bot inhibitor actually for TSM should actually be respawning in just a little bit. Since they just took the one in mid, there's going to be a nice little timing attack window for a few minutes for when they can just continue to put on the pressure and pile all around. They just need to kill about another minute or so.
Yeah, and so they are going to come up, and try and stall off TSM. But the next fight for either team will likely decide who wins this game. So both teams are going to be playing very conservatively for a moment. They need to watch out that they don't, give either one an advantage. TSM in particular, they need to stay grouped together because their team fighting potential is phenomenal at this point. They're into that super late game where they have a serious advantage. However, if SGS can pick someone off like that Chaox earlier with the Gragas ultimate, then they could easily turn this around.
But we're hitting the super late game. You know what's a great item for super late game? Guardian Angel. Look at Chawy. He's got that one. And you know what? It's popular in some parts of the world, but it's still here. GA, stacking those late game on your huge damage carries. We've seen what it can do. It could definitely turn the fight around there for Sentinels.
Well, and one of the big things with that GA is it allows Gragas to get into that back line and potentially pressure down Chaox. And we had seen in the previous fight that SGS had won at the Baron. HarLeLuYaR, he was able to shut down a lot of Chaox's damage. Darkness then getting into the back line. And with the attack speed slow, I think a lot of people forget about the attack speed slow that Gragas' barrel has. So Gragas' barrel's attack speed slow, plus the attack speed slow from Malphite, could easily shut down Chaox's damage if they can get into that back line and if Darkness can stay alive.
But also look at TSM. Hey, you guys bought a GA. How about this? We'll buy 2. Dyrus has one. Reggie has one also. And Reggie's been focused down in these fights already. So not only for him to come back with the GA, but also have the zombie as well. That's going to be a lot of effort just to take him out.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to pick up any kills, so they really need to bide their time, wait for an opportunity to pick off Chaox in particular, because he's going to be the key target for SGS right now. But they will push up, then they're going to back off, and so constantly keeping TSM pushed, it actually is a really nice defensive play because it prevents TSM from ever having an opportunity to come into their base. They're constantly worried about counter-pushing their own ways, and maybe it pulls them out of position a little bit. So SGS, if they transition from lane to lane, they can find those opportunities where they need to pick up those kills.
Baron should actually be respawning in about a minute or so. So with that, remember that is fantastic objective to press, and the inhibitor has respawned here for TSM, so they can go ahead and put down that pressure. Mid inhib for Sentinels is still going to be around, still going to be gone for a little while. So there is advantage TSM if a Baron fight does actually happen.
Yeah, and they are going to back off, get their items, then group up for that Baron once again so that they can force it. Guys, this has been a phenomenal match. So once again, while we're waiting a second, just give these teams a cheer. TSM versus SGS, they've been phenomenal. It's been a really exciting series so far.
And look at this. With that cheer, Guardian Angel number 3 onto Chaox here. TSM, they're buying those things in bulk. They just went to Costco and got themselves a 3-pack. And no one's going to be dying here on TSM.
Yeah,
really
how much would you pay for that GA?
I would pay quite a bit.
It's definitely a nice
pickup, and actually GA onto Darkness as well. 5 GAs in this game already. Jeez.
Oh, wow. And the big thing with the GA on Darkness is he's been going down pretty quickly. When they lose the fight, when Darkness goes down, that's when Singapore Sentinels lose. However, Tristana, she's at her best when she can get into that back line, so they can really pressure Chaox. However, Chaox with that GA, that's going to be a serious issue for Singapore Sentinels, having to take him out twice. But Darkness, if he can get into the back line, take out Chaox, and then rocket jump out of there after that GA, that could work out for them. Reginald trying to hit the wall, and they're pushing in on SGS while that inhibitor is actually going to be respawning shortly, pressuring them into their base.
But with this, the Baron has respawned. TSM is now doubling on back. They may just go ahead, come back, and rush it. Reggie, he does have the damage. Karth is pretty good at taking those objectives, and still so much damage down on the rest of the team. The mid inhibitor has respawned there for the Sentinels, but there's still going to be one more wave of super minions on pushing into that base. It's just a matter of what kind of push can TSM actually get. But you got the Twist Advance down onto Dover in the backline. You do have the Malphite ult coming on in as well. Greg is barrel going on, focusing down on Reggie, but he just flashes right back in. No fear. Wants to get all his damage down. GA going to be popped there for the first time around. Darkness is down in the back. He's trying to poke down anything he can get, but Reggie will go down a second time, trying to get down all that damage. And here comes on the ult. How much more can he front load on? He's not going to be getting killed that. Plus the Zonia's on the ToFu actually going to be preventing that damage.
Yeah, but Chaox is sitting pretty. He's looking really strong right now. They have the inhibitor. It is very low. Chawy trying to force it. He doesn't have his barrel for another 30 seconds. But the big issue is if Chaox can turn this around. They didn't pop his GA. Darkness was able to hold on to his as well. But TSM, they can push in, grab this inhibitor, a couple more auto attacks, so they pick it up, and that is going to be a serious pressure onto SGS.
Oh, but OddOne, he's slowly getting away. He's just trying to edge off as much as he can. And you know what,
Chawy's ultimate's up.
Oh, it is up. And you know what, Dyrus also has his GA as well, but look, he has no mana really to fight with. There's the barrel coming on in response. OddOne going to go for a twist advance, and then Zonia is being popped down on the Chawy. The OddOne actually goes down first. Darkness, his GA is going to go. Chawy's GA is going to go. But you know what? The support is gone. You're just going to go ahead and camp him out. Triple kill there for Chaox. Yeah, and that's the thing about the GA. If you're stuck, if you're in the middle of the fight, if you're surrounded when you come back, there's nothing going.
Yeah, and Chawy trying to get that. Chawy actually getting out. TSM not going to chase him down there, but the big thing was his barrel was up. He wanted to pick up a kill before TSM was grouped as a team because they recognized they need to pressure TSM outside of those team fights, but not able to hit the barrel that he wanted to, not able to get that perfect initiation, missed the team actually, and so TSM, they grabbed the second inhibitor. Bot is pushing extremely aggressively as well, and with 3 down, there's not a lot that they can do to stop them. They're going to probably be able to pick up this third inhibitor as well, but HarLeLuYaR with the engage, the barrel onto Chaox. He is getting very low, but they don't have the sustained damage to deal with him. The body slam right into the middle of the team, but Chawy is going down, and TSM can turn this around. HarLeLuYaR, he is stuck underneath the turret as well, but Chaox has the damage. He's actually very close to losing his GA.
He doesn't care. He's got his GA. He doesn't care. Dyrus, he's still got his too. GA being popped, but Chaox, he will be fine. If you can get the damage too, you can just go ahead and get another quick kill there onto Malphite. But you know what, there's all the pressure needed. You do have all the super minions pushing as well. So now you got to worry about those Nexus turrets. Tier 3, bot, going down, Reggie taking that one. And TSM, they just go ahead and fall back. You let the super minions do all the work. And while they're doing that, you can also go ahead and grab Baron.
Yeah, and Chaox losing that GA, it does leave him kind of vulnerable. However, with the inhibitors down, with the bot turret down as well, TSM is in a really strong position to continue, pressuring SGS, and they should be pretty safe. Chaox just maybe won't be able to be quite as aggressive as he was in the previous fights, but that's fine for TSM. They have the sustained damage. They're winning these longer fights from against SGS. The Baron is still up, so TSM, again, like you said, they can force that next to try and pressure them, but I think they're probably going to just walk right on down to the bottom lane, waltz on in, and take SGS's base.
Yep, and you also see Darkness actually sold back. His Guardian Angel bought himself a BF sword, realized, like, you know what? This game may not even go for 5 more minutes. I might as well just sell the thing and try and get more damage and try and be a factor in these fights.
Yeah, and you actually can't rebuy the Guardian Angel as well. It holds onto the cooldown even if you rebuy it. So recognizing that it's going to be just a vulnerability for him. TSM in the meantime, they're going to take down this Baron extremely easily. There is no pressure from SGS. So with the Baron down, with the 2 inhibitors, they can continue to pressure SGS's base, and it's going to be extremely difficult for them to hold off the push.
59:45 is when that Baron's going to be coming back up. I think with this push, I don't even think we're going to be seeing it respawn. They may very well just push for the game here. You got 2 inhibs down, you got 1 more inhib wide open, and with 1 more fight, TSM can just definitely take this. Dyrus still has his GA also.
Yeah, and so they are pressuring in. It's going to be very difficult for SGS, but if they can poke them down, if they can, maybe prevent some Chaox's damage, they might have an opportunity. And there it is, the Shirelias, they're forcing the fight onto actually Reginald and Chaox. He's bursted down. Chaox goes down, and SGS, they might actually have this. They're turning it around with the damage from Darkness. The Karthus ultimate, though, it's going to take its toll. ToFu with the Zonias and Chawy as well, and they're chasing them down. SGS, if they can win this fight, they might be able to just push in and take TSM's Nexus. This is their one opportunity. OddOne goes down. The rocket jump from Darkness. He has Dyrus in his midst, so they can't pick up the third kill.
He cannot leave. The shutdown coming in. You saw the start of that fight. But look at the super minis that are trying to get their push on, but there's plenty of time. SGS, they cannot push on this. They have to stay back. They have to defend. They cannot really still leave their base at this point. But you saw at the beginning of the fight, Reggie, everything engages, and he just leaves. He leaves because he wants to make sure he can actually get his ult.
Yeah, but it was over the wall. TSM didn't have vision, and it was the perfect initiation from SGS. I'm very surprised that they're actually not pressuring that TSM inhibitor. I feel like they needed to take advantage of that, and I'm kind of wondering if they feel like they can continue to win some fights, though. But Chaox, his GA, will be down for a while, and just the quick burst onto Chaox, that was what instantly won the fight for them.
Reggie, he will have his GA actually back up in oh, no, he sold it. He sold his. He's still got the cooldown on there, though. He's got the Zonias on himself for just a little bit of protection there going on into these next few fights.
Yeah, so we'll see how TSM can turn this around. But actually going to the instant replay once again, we'll see the perfect initiation from SGS. HarLeLuYaR over the wall, no vision for TSM.
Boom.
And then bursting down Chaox and Reginald, the Gragas ultimate with the Rumble ultimate, the follow-up, and perfect initiation from SGS. Then the Zonias to turn it around and not allow Karthus to get that damage. Really incredible play from SGS. Darkness, perfectly fine, and that's the thing. The AD versus AD battle, if they can pick up the kill onto Chaox and keep Darkness alive, they're going to have these fights and be able to push back against TSM.
And you saw that barrel just throwing Reggie away from the fight entirely. He was just not an issue apart from the ult.
Yeah, but going back to the main game, we do see that TSM, they're getting ready for that mid push, but they do have to worry about SGS's presence. If they lose another fight like that, it might open up an opportunity for SGS to come back into this game. Darkness is incredibly well farmed right now, 300 AD damage. He also has the Last Whisper, but the attack speed, it's at like 2.3 when he has his Q activated, so that's just going to be phenomenal if they can keep him alive.
Darkness has rebought his GAs back up. IPL twisted advance right there, down on it to the Malphite. Malphite ult, not going to be getting a whole lot on that one. ToFu is out trying to get the flames, trying to get something, trying to get anything. You got the Jatt ult pushing Reggie away actually even further. But meanwhile, going on outside of the base, you got ToFu trying to take down as much damage on the Chaox, but Chaox will manage to get the kill on it to the Rumble. Malphite is not with the team. Dyrus is low. Chawy is slowed, and Chaox might be able to go ahead and get all the damage he needs, forcing the flash out. Here comes the Karthus ult. Darkness will go down. Chawy is very low. This may be it. Here comes the GA, but I don't think he's going to be able to leave. There is the ace, and TSM with all this pressure, they got to take down an inhib first. They all respawn. Okay, now you can go ahead and get those Nexus turrets.
Yeah, but TSM has it. They take the series 2-0 against Singapore Sentinels. And Singapore Sentinels, they tried to get the pressure on KX in the back line. HarLeLuYaR getting back in that back line, but didn't quite have enough armor or attack speed slow to shut down KX's damage. The true damage and the magic damage from KX was phenomenal. There's your winner.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nick Allen, and I'm joined by TSM Chaox. Holy smokes, man. So that was a really, really close game. So how you feeling after that?
It feels great, except I threw really hard, so it doesn't feel as good.
So what does that mean?
It means I got caught lots of times.
And how does that make you feel?
Mad at myself.
So you played one game last night, and you guys won, and then you had an entire evening of sleep to talk about it, to think about it. How are you feeling coming in today?
Really good. I mean, we didn't get as much sleep as we wanted, but pretty good.
And how does it feel to crush the dreams of an entire nation?
Oh my God. We saw that video, and we're like, today, we're like, support Singapore, SGS, support Singapore, support TSM, Nation Crushers.
So coming in, to the tournament, 2 Asian teams. Did you guys feel prepared, or did you feel like you were going to lose?
I wouldn't say prepared, but definitely not lose. We're pretty confident against any team in the world. I mean, after Azubu Blaze, it's just like, crap, we need to get our game on. So we've been practicing just playing solid, so no matter what any team throws at us, we'll be good. So we're pretty confident. We didn't know exactly, like, the Karma mid was like, what? But we beat it just by playing solid.
And did you expect the Asian teams to play more like Azubu Blaze or more like the North American style or European style?
They played pretty standard. I mean, Azubu Blaze played pretty standard. It's just they prioritized towers, and that was like the biggest change. So
have you guys had to change your style around a lot since facing Azubu Blaze a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, just slight adjustments, like prioritizing towers. That's it.
So do you have any shout-outs for the fans that are out there that love you guys and are rooting for you guys, and or do you have anything to say? Do you have anything to say to the Singapore fans?
Singapore fans, since we beat you guys are all TSM fans now. I mean, shout-outs to Solomid.net, of course, to Razor and Gunner, and TSM, 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 TSM!
All right, well, thanks very much for the interview, Chaox. Make sure you guys stay tuned. We have Legion versus TSM coming up, so stick around for more League of Legends action.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the winners bracket finals here at IPL Face-Off between Legion and TSM. We're about to do the coin toss here with the very handsome Nick Allen. And so I'd like to bring to the stage the captains of Legion and TSM, Lautemortis and Reginald. And it is heads. No! All right, well, gentlemen, please go back to your seats. All right, let's have a cheer for Legion and TSM! I'd now like to bring to the stage your casters for this match, Jatt and Jaws.
Welcome to IPL Face-Off. We are live from the Nob Hill Masonic Center in San Francisco, California. I am Jaws alongside Jatt. How's everybody feeling today? All right, we have a packed crowd. They are so excited. But before we get started, it is actually a very special day, isn't it, Jatt?
A little bit, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, a little bit. It is actually Xpecial's 20th birthday. So could you all, yeah. So could you all help me wish him a happy birthday? We're going to sing a little bit. Everybody want to sing? Yeah? All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Xpecial. Happy birthday to you. And with that, yeah, Dyrus hitting Xpecial with the pillow. Birthday pillow hits. We have a graphic as well. That's great. So anyway, getting back to the action, this is TSM versus Team Legion. And Jatt, we actually casted that incredible best-of-3 series against World Elite. Team Legion, specifically WildTurtle, coming out and making a statement. And I don't even know what's going to be going on with this match. TSM has been pretty dominant as well. A strong resistance for Singapore Sentinels in that second game, but TSM able to pull it out 2-0. How are you feeling going into this series?
I'm thinking that TSM has picked really standardly almost this whole time. We've gotten Maokai in, I think, the last 3 games from TheOddOne. Chaox has played nothing but Corki this entire tournament. The last 4 games they've seen Soraka. So I'm wondering if Legion's going to try to counter that out a little bit and put TSM a little bit out of this tournament comfort zone.
The Chaox and Xpecial have been loving that Corki-Soraka combination. It'd be great to see what Legion's going to be doing in response to this. We have the teams ready to go. We are ready to go. Real quick, a shout out to Garen Lacheas Curry on the camera. Thank you very much, Garen. There he is in the back. Give a quick round of applause for Garen. And thank you all on the stream for tuning in. This winner's bracket final is going to be incredible. I believe in losers bracket final we have World Elite. World Elite is currently facing off against MTW. We're going to see what's going to be happening in that match, but we are into champion select, so
Right on.
let's get right into it.
So Legion definitely a dark horse in this tournament. We haven't really seen them be that successful in any offline events. This has definitely been their strongest showing, because if they win this game, they're guaranteed top 2.
And Legion wanting nothing to do with the Karthus that Reginald has been playing. He was devastating in that game too. He got a triple kill right as he spawned at the end of that, and that was making a serious statement. SGS trying to do the double Zonius to counter that, but no dice, unfortunately. And the Nocturne as well. TSM responding with the Alistar and Shen. Lautemortis played an unbelievable jungle Alistar in that best of 3 against World Elite. So smart ban so far.
Yeah, TSM loves to ban Alistar. They've been banning him for about the last year, if I can remember. They used to ban Urgot, Shen, and Alistar almost every game, but now Urgot not really requiring the USA-style ban. Malphite, of course, coming out. Pretty standard bans from both teams, actually. There's not really any targeting of specific players here. They're just kind of banning what they feel is a little OP.
It looks like both teams are taking their times with these bans. A couple of these matches we've seen ban, and right into the picks, but TSM and Legion being very methodical. Oh no. The Gragas ban both Reginald and WildTurtle. We have the Legion manager behind us raising his hands in disbelief, but WildTurtle was devastating on that Gragas.
And the nice thing about this is they actually picked Maokai away from the TheOddOne. He'd played it the last 3 games, and Lautemortis also has played some successful Maokai this tournament, so I think that's a pretty smart first pick there by Legion.
Certainly Lautemortis, a versatile jungler. He showed his full vocabulary, busting out, I believe he had the Alistar, and in game 1 he did play the Maokai against World Elite. So, and there's Xpecial.
Oh, here we go.
Could we see a birthday Blitzcrank? We may very well. And there's the lock-in as well as a potential jungle Nunu.
A little bit of throwback from the TheOddOne there.
Definitely. TheOddOne loves that jungle Nunu. We saw jungle Nunu a lot in that Season 1 DreamHack Championship, and he has been gaining steam ever since. Demunlul responding with Corki. Demunlul has been a strong, consistent AD carry performer, especially on that Corki.
This is really great, actually, because we just mentioned that Team Solomon had played Soraka, Maokai, and Corki in these games, and they've already taken Maokai and Corki away from TSM, and the Corki-Leona aggression lane, that's going to be a brawly lane with Blitzcrank and Leona.
I think it's safe to say we may see first blood in bottom lane.
Maybe.
Maybe just a little bit. Leona and Blitzcrank, of course, such aggressive supports. Xpecial. We talked about their scrimmage against Legion, and there's the Vladimir. Dyrus, really known for his Vladimir and Reginald. Could we see an Anivia?
Is he going to do it?
Could he? I don't want to say yes.
I haven't seen him on Anivia. He's swapping off.
Now he might be trolling us.
I think he's just trying to see the crowd reaction over and over again, and he locks in Graves. He's not even picking for himself at this point.
At this point, he turned around and gave us a little laugh, trolling us a little bit. Grabbing the Graves, Blitzcrank. So much burst, so much crowd control, and so much aggression. This match this game 1 specifically, best of 3 in this winter bracket final, is already turning out to be great from the get-go.
Yeah, so right now Legion has to think about what they want to do to counter up Vladimir, and the Rise locked in right away. That's going to be awesome. Reginald's going to get to pick exactly what he wants to play against Rise. And of the lanes we've already have decided here, Leona Corki is going to be going up against Blitzcrank and Graves. That lane is going to be kind of ridiculous, because even if Blitzcrank pulls in Leona, that could just be Leona's cue to engage. So it's a very dangerous lane. Xpecial has to make sure to pull the right thing, otherwise they might lose a fight.
There are going to be some serious fireworks. Nonetheless, high risk, high reward in that bottom lane. Maokai also really heavy ganking. And the quick swap. Cruzer, we kept talking about Cruzer. He is famous for his Lee Sin, particularly his top lane Lee Sin. We haven't seen a lot of top lane Lee Sin, but that is exactly what we're going to be seeing. And maybe Nasus.
Cruzer the Bruiser actually played a couple thousand competitive Lee Sin games before he joined LGN. There's the Morgana from Reginald, and these are our teams.
You got to run down real quick. It's going to be top lane Cruzer on Lee Sin facing off against Dyrus's Vladimir. Mid lane we have WildTurtle. He's actually swapped back from WildTurtle to WildTurtle for the Rise against Reginald's Morgana in the jungle. Lautemortis on Maokai facing off against TheOddOne's jungle Nunu, and bottom lane that aggressive matchup. Leona and Corki against Blitzcrank and Graves. This is going to be a wild match. looking at the team composition, who do you like, Jatt?
Well, I always like to favor with TSM since they seem to win every North American tournament, but how strong Legion has played this event makes me think that they're going to probably jump out to a bit of an early lead. Every game we saw Legion against World Elite, it was Lautemortis doing level 3 and 4 tower dives on people and successfully doing them. Since he got the Maokai, he has the window to do that, and getting that away from the TheOddOne, even though TheOddOne is legendary Nunu, shows me that Legion actually has a bit of an early advantage here.
I think regardless, it's going to be a fantastic match. I'm going to kick it out to the crowd. If you think Team Legion is going to take this series, let me hear it.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And if you think TSM is going to take this series, let me hear it.
It's a little louder, I think.
I think there's a little bit of bias towards TSM in this crowd. I see someone play Gragas, Dyrus OP, a lot of great signs in the crowd, and this crowd is amped. I'm amped. It's going to be a great series and a fantastic game one.
There might be a couple more Team Solo Mid fans here, if I had to guess.
There may be, yes. Considering their tagline is Bay Life, and we are in the Bay Area, it's no surprise there. Team Legion versus TSM, game one. Do not go anywhere. There are going to be some serious fireworks, especially in that bottom lane.
Just about to load into this game here. The mid lane between WildTurtle and Reginald is going to be really, really interesting because yesterday WildTortoise was sticking up right against Messiah, who's the legendary mid laner from China. Reginald is kind of known as the legendary mid laner from North America, so I want to see how he steps it up and lanes up against Reginald. Very, very aggressive style from Reginald's Morgana. Usually when he hits 6, he loves to just flash on top of people, ult them, and then chain that into a Dark Binding. So whether he's able to do that against WildTurtle will yet to be seen.
And speaking of WildTurtle, we actually had our very own Shantzilla write a fantastic editorial interview about him, and he asked, why have you changed your name from WildTurtle, WildTortoise? And he says, I have transformed. And it looks like he's transformed back. Yeah, he transformed back to WildTurtle, so we'll see if that transformation is going to help him. Chaox putting a little bit of burst down onto the Legion bush, but not hitting any member of Team Legion Xpecial. We've been seeing a lot of early ward placement to get that vision on those junglers. It looks like Legion setting up in that bottom jungle, TSM opting to chill in the mid lane. They do have a Blitzcrank as well as a Nunu, so we could potentially see some early aggression from TSM. Oh, and a great pink ward from Team Legion to deny that vision as Lautemortis sets up around the Wraiths, but TSM, they know that Team Legion is there, so could see some early aggression if Xpecial is going to be able to land that pull.
Just curious, Team Solo Mid has wanted to work on their level 1. They think it's one of their weaker points. That was a great, great pink ward because that essentially just denied Team Solo Mid any early knowledge on where Maokai is starting. Normally they rely on that Wraith ward to play their lanes. Because of this, they're actually invading now with 4 or 5 people. They've guessed that Legion is taking these Wraiths, and they're going to sneak all the way in around and hopefully try to catch them at red or here at Wraiths. This could be really bad for Legion.
Yeah, TSM in prime position to catch Legion off guard, and there is a invade.
The sneaks.
Legion maybe smelled that TSM was there, and they're going to opt to go into the TSM jungle. A couple pings coming down from TSM to pick up that Legion red buff, and Lautemortis going to pick up the TSM blue buff. Great tactical play from Legion to get out of a potentially sticky situation.
And that was so strange. They both just decided, oh, okay, we're going to trade buffs. A lot of mind games going on there.
Yeah, Lautemortis also opting to not use the smite to go for that, potentially go for that quick blue, but Xpecial getting the grab, but iNoobish responding, exhaust going down onto Xpecial. We could see first blood. He is ignited as well. The mana barrier going out, flash going in from Demunlul, and that is going to be first blood for Demunlul, but they're not done yet. TheOddOne chasing down Lautemortis, and he's going to grab that blue buff, but TheOddOne in a heap of trouble. Will he be taken out? Yes, Demunlul will take him again, and WildTurtle coming in. iNoobish, the last ignite tick. Chaox is going to be getting a double kill and a wild level 1 team fight. 2-0 to Demunlul, 1-0 to WildTurtle, and a flash going after Reginald. The snare going down. Demunlul is in hot pursuit. He doesn't have that Valkyrie yet, but he does have that red buff, and Reginald going so low. What a wild start to this series already.
Yeah, let's hear it from the crowd there. That was a ridiculous beginning. Both teams just deciding they wanted to fight in the river. They both knew they had their junglers. Both mid laners came down to fight, and they just straight up brawled there. 3v2 coming out of it for Team Legion. Really aggressive, reckless start from both teams, but that's just how they like to play.
Yep. We said if Legion is able to use that
the
reckless
OddOne coming
style.
in behind WildTurtle.
Oh, we could see a little bit of danger in there. OddOne getting the slowdown and the snare and the Tormented Soil. WildTurtle extremely low. A couple more auto attacks is going to do it, and there OddOne taking out WildTurtle. But Cruzer coming in from the top lane, flashing in, grabbing Reginald, and Lautemortis takes him out. What a wacky start already. It's not done yet. Ignite going down to OddOne, and it looks like the dust is finally going to be settled. We're not even 4 minutes into this game, and already so much action. Just taking quick stock of the situation. Lautemortis 1-1 and 2. Demunlul 2-0, but Chaox as well 2-1. Both Demunlul and Chaox picking up a double kill. Lautemortis and OddOne exchanging a couple of skills. WildTurtle 1-1 and 1, and Reginald not able to pick up a kill, but he does have those 2 assists. And Cruzer picking up the assist with that fantastic top lane roam.
Yeah,
and bot lane, there's the Zenith Blade going on to Xpecial, and wow, oh, just missing. This game is already turning out to be so aggressive from both of these teams.
And it looks like Lautemortis is roaming top looking for a Vladimir. This is the only lane we haven't seen any action yet, and that's going to change really shortly. Here comes Lee Sin and Maokai for the gank on Dyrus.
Lautemortis going in. There's the snare. Will he get this out? There's the pool. He may be able to get out of there. There's the knock-up. But Lautemortis still in hot pursuit. Unfortunately, he is out of mana, and OddOne is coming up to try and turn this one around. Dyrus opting for a little bit of laugh in response to that. Cruzer going to continue on, but Demunlul going to back. Less than 5 minutes in. Chaox and Xpecial, but OddOne chasing down Cruzer. Lautemortis coming in for the potential counter gank, but and OddOne also, yeah, but OddOne also spamming laughs with that OddOne Dyrus combination, as adept laughing as they are at ganking, and Cruzer solo. Could we see a potential tower dive? Yes, they are, but Lautemortis is there. Cruzer solo. Will he drop? Yes, he will. Lautemortis going on. OddOne's going to pick up that kill, but Dyrus is really, really low. Lautemortis could turn it around. He does have enough mana, but that is still a 1v2 situation. He's going to have to play this really carefully. Lautemortis low, but able to get out alive. Unfortunately, not able to convert the kill. Great play from TSM already in this game.
Some really nice back and forth there in the top lane. The unfortunate thing for Cruzer, when he roamed mid lane to get that kill, it set him a couple levels behind Dyrus in that top lane, and that's why he has that sort of supremacy right now. Actually going double Doran Shield to match up against Lee Sin's physical damage in the top lane, and that's really interesting, smart play by Dyrus there.
Yeah, Dyrus is level 5 to Cruzer's level 3, already starting to pay dividends. Looking at that top lane, Dyrus already so far ahead, 33 minion kills to Cruzer's 14. So if Dyrus gets ahead, as we see aNoobish grabbing the Zenith Blade onto Chaox, Xpecial turning around and getting the grab onto aNoobish, Smokescreen going down, exhaust onto aNoobish. Will they be able to drop him? Cleansing, and Chaox picks up the kill, and Demunlul in a whole heap of trouble, igniting Chaox, and Demunlul's going to get it. The Valkyrie, will he be able to get out of this alive? He potentially could, but if Xpecial lands the grab, and Demunlul will be able to get out of there. Wow, what a game so far.
Really interesting trade there. Both AD carries just deciding to brawl. Demunlul sticking around even after Leona died because he knew he would have his Valkyrie up for the escape. Really heads up play there by Corki, and 5-5. LGN and TSM just trading blows more so than I've seen in any game thus far this tournament.
Approaching the 7-minute mark. Despite all of the action, both teams are dead even, not only in kills, but also in gold. TSM has about a 400 gold lead. Xpecial, actually the mana barrier popping because he is extremely low. Looking at the minion kills for this bottom lane, looks like aNoobish and Lautemortis may actually get a gank onto Reginald. Reginald popping the black shield, and that is Lautemortis' cue to back off a little bit. But aNoobish sticking around on that mid lane. We've been seeing this a lot with the support actually roaming to the mid lane and some of the other lanes to try and lend some support and maybe get a couple ganks.
We've seen everyone roam to every lane so far this game. Lee Sin coming down mid, Morgana and Ryze going down bottom at the start of the game. And here, Team Solo Mid actually pulling a bit of an advantage. I think most of it comes from Dyrus beating up on Cruzer in the top lane. Look at that, double the minion kills as this game is just moving on and accelerating really fast, because 10 kills 7 minutes in is really unreasonable.
And bottom lane, so much aggression from Demunlul and aNoobish. They are trying to push this lane fairly strongly. A couple extra auto attacks there. Definitely not trying to freeze this lane in any way, shape, or form. But Chaox and Xpecial have already shown that they are capable of turning this aggression around. And that's what we were saying in Champion Select. Even if Noobish is able to jump onto Chaox, Xpecial is going to be able to counter pull, so to speak.
Yeah, and looking at this lane, it's actually pretty much dead even from a minion kill and kill perspective. Chaox has the 2 deaths, but gold-wise and kill-wise and item-wise, they're pretty much exactly up with each other. 2,800 gold on Chaox, 2,900 on Demunlul. Same minion kills. This is a really close game, Jaws.
It is, but TSM is starting to pull ahead a little bit. They've got about an 800 gold lead and a flash going in from Reginald. Will he be able to land the snare? Yes, there's the ult and the snare, the tormented toil, and the ignite going down. WildTurtle will drop Reginald. Aggressive playstyle paying off in that mid lane.
That's how he plays Morgana, gets his ultimate as soon as he sees the window, flash ult right into binding. That's exactly what we saw there. OddOne flashed in actually just to give enough support for the snowball, and that was just what Reginald needed to be able to finish off WildTurtle. With that kill, he should be taking a bit of an edge in this lane.
Reginald's actually already ahead in minion kills, 49 to WildTurtle's 37. WildTurtle was able to pick up that Tear of the Goddess, a little bit of aggressive warding from Reginald. Reginald trying to get Lautemortis out of this middle lane. Lautemortis holding it, but Reginald with that black shield, pretty strong against that Maokai, who has a lot of crowd control.
Lautemortis going for the boots and mobility rush. This is what we've seen almost every Maokai do this tournament. It's all about just getting into root range so he can jump and twisted advance onto them, and that's what Lautemortis has done. He needs to get a few kills here after rushing that, though, because he set his GP10s back by going boots and mobility early on.
And approaching.
Looking for a top lane gank here.
And
but
Lautemortis
OddOne will also be there for a counter if it happens.
It looks like Lautemortis is going to send that trap rush. He may want to back at this point. Dyrus continuing to spam lap. He is obviously quite satisfied with his performance so far in this top lane. 79 minion kills, 2 Cruzers, 46. Dyrus pulling ahead so far, and TSM is doing the same. They're actually approaching a 2,000 gold lead as we hit 10 minutes, 15 seconds.
And they're actually just denying Lautemortis off that tower. They could have easily dove him if he decided to stay there for the minion experience. So really, all of the advantage from TSM coming out of this top lane, really just punishing Cruzer for picking up the Lee Sin against Dyrus' Vladimir.
We see WildTurtle actually poking around to potentially roam that top lane, but Dyrus is so strong at this point. He's level 8. He has 88 at this point. He has been farming so well, and Cruzer has been struggling. Cruzer picking up that double null magic mantle. We saw him pick that up.
Bottom.
And bottom lane, Demunlul being able to get out of a potential bad situation. I believe he got grabbed, dropping to lower, and looking at the jungle, a lot of pings going down. We could see a steal. Lautemortis going on to Dyrus, and he's going to flash out. He knows a bad situation when he sees one. Unfortunately, Cruzer's in a heap of trouble, but he's able to safeguard. Will Reginald be able to come in and pick this up? He does have the ultimate. Cruzer does kick Reginald out, but he will still go down. Great play from Reginald. Incredible roaming from that Morgana. And it looks like TSM is going to pick up his blue buff as a result.
Yeah, TSM is taking full advantage of having Dyrus be so far ahead of Cruzer. Because of that, they can force 3v3s right inside of Legion's jungle because they just know they have one champion who is substantially stronger than the other. And LGN getting a little cheeky here, trying to not let the blue get stolen. They could get punished for this.
Lautemortis is extremely low, and there goes WildTurtle getting a little bit wild. He's going in on a 1v4, but Demunlul is on a rampage. He's able to pick up Reginald, and WildTurtle is able to get Dyrus. OddOne in serious trouble. He does drop the ultimate, the Leona ultimate whipping, but OddOne able to get Demunlul, but not before Demunlul picking up a kill, and Chaox and Xpecial are going to take this bottom tower throughout all this exchange. TSM up 3,000 gold, 12 minutes in.
I actually missed the approach to that fight. It seems that Legion decided to have their bottom lane roam up to defense the blue buff. They got the 3 kills out of it, which was very advantageous for them. However, they had to give up that bottom tower since they roamed away, and TSM pounced on it, taking the tower and extending their gold advantage.
Taking a look at what they have bought with that gold advantage, Reginald picking up his needlessly large rod. He already has those sorcerer shoes, so those ultimates are going to be hitting that much harder. Dyrus as well has picked up a needlessly large rod. He already has that double Doran shield, and he's going cooldown boots, so he is going to look to punish this top lane. Chaox and Xpecial, on the other hand, are grabbing Dragon. Chaox has that double Dorans. He does have those level 2 attack speed boots. And Xpecial looking to build out that Heart of Gold. OddOne has that consume, and he is going to help finish off that Dragon real fast. First Dragon, about 13 minutes into this game.
That was just a sweet play by Team Solo Mid. They knew exactly where LGN was and just could take the Dragon. One thing that Team Solo Mid has to do now, at least Chaox and Xpecial, since they've taken the bottom turret, is they have to start roaming around and they have to start forcing objectives, because that lane is going to be frozen there by Demunlul for a minion killing gold catch-up. It's on TSM to force things like that Dragon, and now potentially some more fights in the jungle and some more pushing mid lane.
It looks like Lautemortis getting a little bit of aggression, but OddOne pushing him out of his jungle. Lautemortis was a fantastic counter jungler in that series versus World Elite, but OddOne is making sure that he has no chance, and TSM as well doing what they do best, getting aggressive and then taking objectives off of it. We saw Reginald getting that roam top lane and then taking the blue buff as a result of it. WildTurtle tried to make something happen, and they were able to convert it, but
yeah, it's
TSM,
so hard to counter jungle Team Solo Mid,
yes,
especially as the game progresses. The way they play with their jungle, the OddOne ganks so much that the jungle is the whole team's responsibility. So Dyrus, Reginald, and even Chaox are very free to take the jungle for their team, which means when you try to invade that, you're not just invading one player, you're invading kind of their whole team, and you're much more likely to run into multiple people and get punished for it.
Yeah, that's something we actually saw from Mascot 5, those collapses, and TSM has taken that and made it their own. Looking at the scoreline, 14 minutes in, TSM really starting to pull ahead, 22,400 gold to 17,700 gold. The kills are dead even, but TSM has those 2 turrets, and Dyrus is so farmed, 113 minion kills as OddOne continues to spam Nunubot's lap. Looking at Cruzer, Cruzer is really behind. That top lane matchup really starting to hurt Legion.
There's a couple things Legion needs to do if they want to crawl back into this game, because they've actually fallen quite far behind. They need an Aegis of the Legion, and they need to team fight around Maokai's ultimate. Team Solo Mid has a double AP comp, which means you need to have a lot of group magic resistance, otherwise you're all just going to get bursted down at once. They really need to get the items, and they really need to force team fights with Maokai's damage reduction. Otherwise, they're just going to get bullied around and pushed like they are right now.
They certainly are. OddOne also picking up all 3 gold per 10 items. Cage's lucky pick, Heart of Gold, and Philosopher's Stone. So he is also quite well farmed. And a great grab,
nice.
And Xpecial plays off of that snare, and Lautemortis is going to get almost completely nuked, but iNoobish with the response. Dyrus coming down, lands the ultimate Demunlul in a whole heap of trouble. He drops extremely low, and they're going to try and turn it around. Another great snare from Reginald, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to do much with it. A 1-for-1 exchange, Xpecial going down, but a fantastic grab from him to drop Lautemortis.
Reginald doing a really good job hiding the start of his binding from Legion, so they're more likely to land. If you don't see the cast animation and the start of that projectile, it's much more likely to land. And since he used that from behind the Wraith Brush, it was able to start that fight so expertly.
TSM continuing to press this middle turret. We saw that was the first time Dyrus had really been a huge factor in that fight. He landed a fantastic ultimate, and Legion definitely paid the price. Demunlul went so low in that match, but Lautemortis going on, but the spell shield is there. Reginald's going to counter ult. There's the OddOne with the ultimate as well. Cruzer jumping onto Chaox will be able to drop him, and Dyrus with a sliver of health. Reginald's going to take out Cruzer, but Demunlul is on a killing spree. Xpecial getting the knock-up on him. Demunlul extremely low and out of mana, and it looks like Legion's going to back off. All of them so low, but a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of Team Legion.
That was really smart by Legion. Since they had the 1-for-1 trade earlier and Team Solo Mid was still pushed up to Legion's towers, they got their support before Xpecial was able to arrive and quickly forced that 5v4, picking up the 2-for-1 trade.
And with that 2-for-1 trade, Legion trying to close the gap, but approaching 17 minutes, TSM still very much ahead, 26,500 gold to 21,400 gold. In these even exchanges, do you feel TSM is coming out ahead?
I think Team Solo Mid is still coming out ahead. The fact when you have a Nunu to augment your AD carries damage late game, that's always an advantage. The double AP, and especially how good Team Solo Mid is at team fighting late game, means if it stretches, they're less likely to make those big late game mistakes. And on top of that, even though Legion has the kill advantage, Team Solo Mid has the objective and the farm advantage by a wide margin. You just look down the minion kill line, 3 members in triple digits for Team Solo Mid, only Demunlul is in triple digits for LGN, and really almost all of LGN's farm is concentrated onto Corki. So if he gets caught up by one binding or one blad or a pull, or if Nunu manages to snowball him, they're going to lose a lot of damage in team fights.
Demunlul certainly is farmed and fed. He is 7-1-2, 111 minion kills. He has that Triforce, he has those Berserker Greaves, and he does have that Vampiric Scepter. Chaox, on the other hand, no slouch, 3-3-2, 145 minion kills. He's actually ahead of Demunlul in minion kills. We got that Bloodthirster. He really likes getting that early Bloodthirster, and Reginald potentially in a bit of trouble if Lautemortis decides to go onto him, but there are a couple members of TSM to have something to say about it.
And something Legion just did is Leona picked up an Oracle, so they're actually looking to roam around and force some strange team fights. Normally when you're down about 5,000 gold, you don't really look to push up and force, but since they have that Oracles on Leona, that's kind of what they're trying to do. I don't know if they realize, since they see the kills are 11 to 10, how far behind in gold they actually are.
Looks like TSM's going to continue to push down this mid turret. OddOne with that consume, able to push so well, just chomping on those minions. Continuing on, just looking at these items really quick, Reginald has actually picked up his Zhonya's Hourglass, so these team fights are about to get really, really interesting. And Dyrus has not, looks like Dyrus may be buying the Zhonya's as well. He still has that needlessly large rod. He also has a blasting one, so we may see an early Rabadon's death cap from Dyrus.
And the biggest thing right here is Team Solomid was the first team to an Aegis, which means every team fight, their whole team is going to have more armor, more magic resist, and more damage. It's much more power than a lot of people realize. If Team Solomid gets any kind of even team fight, they're going to win because of that item.
And with all that posturing, that item could be the difference between this dragon. Dragon is up, but neither TSM nor Legion have made a move towards it. They're just opting to sit in mid and push back and forth, but we could see that change quite rapidly. OddOne with that Oracle as he's going to ward clear. And it looks like TSM, oh, there's the grab onto Xpecial. Lautemortis trying to counter snare, but Cruzer getting caught mid-animation by Reginald. Legion trying to force the action, but being forced to disengage by TSM. OddOne continuing to laugh at them.
Spamming the Nunu bot laugh. Everyone on Team Solomid is very adept at hitting the laugh button, especially Dyrus and TheOddOne, just to annoy and bait Legion into coming in. Now they're forcing down onto the Dragon. Either they're going to get this clean or Legion's going to try to contest. I pick TSM in this team fight if it happens.
And there's the snare, the flash ultimate going in from Reginald. aNoobish going extremely low, trying to get the ult. There he goes, but Reginald's on a killing spree, going to take him out. OddOne is going to take him out as well. Dyrus falling extremely low, but that's going to be a double kill for Chaox. Demunlul taking Dyrus out as well as Xpecial, but a triple kill. No, that is going to be a quadra kill. Are you kidding me? Chaox doing work on Graves.
Coming in big from that team fight, the quadra kill for Chaox. Really just great positioning that entire time. Perfect ultimate landed there by Reginald after they'd already picked up the Dragon, so Legion had no reason to fight that. Team Solomid got the perfect engage. They had the Aegis, they had the gold advantage, they had the Dragon, they had all the items they needed for that fight, and they executed it perfectly, culminating in that excellent quadra kill for Chaox.
What an unbelievable play from Chaox. Great initiate from Reginald, approaching the 21-minute mark. TSM almost 9,000 gold ahead. They have cracked this game wide open.
Now it's really all about them just getting an even bigger item advantage and maybe forcing more objectives, because they have such a big lead here that Legion can no longer even think about fighting them. It's all about avoiding TSM for Legion and just trying to capitalize on their mistakes. TSM doesn't make that many mistakes when they're this far ahead, so Legion has a really tough road ahead of them.
Yeah, TSM so strong at holding that lead. Taking a look at the gold really quick. Chaox with that quadra kill is at 8,700 gold to Demunlul's 7,800, so almost 1,000 gold ahead. He is 7-3 and 165 minion kills. He just picked up his Phantom Dancer as a result of those kills, and also a critical strike cloak.
The great thing about Team Solomid's competition, at least for Chaox, is double APs get everyone low, and then the AD carry goes in and cleans up. So if they continue to team fight, especially with how fed Chaox is now, the cleanup is going to be even better. So if they do another full-on team fight, we could see another quadra kill.
There's certainly a lot of burst coming out from TSM, especially because Dyrus has finished that Rabadon's death cap. Normally we see maybe Will of the Ancients, maybe a Zhonya's. Nope, Dyrus is going to go for straight damage right off the bat.
A little surprising. He needs to get access to a Void Staff because any magic resist that Legion builds is just getting ripped away. They have a couple Megatron Cloaks already to try to counter the double AP of TSM. And really, this is just Legion completely trying to avoid TSM, and TSM just waiting in the jungle, trying to bait them into a Baron fight. They might actually start forcing onto Baron fairly soon to force Legion up and get that engagement that they want so dearly.
It looks like TSM is going to be posturing for this. They want to aggro this Baron. OddOne with that Oracle's has been clearing those wards as well, so Legion doesn't really have vision of this Baron. Legion a little bit spread out. Lautemortis and Demunlul trying to push out that mid lane a little bit. They do have a ward in that brush right by blue buff, but that's pretty much all they have. Oh, never mind. That is actually a sapling.
They're really hamstrung here, and this is great for TSM to push. The only thing they have to scout with are saplings, because aside from that, Legion would pretty much have to just concede Baron or blindly face tech brushes. And that's why they're posturing around Baron so much, because they are in such a power position here. It just takes one wrong brush check by Legion for them to just all die and lose the game. And there they are, they're starting Baron. Legion has to go up to contest, or they're just going to lose the game.
Legion is doing exactly that. Reginald zoning them out a little bit. OddOne on that Nunu is going to be able to drop that Baron so fast with that consume. Reginald is there. Demunlul able to get vision with that Q. Lautemortis and Cruzer, but TSM is able to take them out. Will Reginald be able to land him? Yes, he does get the ultimate. Flashes going out all over the place from Legion. They do not want to fight this. And there is the engaged. Cruzer dropping almost immediately. Dyrus super low, but Lautemortis is going to drop. Chaox getting another kill, but WildTurtle turning around, getting Dyrus. There's the double. Let's see how many he's going to get.
Triple.
There's the triple. Could we see another quadra?
Oh.
No, unfortunately, Cruzer is going to get out of there. Chaox still in hot pursuit. He's going to try and get him with the ultimate. Wow, how much HP did he have? 29 HP. We've seen Chaox execute people so many times with that ultimate. Unfortunately, just shy of a second quadra in this unbelievable game one.
With this though, Team Solomid gets the Baron. They're now so far ahead, taking down the tower. They should clean up this inhibitor. After that, they're going to be buying their items and just completely bullying Legion all around the map. At this point, it's just how many people can Chaox kill in a row, and that's the story of this game.
Chaox has been extremely good at killing the entire enemy team thus far. 24 minutes, 30 seconds into this game. TSM with a over 12,000 gold lead, 19 kills to 4, 5 turrets to 0. TSM in control of not only the gold, but the global objectives.
Yeah, and I just want to point out how smart TSM is playing right now. A lot of teams would stick around in the jungle a little too long there, since they haven't shopped and they haven't healed from the last team fight and would have got caught up by Legion. But they were just far enough away from the team that they were completely avoided that engagement. Just smart play pretty much this entire game after the really chaotic opening.
TSM has been so methodical throughout this game. Looking at Dyrus, 177 mini kills. He's actually 0-4, but the amount of front-end damage he's been putting out has been devastating. He picked up a second needlessly large rod, so we could potentially see a Zhonya's Hourglass in his future. Morgana, on the other hand, has also picked up a needlessly large rod, so we could potentially see a double AP, double Zhonya's Rabadons for this composition. Chaox grabbing a BF sword, so an Infinity Edge looks to be in his future. TSM in the driver's seat for this game one.
Yeah, and even though Dyrus is 0-4, he's been super impactful in all these team fights. He has 12 assists. If you look at the number of kills he's been involved with, it's only one less than Chaox. This is just how TSM plays team fights with Vladimir. He puts all the front-end damage, he gets as low as he can, and then he puts his blood pool down. He's just trying to draw as much attention onto himself and away from the rest of the team so they can still win team fights. And he's actually executed that to near perfection this game, and the 0-4 score with the 12 assists actually shows how well he's been playing this game.
Yeah, Dyrus always jokes, oh, I get carried, but he doesn't really highlight what he does in these fights, and that's exactly it. And there's a reason why people usually reserve bans for his Vladimir. He is famous for this Vladimir for that reason.
Looks like Team Solomid is just going to be pushing down this bottom tower now. There's almost nothing Legion can do to hold this one. If they try to hold this tower, TSM would flank around behind it, so they're going to have to concede this one and try to hold at their inhibitor turret. It's always difficult, though, once you're down that middle inhibitor, because anyone can flake around from the side if they so choose.
And Chaox and Reginald so strong at clearing, especially with Dyrus. OddOne continuing. The entire team is getting in on the action with the slash laughs. So TSM certainly excited at the lead that they have built. They're up to about 14,000 gold. They're going to push straight onto this, and Legion can't really do much about it.
Taking down that turret quickly. Once they get the second inhib, it's almost lights out for LGN, just methodically taking it down. Legion realized they weren't strong enough to fight a Baron up TSM, so they want to wait until the Baron's down. It's just at what cost, because with two inhibitors, it's very, very difficult to hold the third one.
TSM rotating top lane. They're gonna just take down all three of these inhibitors. Such a methodical play from TSM. We've always talked about their style being very aggressive. Earlier in their career, they really sometimes bordered on reckless. They would make some plays that would be head scratchers, so to speak, but now they have really matured into this methodical team where they have those aggressive plays just like that. Xpecial grabbing Lautemortis and almost completely nuking him, and there is Chaox completely destroying everyone. Reginald pops the Zonius, but he is going to drop, and that's going to be a double kill for Chaox, and off he goes. Will we see a triple? No, Xpecial is going to kill steal him, and that's going to be a triple, but potentially a quadra. No, Dyrus getting his first kill, and a lap to follow. Great play from TSM, but actually a shutdown from iNoobish. Small consolation as TSM picks up this game 1.
Well played by TSM. I want to see what Legion comes at them with for game 2. High fives being exchanged from the TSM members. GG and well played.
Great play. Congratulations, TSM, taking game 1 against Legion. The crowd is enjoying. Did you guys enjoy that game 1? They did. The players did. We did. I know I did. Jatt, how is Legion going to respond going into this game 2?
It's going to be pretty tricky there for them because they got away what TSM had been picking most of the tournament. They took the Corki from them, they took the Maokai from them, and they kind of got crushed that game. They were super aggressive early game, which was great, but then they just fell behind in farm and in lane. They need to kind of just make sure they get farm and lane because that's been their problem, at least in the first game against World Elite. They're not, once they start roaming around, sometimes they forget about the farm. And they forgot about the farm a little bit that game. Then TSM just killed them all in team fights.
As we transition into this game 2, let's take a look at the stats really quickly. We see Demunlul, even though Legion was pretty far behind, Demunlul still 9-4-5. He had 181 minion kills. We said that Demunlul was the primary farmer on that team, Legion, and it really showed. He was still able to do some serious damage in those fights.
All of the gold really went down onto Demunlul. The problem with that was, though, Team Solo Mid just had so much AoE damage in team fights, and Legion didn't have enough defenses to go against that. They were all single target damage from their solo lanes. Ryze and Lee Sin, small amounts of AoE on their kits, but very much just focused targets. When they have Vladimir as a threat, Morgana as a threat, and Chaox as a threat, that single target damage didn't go far enough, and they just ended up not having it in team fights.
And TSM showing why they are one of the best teams in professional League of Legends today. Don't go anywhere. Game 2, Team Legion versus TSM. We'll be right back.
Even game, which is something you don't see when you have tons of level 1 aggression. It's just all of that early game stuff were just trading. They were just trading blows. No one got the huge lead. Then after that, TSM just kind of pulled away with superior farming. Yeah, there was certainly a lot of back and forth in that level 1 fight, but Dyrus really coming alive in that top lane. He was so far ahead of Cruzer, and TSM was able to take full advantage. However, WildTurtle had a couple of really impressive roams, and I believe at one point he tried to 1v3 the enemy team and was successful being able to pick up a couple kills. And we're about ready to start into Champion Select here. I'm sorry, Jaws.
It's okay. I forgive you.
My bad. We're ready, guys. Let's get into Champion Select. Whoops.
No problem. Getting right into Champion Select. Game 2 of Team Legion versus TSM, and TSM getting right out with the Alistar ban. That is more than likely targeted straight at Lautemortis.
I think so. They're just trying to get rid of that jungle Alistar. He's so effective on it, and Team Solo Mid always bans. Ooh.
Oh, and it looks like we have
a slight remake request.
A little bit of remake real quick. So for those of you that missed Game 1, TSM able to build a pretty commanding lead. Chaox had a quadra kill and 2 triple kills.
That was big.
That was pretty big. All right, and it looks like we're actually going to be doing a little bit of a Astro Listen In with Team Solo Mid.
Dyrus?
Don't swear.
You're
Don't
fat,
say-
Dyrus.
say
Dumb guy, Dyrus.
Dumb guy Dyrus.
Dumb guy, Dyrus.
Dumb guy Dyrus.
Fat guy, Dyrus.
Bro 2. Bro 2. Wait, you're bro 3?
I'm bro.
three.
No, I'm bro 5.
Yeah, so lame.
Okay, I'm bro 4.
That's
You're
so
bro
lame.
3, Adon.
Bro, 2 stop.
Bro 2.
You
Bro
guys-
2.
Dyrus is fat, dude. Just
Bro
call him
two.
fat guy
you guys are
2.
lame.
Fat guy 2.
You guys are really lame.
You're fat.
You're fat.
You're fat.
You're racist.
You're
I'm
fat.
white.
No, you're fat, dude.
Dyrus
You're
is
fat.
bro, wait, Dyrus is bro 2, bro 2's fat.
Yep. Bro 2's fat.
Bro 2's fat.
I'm bro 5. I'm
Yeah,
bro 3.
we're second pick again.
Shut.
You're so fat.
Your mom is fat.
Oh. Remember that time when I stole your burger and you got hella mad? You wanted to kick me out of the house,
Because you're fat, dude.
and I wasn't on the
Dyrus
team.
burns down the house with microwaves.
Wait, Gagas.
Wait. Dude, I didn't know it was 4 minutes.
now-
I didn't know it was 40 minutes, man.
Yeah, that's so bad.
You're so dumb,
You
dude.
just like blew up. Oh,
Oh,
big
yeah,
mountain.
no. There's
I-
Maokai.
okay,
There's
Unless you want something.
What would you...
Blitz.
Maokai?
Maokai.
Okay. Okay, Blitz. That's fine. Or I can get quirky. Hee hee.
You guys want to play Blitz?
You want a roll swap?
You're
All
dumb,
right.
dude.
Oh
I'll play
my
Ezreal. I'll play Ezreal, dude.
No.
Alright, dude.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Okay.
Whatever.
Blitz Maka? Sounds fine.
Yeah.
Is there anything other? Vlad's banned. Trent's banned. Sure.
There's Malphite and Rumble.
Fuck,
Yeah.
but-
Yeah, no one picks them anyways.
Yeah.
Sure, dude. Let's pick Maokai.
That's fine.
Blitz Cranky.
Let's win this so
Yeah.
staff fed.
Let's win this so Dyrus can eat.
Wanna eat?
No, I'm not hungry.
Dyrus is
You're
always
always
hungry.
hungry.
You're always
no,
hungry.
I'm not hungry. I went on a diet.
You're always hungry. Dyrus the Devourer.
Yep. Dude.
Red Bull gives you wings, dude.
Amen.
Too bad they won't sponsor us.
I know. At least
Bad guy. Red Bull won't sponsor us.
Yorick. They're gonna have to really strong AD.
I think they're gonna quirk you soon.
Are they gonna quirky?
They did it last.
It was like 5-1. He just got his own tower. The hell's that?
Oh my god, dude. Alright, let's go something that we can poke all day they can't engage on.
Dude, I can't pick Jax against Nunu.
What are they gonna pick? What are they
Yeah,
gonna
that's
pick?
true. What are you gonna play, Olaf?
Oh my god, dude.
Jatt.
Okay, this is really setting us up for
Maybe
the...
Corgi.
It could be Janna mid,
they're
too.
like-
Okay. Sure, what do you guys want? I want last pick.
On Corgi. Olaf.
You want Olaf?
Very casual, laid-back style for Team Solomid with their picks there.
Expressive as always. Xpecial and Chaox picking up Maokai. Blitzcrank looks like Xpecial is going to be on Blitzcrank. Once again, he was pretty scary on that Blitzcrank. Game 1, LGN picking up Nunu, Janna, and Yorick. So Team Legion potentially looking to give TSM a taste of their own medicine with a jungle Nunu. And Reginald and TheOddOne sitting on Rumble and Chaox. I don't want to say they're going to pick them because they may not. They may be trolling. Nope, there's the lock. So it's going to be a Rumble top lane for Dyrus and Chaox. He's been playing a ton of Corki this tournament.
Chaox has these rotating doors of whatever he thinks is the best AD carry, and this tournament, it definitely appears to be Corki. He's picked it every game it's been available, and they've only lost the one game, the first game of the tournament with him on Corki. So every game that Corki is available for Chaox, he's going to be picking it.
And with the Blitzcrank, Corki certainly has the potential to get a ton of kills, and we have a Vayne not quite locked in yet, but I would love to see a Vayne this
Vayne
tournament.
would be a really dangerous pick right here. With the aggression from Corki and Blitzcrank, he wouldn't really be able to get that close to the creeps. Nunu's not that good at early game protection on Vayne, but
There's
it
the
is.
lock.
And if he can get farmed and fed, he'll be good to go. It's just going to be really difficult for him to do that. Oh, here it is. That's going to be a 2v1 or a 1v2 lane attempt.
You feel it's going to be a swap?
That's one of the things that Legion likes to do when they pick York, and that's what at least a lot of the Asian and American teams like to do when they pick Vayne, they know she's a really weak 2v2 laner, so they do a bunch of lane swaps to try to allow for farm. I think TSM's going to pick up on that, and we'll see how they respond.
Well, it'll be great to see what Legion will be able to do if they go for the swap. Cruzer deciding that earlier in the Champion Select, Lee Sin maybe not the best choice for Game 2. We saw him on Yorick against World Elite. He was fairly effective. What is TSM going to pick? We did see a Morgana in Game 1, and Reginald was terrifying on that Morgana.
The Morgana Blitz combo was pretty amazing. All it took was one binding landed, and it just set up a free hook for Xpecial. And they're really just going with what they're comfortable with. They've all played a lot of these champions a lot. I mean, TSM does do that since they play so much. This is really all about protecting the Vayne for Legion and buffing the Vayne. Yorick will be able to put his ult down, Nunu will buff him up, and it's all about whether Demunlul can get fed and carry. Because last game he got fed, but he couldn't carry.
Demunlul so good at getting fed and farmed, and he has that capability to carry, running down the lanes really quick. Top lane, we have, well, we may not see a top lane. We may see a 1v2, but if it were going to be a top lane, it would probably be Cruzer on Yorick, going up against Dyrus on Rumble. Mid lane, we'd have WildTurtle on Rise, facing off against Reginald. On Morgana in the jungle, Lautemortis grabbing that jungle Nunu, facing off against OddOne's jungle, Maokai, and bottom lane. Vayne and Janna going up against Corki, Blitzcrank, Xpecial again on that Blitzcrank.
Yeah, I have to apologize greatly there. For some reason, I thought that was a Nunu support, not a Janna support. So my bad on that one, guys. With that being said, though, still hard to protect the Vayne. I still think there's going to be a 1v2.
We could definitely see that swap. Now, for all of you in the audience and all you watching at home, thank you so much for tuning in. And if you think that TSM is going to take this Game 2 and go into the grand final, let me hear it.
And for those of you that think Legion can come back and take this game and potentially the next one, let's hear it for them. That was pretty good.
We got a lot more supporters. I think people definitely want to see this go all 3 games. We are getting into the loading screen. Game 2 of TSM versus Legion. Regardless, I think we're going to see some fireworks. Maybe another crazy back and forth level 1 fight.
I wonder how much Legion is going to try to roam with this one. I think they're going for a lot more aggression this game and a lot more unique things. Sometimes when you lose a game, you just try to ban out what beat you. They didn't really do that this time. They just stuck with the same bans as they did last game. Instead, decided to change their own picks and their own style, and we got to see if that works out for them.
Demunlul making sure that he does not get caught. He did grab that cleanse, so he is going to try and keep himself alive. And something we didn't touch on is the synergy of Vayne with Yorick. That clone is going to be scary.
Whenever they do team fights, they want to focus down Vayne, but then Vayne will just come back and continue the cleanup. I just worry about them having enough damage before Vayne comes in for cleanup because they just have that Yorick and Rise, so TSM again going with the double AP, lots of AoE damage, and Legion once again going for fairly single target oriented damage than with the Vayne. So same style of team comps actually from both teams this game, and let's just see if Legion can outplay TSM this time because it didn't work out last match.
And it looks like both teams are going to mid. I don't think we're going to be seeing an ARAM in this game 2, but you never know. Lautemortis opting to loop around the side of that top jungle. They have the Blitzcrank and they have the Morgana, so we could see an invade from TSM.
They have the level 1 advantage, I have to say. They have the most disables and the most ability to poke things. They don't even have Maokai saplings to scout on LGN, and they did not catch them. They're going to see this Blitzcrank here. Will they be able to catch?
It looks like Xpecial may be going for the face check, but there is Team Legion. Xpecial getting the grab onto WildTurtle, but he is so low. Will they be able to drop him? Ignite going down, and a lot of damage, but no deaths quite yet. Chaox having to flash, and a harpoon and a snare, but there's the flash from Cruzer. He will try to get it, and the knock up, but Xpecial is so low. One last hit could drop him. Legion still trying to get this first blood. Ward going down.
Waiting for the blitz
from TSM. There's the hook. Oh, just misses it. WildTurtle does not have sight, but he flashes in, and there's the first blood. Demunlul grabbing it, but Reginald turns it around and grabs Demunlul, and WildTurtle is in some serious trouble. That's a double kill for Reginald. So first blood going to Demunlul, but unfortunately, Reginald getting the double kill. Actually, iNoobish picked up a kill as well. But there's Reginald just missing the snare. He is being so aggressive, but the snowball from Lautemortis is going to force him to back out. Once again, another topsy-turvy level 1 fight.
All right, let's take count of what actually just happened there. So 2 kills for 2. The big thing is both of those kills coming down for Reginald, none of those kills coming down for WildTurtle. So Reginald has the immediate advantage in that lane. Vayne got the 1 kill. That's a really good start for trying to get Vayne fed and hypercarrying. As far as summoner spells go down, though, LGN burned all 5 flashes, which means OddOne's Maokai ganks are going to be that much more vicious. As soon as he gets the Twisted Advance on them, they're most likely going to die in lane. TSM managed to preserve 2 of their flashes, so once again, OddOne's ganks can be even more potent, and Reginald managed to pick up 2 kills without even burning his flash. So with the 2 for 2, TSM does come out on top of that exchange.
And it looks like you were correct, Jatt. The 1v2 swap, we see Vayne and Janna top lane, 14 Legion, Yorick bottom lane. Dyrus immediately backs TSM, responding instantaneously.
They're just sending them 2v2 right away. I wonder if Legion's going to be counter swapping over and over again, because the last time they were dealing with lane swaps, they actually were very lagged in their swapping, and they like to stick around in lanes. They might be predicting this, and yes, Janna and Vayne are both already swapping and ready to go down bottom. We're going to see a lot of back and forth. They do not want Vayne laning against Corki at all.
Chaox and Xpecial finally getting into that top lane. Lautemortis, on the other hand, is deciding to make a snack out of the TheOddOne's wolves. So Lautemortis getting some of that counter jungling in play already. He could potentially go, I don't think he's going to be going through these 2 towers. He actually is. He's going to go perfectly between these 2 towers and go for the TheOddOne's wraith. So some heavy counter jungling already from Lautemortis.
Lautemortis getting, or the TheOddOne getting seen. He's not counter jungling, Jaws. He's actually on the blue side, I believe. I'm sorry,
I'll be here all week, folks.
There we go.
A little bit of a snare going on. Yeah, so really heavy counter jungling because he walked between his own 2 turrets.
I was so confused. Like,
now he's counter jungling. There we go. All right, Lautemortis jumping into TheOddOne, getting a couple of. Oh man, I'm gonna get nuked on Reddit for that one. So Demunlul and iNoobish going against Dyrus, putting some early harass down. Some good farm. 17 minion kills to Corki's 15. So holding pretty steady on the farm. Yorick, 6 minion kills to Dyrus's 11. So pretty steady. Looks like they're going to be settling into this 1v2 exchange. It'll be interesting to see what Xpecial is going to be doing with that Blitzcrank Corki combination.
Yeah, and so far this is actually a pretty big advantage for Legion, because the 2v1 swaps have allowed Vayne to have the same CS as Corki, and all of their flashes are almost up again. The TheOddOne has yet to pull off a successful game, but there was a good pull, and here's the TheOddOne. They might try to attempt a tower dive here on Cruzer, or at least deny him a huge wave of creeps.
TheOddOne is there, and he is making no attempt to hide himself, and Cruzer wants nothing to do with it. He is going to back off. Looking at mid lane, Reginald is just pushing WildTurtle around a little bit. WildTurtle, a little bit low mana, but there's Lautemortis. Counter snare from Reginald. Lautemortis taking a lot of tower hits, and Reginald could look to turn this around. A couple snowballs, but Reginald's shield's going to protect him for the most part. Top lane, TSM, really aggressive. They want to take this tower early.
They're just fast pushing. This is one way to stop 2v1 lane swaps from happening back and forth, is just end the lanes as soon as you can. So they've taken down this tower now at 5 minutes, gives them a bit of a global goal lead, and it's going to force some interesting choices by Legion as we see Lautemortis coming down just to look around, say what's up.
Just saying hi. Little 3v1, potentially looking to mirror what the TheOddOne did. TheOddOne helping out drop that tower almost instantly. By the way, first tower about 5 minutes into this game. TSM pulling ahead about a 600 gold lead, 1 tower, 2-0. Kills are even, but TSM trying to get those early advantages.
A lot of pings going down. They actually think that Reginald is going to be looking to roam through. As soon as Reginald hits 6, he would like to roam double lane, bottom lane, especially with how much LGN is pushing. But now they're putting Corki and Blitzcrank down bottom. This is really interesting because Legion, if they were to swap again, wouldn't have a tower for their Vayne and their Janna to go top lane. They might have to suck it up and lane against Corki Blitzcrank, and that could be disastrous for them.
It certainly could. Demunlul farming pretty well. He's actually ahead of Chaox 32-26, and he's getting some early pain down. Both Chaox and Demunlul are about 50%. TheOddOne going in. Could we see a grab? Oh no, Xpecial grabs a minion. Bad luck there from Xpecial. That could have been bad news for Demunlul and iNoobish. Lautemortis sitting in the bush.
He did walk right through that ward, though, and they saw it with pings. So the TheOddOne's actually sticking around in the tower, hoping for an LGN gank so he can counter gank. However, I don't think any of this is going to happen, and they might just say, let's not gank each other, let's just farm.
Yeah, he's opting to back. There were a couple pings going down, and TheOddOne throwing a sapling in there as well. Demunlul and aNoobish still pushing this lane relatively hard. Looking at mid lane, also Reginald pulling ahead a little bit. He's got 51 minion kills to 41 for WildTurtle, but WildTurtle, and there's the flash ultimate. He does have the shield, and he will land it. There's the snare, but Ignite going down. He's extremely low. OddOne going in to help try and finish him off, but Reginald is on a killing spree already. Great play from Reginald. He's 3-0 in this game.
It's exactly what he did last game. When he hit level 7, he just flash ulted right on top of WildTurtle. Same matchup, same story. This time, Reginald was a little more farmed. He had the Sorcerer's Shoes from the early 2 kills, and he just caught Rise completely off guard once again and converted another kill.
And TSM is going to take full advantage of that. They're going to pick up, doing a little counter jungling, so to speak, picking up LGN's blue buff. Reginald's going to be grabbing it. Lautemortis coming to try and take
Dyrus
it, but Dyrus is going to pick it up, so he'll have that cooldown reduction. But maybe a little bit, a small error from TSM, but they are starting to pull ahead. 1,400 gold as Chaox and Xpecial push down this bottom turret. Reginald, just missing the snare.
So slight advantage here. They have done a good job dealing with Legion's lane swaps. Taking that early tower has really set Yorick much farther behind than Dyrus. Dyrus level 7, Yorick still stuck on that level 5. So even though the Vayne is getting the intended benefits of the swap, Yorick is not. TSM did a much better job handling it for Dyrus. And there's a big gang coming down middle onto WildTurtle. He disappears.
Dyrus came in and just nuked him, and that is so much pain going down from the Flame Spitter. Lautemortis is at half health, and TSM, 4 members, the bottom lane, decided to roam mid. LGN is following shortly, but TSM is going to be able to take this middle turret despite that Janna shield. Lautemortis trying to... Nope, looks like he's just going to be backing off. TSM getting that tower to about 50% health, and they could very well go for this dragon.
They're just going for a bunch of global objectives right now. They're trying to force an accelerated game. They don't want Vayne getting to 30 or 40 minutes and being able to take over. So they're trying to just starve Legion in general from gold. When you kill a lot of early turrets and when you put a lot of early pressure on teams, they're not able to kill as many minions. They're not able to kill their own jungle. So TSM just accelerating as much as they can because they want this game to end early.
Speaking of Vayne, she is 1-1-0, 58 minion kills, so Corki already ahead. WildTurtle in there. Reginald missing the snare, so they do not have vision, but there's the sapling, so they can see Team Legion trying to grab the TSM blue buff. aNoobish is out of position. Reginald is there. The rest of TSM is following. Could they get a snare? No, they won't, but there's the snare onto Lautemortis. OddOne diving in. He is really, really low. Chaox is going to be able to take Lautemortis out, but WildTurtle's going to respond, dropping the OddOne. The clone, however, onto WildTurtle. Reginald chasing after Demunlul. He's going to get WildTurtle and Demunlul. That's a double kill and a dragon for TSM.
Really smart play by Reginald there, singling out Vayne, saying, I want you, waiting until he's stunned with his ultimate to land his Dark Binding. Guaranteed 4 seconds of root, just crushing down LGN. Perfect flank to come around and give them no escape path. Aggressive play by Legion there, backfired, and gives TSM the dragon.
Chaox dropping a little bit low on that dragon, but TSM is going to pick up that first dragon 10 minutes in. TSM already starting to pull pretty far ahead, over 3,000 gold ahead. 15,000 for TSM to 11,400 for Team Legion. 7 kills to 3 and 1 turret and a dragon. TSM starting to build that lead that we saw in Game 1.
Now 7 kills to 3. This is a big lead, actually. Once they get that middle tower, 3,500 gold ahead, big item choices. Magic Pen there on Dyrus instead of Spell Vamp. He doesn't need the Spell Vamp because he's not getting harassed in lane. It's all about just getting the maximum amount of AoE damage out in teamfights for everyone on TSM, and this game is going quite well for them, all things considered.
TSM is really hitting the gas pedal, trying to finish this game as fast as they can. We've seen that Haunting Guise Sorcerer's Shoes combination on Rumble all tournament, and Dyrus is being no exception. Look at the amount of damage going out onto those minions. He's going to be farming so well. He is at 64 minion kills to Cruzer's 46, so once again that top lane really paying dividends for TSM.
Just want to point out Reginald 5-0, really putting his stamp on this game. He's been involved in every single kill, and he's really, I think, been the reason that they've picked up every kill too. He usually lands a great binding or a perfect ultimate in these team fights, and they just saw Lautemortis. They're going to try to cut him off. This is going to be trouble for him.
Lautemortis extremely out of position. He gets the knockup, but there's the grab. The ultimate canceled a little bit early. There's the iNoobish. Janna ult, and Lautemortis going to be able to get out with a sliver of health, grabs a little snack along the way, and there's a tower. We could potentially see a tower dive. There's the flash ultimate from Reginald, but he is slowed and tried to push out of position, but he is dominating and gets a double kill. Lautemortis and iNoobish going down. TSM so far ahead at this point in the game already.
They're about to take another tower, and this is just going to mean even more trouble for Legion. All of their turrets getting pushed. They have no safe avenue to farm. And with the 7-0 Reginald, he's going to be picking up, I believe, Azani's Hourglass as soon as possible. And man, oh man, they do not have an answer for a 7-kill Morgana flash ulting them.
That tower dive was very aggressive from Reginald, as is his style. 12 minutes, 30 seconds in. TSM, 19,500 gold to Legion's 13,600 gold. Almost a 6,000 gold lead for TSM, and we are not even at the 20-minute mark. 2 turrets to 0, a dragon, and a 7-0 Morgana, who just picked up Zhonya's.
Looking around to TheOddOne, again going for a boots of mobility Maokai. Why would you get any other boot than boots of mobility on Maokai? That's what's happened every game this tournament. Definitely what the players have been doing. Full roam now. They're getting the blue buff again. They're sitting in a ward, but they're just going to bully up and just take this because Legion is not in position to contest this, and it's going to be another blue steal for Team Solomon.
As Dyrus spams his emotes, TSM picking up that Legion blue. OddOne zoning out, trying to zone out Cruzer a little bit, and Xpecial and Chaox having no problem putting pressure on that mid turret. Top lane, Reginald, Dyrus, and OddOne doing the same. A bit of a 3-2 split, and Reginald with that Zhonya's, that extra couple of seconds of invulnerability, he will have no problem tower diving, especially considering how strong he is at this moment. Ooh, snare just missing. Lautemortis trying to go for a chase. They do have the slow onto Reginald, but he does pop that spell shield and is able to walk out no problem.
Yeah, and they're taking advantage of Demunlul trying to catch up and farm. He's trying to freeze and farm that bottom lane on Vayne, but TSM just has too much pressure elsewhere. He needs to come up to support. If he continues to sit down there and farm, they're just going to lose all their other objectives. The problem is, though, Vayne's not ready to teamfight yet, so it's just smart forcing by TSM because Legion really needs this game to go late, and it's just not going to get there.
Reginald just missing another snare. Looking at Demunlul, he's 1-2-1, 82 minion kills to... And he has a Vampiric Scepter, he has those 2 Doran's Blades, and he has those attack speed boots, but no big major item. Chaox, on the other hand, 1-0-5, 107 minion kills, does not have level 2 boots yet, but he does have that Phage as well as that attack speed dagger, so he is going to be swiftly building into that Trinity Force. TSM continuing to push onto this top turret, and Legion not really having an answer at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the position of the players on the map, and then you look at the total gold and the time of the game, and this is way sooner than we see tower sieges normally. This is just TSM putting all of their resources into pushing a bunch of pressure onto Legion, and they're just all turtled 5 up in the tower. They can't farm right now, and TSM is freely clearing multiple waves.
OddOne and Reginald continuing to do exactly that. This top turret has been taking it's been a war of attrition, and they have just been wearing it down, and it looks like they are finally going to take down this top inner turret. There it goes. TSM 15 minutes in, 23,000 gold to Legion, 16,000 gold, 9 kills to 3, 4 turrets to 0. Game 2 looking again in TSM's favor.
They've really put on the pressure this entire match. Even from the very level 1 fight, they had the slight advantage, and then they just tried to push it from there. They're just probably waiting on Dragon Spawn timers. They're going back to base. They're buying items, and since they've had all these global objectives, they have a very large relative lead, much more than 8,000, because they got 50% more gold than Legion does in general there, and it's just anytime they try to force, they will win a fight against Legion.
TSM grouping up mid, Xpecial bottom lane, Reginald spamming the lap again. That seems to be a mainstay of TSM when they're just sitting around clearing those minion waves. Maybe a little psychological warfare at some point. That lap maybe getting a little annoying for Team Legion, and TSM has this dragon timed perfectly.
They're just going to continue grouping around, taking all the objectives. Baron came up a minute ago. They might actually try forcing around there, but mostly they just need to siege turrets because there's nothing Legion can do to fight or aggress them, so if they just keep grouping around and forcing objectives, Legion's just going to have to let them take it, and TSM's lead is just going to grow and grow and grow until eventually they can just tower dive Legion and win the game.
And grow their lead. They're at 9,000 gold ahead of Team Legion, and they have no plans of stopping Dyrus pushing down that middle turret. OddOne clearing out the jungle, and it looks like Chaox is going to be picking up this red buff to make himself that much more terrifying. He has that sheen as well, so he's going to be able to nail those auto attacks a little bit harder off of those missiles. Taking a look at a couple more of the major buys, Dyrus picking up a Giant's Belt and an Amplifying Tome, so it looks to be a Rylai's Crystal Scepter in his future, so they're going to be able to chase people down quite well. On the other hand, Legion picking up Demunlul, getting the BF Sword and the Vampiric Sword, so maybe an early Bloodthirster, or he's going to build out long-term into that Infinity Edge.
He's trying to get to the Bloodthirster. It's just he's not able to get there quickly. Another thing I need to point out is Xpecial actually rushed in Aegis. Normally, or Aegis, they normally get 2 or 3 gold generation items before going for the auras. But because of the way TSM's playing and they're forcing and they're not letting this game go long, he doesn't need 3 gold generation items. He just wants that Aegis right away so they continue to teamfight and win.
Xpecial having that Heart of Gold, so he does have a little bit of extra health and a small bit of gold generation. On the other hand, iNoobish does have that Philosopher's Stone and the Heart of Gold, so he's going to have a little bit more gold, but with that Aegis, as you said, a lot more defensive capabilities from TSM. Looking at Cruzer, he did finish off that Spirit Visage, so he is going to be a little bit more tanky and have a little bit more healing, but TSM has so many major items. They have the Zhonya's Hourglass, they have the Aegis of the Legion. Rumble has that massive magic penetration as well as that health, and he got a Cage's Lucky Pick as well to just get that much more gold.
Demunlul was just trying his hardest to catch up and farm, but as soon as TSM saw that they did not have 5 people defending a tower, they bullied up and took another one, and they're just going to continue to do this until they're just impossibly far ahead. Look at this, 18 minutes in the game, only having 19,000 gold. LGN is way, way behind the pace. TSM has done such a great job of just starving them of farm and gold.
TSM is swiftly approaching having a 10,000 gold lead, and they have been all over Team Legion's blue buff. I believe this is the 3rd one that they have taken.
The 3rd steal, yeah.
No mercy for TSM, and Chaox going to farm out this top lane. TSM's very much in the driver's seat. What can Legion do at this point to come back?
It's really tough. They've been splitting up so much that I don't know what they can do. Like if I was in Legion shoes, I'd just be telling my team to wait for TSM to make a mistake, hope that they can tower dive them, hope that TSM tries to start Baron and gets themselves a little low. Other than that, at this point, they really just have to hope TSM messes up, because with this big of a disadvantage and with Vayne not being late yet, they need to just stall. So it's a really tough situation because TSM is doing such a good job at taking advantage of Legion's turtle, and Legion needs to turtle for so much longer that it's really just a matter of surviving the first tower dive is what Legion needs to do.
TSM so good at extending that lead when they have it, and what a lead they have there. They are about 100 gold away from that 10,000 gold lead. We are just approaching the 20-minute mark. 9 kills to 3, 5 turrets to 0, soon to be 6 if they're going to take this bottom turret. No look at Baron. TSM just opting to take as many turrets as possible and put so much pressure onto LGN already. Ooh, great snag on, oh wow, and Demunlul is less than 50% health. Ooh, Xpecial just missing the grab onto WildTurtle, but they've, with one binding Tormented Soil, Reginald has pushed Demunlul out of the fight. Oh, and the second one, ooh, just tumbling out of it. Reginald has been spot on with those snares, as is evidenced by his 7-0 score. We could see a dive right here if they land the binding just out of reach. Reginald using the Tormented Soil just to zone a little bit. If Xpecial lands any form of binding or Reginald lands that snare, Legion's going to be in a whole heap of trouble. Oh, just missing. WildTurtle has been very good at evading these. Flash going in. Not quite sure what that was for, but
Cruzer was dodging a blitz hook that he thought he was not going to be able to juke, and it's just 6 towers to 0 now. They're just sieging these turrets. TSM complete control of what they want to do next. I think they're going to keep trying to poke with Dark Bindings, and as soon as they land one, they're going to maybe go in. There it is.
There it is, and there's the grab from Xpecial. Lautemortis being forced to flash out, but TSM opting not to engage. Great discipline from them. Team Legion also forcing them out of that fight, making that fight not look as attractive as they may have wanted, but a great snare pull combination from Reginald and Xpecial.
They really like that combo with both of these champions. It's really a matter of Reginald just putting out the lower cooldown hook guarantees and then them executing on that. Just missing that one. They're slowly poking down at this turret. I'm thinking they should move away from this and maybe go for a Baron or some kind of force because they have so much control. All they really need to do is get Legion somewhat out in the open, and then they can just capitalize on their advantage and take the game.
Looks like TSM is going to abandon that bottom lane. Chaox going to pick himself up a refresh on the red buff. TSM has been in full control of Legion's buffs this entire game, and it is starting to show. They are 11, actually it's been showing pretty much this entire game too, 11,000 gold in favor of TSM. Kill count still holding strong, 9-3. TSM 6-0 in turrets. Looking strong to finish off this game 2 and potentially this best of 3 series.
They're just ready to win at this point. They're going to ward up around Baron and probably either take Baron or kill Legion when Legion comes to stop Baron. They've done such a great job taking all the towers, taking this really slow and conservatively, and just ruining Demunlul's chance to farm, because keeping a Vayne down to this low farm in these items by 22 minutes is a huge success.
Yeah, Demunlul 1-2-1, 130 minion kills. He did finally finish that Bloodthirster, but Chaox is so far ahead at this point. 1-0-5, 178 minion kills. He has the Triforce and a BF sword, so he is well on his way to an Infinity Edge. TSM grouping up in this middle, and we could see a fight very soon.
And yeah, look, Demunlul tried to sneak off to get creeps once again, and TSM immediately just grouping up and shoving down, letting him not, punishing him for trying to farm. They're going to push in and get a lot of damage on this tower or dive because they know Vayne's not quite there yet.
Demunlul swiftly trying to get back in range. OddOne using those saplings to actually scout a little bit. They see Demunlul coming back and they immediately back off.
They've actually taken all they're just playing very conservatively. They're getting the dragon here. I'm waiting for them to start forcing around a Baron, because if it stretches too long, this could come back to them. They've been so aggressive up to this point. They need to just continue it and finish off those front towers. I think they got this completely under control, and it's just a matter of them growing their lead to a complete guarantee of a victory instead of just a high chance.
There is the dragon for TSM. Taking a look at the items really quick, Dyrus has actually picked up a Hextech Revolver, and LGN is sniffing around the Baron. They are going to start and try to sneak it because all of TSM is bottom. TSM, however, does have the ward, so there is full coverage, and TSM looks like they may give.
They're just going to try to base race. They're going to trade,
or they're going to try and go for a
Baron.
steal. Actually, OddOne's coming up. He could go for the steal with this Baron. He is sniffing around. Flash in. Oh, Legion's going to take it, and they are going to drop OddOne, but TSM is going to trade that Baron for an bottom inhibitor. First inhibitor going to TSM. Jatt, who do you think came out ahead in that one?
I think that's one of the only things Legion could do to continue them having a chance. Great play for giving them Baron. Normally you don't want to trade an inhibitor for a Baron, but in this case, this gives Legion at least some steroids for the team fight if they're going to have it. What they should do is they should maybe pot up to go on top of their Baron and then try to fight TSM. Because if they can't win a fight with Baron versus no Baron, they're never going to win a fight. And it's just on them now to try to force a last-ditch effort and see if they can even stand up to TSM with Baron.
Well, TSM with about 11,000 gold lead. That is going to be a tall order for Team Legion. Demunlul starting to get a little bit more farm. He does have the makings of a Zeal, so once he has those first 2 items, he may be able to make something happen in these fights. But Reginald 7-0, he just finished his death cap, so he has Zhonya's Hourglass and death cap. He's going to be putting a ton of pain out. Chaox hasn't built anything out after that BF sword, but he is at 196 farm, and he could very well pick something up after clearing this wave and back in. A couple pings going down from Team Legion. We could see an engage soon, but it looks like Team Legion's going to have to pick their spot very carefully.
Yeah, and the problem Team Legion has, if they do want to start a fight, is their initiation is not nearly as strong as TSM's initiation or even counter initiation, because what Legion has is they have Ryze's Root and maybe a slow from York or a slow from Nunu. But TSM has Reginald's Flash Ult, OddOne's Twisted Advance, and Dyrus' Ultimate. So just comparing the two, it's not even close.
TSM pushing down this top turret. And it looks like they're just going to be rotating around. They still have that pressure from that bottom inhibitor being down Legion does have that Baron, so there's a great snare from Reginald and Cruzer flashing out
He was
again.
afraid of the hook.
A couple panic flashes, yeah, but TSM has ingrained that idea that if you're going to get snared, you are very likely going to be going on a blitzcrank ride, and that could be serious trouble. TSM pushing down this top turret now.
Yeah, and Legion's still not willing to get into a fight with Team Solomid. They might just be able to wait out this Baron unless Legion tries to force something really hard. If they do force it in, though, Reginald is just going to flash in and ult himself and just completely bisect all of Legion, so they're in a really, really tough spot right now. They really need TSM to tower dive on top of them to win a fight, but I don't think Team Solomid is willing unless they get an advantage early on in the battle.
Yeah, it seems like Team Solomid is playing very methodical. They're just kind of looping back and forth between this mid and this top turret to see which one they're going to be able to get more damage on. There's the snare onto Lautemortis. Xpecial trying to get the grab, but unfortunately no dice. Legion looping around trying to protect this mid tower, but that turret is in serious trouble. Half health, and TSM just boa constricting the end of this game too.
Seems like they're just dancing back and forth between turrets, hoping to land a binding into a hook over and over again until they get someone overwalled. Then they'd be willing to go in, because this is slow play. It's a good way of getting rid of the Baron buff from Legion. Legion's not getting much farm doing this, neither is TSM, so they're kind of just resetting the game a little bit and waiting for that Baron to drop.
And Dyrus getting a little bit of pain put down on him by Cruzer. TSM continuing this dance between the mid and top turret, but there's a grab onto Lautemortis. Lautemortis, the Shirley is going in and the flash and the ultimate as well. Dyrus getting his ultimate down. Reginald going low, but Chaox able to take Lautemortis out. Dyrus is going to be able to drop Cruzer. Noobish in some serious trouble. Chaox getting Demunlul down. WildTurtle getting ulted, but a fantastic play from TSM, and this could be just what they need to finish off this game too.
Yeah, 2 for 0. The rest of Legion all extremely low. They're going to get this second inhibitor. They might just transition over and try to get the third one as well. Strong fight. They got the blitzcrank hook, forcing Legion to initiate on them. Then they just got the fight they've been waiting for the last 15 minutes, and they were able to capitalize on it.
And TSM is not messing around with this victory. Reginald tanking a ton of tower hits. They're going to go for this third inhibitor. Xpecial getting snared, but Legion not able to do much with it. TSM kind of low at this point in the game, so it looks like they're just going to back off, buy, and push in for the win.
Yeah, they're all sitting on a decent chunk of gold, over 1,000. Chaox, of course,
Wow.
2.7k, able to go back and buy some big toys. He's going to be getting that Bloodthirster, I think, and he's kind of deciding what he's going to be picking up next. Sitting on the Bloodthirster. He's actually still farming.
Of course he's going to continue to farm. 226
now he's going
minion
back.
kills, grabbing the red buff one more time, getting the refresh. I believe he's had red buff since he got the first one in the TSM jungle. TSM doing so well at controlling Legion's jungle. Looking at Chaox's items, there's the Infinity Edge as well as a red elixir to just make him that much scarier. Reginald's going to be picking up the blue buff. He does have a blasting wand as well. Dyrus has the Will of the Ancients, so he's going to be able to get in there and tank a ton of damage, especially with that Giant's Belt. And TSM opting around. Which way will they go to try and secure this win?
They're just going to probably go for the exposed inhibitor here, as all 5 of them are grouping up. They have all of the inhibitors exposed for Legion, so they're potentially going to just clean them up. If Legion tries to contest it, they'll fight them. If not, they'll just wait for 3 waves of super creeps and then end that way.
This has really been a different TSM that we saw in Game 1. Game 1 was very smash and grab, a lot of flashy plays, but in here they have been so methodical. They were so aggressive in the early game, but into this late game they have making sure that they are nailing these objectives down and just sitting in that OddOne ultimate, just poking down Team Legion. And there's the grab onto WildTurtle. He does get knocked up and he is going to get nuked, but he does have the clone down. Lautemortis has a perfect ultimate. The Shirelli is going down. WildTurtle is still alive. Great Zonius from Reginald to try and offset Demunlul. Demunlul does get cleansed, and he is still alive somehow. Demunlul with a sliver of health. He's going to take Dyrus out. Cruzer getting out of there alive as well, but Chaox is going to get a rampage onto Lautemortis. Noobish out of position, could get one more grab. No, it looks like TSM's going to take the inhibitor and push in and take the Nexus.
There's still a couple people ahead from Legion. They might have to force them back to live a slight few minutes longer. That was really actually exceptional play by Demunlul. He dodged a lot of things, put a lot of damage onto a lot of people who were diving him, and his mechanics on Vayne are actually really strong. This just goes to show, if he wasn't denied so much farm in the early game, he could actually be extremely dangerous right now, instead of just a pretty big nuisance.
There's a definite reason why they picked that Vayne for Demunlul. He had a sliver of health in that fight and somehow managed to survive as well as pick up a kill, and Legion is pushing TSM out of their base.
Yeah, this is just a matter of time, however. They've gotten the one Nexus turret. The Baron buff is up. Legion can't really contest. However, they're going to try, and this could be the final team fight since TSM is kind of hanging around, and they might end up fighting them starting around half health. This could be potentially dangerous, but TSM probably has this one.
The snare going down on Lautemortis as well as the Tormented Soil ticking down. TSM is there. Lautemortis being a little bit brave, but he does have his teammates. Another snare onto Lautemortis. There's the grab. There's the knock-up, and there is a dead Lautemortis. Reginald is legendary, but Demunlul and Chaox in a 1v1. Demunlul going to shut down, and WildTurtle is going to take out Xpecial. I called him Wild Tortoise from yesterday's game. Actually, a pretty even exchange for LG and TSM, and Demunlul able to take out Chaox, shutting him down.
It was good stuff from Legion there. They realized TSM spent a little too long in the base, and they had to defend the Baron. So Team Solomon had to stick around. They were not allowed to go back and shop there. Legion was just coming from their base, so they had full resources, and it was a nice push in. However, they have multiple waves of super creeps that they have to sit back and defend on, so TSM can keep the pressure up quite easily.
TSM is doing exactly that. Reginald and Dyrus pushing in on this inner Nexus turret, but Demunlul starting to hit pretty hard. He is cloned by Yorick, and Dyrus gets the slow down, but a couple more hits. That slow really saving Dyrus in that regard, but Cruzer pushing Reginald out, but the minions are the stars at this point. They are pushing in on this Nexus, and Legion has to address it.
Both Nexus turrets down. This is real trouble for Legion. 3 inhibitors, no Nexus turrets. We need a lot of damage just to take down these creeps.
There's the snare. Reginald with this instant Zonius.
Nice
He's going to get a double kill onto Lautemortis and Demunlul. And it looks like TSM. No, Dyrus is not done yet. The ultimate going down and the flash. Anubish trying to help WildTurtle stay alive. And Anubish is actually going to take Dyrus out, but not before the odd one takes WildTurtle. Congratulations, TSM 2-0. They're into the grand final.
Hello, everybody. Hello. So my name is Nick Allen. I'm joined by HatPerson.
Hello.
And in our hands, we have 3 signed flyers
Just
from Team Solo Mid.
Just happened to be signed. Got
and
three
we
full
will
sets
be
here.
judging the best signs in the room.
Best signs or pillows?
So hold them up, guys. Hold them up. What is that?
Does that
What
count?
is that?
That's aphromoo. Yeah, the aphromoo
That's
there.
ugly.
Why do you have a CLG
That's
sign?
boring.
What? No, seriously. No.
Oh, wait, that general odd one's pretty good right there.
I'm still confused why we have a CLG sign here. Like,
Yeah, get
what,
the CLG
what,
sign
no,
out
what,
of
what
here.
every CLG fan loves,
that one's-
TSM autographs. 3-parter. Three-part pentakill. I think that deserves
Okay,
one.
so I like the pentakill. So you guys come down and get your flyer. I like General Odd One.
Joe Allen, that was pretty good too.
General Odd One, come up. You can
But you know
come
what,
get your
dude?
flyer.
We got to sign for ToFu though.
No,
You
no,
guys-
wait.
well,
The CLG one.
yeah,
That
whatever.
guy can get out. Just get out of here.
What every CLG fan loves, autographs from TSM.
Yeah. I like the tofu sign.
I like the ToFu sign too. We
Tofu sign, get
come
up
on.
here. Come get your flyers, guys.
Oh, dude, look at the other side of this one too.
What does that one say?
Lulu, I used all the colors.
Oh,
and
that's
you did
good
use
too.
all the
Very good.
colors for our sign station out in front.
All right, so congratulations. So guys, make sure you go out into the lobby, continue to make signs because we're going to be doing this all day.
We have more stuff.
We have lots of stuff to give away. So, all right, so make sure you guys stay tuned. We're going to cut to the next game pretty soon, but make sure you stay because we're going to have lots more League of Legends action.
biggest League of Legends event yet. The best players from around the globe are competing for the biggest prize pool in the history of esports.
Announcing the Season 2 World Championship.
Riot and the entire League of Legends community have been watching Season 2 unfold, and the competition has been fierce. Early leaders like SK Gaming, CLG, TSM, and Dignitas quickly emerged, but upstarts such as MIG, World Elite, and Moscow 5 have exploded onto the scene.
I wanted to make a statement to players around the world when we committed to a multi-million-dollar prize pool. League of Legends will be an esports leader for years to come. So far, we've awarded over $1 million in prize money to teams around the globe. And one of those teams is going to walk away with the grand prize. We can't wait to see how many summoners watch the rest of this season's events. Just halfway through the season, more people are watching League of Legends than tune in to watch Major League Baseball games on ESPN.
The regional finals will come to you live from around the world. We kick off in mainland China at ChinaJoy in July, followed by Europe at Gamescom in August, North America at PAX Prime in September, Southeast Asia, Singapore and Taiwan, and wrapping up in Korea at the OnGameNet Esports Stadium. After the regional winners have been declared, the top 12 teams will then put it all on the line during the Season 2 World Championship in Los Angeles, California.
We want to show our players and the world that Riot Games is committed to elevating esports. And that's why we are raising the bar to where it belongs. This is not going to be your typical esport event. And it's all in support of the insane competition between the two best teams on the planet.
The Season 2 World Championship. Tickets go on sale this summer.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to IPL Face-Off. We are live from San Francisco, California. Jaws alongside Jatt, and we are actually going to jump into a game in progress. MTWNA took Game 1 off of the Singapore Sentinels, and they have a fairly commanding lead in this game, too.
Yeah, I hope we can get right into that game. They won Game 1 16-2, so it was a crushing defeat for the Singapore Sentinels. And let's see if they can take a 2-0 and knock Singapore out of this tournament, actually.
Doing a quick rundown, it looks like Singapore Sentinels busting up Zyra in the mid lane. She does have that Rod of Ages and the needlessly large rod, as well as Tristana, 221 minion kills. We are 27 minutes into this game, 11 kills to 5, 45,000 gold in favor of MTW. Wow, they have a huge lead in this game, too.
Oh, and look at this. They actually have aphromoo As I see my beautiful face
Hello.
on your screen, Jaws.
Hello, stream. How's it going?
Is there a chance we get back to the game, potentially?
Fingers crossed. We can hear. There
Awesome.
we go.
Thank you
Back
very
into the
much.
game.
We have aphromoo. This is the Vayne that got to late game with his items, and it's going to be real dangerous.
Yeah, aphromoo picking up. He does have the Guardian Angel and the Baron as well as red buff, so MTW really looking to close this game out. aphromoo is 4-1-3, 274 minion kills, has the Bloodthirster and the Phantom Dancer, as well as a green elixir in addition to that Guardian Angel. We saw in that game too, Demunlul showing how an under-farmed Vayne can still be dangerous, and aphromoo is very, very farmed.
And if we're talking about mechanics, there's almost none better than aphromoo in North America. He left his partner Nat Win to go back to his previous partner Muffinqt on this team, and it seems to be working out very well against Singapore. With that GA, even if he does make a misstep, he will be able to continue. And this is very, very dangerous and dire for SGS because they're not only down in this game, but they lose this, they're out of the tournament.
Yeah, looks like SGS has been opting again for that top lane Mundo. We saw that in some of the earlier rounds with Mundo just buying almost every defensive item that he possibly could, and it looks like he's been having a little bit of trouble. He's 2-4, 180 minion kills. aphromoo continuing to farm out that bottom lane, and the rest of MTW just pressuring this mid.
Just looking at some of these team comps, there is so much threat on MTW. The Yorick Cassio is the long-time gimmick strat, but then they also have new Vayne. So it's just an immense amount of damage if they can ever get team fights. They're a little bit low on actual mitigation and crowd control within the fights, but their damage is just so high that if they can get any type of fight in the open, they would just dominate SGS.
And Xmithie making sure that SGS has no chance of seeing any MTW flanks. Xmithie going in, just harassing with the axes. MTW dropping these turrets. They are 5-1 in turrets. Madball's pretty farmed as well. He has a Warmog's armor in addition to his Mana Moon on that Yorick. So MTW in the driver's seat in this match. mancloud as well, 4-1.
Oh man, they have the Baron buff as well, so they're just split pushing back and forth. This is somewhat of the same dance we just saw in the TSM game. They're poking both turrets back and forth, hoping to get a good engagement, and SGS really on their heels here. I think they're hoping for Zyra to land a good route into a combo. Otherwise, any kind of straight up fight without a good start, they're going to lose horribly.
And if they're going to be able to, if SGS is going to be able to do anything, they may have to do it now. Although, with that Baron buff, MTW is a scary presence. A little note, Xmithie, we didn't really have a chance to talk about the champion selections. Xmithie opting for a jungle Olaf. We haven't really seen that as much, except from Nintendude, who opted for the jungle Olaf as well as the jungle Riven. And SGS, on the other hand, going for the Maokai. We've seen a lot of Maokai. He has Mercury Treads instead of level 5 boots.
The first Mercury Tread Maokai we've seen, and it does not seem to be working out that well, only being a part of 1 kill and 1 assist. So MTW actually having to back off. Good hold there by SGS, able to keep their towers up. The Baron is down for MTW now, and they're just going to continue to roam around, and they're okay stretching this game just because of how well they scale.
MTW opting to grab this top turret. Very similar play to what we saw with TSM. They have an almost insurmountable lead. I don't want to count SGS out because you never know, but MTW is being extremely methodical and just trying to take these towers down.
It's really hard to push against Zyra in particular. Your creeps very rarely make it to the turret. So even though they are taking it a little conservatively by not diving, it's very hard to push into the turtle of SGS. And they might actually have to wait for a next Baron or a next team fight before they can create anything substantial, because looking at their item progression, they are very far ahead.
They certainly are. We actually saw mancloud, Mandatory Cloud. He's actually, his name is madcloud. We've had a lot of name swaps in this tournament. Wild Tortoise, previously WildTurtle, going to WildTurtle again for the previous match, and Mandatory Cloud, sometimes mancloud. At this point, he's madcloud and madballs as well. So mancloud dropped about 50% in that siege, so SGS doing a great job of pushing MTW out of their base. They are not out of this yet, despite the scoreline looking quite grim.
And we're about 32 minutes in the game. The one hope that SGS has is that Tristana, once she hits level 18, once she gets that Blast Whisper, gets very dangerous. It's just not at that point yet, and they really need to just stall out and wait a little longer. They're doing an okay job stalling. But the problem with that is, sure, they can stall out. I think MTW probably is even better than just the Tristana late game, so they really have to create some kind of mistake and get the gold advantage even if they want the game to progress.
MTW having Vayne as well, who is known for her late game prowess, being able to utterly decimate team fights, and with that Yorick combination, Yorick actually has 2 targets. He's got that Cassio, and he also has the Vayne, so Madballs has some interesting choices to make in the next couple of fights. Mandatory Cloud still taking a decent amount of harass despite pushing down on this tower.
I think that's just Zyra and the plants taking her a little bit low. She does have that Hextech Revolver, so when she takes harass, she'll clean it up when she gets the next creep wave. And aphromoo working towards that Infinity Edge, they're really just waiting around for the next Baron. Once that spawns, they're probably just all going to group up and take it. It should be coming up any second now.
Looks like MTW has that Baron timed out. Mandatory Cloud dropping it, and as the poison just ticks out, Baron spawns. MTW looks like they're going to be able to pick up this Baron no problem with no resistance.
Yeah, we'll see if they can actually push in with this Baron, because they cannot push in with the previous one. They don't want to get stuck in that hole that I think the M5 CLG game happening months ago happened. They got 3 or 4 Barons and were never able to crack the turtle of CLG EU. Let's see if SGS can turtle that well. It's going to be tough. It's going to be real tough.
We'll see if Chawy on Zyra is going to be able to do as well as Froggen did on Anivia with that turtle. That was such an impressive game. Probably one of the greatest comebacks in professional League of Legends at that tournament, and CLG EU was actually able to come back and take that tournament. One of Moscow 5's first live event losses. Muffinqt and aphromoo opting to join their teammates mid. Madballs tanking out those mini plant turrets. Darkness getting a little bit of harass down onto aphromoo. Oh, he's aphromoo. So we have another name change. Aphromoo is now aphromoo. Those jerks. They make it really hard for us to look them up. No. The SGS, again, doing a great job of pushing this out, and this game is really stalemating, which I believe is in favor of SGS.
Yeah, but look at this. 368 minion kills on aphromoo Vayne. Rather impressive and rather scary. If he wanted to, he could probably just dive on top of that tower and take out Tristana. One shot, just taking the chunk. That wasn't even a tumbled shot, so you know how strong he is, especially once he's finishing that Infinity Edge that he's working on. He's going to obliterate SGS as a team. However, they are turtling really, really, really well, and it's going to probably come down to a dive of some kind if they want to break through this turtle, and they're going to be able to need to win a fight on top of a tower, most likely.
Yeah, it looks like Muffinqt and aphromoo trying to continue to push this turret. Darkness is back up to full health. Equivocal coming to help. That bottom turret is at 50%, so if they continue to press, a little bit of action going down mid lane, and Mandatory Cloud potentially rotating. No, he's gonna stay mid, and MTW is doing an all-points assault on this SGS base. Olaf rotating top, and they're gonna try and push in on all 3 of these lanes.
But normally when you're having trouble tanking a tower pushing lane, it's because you don't have any tanks with a lot of armor. But MTW does. They have Yorick with a Frozen Heart and a Warmogs. They have a Randos and a Warmogs on Olaf as well. So finally they're able to push into a tower and take down that one inhibitor protecting unit, and they're gonna just start a fight here as aphromoo flies in and takes it down.
Unbelievable play from aphromoo. He condemns Lulu into the wall, and he is being an absolute boss. He does die, but he does have the GA. Muffinqt tanking the turret. ToFu's going to be able to take him down. Zyra in a heap of trouble. Xmithie's chasing her out. There's the execute. He's going to take him out, and Yorick going to take ToFu at HarLeLuYaR. Meanwhile, getting dove by aphromooo's clone, and it looks like MTW is going to be able to clean this one up.
They should be able to maybe end this game. No, the creeps are too far behind. They're just going to use this to loop around and take down the rest of the turrets. That's the break they needed. I think they're going to be able to close out this game fairly shortly. They just saw that game, or that fight, how strong aphromoo was, and what happens if you let a Vayne get 384 minion kills.
As well as 5 kills, 6 assists, and the Guardian Angel.
That helps.
It does often help. We actually saw aphromoo going down after tanking a couple of those Nexus turret hits. He dove Darkness onto his fountain, and his clone followed as well to try and take down HarLeLuYaR. So MTW in the driver's seat. They are they are over 20,000 gold ahead of SGS. So very large deficit that I don't know that SGS can crawl out of.
This is actually fairly interesting because we just saw Team Solo Mid have very close competitive long games with SGS. Both the first game they had yesterday night and the first game they had this morning were very competitive. The fact that MTW, who's already been knocked into the losers bracket, is beating them so handily makes me think that if we get an MTW TSM game at some point, that MTW is actually quite strong right now.
MTW cleaning out their jungle Xmithie, setting up that blue buff for Mandatory Cloud, or he may just pick it up for himself. Mandatory Cloud just opting for mid. Xmithie's going to pick it up, get a little bit of extra cooldown reduction. It's pretty useful on Olaf. 4 members of MTW pushing down this mid lane. They have the inhibitor down already, so this could be the final stand for Singapore Sentinels.
They're going to need to put up a final stand because that is a lot of pain rolling into their base. They have no protecting towers. They have no inhibitors. These super creeps are going to power up, and it is going to be extremely difficult for SGS to not only fight off MTW, but to fight off the 3 waves of super creeps that are creeping into their base.
Who do you think is going to be initiating this fight, Jatt?
The minions.
The minions will be initiating this fight. Minions, OP. The best initiators, so many turrets, middle, Zyra just doing her best to try and push these minions off, but they will not be deterred. HarLeLuYaR drops his ultimate down, and there's the Zyra ultimate getting the knock-up onto Madballs and Xmithie, but Mandatory Cloud getting a lot of pain down. The Shirley is going down to try and help SGS retreat. The first Nexus turret goes down. aphromoo will not be deterred. He will take that second one down. ToFu caught out by aphromoo, and mancloud's going to get a double kill onto HarLeLuYaR and to Lulu. Darkness is going to go down as well, and the rest of MTW looping in to try and finish him off, and that is going to be GG 2-0 MTW. Congratulations.
Just strong play by MTW, 2-0ing SGS really quite impressively. Those games were more one-sided than the Team Solomon games, who are in the grand finals already, so that is really good for MTW playing well today, as they need to make their way up from the losers bracket if they want to make it to the finals here.
MTW actually having a quick roster switch with aphromoo as the new AD carry, and it looks like him and Muffinqt are having a fantastic new partnership. We're going to be right back. Don't go anywhere.
The best players from around the globe are competing for the biggest prize pool in the history of esports.
Announcing the Season 2 World Championship.
Riot and the entire League of Legends community have been watching Season 2 unfold, and the competition has been fierce. Early leaders like SK Gaming, CLG, TSM, and Dignitas quickly emerged, but upstarts such as MIG, World Elite, and Moscow 5 have exploded onto the scene.
Wanted to make a statement to players around the world when we committed to a multi-million-dollar prize pool. League of Legends will be an esports leader for years to come. So far, we've awarded over $1 million in prize money to teams around the globe. And one of those teams is going to walk away with the grand prize. We can't wait to see how many summoners watch the rest of this season's events. Just halfway through the season, more people are watching League of Legends than tune in to watch Major League Baseball games on ESPN.
The regional finals will come to you live from around the world. We kick off in mainland China at ChinaJoy in July, followed by Europe at Gamescom in August, North America at PAX Prime in September, Southeast Asia, Singapore and Taiwan, and wrapping up in Korea at the OnGameNet Esports Stadium. After the regional winners have been declared, the top 12 teams will then put it all on the line during the Season 2 World Championship in Los Angeles, California.
We want to show our players and the world that Riot Games is committed to elevating esports. And that's why we are raising the bar to where it belongs. This is not going to be your typical esport event. And it's all in support of the insane competition between the 2 best teams on the planet.
The Season 2 World Championship. Tickets go on sale this summer.
Hey guys, this is James Rahman with this week's IGN Pro League Top 5 Plays. Let's get right into the action at number 5. Starting off, we have Curse EU versus PAH at DreamHack.
Wow, unstoppable force into the entire team. PAH mounting, Soul Shackle, triple kill, and we are going to quadra kill coming up as well. Wasn't even enough room on the score sheet for all of the deaths.
At number 4, we have Taipei Assassins versus Time to Terminate in our IPL 5 Taiwan qualifiers, with Muffinqt coming in for the quick kill onto Leona, but Little Balls has a little bit to say about it. Coming in onto Alistar, there's the quick kill along with Corki, and then picking up the second one, the double kill onto Jarvan, and now turning onto Janna and Siraj, going to be chasing them down, the exhaust onto Corki, but it doesn't matter because Little Balls has the headbutt into the wall, picks up the triple kill, and then the flash from Bebe to finish off the turnaround for Taipei Assassins. For number 3, we have great teamwork with Securities and Friends with the Muffinqt, Lux, Graves, and Ziggs ultimate to pick up 4 kills for awesome team coordination. Wow! Coming in at number 2, we have Dignitas versus Orbit in our IPL 5 NA qualifiers, and Cutie Pie actually trolling around here, baiting out the Anivia wall. The swap into the Darius pull over the wall, and Anivia is completely trapped out of position. Cutie Pie will go down, but guess what? He has the Zillion revive. It doesn't even matter. Awesome play, awesome bait from Dignitas. Let's take a look at that sexiness once again as we have the swap right into the pool from Crumbs. Awesome play from Dignitas. And with the top play, we have CLG versus PSW in the OGN LOL Summer League.
어디서 많이 본 플레이죠? 나중에 주인들 팀이 이런 플레이 또 많이 보여줬었는데 배가 내려가려다가 실패했고요. 자, 진짜 위험하긴 한데 아니에요. 잭스가 먼저 죽었어요. 잭스가 먼저 죽었고 그레이브즈 더블킬, 트리플킬.
Hey Summoners, HatPerson here with the League of Legends Top 5 Flops. But first, I got a real treat for you. We're on location on Summoner's Rift with exclusive footage of the Baron in its natural habitat. Now he's got a reputation for being a really mean dude. Actually very kind, very docile, but extremely sensitive to sound.
Lead me to that.
For number 5, this Misfortune is going to learn a very valuable lesson in chasing AP Trist.
Yeah, Misfortune is crushing it right now, but she's walking right into the minion wave. The insta-kill from Tristana. They're actually removing that from the game.
We did the math. That thing did over 2,200 points of magic damage. Next up, we got Shellbro is Singed. The enemy team is doing Baron, and he's running in. Nunu, wow, that was a lot of damage, but wow, Fearless Singe just running in.
He's got it. He's a man.
He got it, but he's just still like standing there, not doing a whole lot. But
except
everyone's
for
just
not dying and killing everybody is
pretty
a whole
much.
lot.
Everyone's just like standing in the poison. They're completely underestimating this Singe. He's gotten the Quadra. Will he get the poison? He got it. Next, we got Dyrus and TheOddOne showing us some teamwork.
Yeah, or at the very least, their version of it.
0-10, oh
man. At number 2, we have Aphromoo and his team. They're going to engage onto Jarvan.
But look at this. I'm Jarvan. I'm helping Ezreal. Katarina ult, everything. Pentakill. Oh my god.
Did it work? Yes, it worked! Oh, oh, oh no, get him! Get him, please, please! Woo! Player of the night! Yeah! Oh! No! What the fuck? No! What the fuck? No! Oh!
Hey guys, this is James Rauman with the newest episode of the IGN Pro League Top 5 Plays. We've got some great plays this week, so let's cut right to number 5. Starting off, we have Nivek mid as Karthus versus Vladimir, and he's going to throw off his ultimate to pick up the single kill, but look around the map, he's actually got the lucky quadra. At number 4, we have one of our favorite players, SK Gaming's Ocelot as Jack's in a high elo game, and his team is cleaning up as he picks up TF, Graves, and Lee Sin.
Triple kill! Let me Penta! Penta again! Ah!
Coming in at number 3, we have Dex Vitality as Fizz 2v5ing the enemy with Akali, picking up 3 kills almost immediately with their AoE, then turning onto Garen. They will be able to burst him down very quickly, and now Leona is the sole survivor. They will pick up that kill, and then turn onto Baron for the 2v5 Baron steal. Number 2 comes from our IPL 5 qualifiers. There's the headbutt into the pulverize on Graves, but Lee Sin is baiting it out. They have the exhaust on the Vayne. They're chasing him down, and keep an eye on Graves as he's chasing. And there's the flash from SK Candy Panda, dodging the ultimate, going to pick up the Graves, and then running away from Lee Sin. The ultimate from Lee Sin, just barely not able to pick up the kill, and now Nautilus is coming back into the fray. Candy Panda going to be able to pick up the Condemn, and there's the kill onto Soraka bot. And our top play for the week, we have CLG EU's Wicked playing Aurelia again and initiating onto Corki, and now turning back to the rest of the team. It's just an all-out brawl as everyone's getting in there. We have TF coming back in for the AoE damage, but now Wicked's going to jump onto Fizz, jump onto Corki, jump onto Leona, and then come back onto Nautilus for the quadra kill. Well, that's it for this week. Make sure to subscribe, share, and send us your best play to the email address below. I'm James Rauman, and I'll see you next week.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nick Allen. I'm joined by MTW aphromoo. How are you doing today, man?
I'm doing great. I'm glad we won versus Singapore Sentinels 2-0. Excited about that.
How were you feeling going into the match?
Pretty relaxed. I got used to the setup the day before, and thankfully we survived that day yesterday, so I felt pretty good.
Did you guys do a lot of research going into the game?
We think we watched their matches on Sunday, so we had a little bit of an idea. We banned Lulu one game, and TF, and I don't remember the other ones, but yeah, a little bit.
And how do you think your team did overall in the match? You went 2-0 after they just lost to TSM. So how do you think you guys did?
We did very well. I thought we synergized perfectly. We didn't really have many mistakes at all, but it was pretty flawless, I'd say. First game was, what, 16-1? So it was pretty good. I'm happy.
So you guys, so you're pretty new to the team. So you used to play with Muffinqt on V8, and now you're rather new. So how are things going overall for the team and for your new role?
Very well. I subbed for Goose in some solo mid tourneys before, so I knew all the players. But this is like the first time I ever hung out with them, except Muffinqt, and they accepted me, hopefully, and I enjoy playing with them, and I'm pretty happy, very happy.
And how do you guys feel going, after this event into the regionals?
A lot of practice to be had. Of course. And I'm very confident in my team that we'll be able to place at regionals well, so I'm excited.
And I've been asking a lot of the teams about this new meta style that's coming out since Azubu Blaze came over. So what do you think? Has your playstyle changed at all in the last few weeks after seeing Azubu Blaze?
A little bit. When they push strat in 2v1, usually we just copycat the lane exactly. So when they merge middle or group mid to go push it down, we're there. So yes. And you're actually about to face off against Team Curse. Are you guys pretty confident going into this? Very confident. I look forward to the matches. It'll be a great series, and I'm excited.
Excellent. Well, thanks for the interview. So we're actually going to go right to that game pretty shortly, so stay tuned for more League of Legends action.
Welcome back. How's everyone doing? It's time now to move into the lower bracket semifinals between Curse and MTWNA. I'd like their captains, Elements and Muffinqt, to please come to the front of the stage for the coin flip. Now this is going to get really intense, but ready? Rock, paper, scissors to see who actually gets to choose the coin flip. Ready? It's 3, 2, 1, go. Ready? So it's 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, yes. Try again. 3, 2, 1, go. Well done. Heads or tails? And it is heads. Take blue side. Okay, please return to your seats. Let's have a cheer for our teams. I'd like to turn things over back to our casters once again, Jatt and Jaws.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to IPL Face-Off. We are live at the Nob Hill Masonic Center here in sunny San Francisco, California. I am Jaws alongside Jatt, and we have Team Curse versus MTWNA. This is the losers bracket finals. The winner of this is going to be facing off against
losers bracket semifinals. The winner of this actually faces off against Legion because they just lost in the winners bracket finals.
And then the winner of that is going to be facing off against TSM in the grand final. And we are actually jumping straight into Champion Select in just a couple of moments. We just saw Muffinqt and aphromoo, that new partnership, bottom lane for MTW, doing really well against the Singapore Sentinels. I think aphromoo had almost 400 farm on Vayne. He was very fed, and he did some serious work in that last game.
Yeah, Curse coming a long way so far. They just beat World Elite in a 3-game series. So America with a really strong showing in this. Singapore Sentinels, World Elite, not in the top 4. All NA teams. Pretty good.
All NA teams. NA tournament and a couple bans going out already. Shyvana and Maokai for MTW. Curse responding with Vladimir and Malphite.
Looking at this, Maokai seeing one of the first bans. He's been picked in such a high percentage in games, now starting to draw a few bans. That Shyvana ban is very much targeted at St. Vicious. He's been picking it every game he could possibly get it, so they're just taking that right away. And triple jungler ban by MTW. There's something about St. Vicious that they're trying to ban, and we can actually listen to how Curse is responding to that with our listen in.
You okay with that, Jackie?
Yeah, of course he is.
I hope he's okay with that. It's like my only champion. My only champion. Okay, I don't know. Muffinqt running in DOS, but
fine.
Oh, they can hear us.
Yeah.
It looks like Curse is going to respond with a jungle Alistar. Potentially jungle Alistar could be a support and a Morgana pick. We actually saw Reginald on Morgana being quite devastating, and aphromoo is going to grab that Tristana. as well as they're going to get Nunu. So could see a Nunu Tristana bottom lane or a Nunu jungle, which we've seen a decent amount of this tournament.
I know that aphromoo and Jatt used to run a bunch of Tristana Nunu, so I wouldn't be surprised if that is a support Nunu because they are huge fans of that lane. And I'm excited for aphromoo because he's one of the best Tristana players I've seen. He's very, very good at deciding when he can jump in and where to jump. There's a lot of Trist players that jump in when they shouldn't and just get exploded. So aphromoo usually avoids that situation.
Yeah, aphromoo, a very gifted mechanical player, known for being able to make impressive plays. He has several YouTube videos of himself not only getting out of sticky situations, but also coming up with something pretty special. We're actually going to listen in with MTWNA and see what their last two picks are going to be.
Yeah. Is the Nivea going to be enough to like
Trist
handle
is
Morgana?
enough.
Well,
what?
Yeah, we have ways to play with that stuff. Really. Yeah, do a Nivea Soraka. Do a Nivea Soraka.
A Nivea?
Yeah, a Nivea Soraka.
Alright.
Same thing we run all the time. Yeah, that's fine. Lock it in. Don't give them time to think.
Lock it in.
Lock it in.
Mess with their mental mind.
Get all up in their mental mind. Do it. I dare you.
Dunk the Kali.
Do it.
Dunk the Kali.
Yeah. He's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do it. Oh,
He did it.
wow.
Oh, yeah!
So we are just coming back in, and the roar from the crowd is absolutely justified. Westrice is famous for his Akali play. We heard a couple back and forth with MTW, but they settled on Soraka and Anivia for their last two picks.
Westrice throwing down the gauntlet, bringing back Akali. He was the original Akali that got everyone turned onto the Akali train. That's going to be up top against a Shen. Ninja versus Ninja matchup, and let's see what Westrice can do because he's really good at Akali.
He certainly is. Taking a look at these matchups really quick, you said Madballs on Shen facing off against Westrice on Akali mid lane, Mandatory Cloud, or Mad Cloud for this tournament. Anivia facing off against Nijacky's Morgana in the jungle. Xmithie busting out the jungle Nunu against St. Vicious's jungle Alistar, and bottom lane aphromoo and Muffinqt taking the Tristana Soraka versus Coppin Elements Sona Graves. This is going to be a great match, especially with Westrice busting that Akali out.
About to get into this game. The jungle Alistar is something we haven't been able to see much of this tournament. He's been very highly banned, and St. Vicious, they did ban out 3 junglers that weren't Alistar, so MTW thinks that they can exploit St. Vicious a little bit on Alistar here, or they were just very afraid of the 3 junglers they banned out. But normally when a team bans out 3 target bans, they're calling out that player and saying, we don't trust you on anything but those 3.
Well, we'll have to see if St. Vicious is going to be able to make some waves early game with this jungle Alistar. He has been playing Shyvana almost exclusively for this tournament, and a couple of interesting plays, especially with Nijacky with the Orianna. Regardless, this is going to be a fantastic match. For all you in the crowd, if you think MTW is going to take this game 1, let me hear it.
And let's see how many Curse fans we got here. Who thinks Curse is going to take MTW down and make it to the Losers Bracket Finals?
There certainly seem to be a lot of Curse fans in the audience. We just handed out a ton of Thundersticks, so those are going wild. Here we go, Game 1, MTW versus Curse. Who do you think is going to take this one, Jatt?
I have to actually give the edge early to CRS. The Westrice Akali is incredibly exciting, and I think that's actually a good matchup for Westrice against Madballs in the top lane there. The fear for them is that aphromoo gets really far ahead, then the Nunu jungle gives him the Blood Boil, and he just becomes this unstoppable machine. But aside from that, I like Curse's picks, and I like their chances.
Yeah, if St. Vicious is also able to get a lot of ganks in that top lane, that could be some serious bad news for MTW. A little bit early action. Ooh, Curse almost taking that ward out. Great ward from Muffinqt to get some early vision. Curse warding their own wraiths to try and offset any invades. A couple pings going down to potentially guard those jungle entrances. as well as in the middle for MTW, and Curse is still grouped up, so they may still go for the invade.
Curse is really looking to make something happen. They got spotted by the ward over on the other side. Nunu, Xmithie is doing a good job of just waiting back and forth. He's going to see St. Vicious coming here and probably just back away.
There's the ward. It looks like Curse is going to do just that. A lot of defensive wards going out right off the bat, so these teams are not taking any chances. aphromoo and Muffinqt posted up around that red buff. Looks like Xmithie's going to be starting on those Wraiths.
Yeah, Jungle Nunu actually starting with Boots 2 wards, so he's looking for a lot of knowledge and potential counter-jungling or just general utility from that. Nunu, being such a strong jungler because of the consume, doesn't necessarily need the health cost to clear his jungle. He will need a fairly strong pull on his buffs, though, since he has no health potions to heal up.
Yeah, and St. Vicious grabbing the Wolves, going straight into the blue buff. What do you think is a stronger start? Oh, no, he does actually get it. A little bit of a delay on there, but Nijaki able to land that snare, the bounce up for St. Vicious, and he's going to be able to finish off this blue buff. No problem. Meanwhile, aphromoo giving Xmithie that extra bit of help that we were just talking about. And Xmithie's going to take that red, and we could potentially see some early aggression from him.
And immediately, St. Vicious is actually waiting to gank this bottom lane. He's hoping Muffin doesn't go and ward this spot, but I think he's going to catch Alistar just waiting right in that spot. Yeah, there it is.
Yep, there's the ward. Muffinqt spotting St. Vicious, and St. Vicious is just going to back away, but he is already looking to be so aggressive in this early game.
That's what Alistar does. He needs to get aggressive. He's got his headbutt and his pulverize. This is only a level 1 Mad Cloud. He might force a flash or something here. No, he's just going to back away.
St. Vicious, I haven't really seen him as much on the jungle Alistar. It looks like he's just going to back off and continue to farm his camps. He has that blue buff. And what do you think he's going to want to do to try and snowball this game early with this jungle Alistar?
It's what he's been trying to do so far. He's just trying to gank every lane possible. But MTW knows what's up. Their bottom lane's playing fairly far back. Anivia was making no aggressive moves early, and Shen is the only viable target, but he's got Nunu coming up there for support. So St. Vicious had a couple failed ganks. He's decided it's time to go back to the jungle, needs to get some experience, and this is not the typical jungle Alistar that you normally see. He needs to kind of make something happen, because if you just sit around and farm on jungle Alistar, you're usually going to fall behind.
St. Vicious grabbing those wolves again. Xmithie actually got spotted out by that ward, a ping going down from St. Vicious, so Curse knows that Xmithie is in their jungle scouting around. He hasn't opted to go for any counter jungling yet, but he could loop around and go after Nijaki. He's posturing around. I don't think he knows that that ward is there.
No, he definitely does not know that ward is there, and they have complete vision and control of him. St. Vicious now, all the junglers just walking through wards left and right. MTW completely spots him, and if he goes all the way in for this gank, there would be a counter, and it's just a bunch of posturing and a bunch of wards that are stifling the aggression that both these teams are trying to create.
Yeah, that's the second time St. Vicious has gone down that road, and it looks like he's going to go straight back for the Wraiths, so a pretty slow start for both teams. Maybe not necessarily what Curse has been looking for in this game one.
With that Alistar pick, you are signaling that you want to be very potent early game. You want to create pressure for your lanes, and St. Vicious really has not done that yet. Xmithie with the jungle Nunu, not even getting any potions, getting the 2 wards, and jungling just at the same speed, if not faster than Alistar. He's level 4 now on Nunu. St. Vicious is still level 3. So early edge, even though almost nothing has happened, is to MTW because they're holding back that Alistar pressure.
And St. Vicious picking up the red buff 4 minutes in, almost 5 minutes compared to the last game with TSM. This is almost a slow start by comparison. 5,800 gold for each team. Xmithie meeting Nijaki in the jungle. Nijaki's able to place the ward down and block most of that ice ball damage. Xmithie's just going to back out. Mid lane, Mandatory Cloud, 30 minion kills to Nijaki's 27, now 28. But Nijaki on Morgana, such a strong farmer and a pusher. It looks like all of those mage minions are so near death, he's going to be able to push that wave out, no problem.
Let's take a look at some of this skill order, actually. We have Mad Cloud on Anivia. He has no points in his wall yet. 2 points in Flash Frost and 3 points in his Frostbite. So not looking to really do anything but farm early on. Nunu is roaming down towards the bottom lane. Let's take a look at aphromoos. Tristana has not put any points in a rapid fire yet. This is what most Tristanas do. They get early game with their spells. So 2 points in explosive shot, 2 points in rocket jump, and he's going to go for his attack speed later. And here's St. Vicious. Finally, there might be some engagement, but they're just probably both backing away.
A great silence from Muffinqt preventing St. Vicious from going in and initiating, as well as that tri-brush ward. So Muffinqt and aphromoo looking pretty safe and pretty content to just farm 37 minion kills for aphromoo versus 44 minion kills. So Cop pulling ahead a little bit, but it's still a little bit too early to tell.
Yeah, this game is pretty much dead even. You can tell 7.1 to 7.22, just gold, 10 away. Early game items, no one's really signaled anything yet. There's a bit of aggression coming down top lane here, though. Westrice may be diving into Mad Balls and, you know, could potentially pull ahead in that lane if he's able to deny him creeps.
Westrice, 31 minion kills, 2 Mad Balls, 36. So Mad Balls a little bit ahead, but once again, it's very, very small. There's very little to separate these teams. 6 minutes, 33 seconds in. We saw on the minimap, Westrice was pushing Mad Balls down, or the top lane down. Saintfish is coming in to maybe turn something around. Westrice, such a famous Akali player, he could definitely pull something out, especially if Saintfish
they want to dive Xmithie, and they're going to try to pull it off here.
And there is Saintfish. They do have the minion wave. Saintfish is tanking the tower. There is the Shen ultimate actually opting in this taunt going in. Saintfish is going to drop extremely low. Westrice is in a 1v2 situation, but Xmithie going to back out. But Mad Cloud coming in from the mid. We could potentially see a first blood. There's the ultimate into the Twilight Shroud. Westrice a little bit low,
Nice
but
escape.
he is out of there. Fantastic play from Westrice to prevent that first blood.
Really great use of his stealth there, not allowing Anivia to combo him. And it was just, that's what you get for playing thousands of games of Akali, because he knew exactly what to do to escape that gank and did it so expertly.
Yeah, Mad Cloud trying to roam and make something happen, but not being as successful. All credit to Westrice for getting out of there. Mad Cloud 53 minion kills to Nyjaki's 58, so they're holding dead even in this mid lane.
This game overall is just completely dead even. 58 minions for Morgana, 56 for Anivia, 47 for Shen to 37 for Akali, but overall, gold entirely even. So wherever someone has a few more minions, it's made up by another role. It's just, until someone dies, these lanes are dead even overall.
And both of these teams trying to make sure that doesn't happen. We have seen so many near misses and so much high-level play just because there haven't been that many deaths is a credit to these players being able to mitigate those dangerous situations. 8 minutes in, 9,600 gold each. Absolutely nothing at this point to separate these two teams. And taking a little bit look at the items, it looks like mancloud has finished up his Chalice of Harmony, so he's going to be able to sustain lane and really push out and maybe put a little bit of pressure on Nyjaki.
Yeah, and when this game progresses, just talking about team comps maybe, since the lanes are so close, it's going to be all about protecting Tristana. Westrice is getting aggressive in the top lane, but it's going to be protecting Tristana and trying to kill Tristana, because everything is channeled around her at this point. The Nunu Blood Boy will be on, the Soraka heal will most likely be granting him up armor, and the Shen shield could be there as well. So if they get enough farm onto aphromoo, that will be their late game plan. For CRS, it's really all about Westrice trying to take out the AD carry as well, and there's just going to be that back and forth dive fest between them and Tristana when team fights finally do approach.
Yeah, all eyes are certainly going to be on aphromoo, especially after that unbelievable Vayne game he had in the previous series. Right now, though, once again, very little to separate their team. It looks like Cop has pulled ahead a little bit. 76 minion kills to aphromoos 65, and they're going to be able to get a little bit of pain down on this turret. No, it looks like they're going to stick around as aphromoo and Muffinqt have returned from the lane. Xmithie just continuing to farm, and this game is currently at a bit of a standstill. Xmithie, a great pink ward by Muffinqt, but there is a ward into that bush, and the ping on Xmithie, he's just going to back off. All of the jungling attempts so far have been thwarted by great warding and great escapes.
And Curse realizes this. Saintfish is picking up a level 5 Oracle, so they're going to want to try to force something soon to break this stalemate, because right now they cannot get around any of the wards, and no successful games can be pulled off. They recognize that it's because of the big warding, and they're definitely going to try to make something happen fairly shortly.
Westrice actually roaming. He did pick up his Hextech Revolver, so he's going to have a little bit of extra spell vamp. A couple of pings going down onto Mad Cloud. They may try to get the egg down. He has a little bit of pain down on him, but Westrice going to back off again, and once again, looks like some action's going to happen, but no dice quite yet.
Games like this, when there's so little action for the first 10.5 minutes, usually explode just like this. Everyone flashing in, and they counter flash. Let's see if they keep diving.
But there's Westrice diving in. The Shen ultimate going down on a mancloud, and mancloud is going to get egged, and they're going to back out flash going in for Xmithie. He gets the slow onto Westrice, and the great taunt from Madballs. Xmithie has the ultimate on all three members. Westrice and Saintfishes are both extremely low. Knocke going down onto Saintfishes, but a fantastic shield from Nijaki, and once again, Curse stopping the counter gank. Great play from both teams to keep this score dead even. 12,800 gold apiece, 11 minutes in.
They are really just mirroring each other through and through, and then neither team is overcommitting, so we're just not seeing the deaths. 3-man gank mid, 3-man counter gank mid, and nothing ends up happening. There wasn't even that much trading. Both teams used summoner spells, both teams used flashes. That was very, very even in every single regard, and that's just going to create a little bit of a waiting period before the next set of action, and I'm wondering when this game is going to break itself open.
It may be a little bit of time, but looking at bottom lane, Cop is starting to pull ahead of aphromoo a little bit in minion kills, 101 to 89, so he's holding on to that 10 minion kill lead, and Curse is going for this dragon. Doesn't look like MadCloud is going to posture for it. I think they're going to be able to take this one out. First dragon to Curse, 12 minutes in.
So a good aggressive play there by Curse, trying to make something happen. Such a methodical game right now. 0 kills in at 12 minutes. This is in stark contrast to the Legion TSM game, which had a flurry of early game action. That's just the style of this game, and that's what's turning out. Both teams must be fairly contented with how this game is playing, or they would be trying to change their style. They would be trying to force a little bit harder. Curse, though, with the dragon. Let's see how Saintfishes, if he can pull off any successful ganks.
And with that dragon, Curse is going to start to pull ahead just a little bit. 15,200 gold to MTW's 14,500 gold. Madball's going to go back. He's at 80,000 mini kills to Westrice is 62. So Madballs has been farming while Westrice has been roaming. And do you think that could hurt Westrice in the long run?
I don't think it's going to hurt him that much. When Akali gets all farmed up, he is losing that lane a little bit, but it's all about just getting to your Gunblade or getting to your first big item on Akali and then cleaning up and throwing through team fights. So the fact that he's down a little bit to Shen is not that huge of a deal, and he's going to be all right with that.
Meanwhile, looking at mid lane, MadCloud, 119 minion kills, 2 Morganas, 121, so still holding even. MadCloud did get that catalyst. So as in addition to that Chalice of Harmony, he's going to be able to channel that ultimate a decent amount. Looking at the bottom lane, a little bit of aggression from aphromoo and Muffinqt. They are trying to push Cop and Elements to their tower, but Cop and Elements still holding strong, 112 minion kills to aphromoos 108, but aphromoo has closed that farming gap.
And let's take another quick look at the skill bids in the bottom lane. We're going to take a look at Tristana first. He's starting to level up that rapid fire, so it was just the 2 points in explosive shot and rocket jump very early, and now he's going straight into his attack speed. Soraka, all 4 points in heal, then 2 points in infuse, no early star call by Muffinqt. That's in contrast to Xpecial, who likes to get an early point in star call. Across the lane for CRS Cop, 4 points in buckshot, 2 points in smokescreen, and only 1 in his quick draw. So he's looking to nuke down the waves more so than have extended attack speed. And then Elements, of course, 4 points in his W heal on Sona, only 2 points in his Q. So this is contributing to the passivity of this lane because both of the supports are going strictly sustained and neither one of them wants to aggress.
Yeah, Muffinqt with that heal. Soraka, so famous for being able to keep people alive in even the most dire of circumstances. He was able to pick up his Philosopher's Stone, and he has boots. A little bit of aggression going out from Nijaki, dropping Xmithie to about 50%. Xmithie does have that Oracles, though, so he's going to be able to take the ward. Top lane, Westrice is starting to burst Madballs down a little bit. He has the Sorcerer's Shoes as well, so we could potentially see some fireworks in this top lane.
We may, but it's still going to be a little bit. Shen getting fairly defensive items, the Mercury Treads, the Giant's Belt, the Heart of Gold, and the 4 health potions. So he's just looking to sit up there and then ult down for help. So he's really not looking to bully Westrice. He's just looking to prevent the rest of his team from dying. Nijaki landing a good binding on Mandatory Cloud in the middle lane, harassing him down a little bit. But still, the next set of action could very well be at the next dragon when it spawns.
Do you feel that's where First Blood is going to be? Because it is 15 minutes in, and we still do not have First Blood.
It could very well be a dragon, or it could be an overcommit onto a gank where Shen can come in and save. Because right now, anytime CRS wants to try to create something, Shen is going to be there to stop it, unless they went up to gank the Shen. But that's not really their style because he's so tanky.
Looked like Saintfishes was trying to take that sight away from Shen, so we could maybe see a little bit of aggression in that top lane. Nope, it looks like SaintFishes is going to go back to that red buff. Top lane, Xmithie. Westrice is in a bit
this
of
could be it.
We could see it. The Ignite is going down onto Westrice. Westrice is going to be able to get out. Will he? No, he won't. Madballs getting the first blood. Great play from Madballs and Xmithie to take Westrice out.
Just a brute force gank through the lane, getting to within snowball range with just the Blood Boil on top of the Shen taunt, and that was what we saw. Finally, first blood in the top lane, bringing the gold dead even. So this extremely low-scoring game might start taking off, but we'll probably have to wait until the next dragon.
It very well may, but only time will tell. Shen picking up a Giant's Belt as well as the Mercury Treads, so he's going to continue to get tankier and tankier, especially with that first blood gold. Bottom lane, aphromoo, 145 minion kills. We are on aphromoo minion kill watch. He has that BF sword and the pickaxe compared to Cop's 147, so they are dead even. Cop grabbing the Bloodthirster.
Infinity Edge already on aphromoo. That lane has been so low harass and so low pressure, he did not have to go for any Dorns, and he didn't even upgrade his boots. 16-minute Infinity Edge for aphromoo. I give the edge to them in a team fight if it so happens, because as soon as he lands one crit, he will vastly out-damage the Bloodthirster of Cop, who does not even have the opportunity to land a crit. And I think that makes up for the lifesteal disparity.
And Cop and Eldman's putting some more pain down onto this turret. It's at about 60%. aphromoo and Muffinqt now an extremely dangerous combo. And speaking of dangerous combos, Xmithie and mancloud going up top. Westrice is going to back. He saw the gank coming. He's going to try and run away. Great flash and a Twilight Shroud, but the stun blind from mancloud. Xmithie going to be able to get out, and mancloud's going to pick that up. Xmithie was actually able to spot him through that Twilight Shroud with the Oracles.
Really great gank. We can actually play that again for a replay for you guys to see. If we just hop over to that really fast, then we can get the action shown to you once again. And here we have Westrice joshing right to mancloud. It looked like he was going to get away, but then they put the wall over perfectly. Then he just tries to fight within the tower, but they see him since he was attacking, and they're able to take him down.
Great play overall, and mancloud getting that kill, so maybe able to use that as momentum. As we go back to live, we see Curse 4-man ganking bottom, but looks like they're just going to be backing out. MTW getting first tower in that top lane. As a result, SaintFishes jumping onto mancloud and a wall going down, so SaintFishes in a bit of trouble, being forced to flash out. Great wall from mancloud. Nijaki, on the other hand, ignited down and getting super low. aphromoo going to be able to walk out of there, but not before Cop puts a couple of hits down on him. MTW getting this second dragon.
This is actually the very first dragon for MTW. Curse was able to get the first one, and there could be a huge engagement right here. They've gotten the dragon, but here comes the fight.
And there it is, Elements getting the stun down on all of them, but it looks like they're just going to disengage, and Xmithie was able to pick up that dragon, so well played by MTW.
Curse just not able to get anything started. They are not capitalizing on any of these things. MTW playing so elusively, so much counter initiation loaded into their team. When you think about it, it's incredibly hard to initiate onto Anivia in the first place. Add to that the speed and annoyance of Nunu, the heal of Soraka, and then the mobility of Tristana. It's just not very easy for Curse to get anything onto MTW, and MTW not wanting to engage in any fights because they think they have the late game and they're gaining a gold advantage.
That seems to be the theme of this, is one team trying to initiate and the other one saying nope and turning it around, and then the other team saying nope and turning it around again. But MTW coming out on top on a couple of those exchanges. They are starting to build out a bit of a lead. 3,000 gold, 26,600 to Curse's 23,600. MTW has 2 kills, including that first blood, as well as 2 turrets, so they're starting to pull ahead a little bit.
Ever so slightly, ever so slowly, they are gaining that advantage. Madball is looking to get that Sunfire Cape on Shen, so he's going to start split pushing. They're using a lot of just stall tactics. They want to get the farm onto the Tristana. Curse not doing anything super aggressive to force the game. Sure, SaintFishes is roaming around to try to get ganks, but they've done no 3-man roaming. They've done no jungle invades. They're fairly contented also taking this farm, but I think it's starting to bite them a little bit because MTW is ramping up, and once aphromoo gets his items on Tristana, it's going to be extremely dangerous for Curse because that is just, late game Trist is like no other.
She certainly is scary. aphromoo picking up that Infinity Edge and getting the red buff. SaintFishes being forced to pop his ultimate. aphromoo going to go in. He does have that slow still, and SaintFishes is super low. Will aphromoo be able to take him? No, nice a clutch binding from Nijacki, going to drop aphromoo below 50%. Well played from Curse. Once again, MTW trying to make something happen. Curse says nope. We're going to be able to let St. Vicious get out of there alive. Great binding from Nijacki onto Muffinqt again. So this mid-game, we may see a little bit more action.
With that Abyssal Scepter and Sorcerer's Shoes, he's got a lot of magic penetration, so no one on MTW has actually built magic resistance aside from Mercury Treads on 2 members and the Chalice of Harmony. Either way, those spells are hitting extremely, extremely hard. Early game magic penetration is more damage than rushing a Death Cap in most cases. That's why some of those spells combos, just the Dark Binding and the Pool, are taking people below half.
Yeah, 21 minutes in. Anivia getting that Rod of Ages. She does already have that Chalice and a Blasting Wand, so mancloud getting a great amount of farm. 214, 21 minutes in. Nijacki not doing so bad himself. He has that Abyssal Scepter. We saw Reginald actually building out that Zhonya's Hourglass. A lot of Morganas like to run the Zhonya's Hourglass early to get in the middle of the fight, but Nijacki opting for the Abyssal Scepter.
Oh, and we might see some action down bottom. St. Vicious getting the pulverize on Xmithie. Here we go.
And there's the headbutt into the wall. Madball's going in to try and get the taunt on all of them. Xmithie getting the ultimate down, and he's able to flash out Madball's tanking so much damage, but there is Nijacki to help finish him off. Ooh, just missing the snare, but the Ignite going down on the last tick is going to finish off Xmithie. Well played from Nijacki, and a fantastic play from Curse overall.
Nijacki actually opting to use his Ignite over his ultimate because he wants that up for the next team fight. Finally, they broke through. 2 kills to 2. They're on the board. Game on.
Game on indeed. 30,100 gold for MTW to Curse's 28,200 gold. 2,000 gold lead still for MTW, but Curse showing that they are not going to settle for being behind.
Hey, they've taken the turret. They're coming back in gold. This is still a very close game. They might be able to break a bit of a stall now. Once they kill the tower, that's just, you have to start roaming around. You have to start chaining objectives together, because otherwise aphromoo is just going to sit there farming the lane and they wouldn't get anything for Graves. So now that the tower's down, we might see a bit more roaming, a bit more team fighting, and hopefully a bit more action.
We certainly will, especially considering Westrice just finished off his Gunblade, so that is going to big major item for Akali. Nijacki also picking up a needlessly large rod, so that ultimate is going to hurt a little bit more. Interesting choice by Elements picking up that Chalice of Harmony in addition to the Heart of Gold and the Philo Stone.
That is rather odd. Sona actually, with the most recent set of changes, can run through her spell combo much faster. Her global cooldown between her spells is much lower. So if he wants to be able to spam spells in team fights, he can actually convert your mana into nothing very quickly. The Chalice of Harmony will help him with that, and it's going to be interesting to watch him just mash his face on the keyboard in team fights with Sona, and whether or not that runs him out of mana.
Yes, that Sona combination requiring a lot of mechanical skill. What are they? I believe someone once said that. What do you need to play Sona? You need a forehead and a mouse hand. So,
to be fair though, with the new combo, you can rush out a lot more power chords, and you have more choice on which power chord you want to use when. So if he finishes combos off with Q, more damage. That's not what he wants to do in team fights. He'll generally go for the W or the E, which is damage reduction and slow, respectively.
Yeah, and to go back to that comment, Elements requiring a ton of mechanical skill to land those ultimates. The Sona ultimate can be so devastating, but for now, he's going to be warding out, and Curse looks like they have this dragon pretty well timed, and they're posturing around, maybe trying to bait a fight.
There is another dragon coming up shortly, and they do have the oracles. If MTW decides to check this, he's probably going to scout with the wall, and now they're going for the initiation.
Yeah, there's the Shurelya's, and forcing the flash out from mancloud. Great snare, and Muffinqt getting caught out, and Elements getting the kill for that, and that is going to be an easy dragon for Curse, 5v4.
As they take that dragon uncontested, it looks like there's not much they're able to do about it, and that will give them the small lead, and they're in, back in the game, still super, super close, and still, pretty low action.
Yeah, Curse actually dropped the lead. They were 2,000 gold behind, and now only 400 gold. So MTW still holding on to a lead, but that lead nowhere near what it used to be. But Madball's putting that pressure down top lane. Westrice is there. Xmithie giving Nijacki a little bit of a love tap. Nijacki getting that shield down a little bit too late, and the rest of the teams are just settling in. aphromoo going back bottom lane to pick up some more of that farm. He is at 202 now to Cop's 226, so Cop a little bit ahead. He did get that Zeal, so he has that attack speed and movement speed, but aphromoo also has the Vampiric Scepter as well as the Zeal, and he could get that Phantom Dancer fairly soon, and then Tristana is going to get much more scary.
And I just want to take another quick look at that engage they were able to get to kill Soraka before that dragon really shortly. It was a really good just jump by St. Vicious here. He manages to go through the thing from Anivia, then they get the Dark Binding over the wall right into Muffinqt and just back out for the dragon. At that point, there was nothing MTW could do about it. And let's just hop back to live.
And that dragon at the end of that clip helped Curse draw even 26 minutes into this game, and this has been the story of the game one. Both teams just not allowing the other team to gain a lead. Curse does have one kill on MTW, which I believe was that Muffinqt catch. Great play. St. Vicious being able to jump through, and Westrice is going to jump onto Madballs. The rest of Curse is there as well. The soul going down and the ignite there. St. Vicious with the knockup. Madballs is at 50% health, and the Shurellius is being popped. Elements is there to help Flash and the dash. Great escape from Madballs.
It was really smart there. He used the first dash, and then he saved his flash until he could dash away again to ensure that Westrice was not able to chain jump onto him. He cleared enough distance with the escape, and it was really, really well done by an incredibly tanky Shen.
And it looks like mancloud is going to take over there as we see the Shen ultimate going down, forcing the flash out. Flash in from aphromoo. He does have that slow. Madballs is in hot pursuit. Are they going to go for this dive? Wow, so much pain going out, and the ignite as well. aphromoo needs one more hit, and Madballs is going to pick up the kill. Great dive from aphromoo and Madballs.
Just taking the initiative there. They've been stagnant for so long, and they said, we're just going to tower dive straight onto this guy with the Shen ult. Screw waiting to use it defensively. Let's use it to kill somebody. And there they did, giving aphromoo an edge and taking this tower.
And aphromoo tanks a couple of hits and grabs that tower for MTW. They are ahead once again. 38,700 gold, 800 now to 37,000 for Curse. So that 2K gold lead starting to look a little bit like it did in the early game. Jackie trying to push aphromoo and Madballs off of this turret. The rest of MTW is here as well. mancloud trying to catch. He does catch Elements, actually, and it looks like MTW is going to take another turret. They are really aggressively going after these objectives.
All of MTW's damage is concentrated onto aphromoo and onto mancloud, on Tristana and Anivia respectively. So when these team fights come out, it's really going to be just about taking down the primary damage dealers of MTW and whether or not they can stay alive. Because if aphromoo remains untouched in team fights, he's going to obliterate CRS. But if Westrice is able to land on top of him, or if Jackie can land a good ult, and aphromoo dies, then Curse will roll over the team fight as well. These are going to be really swingy team fights depending on whether or not the primary damage dealers go down first.
It is really going to come down to the execution. mancloud using his ultimate to push Curse off that. Westrice is actually building into his Rabadon's death cap wall going out, pushing St. Vicious. mancloud has been on with those walls, setting himself up for a couple of kills as well as just irritating St. Vicious, trying to push him out of position. And MTW looking very strong as we approach 29 minutes into this game.
Yeah, and Anivia is almost level 18 as well as Jackie. This laning phase has went on for so long. With that, though, MTW's taken down 4 towers, so if they want to initiate onto Curse, Curse doesn't have towers to fall back into.
Wow.
But Curse doesn't. There's the binding on aphromoo.
And middle, a ton of action going on in both lanes. Jackie actually flashing and able to take out aphromoo. Muffinqt is going to drop as well. Elements is going to take that. Xmithie going to be able to flash out. mancloud trying to go in, but a great Zonius from Jackie underneath the turret. Ignite going down and the flash and a binding. mancloud in trouble. He gets egged. The tower goes down, and mancloud does as well. Xmithie getting out of there in a hurry. Great play by Curse.
Just awesome execution there. They landed the binding on aphromoo. They took away MTW's damage source, and then that allowed them to just dive on top of the turret and completely clean up. Super well executed binding by Jackie, catching aphromoo where he did not want to be caught. And we can watch that fight once more if we just swap over to the replay real quick.
And not just that, while that was happening, we had the camera on Westrice taking a look at this fight again.
Yeah, as we get it in slow-mo, they chain the binding with a Sona ult, and then the Morgana ult. He didn't even have time to jump away. He then gets the stun on both Soraka and Nunu, and then they're able to just tank tower shots. They do not care, and Anivia wall comes in too little, too late. They're able to egg him because he went up for it, and a beautiful Zhonya's to get out of tower aggro, and the flash frost from Anivia. Another clutch binding, and they just go on to clean up the rest of the fight.
while that was happening, Westrice actually pushed Mad Balls out of the lane, so they got 2 turrets for that, and that was a 4v4. Fantastic play overall from Curse. They have this timer down pat. Nyjackie landing the binding preemptively. Another dragon for Curse. They are ahead. 42,700 gold to MTW's 42,600 gold. Great back and forth game 1.
It has really turned out to be a very entertaining game. Once they broke through the dragons there, Curse has a small advantage. It's all about getting the snares off, and thus far they've pulled it off in a few fights. So it's still super, super close. They have to continue to execute. They have to continue to take out aphromoo early on in these fights. And honestly, this game is much too close to call. It's really all about who outplays the other team at this point.
And once again, we keep saying there is very little to separate these two teams. There is a gold difference of about 2,000 gold, but that seems to have been the case since the get-go, where one team would get a bit of a lead and the other team would take it back almost instantly in one of these quick exchanges. mancloud, Xmithie looping around that top jungle. aphromoo and Muffinqt are in the mid lane. Westrice opting to just continue to push top. Mad Balls is split pushing bottom to try and take some of the pressure off of this mid lane as Nyjackie and St. Vicious push the lane and opt to back out.
And aphromoo actually has a red and a green elixir sitting in his inventory. This means MTW is putting a ton of importance on the next fight. Instead of opting for more items, he's opting for temporary power. So if they want to force something here, which they do when they split push with Mad Balls, either MTW has to deal with the split push by Westrice, or MTW can force a 5v4 around Baron. With those double elixirs on aphromoo, that looks like what they're going to be trying to do.
MTW going into the Curse jungle a little bit. mancloud almost got, just missing a stun onto Elements. Actually almost caught Nyjackie out with a wall, but Xmithie is aggressively counter-warding. St. Vicious, though, is in a bit of trouble. He gets the slowdown. Xmithie is getting the snowball. Great flash from St. Vicious to get out of there, but mancloud has been forcing flashes all day long with that wall.
And we very well could see something here. Just to note, Graves does have his last whisper.
Here's and there's the Shurelius. Taunt going down onto Elements. And there's the Nyjackie counter-initiate. Mad Balls is going to go extremely low. Westrice is going to be able to take him out. Ignite going down on Elements. Great ultimate. And Graves is going to get a Nibia. Westrice is getting a double kill. And Xmithie ignited. He's going to go down. That's a double kill for Graves. And Muffinqt Shurelius, he is going to get out of there in a hurry. 4-for-0 exchange for Curse. Great counter-initiate.
That was just a great initiated fight. 4-for-1 as they push down mid lane here, and that is just awesome. Now Cobb taking down the tower. Westrice, this is a relentless push. They're going to try to get the inhibitor and then maybe back up for something like Baron. Perfect fight. Westrice bouncing around like crazy.
Curse is going to grab that middle inhibitor, and there are the pings. They are going to beeline straight for this Baron for a game 1 that did not have a lot of action. It is action-packed at this point. 33 minutes, 30 seconds in. Curse is cracking this game wide open, and there is the Baron. Doesn't look like MTW can do much about it.
No, I don't think so. They've managed to respawn. They're going to try to rush towards it, but they're just not going to be able to take this Baron. Curse is most likely going to get this Baron and then fall back, get some items. We have a chance now to watch this last team fight, which led to all of the great things by Curse. As soon as we get this, a great initiation attempt by MTW and a counter initiation by Curse. Let's swap over. So here we go. Let's slow it down a little bit. He flashes in for the taunt, but that's a bit of an overcommit because Nyjackie is able to land his ultimate on almost everyone now. And watch Akali in this team fight, dashing around everywhere. The CC chain is landed, but here they go. They land another binding onto aphromoo, and Akali is just chaining right back onto him again, just cleaning it up. And from there, they just took everything.
Kopp and Westrice certainly were the MVPs in that fight. Both of them getting a double kill, and at the end of that, Muffinqt popped his Shurelius just to get out of there. Curse getting a bit of a hold onto this match that was so back and forth for so long, at about 35 minutes in.
Yeah, with this Baron buff, it's now their time to force. They're up 10 kills to 3. They've won pretty much every team fight, and that's because aphromoo kept getting hit by Nyjackie's expertly placed bindings. He's shooting them where he doesn't expect them, and he's not able to dodge them out. So really, most of these fights have been about successfully taking out MTW's damage and then rolling through.
Yeah, aphromoo has been the primary target, and Curse has done a great job of converting that kill early. We saw Westrice, aphromoo used his ultimate to knock him out, and Westrice immediately dashed back in and completely exploded him. St. Vicious using his headbutt to get in there, but a little bit of a tap from mancloud's going to be pushing him out. But they have those super minions, so they're going to have that pressure moving in. It looks like they're going to be rotating bottom lane.
And if you just look now, since they've caught aphromoo out so many times, and because Kopp has been cleaning up in these team fights, Kopp is actually quite a bit ahead of aphromoo right now. So comparing AD carry damage, aside from the Nunu Blood Boil, Kopp is much farther ahead in items. He's doing a lot more damage in these fights. And that just is very, very good for Curse, because late game, if the AD carries remain untouched, you need them to be chunking.
And we just took a look at that gold really quick. Kopp was up about 2,000 gold on aphromoo, and it is starting to show. That double kill definitely helping him out. Nijaki trying to land another clutch binding, and at this point, Curse is just going to be sieging these towers down, but they do have an Anivia, and as we know, Anivias are fantastic at withstanding sieges.
It is really hard to push in on Anivia. However, when you take the first tower down, it becomes substantially easier. It's really all about breaking the shell of the outer base, which Curse has been able to do after that last team fight. The Anivia Turtle won't be quite as strong as it is somehow in the hands of CLG EU, mainly because the outer turret is down already.
Yeah, they do have that middle inhibitor. Nijaki opting to grab the MTW blue buff, so looks like Curse is going to be very methodical. This is a lot of play that we've seen where the teams are not getting too hasty when they have a lead. Curse does have a pretty substantial lead at this point, almost 7,000 gold, 10 kills to 3, 7 turrets to 4. They do have that inhibitor, and they're just taking down the last legs of that Baronet's at about a quarter. Westrice picking up that blue buff so he can get a little bit of extra cooldown reduction, and Curse is going to get another dragon.
Yes, and aphromoo picking up his last whisper, so the next team fight, once again, I'm sorry I keep harping on this, but if he remains untouched, he will be able to kill the majority of Curse's divers. It's really just he needs to have good position in this next fight, otherwise Curse will roll through and continue to win this game.
And Curse looks like they're going to be rolling through into this mid. They are grouped up rather tightly. aphromoo is a little bit far out. He's trying to get a little bit of farm. There's the Shirelia's great stun from mancloud to stop that Saint Vicious headbutt pulverize. So a little bit harkening back to that early game. Ooh, almost landing the snare. Nijaki did, and Xmithie cleaning up those scouting wards. mancloud opting to push them off with that snowball. And there's the ultimate wave clearing so well as Anifias are known to do.
When they do end up getting the team fight, they have the Zhonya's Hourglass down onto Morgana. He'll be flashing in. They have every single summoner spell up on both sides, so the next team fight has a potential to be very, very explosive. Good binding onto mancloud, but that's not quite enough to engage. This is a dangerous spot for Curse to be team fighting. aphromoo can be very safe within his base, especially when he has towers to hide behind. Curse needs to proceed with a lot of caution with this next fight they're trying to force. The inhib is up.
Curse is just taking pot shots. Nijaki, oh, there's one onto aphromoo, and there's the engaged Saint Vicious jumping on, but getting taunted, and Westrice is diving straight onto Muffinqt. Muffinqt is so low, the ignite going down, but it looks like he's going to be able to survive. Shirelli's going on, and Westrice going straight onto aphromoo and just nuking him. Nijaki with another brilliant Morgana ult. Xmithie getting exhausted, but he does have the ultimate, and that is going to be a double kill for Westrice. Unbelievable as Kopp takes down that inhibitor once again, and Curse is going to just try and push in for this Nexus headbutt going out. Westrice trying to take out Muffinqt again. He got him extremely low on that last one, going for the fountain dive, but he will get denied by Madballs.
Looks like it's it.
And Curse is going to be taking out.
Stop him.
Yep, they're going to be taking on this Nexus. However, Madballs did get the shutdown on Westrice. Well done, Curse. Game 1 going to them against MTW. And that Westrice Akali was unreal.
And with that super awesome ending, let's take one last look at it, because that was such a flurry of action right at the end. I want to touch on that one more time. Can we flip over to the replay, potentially?
Hopefully. Can we go back?
Here we go.
There we are.
You can see they actually land the early binding onto aphromoo, and from there they're like, do we want to go in? We got him with the binding, and they just try to fly in, and you think the fight's going to end fairly shortly here, but they just continue on. Westrice chunking down Muffinqt. Look at that Akali, 3 spells and an ignite. And here, MTW just wants to save their inhibitor, but they land another dark binding. Nijaki, an assassin with those almost the entire game, gets the ultimate down onto the entire team. Once again, they prevent aphromoo from doing anything in those fights. They get the egg onto Nivea, and from there, it's just over.
That was a GG. After that, there's Westrice just cleaning up the 2 main damage dealers. We said at the beginning of this game, if Westrice is going to be able to take out aphromoo and mancloud, he's going to be able to win this game for Curse, and that is exactly what he did. There's the fountain dive at the end, him trying to take Muffinqt out. But Muffinqt surviving. Madball's getting the credit for that shutdown, but it wasn't enough. Curse taking out game one. Great play overall from Team Curse. And taking a look at the stats really quickly, aphromoo 0-4. He got completely shut down. He had all of his items. He had the Infinity Edge, he had the Phantom Dancer, he had the Last Whisper, he had almost 330 farm, but Curse was, Nyjackie in particular, was deadly with those Morgana bindings.
aphromoo did all he could to get 330 CS, but those 4 deaths contribute to 4 dark bindings getting crushed onto him by Nyjackie. And I have to give MVP of that game to Morgana's Nyjackie's Morgana and Dark Binding, because without those, they could not have shut down aphromoo, and that really decided the game.
It really did. Game one going to Curse. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, game 2 of MTW NA versus Team Curse. Don't go anywhere.
It's the biggest League of Legends event yet.
The best players from around the globe are competing for the biggest prize pool in the history of esports.
Announcing the Season 2 World Championship.
Riot and the entire League of Legends community have been watching Season 2 unfold, and the competition has been fierce. Early leaders like SK Gaming, CLG, TSM, and Dignitas quickly emerged, but upstarts such as MIG, World Elite, and Moscow 5 have exploded onto the scene.
Wanted to make a statement to players around the world when we committed to a multi-million-dollar prize pool. League of Legends will be an esports leader for years to come. So far, we've awarded over $1 million in prize money to teams around the globe. And one of those teams is going to walk away with the grand prize. We can't wait to see how many summoners watch the rest of this season's events. Just halfway through the season, more people are watching League of Legends than tune in to watch Major League Baseball games on ESPN.
The regional finals will come to you live from around the world. We kick off in mainland China at ChinaJoy in July, followed by Europe at Gamescom in August, North America at PAX Prime in September, Southeast Asia, Singapore and Taiwan, and wrapping up in Korea at the OnGameNet Esports Stadium. After the regional winners have been declared, the top 12 teams will then put it all on the line during the Season 2 World Championship in Los Angeles, California.
We want to show our players and the world that Riot Games is committed to elevating esports. And that's why we are raising the bar to where it belongs. This is not going to be your typical esport event. And it's all in support of the insane competition between the 2 best teams on the planet.
The Season 2 World Championship. Tickets go on sale this summer.
And welcome back to IPL Face-Off live from San Francisco, California. I'm Jaws alongside Jatt, and we are just finishing off Game 1. Curse taking it in commanding fashion after a bit of a back-and-forth slow start. MTW putting up a great fight, but aphromoo getting completely shut down in that Game 1.
MVP Nyjackie with all of those dark bindings. They took the slow, methodical game and the plan of protecting Tristana and just decided to not let Tristana shoot them because they killed her pretty much at the start of every fight.
Yeah, aphromoo actually used his Buster Shot a couple times to get Westrice away from him, and Westrice just dove back in. He did not care. We're actually going to take a look at the bracket really quick to see how this tournament is shaping up. We know that TSM is in the grand final. They were able to take Team Legion out in a great Great winners bracket final. Now looking down into the losers bracket, we see Curse versus MTW. The winner of this is going to be facing off against Team Legion, and the winner of that is going to be going up against Team Solo Mid.
It's actually really impressive here. Curse and MTW in losers round 3 lost in the very first round and then have been fighting their way up from the losers all the way back to the finals, or all the way back to the losers finals pretty soon. So really just, these guys have had to play a lot this weekend, and they're really not showing signs of slowing down because that last game really ramped up well.
Yeah, if Curse continues to play like this, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with continuing through this tournament. They are actually able to take out World Elite 2-1 in the previous round, and MTW has been fairly strong. They had a bit of a rough game against Legion. That was a hard-fought game in their first round. MTW getting game 2 but losing 2-1, and Legion showing that there is a reason why MTW lost that one. But let's go back to the game at hand, game 2, Curse versus MTW. How do you think MTW is going to respond to that game 1?
I'm wondering if they're going to try to ban out Morgana, just because a lot of times what teams do is they ban what just immediately beats you. The bans out on St. Vicious, while it did seem to slow down his early game, he was able to team fight very well with Alistair. He chained the CC with the rest of the team well, and now we're into Champ Select, so let's see what they have planned.
Both teams just starting to get in. No bans, no picks quite yet, but I would not be surprised if we saw a Morgana ban. Nijaki was devastating in those team fights, especially with the bindings. I'm pretty sure most of those aphromoo deaths came from those Nijaki bindings and an immediate Shyvana ban. They do not want St. Vicious on that Shyvana. Curse responding with the Rumble ban.
So really MTW, with the same bans as they had last game thus far, they must be thinking here, unless they ban Morgana, that last game's defeat was not due to the pick or ban phase, but was indeed due to their play. And there is an Alistair ban this time, so Nocturne is on the board if they so choose it for St. Vicious. Other than that, this looks pretty standard compared to last game.
And a first pick Shen for MTW. They did enjoy a little bit of success in that top lane for him, and St. Vicious really does enjoy Nocturne, so let's see if he's going to be picking it. Coming to the line in this game 2, Vladimir as well. Who do you think that was targeted at, or is that just a they don't want to face Vladimir and a Morgana insta-lock? So Kerr's trying to replicate a little bit of the magic that they had in that game 1.
They're taking away the Nunu as well. Nunu's been getting picked in most games this tournament. So versatile, being able to jungle or support, and he always ramps up your AD carries so well. Now Jackie getting Morgana, that has to feel good for Curse and give him a big boost of confidence coming into this game too.
And it looks like they're going to be getting a Nunu as well, unless they do a last-minute swap. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to be picking up Sona. Elements loves Sona. He's played Sona so much, especially throughout his professional career. Nope, he's going to swap back, trolling me a little bit. There's the Nunu pick, locked in.
How will MTW respond to this? Because they decided Morgana wasn't a problem, but they just got Morgana again. What they did last game didn't work. So how are they going to counter Morgana with this setup? They still have the Shen from the last game. That can go in the jungle or in the top lane. Very curious to see how they end up responding to this. And Ahri or Anivia, if they just go Anivia again, I'd be very surprised.
Looks like mancloud swapping through. We have Anivia on the table, Ahri on the table, as well as Karthus. So mancloud has a pretty wide variety of mid lanes to choose from, and he does have the option of counterpicking because they did go for the insta-lock right off the bat.
Yeah, they know exactly what he's going to be laning up against, so it's really just a matter of what mancloud wants to play against Morgana, because he has full control and full choice. It's fairly rare to pick a solo lane that early unless you're super confident in your ability with it.
And after that, for game 1, Nijaki seeming supremely confident. Aphromoo picking up the Ezreal, and mancloud decides to settle on Ahri. I believe we actually have some stats for Ezreal in this tournament so far.
Ezreal's been picked, at least in the first day, pretty much all the time, but only won 15% of the games. Been in about 15 games and 15% win rate. So Aphromoo stepping up on Ezreal. Ezreal's been very strong of late, just not in this tournament thus far.
And Cop bouncing between Corki and Graves, both extremely popular picks in this tournament and in general, both mobile, both able to burst down pretty heavily. How do you like that Ahri versus Morgana matchup?
I think it's fairly curious. they're mainly looking to out-roam at that point. Ahri is so-so at jumping onto Morgana. Morgana can block a lot of Ahri's damage if she tries to dash in and around her. The main thing with mancloud is he's going to try to just counter-push the wave that Nijaki does and then probably roam bottom or top. The reason you pick Ahri is to affect the other lanes most of the time.
And we'll see if mancloud's going to be able to do that. The Blitzcrank Graves being locked in. We saw TSM using that combination to great effect, so we are very likely going to see a Nunu jungle for the second game, but Curse is going to be picking it up for this game.
Cop and Elements love to play Nunu lanes. They used to do a bunch of Nunu cog. Elements very comfortable on Nunu. I want to see how MTW responds to this because so far CRS has the same Morgana Blitzcrank combo that we saw from TSM earlier, land a binding, get a hook.
And Xmithie responding by settling on Dr. Mundo. It is not locked in yet, so we don't want to say he's going to be going for it, but potentially some counter jungling action with the good doctor. Lulu as well on the table, but only time will tell if they're going to be able to lock these champions in. If they're going to go for the Lulu Mundo. Wait for it, and
there it is.
There's the lock. Mundo Lulu. SGS actually using that combination a lot. They had a Mundo top lane and just getting him super tanky and getting him huge with the knock up from the Lulu ult.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more Lulu in this tournament. Someone who had been fairly non-existent, but now used more for just team fight utility, and they're able to get through the laning phase with her. The Mundo and Shen presents an interesting problem for Curse right now, because they can put Mundo top or Shen top. So whatever they pick for Westrice in the top lane needs to really be able to go up against Shen or Mundo, and that creates a little bit more counterplay.
And it looks like just top lane waiting to be picked, unless they're going to be going for a top lane Nunu, which would be a bit of a first in this tournament. Taking their time, and could we see a Dyrus?
They did pick a Dyrus in the third game against World Elite, and Westrice actually went 8-2 with it, so this would not be that surprising.
Especially after game one, and there is the lock, and we are going to have a Dyrus top lane. Let's run down the lanes really quick as the swaps are going out. Madball's top lane on Shen against Westrice with Dyrus. Mid lane, MadCloud on Ahri facing off against Nijaki's Morgana. He was so scary in game one with that Morgana in the jungle. Xmithie on Dr. Mundo going up against Saint Vicious with the jungle Nunu, and bottom lane the combination of aphromoo and Muffinqt with the Ezreal Lulu combination going up against Cop and Elements with that Graves Blitzcrank comp. Gonna be a lot of aggression going out all over the map.
Just any game with Dyrus immediately becomes a little bit more exciting because he's such a bully in the top lane that he draws attention. If he gets some kind of 1v1, he will just crush that opponent, so you either see a lot of ganks or you see Dyrus just roll over. What happened the last game I saw Dyrus in, though, is they sent up a 2v1 lane against him because he doesn't have many options. MTW would have the potential to do that. They could put Lulu and Ezreal against Westrice and then leave Madballs to fend for himself in a 1v2. If they decide to do that, it could be very interesting.
And it's all going to come down to the execution. As they say, the champions are locked in, the teams are locked in. Let's put it out to you. If you think Curse is going to take this second game and go on to the losers bracket final, let me hear it.
And let's hear it for MTW if you think they can come back from the disappointing game one and force a third game. We got a lot of Curse fans.
We have a lot of Curse fans, so a lot of people pulling for Curse to be able to take this series 2-0, but I would love to see a game 3, especially if MTW is able to turn it around. You can never count out aphromoo, especially if he gets farmed and he's in a good position.
Curse with a very manly team, the Graves and the Dyrus just standing right next to each other in the portrait phase. The
they
jungle Mundo is going to be fairly, I know, I'm just mentioning
no,
it.
they are extremely manly, I agree.
We got Mundo is also an interesting jungle matchup against Saint Vicious because the Nunu is more about support style jungling and counter jungling, which isn't really Saint Vicious's style most of the time. Saint Vicious likes to play carry heavy junglers. The fact that he's on Nunu means he's very attracted to his strength and they have something else planned because that's a little bit out of character as far as his playstyle goes.
So we are into this game, MTW versus Curse, game 2. First couple of seconds taken out, Xmithie on the Rageborn Mundo skin. And yeah, I think it'll be great to see Xmithie versus Saint Vicious because Mundo and Nunu are both such strong counter junglers.
Let's see if there's any early game aggression plan. Last game it took until, was it 16 minutes for first blood? We could potentially see some level 1 right here because all 5 members of Curse are up top. They could look for a jungle invade. Good scout there by Shen. Will he be able to get away? Yeah, he's just going to walk out of there.
He's going to be able to get out of there. Elements and St. Vicious, both pretty strong level 1 fighters. So is Nyjackie. And that binding pull combination can be particularly dangerous. Curse just setting up camp in the MTW jungle, but MTW another great ward. So if Curse goes down, they're going to be able to see them. And looks like, yes, MTW does have vision on them.
They were predicting the blue invade with that early ward. Curse is just going to put a ward down for themselves and then maybe decide to back away. However, MTW, with that ward vision, getting a little cheeky. I don't think either team really actually wants to fight, so they may end up just backing away from each other. So many early wards there by MTW.
A lot of great warding, so MTW really tracking Curse as they're traveling in an extremely tight pack. Nyjackie sending out a binding to make sure that MTW isn't waiting for them in their own brush. Looks like they're just going to settle in and start up on the raids.
Yeah, Curse is a little bit scared here because with all the level 1 shenanigans, they never saw anyone on MTW. They got completely scouted and did not get any scouting done for themselves. So, advantage MTW, they know where Nunu started, they know his positioning. As far as Curse is concerned, they could be anywhere, so they have to proceed with much caution.
A couple of pings going down right there. Nyjackie, Elements, and St. Vicious going in for a delayed invade. Elements pulling the blue buff.
Very nice.
And Nyjackie binding it, so St. Vicious grabbing an early steal. That was pretty cheeky.
That was how you do it, and now Westrice trying to stop the blue invade. Interesting there. They're going to be able to pick up the blue for level 1 mancloud. They did that without the help of a jungler. That was an interesting move, and now they have blue buff in mid lane.
So MTW and Curse swapping blue buffs. And speaking of swaps, we have Graves and Blitzcrank top lane facing off against the Shen, and bottom lane Dyrus 1v2 against aphromoo and Muffinqt.
Yeah, I'm wondering how Westrice is going to be able to deal with this. There's so much poke that can come down from a Lulu Ezreal lane. And the last time I saw Dyrus get stuck in a 1v2, there's very little options he has. He needs to be able to get up and bully. You just cannot do that against 2 members. So they either need to do a lot of reswapping, or he just needs to suck it up and take the loss.
That was, I believe that was the Darius from the Orbit versus TSM game just at the beginning of this tournament, and the Darius got completely shut down. Yeah, they had Darius and Draven in that game, the Blood Brothers, but unfortunately the Blood Brothers were not able to pull it out as Legion was, or excuse me, Orbit was unfortunately knocked out of this tournament. Cop and Elements. Meanwhile, Elements maybe getting a grab on this. Ooh, great dash from Madballs to get out of there, but that Cop Elements lane is going to be scary right off the bat.
It's an interesting call that Curse has made here because they've decided not to reswap. They think their 2v1 lane is more advantageous than MTW's 2v1 lane because they actually sent Darius bottom to begin with, which makes me think they were the ones who wanted to force something. And here Westrice is trying to get on aphromoo, gets the pull.
And there's grab. Arcane Shift going down on the Ignite, and aphromoo actually going to turn it around for a first blood, but he's ignited. The flash going in from St. Vicious. St. Vicious is going to turn it around for a 1-for-1 exchange and walk out of there, but a great turnaround from aphromoo, and those are the kind of plays we've been talking about from him.
Just smacks him in the face as he's trying to run headlong into the team. Ends up being a 1-for-1, but that still hurts for Westrice because he did not get that much benefit from that exchange outside of the kill goal. He lost it on a lot of experience, and now he is running top lane. They're doing a reswap. He should be 1v1 against Shen, but he's going to be behind because he's lost more experience than Madballs.
Looking at Darius, he only has 3 minion kills, and Madballs has 11. So already a little bit of an advantage for Madballs. So Westrice maybe having to do something special to turn this lane around.
It's more about the experience differential than it is the gold differential because the 2 level, now 1 level advantage as it continually goes is just going to actually let Shen bully Darius for a little while until they hit around level 6.
Xmithie coming up to try and help Madballs build off of that advantage. Yes, Westrice is that level behind. Xmithie looping around. I don't think Westrice saw him. Xmithie going up, maybe able to land the cleaver, does not. Ooh, just out of range. So looks like Xmithie's just going to back off, and he's going to walk through that ward. So if he goes for the counter jungle, they're going to... No, he's just going to loop back into his jungle, not opting to get aggressive.
Darius has very exploitable weaknesses, and that's the fact that is exactly what MTW's been doing to him. He can farm 1v2, and if he falls a little bit behind, since he's such an all-in champion, he struggles greatly. It's nice to see MTW just punishing them for this pick early on and not allowing Darius to get rolling thus far.
Madball is actually holding that level advantage against Westrice. He is level 5 to Westrice's level 4. Traveling around a little bit to the other lanes. mancloud, 35 minion kills to Morgana's 32, so they're holding pretty even. mancloud's going back to buy. Bottom lane, that Lulu Ezreal combination doing pretty well, 32, but Elements gets the knockup on aphromoo, and the polymorph from Muffinqt is going to prevent him from getting that secondary grab. aphromoo is going to be able to walk out of there, but Elements, pretty good bush control, and oh, a max range grab. Arcane Chip going in, exhaust onto aphromoo. Will they be able to take him out? One more tick, and yes, they will. Elements picking up the kill. Great play. Unbelievable max range grab.
Them hooks, Elements pulling out the Blitzcrank and getting the grabs. Really good play. The flash had already been burned from aphromoo from the previous gang, and that's just what they need to pull ahead in this lane. Now that they have a pretty big experience advantage, that's the second time aphromoo dies. That is going to put him behind on Ezreal, and he's going to be even more fearful of those hooks.
About 6 minutes, 30 seconds in, Cop is going to back Nyjack. He's sitting in the brush. He is 6. He lands the binding. Oh, but a charm from mancloud. May be able to get out of there. Yes, he will. I think he saw that one coming.
Nyjack can't really do the flash ult thing that we've seen previous Morganas do this tournament like Reginald onto Ahri, because Ahri can just blink away with her ultimate and then be okay. This is really a fairly heavy farm lane. I'm waiting for one of these mid laners to roam down either bottom or top, because they can't fight each other that effectively based on their blinks. They should be impacting bottom lane fairly shortly, though.
They can try, but all credit to Curse. They are doing a fantastic job of warding up that river. So if mancloud decides to roam through, he's going to have to take a really interesting jungle path, because the river is going to let them know in a hurry that he's heading there.
Westrice doing an alright job catching up with Madballs there. He's only one level behind here. His minion kills have gotten back to normal, and when he hits 6, he can turn into that Darius bully again. So props to Westrice for being heads up on Darius and not getting too exploited for his short range.
Westrice actually holding pretty even on farm. Shen has 35 minion kills to Darius's 28. Westrice is not 6 yet. He does have those double Dorns though, so he's starting to hit a little bit harder. Bottom. There's a little bit of a hook going down. Elements is chasing aphromoo down. Great shield and a slow from Muffinqt, so they're going to be able to help him get out of there alive. Elements is already a terror in that bottom lane.
Getting a lot of hooks onto aphromoo too, and he's in a bit of trouble. One more hook onto aphromoo and he will fall for a third time. Props to Elements. Good presence with Blitzcrank, man.
And not only that, but Cop is starting to take advantage. 58 minion kills to Ezreal's 47, so a little bit of a lead. Not anything super substantial, but he could easily snowball that lane.
Taking around a lot of wards out just like the last game, but we're seeing a bit more aggression. Everyone getting pinged every time they walk through a ward just to say, hey, look out, they're exactly here. And every time Ahri walks through that ward, bottom lane gets a little safer, top lane gets a little safer. They just, more knowledge, the more safe they can play. And still no roaming from the middle lane. A little bit surprising to me.
There are a lot of wards as well still from Curse. Every single jungle entrance as well is covered. So if Mundo makes a move, they're gonna know about it. Top lane, Westrice still trying to bully Madballs down. He's behind a little bit in those minion kills, but he has hit 6, so could potentially see something in that top lane, and it looks like St. Vicious could be trying to help Westrice out.
They could see a bit of a gank here. He has not been spotted by any wards. If Madballs tries to get a little aggressive, they'd be able to turn it around. The mini lane is pushing it. Here they go. Nope. Snowball the creep.
Flash going in, and unfortunately St. Vicious misses that snowball. So a burn flash and no kill in return. Bit of a misplay, but there's a snare from mancloud and forcing, or the snare for Nyjack and actually forcing the ultimate from mancloud. So that's going to really help Nyjack moving forward if he lands another snare.
Nice jukes by Nyjack there. He managed to dodge both the Orb of Deception and the Charm from Ahri. So the ults being burned from Ahri. Now Nyjack does have an advantage, because if he can ult Ahri before the dashes come up again, he could actually convert a kill.
And it isn't just Nyjack who has the advantage, approaching the 10-minute mark, 2 kills to 1 in favor of Curse, and they are starting to build out a bit of a lead, about a little bit less than 1,000 gold, but a lead nonetheless. And for Curse, we've seen them having a fantastic Dragon Timer, so they could easily snowball this.
I'm wondering when they're going to start for this Dragon. They are about 1,000 gold ahead, so all the early game advantages are theirs for the most part. trying to figure out where that's coming from. It's the blitz hooks, it's the slight CS advantage in the bottom lane, and then mid lane, Nijaki playing that Morgana does have a small advantage on Ahri and also forced out that ult.
But Ahri did get that blue buff, and Xmithie is looping around. I don't think that Nijaki has seen him. No, he hasn't. So Xmithie posturing around if mancloud is going to be able to land a charm. No, it looks like he's just going to back off, and Nijaki continuing to farm. He is at 102 minion kills to madcloud's 90, so still holding pretty even. He does have a small bit of a lead. Bottom lane, 89 minion kills for Cop, 91 now to aphromoo 70, so Cop is starting to pull ahead, about 20 ahead.
When Xmithie was camping top there, he was waiting there because that was the logical time for Nijaki to try a flash ult onto madcloud, and he was just there for a counter gank. Nijaki decided to play more conservatively though and just continued to farm. So pretty smart positioning by Xmithie. It just didn't end up paying off because Nijaki decided to play a little bit more passive.
Nijaki playing pretty carefully. He's looping around. He's been sitting in those side brushes trying to land a snare on madcloud. I think you said in game one that if you can't see the snare coming out from Nijaki, it's a lot more difficult to land, and he has been using that to great effect. Xmithie sitting in the brush. St. Vicious is nearby in the race, so if there is an engage...
You still see the projectile from the Dark Binding, but if you don't see the casting wind-up animation, it's much more likely to see. These top players pay attention to all the cast animations, and the visual cues of the start of these things, they're very adept at dodging, just like that charm and just like that Dark Binding.
Speaking of dodging, yeah, Nijaki incredibly good at dodging. Westrice and St. Vicious trying to convert a kill top. They really want to snowball this Dyrus, and St. Vicious going in, showing himself, but again, not able to land anything. But Elements is someone who has been landing a ton of hooks. Let's see if he can do it again.
Aside from the hooks, another passive game developing. These teams just seem to match up against each other in that way where not much ends up happening. They're both playing very conservatively, and they're kind of waiting for the team fights to ramp up again. And 12.5 minutes in, we haven't even seen a dragon attempt. We've seen very small amounts of roaming, very defensive lane styles coming out from both of these teams, and we end up not seeing that many conflicts.
But even with that style, Curse is still a little bit ahead. They still have that 800 gold lead as we approach the 13-minute mark. Could they break their record never mind. Actually, they had first blood already happening, but it looks like Curse might be picking up the dragon, and they could extend this lead out. MTW dropping to about 500.
It's probably going to be uncontested by the fact that madcloud is not once looked over, and there is a ward inside the Dragon Pit, but they've just decided to allow this to go to Curse. Good play by them, sending 5 members down. Shen getting a bit of free farm in there, but they're more than happy trading that because that's a small incremental advantage that they can try to take into the next team fight.
Morgana picking up that blue buff. Ahri looks like she wants to do the same. All the lanes really settling in. Curse getting that dragon, but other than that, Madball's putting some aggression down in that top lane, but he's just going to back off.
He's trying to counter the dragon with a bit of top push, but the lane was not pushed enough when Dyrus went to roam for the dragon, so he couldn't trade a tower for a dragon in an objective trade. So there we go. I ran out of words, I'm sorry.
No problem. Bottom lane, aphromoo and Muffinqt, a little bit of harass coming down, but that shield has been doing really well at mitigating some of that bursting harass from Graves. Top lane, Westrice starting to fall behind a little bit in farm. Shen has 84 minion kills to Westrice's 70, so don't know if that's going to convert into a kill for Shen, but he is building certainly quite tanky. Has the chain vest, has the Giant's belt, so looks like a Sunfire cape for Shen.
I want to take a look at the skill builds in the bottom lane here because there's some unconventional stuff. Looking at Elements' Blitzcrank, he's actually put 4 points into overdrive instead of leveling up his hook or his punch. So it's all about, he wants to get really fast so he can land his knock-up right on top of someone. Across the pond there too, aphromoo on Ezreal. There's been a big uptake of the Max W Ezra who just pokes and then trades, but aphromoo going old style and maxing his Mystic Shot. So some unconventional choices there as far as skill building in the bottom lane.
And aphromoo has been able to pick up his Phage and his Sheen, so he's going to be able to get that slow as well as that extra damage if he's going to land that Mystic Shot. Graves, on the other hand, has the BF Sword as well as the Vampiric Scepter, so we could see an early Bloodthirster for that bottom lane. Graves, Elements getting, and there's the ultimate for aphromoo, pushing out that wave. We've seen a lot of that, just getting that extra pressure onto that bottom lane. Blitzcrank getting the 2 GP10s as well as the boots and a couple of different wards.
Yeah, I gotta say, this game is going to be decided once they start team fighting or once Nijaki starts assassinating with those dark bindings again, because up until this point, both teams are very content just farming, and I worry a little bit about MTW because they're incrementally falling a bit behind, and I don't think they have the team comp to do that. Come late game, the Nunu on top of the Graves and just how well Nijaki can start team fights with Morgana might be trouble for MTW if they don't start trying to do something soon.
St. Vicious sitting in that bottom tri-brush, so he may be trying to do something. Nijaki looking like he's going to roam, but it doesn't look like that is going to happen, and we could see a dive if St. Vicious, or if Elements is able to land a hook. Muffinqt looping around. He could meet St. Vicious in this tri-brush. There it is. Oh, but St. Vicious is just going to take out the ward, and we are going to reset back to farming.
Once again this game, St. Vicious is the first member of the game to build an Oracle's Elixir. He's trying to get rid of the ward so they can start sneaking up and forcing some pressure. Getting that one ward in the bottom lane is a nice start. He needs to roam around a bit more and clear the rest of MTW's vision.
A couple of pings going down. Xmithie getting a little bit brave.
Oh, nice binding.
And the binding going in. Nijaki jumping in, and he's just going to nuke mancloud. Once again, Nijaki, we said he was going to assassinate someone, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, that was actually another clever positioning. I want to actually just jump back to that really quickly. You can see when he comes into this, he hides in this spot in between the towers, so they can't tell where he's going to be shooting the binding from, and he didn't even know it was coming. He walked right into it, and then he doesn't care about the blinks because he catches him in CC for the ult of the Ignite and just finishes him right off. Beautiful play by Nijaki.
Nijaki continuing to impress with those bindings. If he does this for the rest of the game, we could very well see a 2-0 Curse victory, and we have a bit of a pause going out. So far this game, not as much action as we were hoping for, but I gotta say, I'm really impressed with Curse's measured play as well as Nijaki. I'm so surprised they did not ban that Morgana for game 2.
He's really on point with Morgana, and that's really his best champion, I think, in a lot of regards. He's always played a very, very strong Morgana. He's going for that Abyssal Scepter too, so the team fight potential is going to be really, really high when we can get back from this pause.
And also with that, Dyrus, I'm surprised we haven't seen more action with him. Westrice has not been able to convert that much. St. Vicious has been poking around in that top lane, but every single time he shows himself, Madballs just dashes out. So we are going to get back into this game as soon as possible. But moving forward into this losers bracket final, they're going to be facing off against Team Legion.
If they win.
I'm saying they as in either of these teams. So which team, number one, which team do you think is going to be taking this game to? You mentioned that you like Curse in the late game, and MTW really trying to draw this one out.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice by MTW. So I'm sorry, guys. We're actually going to go to a quick break while we get this technical problem taken care of. So we'll be right back to talk more about the game.
Don't go anywhere.
Hey, this is James Rauman with this week's IPL Top 5 Plays. Let's jump right into number 5. Our first play has CLG EU versus Incredible Miracle in the OGN Summer League. Let's throw another one in from the same game. At number 4, we have SK Gaming's Ocelot ruining this Tristana's day with his Blitzcrank. There's the first grab. The second one right as she comes back into lane. We'll go ahead and throw in the hat trick for Ocelot. At number 3, we have Corsair versus TT in our IPL 5 Taiwan qualifiers. The perfect initiation, following it up as a team. They easily pick up the double, then the quadra kill for Morgana. Fantastic play. Corki trying to get out of there, has no hope for escape. Taking a look at that again, the fantastic coordination. They get the Malphite ultimate, they get Vladimir, Graves, Morgana, everyone in sync, picks up the quadra kill, picks up the ace. TT Dragons didn't know what hit them. Coming in at number 2, we have Legion versus Dignitas in our IPL Elite Tournament. Alistar with the perfect initiation, followed by Malphite, Leona, Cassiopeia, Corki for the triple kill. Dignitas just absolutely melting in their AoE. If we take a look at it again, keep an eye on Alistar, Lautemortis hurting Rise with the rest of the team. Get in your hole. Beautiful execution from Legion. Our top play of the week, a nod to Moscow 5's dominant victory at ECC Poland this weekend. Here's D-Man and Xenon on the call.
Jumped on by Darian. There's the crescendo coming across from Gosu Pepper. Darian is going to drop. This time the Guardian Angel is not available. The Ignite will finish him off. Hosan managing to pick that kill up. They haven't taken Grom down. Now Diamond Procs also low. Pulled in onto Alex H. Alex H's Guardian Angel will get popped. Kubon's going to surely leap straight on him. Diamond Procs is ready and waiting for that one. Kubon is going to go down in the mix though, and immediately that's going to be Alex Hitch also going down. Kubon with his own Guardian Angel now pops back up. Genja's Guardian Angel goes down. Gosu Pepper goes down with the Oracle as well. Diamond Procs will go down with the Guardian Angel again. The Genja, meanwhile, is off and decided. This is a whole Guardian Angel fight, and they've had to kill them at least 20 times. And Genja's come out with a double kill. Can he get a lock onto Veggie? Yes, he can. The Acid Hunter's going to come out. One more Acid Hunter, a triple kill, and an Oracle down. Moscow 5 taking victory here at the ECC Poland, the European Circuit Championships.
If you enjoyed the episode.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We had a slight technical issue, but we are back in the game. So without further ado, let's jump back in.
As we transition back into here, I want to see these team fights and whether Westrice can start chaining Darius ults together, because Nijaki is so good at landing his Morgana ult on almost the whole team that people are going to be quite low. And normally it's just the AD carry who does cleanup, but they have 2 members who can potentially be on cleanup duty. And oh no, do we have more technical problems? We shall see.
We may have a little bit of a slight hiccup. Now, Jatt, let's talk a little bit more about the meta of this tournament. What have we seen that has become popular? What have we seen that's new? We've seen a lot of, we were saying, a lot of Mundo has been coming out. We saw the top lane Mundo from Singapore Sentinels, and even in this game, Xmithie is busting out the Mundo as well. And Ezreal, of course, always a popular pick.
Yeah, this tournament's actually being played on the Diana patch, which is 2 patches ahead of all the tournaments we've seen. This is the first one to be on pretty much the most recent patch. So a few things that happened since then. You know, Heart of Gold got nerfed in effectiveness, 50 less health. Philosopher's Stone is not as good. And that has kind of allowed for the return of a few things like Shyvana and Mundo and maybe a little bit more Nocturne in a sense, because the junglers who build the 2 gold generation items really early on aren't getting as much from that, and there's a bit of a trade-off there. So I think that's contributed to seeing more Mundo.
Not only Mundo, but specifically from Curse, we've seen Saint Vicious playing a ton of Shyvana and using her as a bit of a vessel for other devastating abilities. Nijaki with Orianna would put his ball on Saint Vicious with ultimate in, and then Nijaki would pop his ultimate. Not only that, we saw WildTurtle, the MVP from yesterday, not only on his Rise, but also his Gragas. We've seen a ton of Gragas play, and WildTurtle in particular was scary on that Gragas.
We've seen a lot more Gragas just in general. There's a bit of a move, not so much in these games, but towards really heavily roaming mid laners who can tower dive bottom a whole bunch. So we saw Cassian in Europe. We're seeing a lot of Gragas this tournament. Reginald just does that on everyone who he plays. And aside from that, just looking at AD carries and more Blitzcrank in this tournament, so more potential aggression going down in the bottom lane. We've seen a bunch of Ezreal, a ton of Corki, and then a little bit of Graves, Vayne, and Caitlyn thrown in. But mainly those 3 ADs.
I think Chaox has played Corki pretty much exclusively, although LGN in that last series stole it away from him, and he showed he was just as scary on Graves. But Corki, certainly a top pick, Corki and Graves particularly, but they have always been popular picks. So mobile, so bursty. And we mentioned right beforehand that Ezreal has been having such a low success rate in this tournament. Why do you think that is? Oh, never mind. It looks like we're actually, well, you can answer that question anyway, as we're resuming play back into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the low success rate of Ezreal is just down to straight up bad luck. There is a lot of power in that kit, and it's just a matter of, I think a few people thought Ezreal was too powerful and picked Ezreal up without really learning how to play him. So it could be a factor of people not being comfortable on Ezreal, or it could just be the small sample size contributing to a strange data set.
He certainly has not been having as much luck as they could have been hoping for, but he is potentially devastating if he gets some great positioning. We are approaching the 18-minute mark. For those of you who are just joining us, this is Game 2 of Team Curse versus MTW NA. The winner of this is going to be going up against Team Legion in the losers bracket final, and the winner of that is going to be facing off against TSM in the grand final. 3 kills to 1, 25,400 gold, and 2 towers for Team Curse. 21,900 gold, 0 towers, and 1 kill for MTW. So Curse is manufacturing the lead, and they are slow playing this to the max.
I'm a little curious actually why aphromoo didn't decide to go with something like Cleanse on Ezreal. Every time he got caught by Dark Binding in that last game, if he just would have had a Cleanse, he could have escaped and they might have won the fights. This time there's even more potential, you know, get caught by and lose with the combo of the Blitz Hook on top of the Morgana Binding. So it would have been really, if he got the Cleanse, they wouldn't be able to close to him in team fights. Instead, he went for that Ignite, and he's trusting on his own positioning. Let's see if he's able to actually avoid Nijacky's hand for the rest of the game.
aphromoo has been doing all right. He's 1-2, 157 minion kills. Looking at Cop, by comparison, Cop has not died yet, 166 minion kills, so he's starting to pull ahead, but Elements on Blitzcrank has landed a couple of different hooks that have just put aphromoo and Muffinqt on their heels.
Curse grouping up again for the Dragon. They have the exact timer on, and MTW is oblivious. They're going to decide to just push the rest of the lanes. Not even Shen going back to base. They didn't even actually realize the Dragon was coming up, it seems, or they're just that afraid of Curse and do not want to touch them right now.
About 19 minutes in, another Dragon for Curse. They're extending their lead to almost 5,000 gold. Madball's trying to get that top tower again, but he's going to be pushed back by Westrice. That's the second time he's tried to do that. I think they realized that they had, that Curse
might
had
be
gotten
coming
it.
up top for a dive here.
Could be a little bit of trouble for Westrice. Xmithie going in. He misses the cleaver, and Madballs is taking the turret. The taunt going down. Westrice dropping extremely low. He is exhausted, and the dunk, but it won't be enough, and Madballs walking out as Xmithie picks up the kill on Westrice.
So they're able to trade that Dragon for a kill of their own. Now Nijacky getting aggressed on by Mandatory Cloud. Going to be a bit of a fight here, but he should just back away.
Great juking by MadCloud to dodge that binding, and Nijacky as well to dodge the charm. And while all of this is happening, Curse and Element, or Cop and Elements are completely content to just push down this bottom lane, but a great ultimate from aphromoo to push them off.
So getting back to that, they knew Curse was actually taking the Dragon, so that it was a very safe 1v2 dive on top lane. 2 giant tanks diving with Mundo and Shen. They transitioned that, though, Curse did, onto realizing there was no jungle presence near the bottom lane and just shoved in as far as they could. So overall, fairly even trade after all said and done.
An even trade as Cop and Elements are meeting up mid, so we could see a bit of a roaming Blitzcrank. We mentioned earlier that Elements has maxed his speed first, so he is going to be a very fast Steam Golem, and in addition to that, he has level 5 boots.
Boots of Mobility Crank just cruising around. He's now starting to ward. St. Vicious has still not cleared all the wards of MTW despite having this Oracles. They've been worried about objective control, and he has not denied a huge amount of vision. They still manage to catch everywhere St. Vicious goes, whether that's MTW just extensively warding, as you can see everyone on their team has wards, or if it's just him not putting enough attention to ward them.
St. Vicious certainly has been paying a lot of attention top lane. He's been trying to snowball Westrice, but not having that much luck, and there could be a bit of a gank top. Madball's trying to turn this around. Muffinqt knocking St. Vicious into the air with the ultimate, and he's just going to back off again.
Seems like some miscommunication there. I think Muffin wanted Madballs to go in after that with the ult and chase with the persisting slow. Instead, he just decided to sit in the tower and farm, so a bit of a wasted ultimate there from Lulu. And we'll see if Curse decides to take advantage of that support wasting the ult.
Looks like Elements is just going to be motoring around the jungle a little bit. Madballs, Muffinqt, and Xmithie grouping up. Madballs is going to stay top, but Muffinqt and Xmithie may just roam and do a little bit of ward clearing. Xmithie has done a fantastic job of warding. We see all of the jungle entrances are warded, and Curse doesn't have as much vision as they would like.
No, they don't, and it's curious because they have the gold advantage and they've just been farming. They could be lulled into just a sense of security because MTW has not tried to pull anything off. Therefore, they're just warding less because they sense no danger. And that's really what seems to be happening. So much farming just going on. aphromoo by himself in the bottom lane, and Curse, despite taking 2 towers already, have not really forced anything substantial on top of that.
Yeah, taking a little bit of look at that farm, Westrice and St. Vicious again top. St. Vicious really either wants this tower or wants to kill Madballs. There's the grab, the tower goes down, Madballs dashing out almost immediately. Xmithie is in hot pursuit, but it looks like he's not going to engage, opting to back out, a ping going down, and once again Xmithie doing fantastic job of ward clearing.
Taking a look at the farm as we approach the 23-minute mark here. Graves copped 207 minion kills, aphromoo 211, pretty much dead even in farm and in gold. The Aegis of the Legion coming down on St. Vicious. They have the first Aegis, so if they get a team fight, it should be fairly beneficial for them. Abyssal Scepter coming down onto both teams. Nyjackie has one, mancloud has one as well. Item-wise, farm-wise, kill-wise, gold-wise, all fairly even. Big advantage coming in with towers for Curse.
It certainly is 3 turrets, 2-0 in favor of Curse, and they also do have that game 1 advantage, so if they're going to be able to take this one out, they're going into that losers bracket final. In terms of this game, what is Curse going to want to do to crack this game open?
I'm not entirely sure. At the moment, they've taken the 3 outer turrets and they continually take dragons. How long they continue to do that for? Not really sure. At some point, they'll want to transition towards forcing Barons. The first turret of the game by MTW going down to Shen. Woohoo! And here we go, keeping going on.
Madballs has been trying to take that turret down so many times. Westrice going up to deny him once again, but he was seen by that ward. Yeah, I think that's his 4th time trying to push that turret down. And a great grab by mancloud mid. Elements gets the knock-up and the snare and the ultimate. Will Nyjackie be able to finish him off? mancloud getting out of there. He is ignited and Lulu ulted in Elements. In a heap of trouble, he's going to drop. Xmithie's going to take him out, but another fantastic snare, and Comp is going to finish off mancloud. Great play from Curse, and Curse is in hot pursuit. St. Vicious with a fantastic slow. Xmithie getting pretty low, but Madballs coming in from top lane, taunting all 3 of them. Another great snare. Will Xmithie be able to go down? There's a dunk from Westrice. Muffinqt so low. Madballs still in range to be taken out, and it looks like Curse is just going to back off. A fantastic binding from Nyjackie, but that all started off with that great grab from Elements.
These fights tend to explode out of almost nothing. Great grab by Elements. I have it up for the quick replay if we want to watch that entire fight again. Starting with a beautiful hook by Elements here. You can see it just reaching through the wall. Good warding. Chained perfectly with the binding. They get the silence on him as well, so he can't jump away immediately. The Lulu ult keeps him alive slightly longer, but then he feels safe. He's going in to chase Elements, and watch Nyjackie. He's tracking mancloud this whole time, firing the binding through the wall. Direct hit, puts the pool underneath, and that's enough to finish him off. Pops all comes through and actually finishes them off there. Then the fight just continues on. Darius coming in from the top lane, ready to come in, end it with some dunks. They get Xmithie. He flashes in just so he can dunk master on top of their faces, and they continue on forward. Good fight by Curse.
Great play. Something I didn't mention during that fight was a great Shen ultimate to try and keep mancloud alive, as well as the Lulu ult. So they chained those shields so well, and they were able to pick up the kill with Elements on Elements, but Curse just turned that one around beautifully. 26 minutes in, 5 kills to 3, 38,800 gold to 34,100 gold in favor of Curse. They have the lead, and unfortunately, we have one more pause.
We'll hopefully get this tech issue resolved fairly shortly. So,
that was a great fight.
That was a very good fight. The Blitzcrank hooks have actually contributed to the majority of Curse's kills this game, so props to Elements for making something happen with those fists.
Elements has been unbelievable in Blitzcrank. I believe throughout his career, those have been his 2 famous supports, Sona and Blitzcrank. He plays a little bit of support Lux as well, so really enjoying those aggressive supports where he can be a huge factor in those team fights. But I gotta say, I'm really impressed with Curse's methodical play. They are playing a little bit more passive than we would expect, but they have a lead and they've been holding it consistently. But not only that, when they have the chances, they've been taking it as evidenced by that fight.
Yeah, they're really doing all of it with skill shots. They're waiting, poking with bindings, poking with blitz hooks, and then going in once they have an advantage. They don't have any of these kind of systematic ways of engaging fights. Instead, they're just kind of deciding to throw out Morgana bindings, to throw out blitz hooks, and once they land, they just go.
And it looks like, in the meantime, while we are waiting for this to resume, I would love to hear the Curse fans in the audience. Let me hear you guys. 1, 2, 3.
You can hear those thunder sticks roaring for Curse. They're giving a lot of support. Curse based in San Francisco also, so right in their hometown
got a
tournament.
couple signs over there.
San Francisco got some people up top in the second row of seatings as well. This place is actually filling up pretty well.
And there's actually, I see a Blitzcrank sign over there. Blitzcrank pulls extremely OP, as we know. And for those of you who want MTW to pull this one out and force it to a Game 3, let me hear you.
We still got a few MTW fans. They're sticking strong in a sea of Curse fanatics, you know.
I think Curse has a bit of a home field advantage considering they are based in San Francisco. But in the meantime, yes, pillows are indeed OP. I believe that sign is directed towards Dyrus. Although the rest of TSM actually had pillows as well. So the trend is quickly catching on, having that pillow on stage in the middle of a heated game. Small source of comfort, I think.
I think so. Dyrus loving that giant pillow. They give each other a lot of trouble. It is Xpecial's birthday. We sang him a little happy birthday song earlier. This game hopefully getting underway fairly shortly. This is a little bit frustrating for you fans. How are you guys holding up? Still good? Still into the game? A little bit.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's
sort
tough.
of a resigned yes. Those Thunder Sticks are hopefully a lot of fun to make some serious noise. This is one of the biggest events that we have going on in this year, but all of this is leading up to the North American Regionals, which are going to be happening at the end of the month. PAX Prime in Seattle, Washington. It's going to be great, and all these teams are vying for a spot. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more of Game 2, MTW versus Curse.
We've got a number of cool plays this week from a variety of sources, so let's cut right to the action. At number 5, we have Nogan on Aurelia diving onto Caitlyn here. We'll be able to pick up the skill pretty easily, then flashing out of the Nunu ultimate just in time, but it is a 3v1. She is very close to going down. Blade surging actually towards the enemy base, and so she has to dash back, and then another dash onto another minion. Now she does have a little bit of distance. 2 final Blade surges will get her out of there, and then just to rub it in, she's going to come back onto Katarina to finish off the great play. At number 4, we have Bjarn Banana as Kennen. He's going to pick up the quick kill with his ultimate onto Graves, and it is a 4v1, now 3v1 at Baron. The flash from Olaf for the quick double kill, and then turning into Annie and Soraka. Annie has the stun, but the Zonias will allow him to pick up the kill right out of it, and then chasing down Soraka will get the quadra kill in a fantastic defense. Number 3 comes from Navi versus CLG.EU in our IPL 5 qualifiers.
Out. It could mean disaster. Now we got Ness just straight out going in. Wicked's out in front with the ultimate, and the Zonia's pop to try and dissuade Navi. Graves is ridiculously low into the back line, and Aurelia, we still have the GA available to us. We're not worried about dying just yet. We got the Gregus barrel not getting all we want to, but the Gregus ult is still available to us. We got it. We're getting damage only on the Crepo.
Showing great.
And welcome back. The game is live again, so we're going to get right into the action. And what a large amount of action there was. It looks like MTW was actually able to pick off that Baron.
I'm a little bit confused about what just happened there. We were in a pause.
Going to be jumping ahead a little bit
Sorry, guys.
Play a little bit of catch up. We are 28 minutes in. Excuse me. Oh no, it looks like they have not been able to pick it up. Now their team actually has the Baron buff. Just kidding. It appears we are testing.
Very sorry, guys. We have a bit of technical confusion here. We're trying to figure out what exactly is going on. There has been not much happening. It is 6-3, I believe. 7,000 gold advantage. little bit frantic. I'm not entirely sure what just happened, Jaws. We might be pausing again, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused because we are 28 minutes in and Baron is not visible at this point in time, but another team has the Baron buff. So this is interesting. So we are going to take one more short break and we will be right back.
Oh, Froggen able to grab it. That fight was all about Froggen. Number 2 comes from the SoloMid.net Invitationals with TSM versus Dynamic.
Mid-slash. Not going to be enough. Dyrus walking away with 8 HP. Xayah Spartan going to try to follow up on this. Dyrus kiting around in the tower, gets a stun, but Xayah Spartan just leaving tower range before the stun comes down. Here comes the Karthus ult. No, it actually gets canceled. Ahri blinking in and getting the charm, stopping the ult from Karthus. Kennen able to pick up the kill on Xayah Spartan, and TSM is just making plays all over the map right now.
And with our number 1 play, we have Wings of Death X as Renekton, and we have the ultimate from Malphite, the gank from Veigar. He will flash out of there with his ultimate, and now he's backing up into the bush. We'll have the double dash through Veigar, trying to get out of there, and then the quick juke, recognizing the stun's going to come down from Veigar. He's getting very low, though, being chased underneath the tower, the flash in from Malphite, but then the turn back, the stun, the AoE, Wings of Death has it, and he is absolutely unstoppable.
Well, that's it for this week. Make sure to subscribe, share, and send us your best play to the email address below. I'm James Rauman, and I'll see you next week.
All right, guys, we're doing another giveaway. Show me those signs. Oh, that is really good. Blitzcrank, Mr. Pillow OP, Get Money. I can't read that. I don't read cursive. Minions OP, TSM number 1. That one's lame. Mr. John, I don't know what that is. Blitzcrank, you get one. Get up here. That one's awesome. Wow, you have talent, sir. You should go to art school or something. Wow, what are you doing here? Make the plays. That one wins. Come down here, make the plays. That one's really good. Mr. Hello OP, that one's awesome too. Hold him up, hold him up. We got one more. That one's really lame, so bring that one up. That one's awesome. Minions OP, come on up. All right, guys. So you get signatures on a flyer here. There you go. Do I see any more? Anyone else? Anyone else? You already saw that one? Already saw that one? Trash some more. All right, that one's good too. Come on up. General Odd One, yes, bring it up. That is my favorite. The one on the right, not the left. Yes, come on up, guys. Awesome, awesome. Okay, great. Here's this, here's this. Any more? Any more? Any more? That one's lame. Come on. All right, that's it for now, guys. Make sure you stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, this is James Rauman with this week's IGN Pro League Top 5 Plays. Let's jump right in at number 5. Starting off, we have Sloopy returning from last week playing as Katarina, trying to chase down an Ashe. Will ward jump over the wall, but now we have Ryze as well, and the flash over the Ashe arrow picks up the first kill, and then using the ultimate. Is he going to be able to get it? Yes, the double kill. At number 4, we have Danny Boy as Aurelia, and Amumu comes in with the bandage toss, but he is directing his Transcendent Blades at the minions to maximize that HP regen, dodging around the tower, the flash, and then the Transcendent Blades, and now Blade Surge back onto Amumu for the kill. At number 3, we have Taiwan's own Taipei Assassins versus World Elite in the Garena Premier League, and Morgana with the flash in and the ultimate, then the knock-up from Alistar, and then the double knock-up from Lulu as well. They're going to pick up a quick double kill, and then chasing them down, very easily pick up the ace. Awesome play all around from Taipei Assassins. At number 2 from DreamHack in Sweden, we have CLG EU versus Moscow 5. Now with the call, Joe Miller and D-Man.
The Baron was down to about 8,000 hit points. CLG going to have to peel up for this one. Shirley is rubbing top. There goes Darian, absolutely destroyed. Genja now is the target as well. They're going to dive towards Genja. Then the kick comes out on towards Genja. Headbutt, sorry, pulverized. Alex is now the target. That is wicked, picking up another kill. I cannot believe this is actually happening in front of me. Diamond Pro trying to get away from this one. Yellow Pete's just going to jump on his face any minute now. There we go. The shutdown comes in. The ace comes out from CLG. This is insane.
And CLG pull off the biggest comeback that we've ever seen in League of Legends at this level.
And with our top play for the week, we have Taipei Assassins versus Singapore Sentinels in the Garena Premier League, and Little Balls coming in with the headbutt. Pulverize will be able to pick up a kill. Unfortunately, his team is losing extremely quickly. We have Anivia going down, and now Mundo, Malphite, and Corki are chasing Cassiopeia. They will be able to pick up this kill pretty easily, but Alistar coming in, picks up the kill on Mundo, and then headbutting Corki back underneath the tower. He does have the Guardian Angel, though, that is going to proc, so he is going to be okay, and Little Balls is not looking good, gets the knock up, and then the Valkyrie, the headbutt away. He's going to be able to survive from the Corki just for a little bit longer, and Corki tanking the turret will go down. Little Balls has done the unthinkable. His team was about to lose. They were going to lose to the push, but then coming back after the Malphite, he's trying to get out of there, gets the knock up, will go down. Awesome play all around from Taipei Assassins.
Hello, everyone. This is Nick Allen. I'm joined by iNoobish from Team Legion. For those who don't know you, how about you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm iNoobish, Alex Mana. I play support for Team Legion.
You guys have been doing amazingly well in this tournament. How do you guys feel about your performance so far?
I feel like we've been playing pretty strong, other than the series against TSM. I mean, they shut down the WildTurtle. They actually tamed him by banning out his Gragas. So we're rethinking if we do make it back against TSM, we have a couple things that we're going to switch up.
I was talking with your manager, Diego, before this, and he said you guys have never won a match in a LAN before. So is this a big landmark for you guys?
I think so, yeah. We when we went to MLG Providence, we went 0-4, and at MLG Anaheim, we didn't do well. A huge part of that reason is not having our jungler, Lautemortis, the herder, because he's famous for his Alistar. But now we've been doing pretty well. We haven't had much practice prior to this event, but I feel like having someone go man mode, super crazy aggro player mid like WildTurtle, is stepping up our game.
And so it seems like you guys learned a lot from Azubu Blaze. I'd heard you guys mentioning that you have some really cheesy, interesting strats that you're running. Do you think that played a big role in your performance here today?
Definitely. After watching Azubu, considering we didn't play Koreans or anything like that, or any of the Asian teams, we just watched a lot of the VODs, trying to learn what they did and implement it with champions and comps that we use.
So previously, before Team Legion, you guys were Team Reflex, and you guys have been around for quite some time. How does it feel to be doing well now, and how has the journey been for you guys?
It's been a long, long journey, considering we've had our three main players, myself, Lautemortis, and Prawley, who is unfortunately not here. We've had a lot of switch-ups with our top lane and our AD carry, and now that we've actually had a stable 5-man team and being able to practice, we've come a long way. And it feels actually really good to do well in a tournament.
You guys actually have been getting a lot of fans at this event because of how well you're doing. Do you have anything to say to those fans who are now big Legion fans?
Yeah, the ones that have been devoted for a long time, like, shout out to you guys, thank you. And it's actually really nice to have new fans. Like yesterday, we found out that we had a new Facebook page that we didn't make. So it's pretty nice.
And actually, this event puts you into pretty good position for the regionals. How are you guys feeling as a team about that?
Pretty confident now. We were hoping to at least get 4th, and now at least securing 3rd place puts us in a pretty good position going up into MLG Raleigh and upcoming packs. So we feel pretty strong. It's just going to be a huge switch up when Probably gets back and, implementing him back because he'll be a little bit rusty.
Yeah, how do you think that transition is going to be for you guys?
We're going to definitely have to talk to him, definitely about the Azubu Blaze strats, things like that. But I'm pretty sure that he's a solid player, one of the more solid mids out there.
Great, and do you have any shout-outs for your fans or your sponsors?
Definitely. I have shout out to our sponsor, Razor, Sanchi, and our manager, Diego, LGN Cappy, and to our fans out there, Sevi, and, upcoming Legion fans. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for the interview, and we're going to jump right back into the game, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to IPL Face-Off live in San Francisco, California. Unfortunately, we are going to have a remake of Game 2 for this Curse versus MTW. I know. We're in Champion Select right now. We're going to get right into it.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. It's a remake with the exact same picks and bans, so there was an unfortunate tech issue that could not be solved within the game, and then the game progressed to a point. There was a few bad things that happened. Someone took Baron.
Someone
and such.
may have taken
that
Baron
was
while there was testing.
Yeah.
It happens.
Really
sometimes.
sorry, guys. We're going to remake this game. It's going to be starting pretty shortly, and we'll hop right into it between MTW and Curse. This is, again, Game 2. Quick recap. Curse is up 1-0. They were up in their last game, but we have to replay it. So let's see if Curse can pull off the same advantage that they had last match.
Yeah, for those of you just joining us, the winner of this is going to be facing off against Team Legion in the losers bracket finals, with the winner going up against Team Solo Mid. So, Jatt, same team compositions, same stakes. MTW was a little bit behind Curse. Curse was able to get a couple of good exchanges. What is MTW going to be able to do? Do you think they're going to have an advantage with this reset?
I'm wondering if they're going to try anything different. They might try a bit more lane swap, and they might try a bit more creativity, because that stagnant game that they created in the last match wasn't really paying off for them. They were losing team fights. They were getting caught out by Morgana, and there is much to be punished when you pick a Dyrus. They just allowed him to lane top against Shen and get some farm. They could be a little bit more back and forth. They could try to force more 2v1s. Other than that, though, it's just going to be a repeat of what we saw last game.
And both of these games have been so slow in their regard. Both teams ramping up. In Game 1, we didn't see first blood until about 15 minutes, and we are in the loading screen now.
All right, let's get amped up.
Do it. Let's get amped up. And audience, help us out. Game 2, if you think Curse is going to take it, let us hear it.
All right, if you guys think MTW is going to come back and force a Game 3, let's see if you can overpower the Curse fans.
Oh.
We need to lead with MTW.
Yeah,
and then go to Curse.
we should probably lead with MTW. Curse having a bit of an overwhelming majority in this case. We had mentioned they are based in San Francisco, so home field advantage. We're getting into this game. I gotta say, Jatt, I really do enjoy the fact that they picked Dyrus, and we were able to see a pretty solid dunk. Westrice was able to flash dunk into it, and we are finally into this game. Game 2, remake, and Nyjackie on Morgana. Nyjackie was an assassin Game 1, and he continued that play in Game 2. So what, you think that there's going to be more lane swapping, a little more roaming in this game? Because Game 2 was really slow out of the blocks. A couple more kills than Game 1, but still, both teams really taking their time to get settled in.
It's a very interesting dynamic when you have to play the exact same team comp 2 games in a row and just really repeat a game that was almost over. So they should be changing up something. It's interesting for both teams because they knew what they had a pregame for what they were going to do previously. And they're going to change it because they should be reacting to each other. Curse now invading through the bottom. This is not what they did Game 1, so we could see an entirely new match.
We saw in the first Game 2. Muffinqt getting the play. Oh, wow, what a great flash from Muffinqt, able to get out of that hook. That was a max range hook that Elements has been landing all of that first Game 2. It is odd to say first Game 2 and second Game 2, but we're unfortunately going to have to in order to reference that. In the first Game 2, Elements was particularly devastating on that Blitzcrank. He landed a couple of really clutch max range hooks, including one over the middle barrier onto mancloud, and Nyjackie just jumped all over it. A couple pings going down. Curse still grouped up and still posturing into this MTW jungle, and MTW returning the favorite Xmithie, poking his head into the Curse jungle.
Yeah, they're looking to invade each other's race. It looks like they're going to be able to do this successfully. St. Vicious got caught out by that ward. However, Xmithie is in there completely undetected. They're going to continue towards the red buff there, MTW will, and like a little bit different here, they're going to probably counter jungle this red, and a very standard start by St. Vicious going right to blue buff.
Yep, mancloud getting the charm out onto the red buff.
Westrice saw them.
Oh, there is Westrice. He may try to get Xmithie down. He's pretty low. The Ignite going down. A lot of aggression early. Madball's going in to help. The Exhaust going down, and he's just going to walk away. Great aggressive play from Xmithie, but Westrice made him pay.
Pulled it off pretty well there. He managed to keep his calm, get the smite on the red buff, and then still get away with his life. So a good harassment tactic by Westrice there, forcing him to go back after the red buff, but he was not able to prevent the steal.
And the Exhaust being burned out as well to force Xmithie out of there. And all the lanes settling in. We have bottom lane once again, aphromoo on Ezreal alongside Muffinqt on Lulu, facing off against Cop and Elements. Graves, Blitzcrank. Mid lane we have Ari, a couple pings going down. Blue pings, I think they saw St. Vicious. Nyjackie against mancloud. Nyjackie, an absolute terror on the Morgana. St. Vicious has been camping top lane, and there he goes, but the dash from Madball is making him so difficult to pin down.
So absolutely no lane swapping thus far, and it looks like they're just happy farming away. Let's talk about how this tournament affects these teams as they move towards the North American regionals.
Well, I know that Curse has a pretty good position going into the North American regionals.
Yeah, they're the 4th seed right now.
And MTW is a bit of a wild card, but they've done fairly well in this losers bracket tournament. Legion as well is a bit of a wild card. They have only 40 circuit points, but
the blue buff here.
There is an invade. Xmithie getting caught out, and he gets caught, and that is first blood for Westrice, but Westrice is in a whole lot of trouble, and he's going to get dropped by Madblaws, and Nyjackie coming in, trying to take out mancloud. Will mancloud be able to get back to the safety of his tower? He looks like he doesn't care. He's going to go back in and try to push Nyjackie and St. Vicious out of there, and they're just going to reset back in. There's Reginald on camera, enjoying the match as well, getting back into it. A great first blood, and first blood going on to Dyrus.
And let's watch that engagement one more time as everyone was able to collapse in for this blue steal on the replay. You can see this. Xmithie actually panicking a little bit, blowing a smite, not quite getting it. Able to get taken down by Westrice. The blue buff was consumed, actually. Who took it? I'm not even entirely sure. It has gone away.
It has disappeared, it appears.
Sad blue buff is sad. Anyway, that was a good crush by Curse to get the blue buff off of Xmithie. There we go.
Great play and a great invade by Curse. A bit of a departure from the first Game 2 that we had seen, where there was not really that much action, not even 5 minutes in, and Curse is definitely being a lot more aggressive, and Westrice, with that first blood, is going to want to bully Madballs around.
What happened to blue?
I don't know.
Go on. Anyway, moving on.
We'll just have to continue tracking. Maybe it'll show up at a later date when it refreshes. aphromoo and Muffinqt settling in pretty even, trying to not push this lane a little bit. A couple more auto attacks than they may want. aphromoo at about 32 minion kills to Cop's 31, so not much to separate these two teams, even with that great invade from Curse. Top lane, Madball's 24 minion kills. He did grab that Doran's Blade to try and offset a little bit of that Darius harass. Westrice has the Doran's Blade as well as the level 1 boots. Couple pings going down. There's a great ward by St. Vicious so that they can see when Xmithie is going to be coming up. Jatt is actually checking the replay again
I'm
to
sorry,
see where
guys,
this blue buff went.
I feel bad for not catching this.
The mystery.
I'm leaving you.
The mystery of the disappearing blue buff.
There we go. All right. Actually, St. Vicious was able to pick it up.
There we go. And speaking of St. Vicious, he gets the slow onto Madballs. Westrice is in hot pursuit. They're going to put a lot of pain down, but not as much as they want. St. Vicious is going to walk out and walk through a ward.
Yeah, St. Vicious does have blue buff right now. It's just a slight graphical glitch. I solved the mystery. I'm sorry for everyone for dropping you in
Detective Jatt.
Detective mode there. So 1-1. Darius still in the top lane. No lane swaps thus far. It is surprising to me. However, St. Vicious doing quite well, getting that level 5 already. And the counter jumping, getting that blue away from Xmithie just keeps him ahead in experience.
Yeah, Xmithie has that ruby crystal, so he's going to be building into that early heart of gold, getting a couple of GP10s. We talked about GP10s getting nerfed, however, still fairly effective, especially with Xmithie getting that extra health, that Mundo passive giving him a lot of extra health regen. As he cruises around with that red buff, a little bit of harass going down onto Cop from Muffinqt. Muffinqt still sitting on that Fairy Charm, has not picked the Philosopher's Stone. Elements grabbing a Vision Ward as well, maybe looking to get some brush control so that he can start landing some of those clutch grabs that he was getting in that first game too. aphromoo, let's actually see what he is going
up top.
Oh, top lane, great taunt onto Westrice. Exhaust going down as well in the Ignite, and Xmithie is going to pick Westrice up. So a lot of action going down early game. 7 minutes, 30 seconds in.
That was really good by MTW, actually. Westrice was a couple creeps away from level 6, so he was trying to prime Madballs up for the execute. They recognized how aggressive and how reckless he was being, and they went up top for the gank. The response to that, however, is Curse just taking out the dragon since they know Xmithie went back to base.
Unfortunately, Westrice going down, but Curse trying to make up for it and picking up this first dragon. They have been all over these dragons this entire series, and they are going to start to pull ahead as a result.
Mid lane, they're just trading rates back and forth. Looking at the minion kills there, 57 to 56, so dead even. Only small thing, mancloud has a Cage's lucky pick instead of a Doran's ring, so he will get a bit of passive gold generation and will probably build that into a DFG at some point.
Definitely could. Westrice going for the pull-in. Madballs is now at 50%. Westrice has been able to get a Heart of Gold as well, so he's going to be looking to supplement his income in a big way, as well as get some of that extra health. And St. Vicious has just picked up the Oracle's Elixir as well as a Philosopher's Stone, so we could see some serious ward clearing in St. Vicious's future.
Third time in a row now, St. Vicious the first man on the map to get an Oracle's Elixir. Let's see if he's able to punish down MTW here. The thing is, MTW doesn't have that many wards on the map right now. They really just have that one in the bottom lane. Other than that, St. Vicious isn't going to get much traction out of that Oracle's. MTW decided to play incredibly conservatively without wards and still managing to be up in kills.
Yeah, Curse has been talking about, or Curse has been setting those wards well. They have almost every jungle, they actually have pretty much every jungle entrance set, so if Xmithie goes in and tries to invade, Curse is going to be able to be there in a hurry. Looking at this bottom lane, Elements still settling. Is he maxing his speed boost? Yes, he is maxing his speed boost first again, so he wants to be very, very fast. He might pick up those level 5 boots again to try and get some of those early grabs, and aphromoo pushing into the brush as well, but Elements.
St. Vicious coming up through this ward here. It looks like Madball is just going to walk away. Smartly placed ward. St. Vicious will have to come back all the way again if he wants to try to pull something off.
but SENTINELS being able to clear that ward, so if he loops around, and it looks like he's just sitting in that tri-brush, so he might be sitting around and baiting Mad Balls out. There's the speed boost coming out from Elements, and a great roam bottom from Nijaki. We could see something happening. Shen ultimate going down onto Muffinqt, and there's the ultimate, so much burst. The ignite onto Muffinqt, and a great grab from Elements, and Nijaki's going to be able to pick him up. aphromoo now in a bit of trouble if they land the binding. Ignite going down onto Nijaki, and Nijaki's super low, and here comes Xmithie to maybe clean them up. Elements and Nijaki are extremely low health. Xmithie has the speed boost. Elements is going to be able to get out of there, and Nijaki as well. Great dive overall from Curse.
Yeah, and actually you can notice here, I need to show you guys something in the top lane. As they went in to engage, if you're wondering why Shen did not appear over there, you can see at the bottom of the map they're about to start this engagement on the replay.
If we can go to the replay real quick.
All right. You can see at the bottom of the map they're about to go into this gank, and you jump up top, and Shen is ready to pop his ultimate, but as they're going down, there's actually a flash and pull to stop him from teleporting in when the rest of the fight goes down and they get the kill. So very good play by Westrice there.
Great global communication from Curse. Westrice getting that hook in and putting a lot of pain down onto Mad Balls to make sure that Muffinqt stays dead as we go back to live. 11 minutes in. Curse building out that lead, about 1,200 gold ahead. Westrice top lane, he's 1 and 2, 62 minion kills. He's going full gold per 10s, so he is building into this late game.
And just Nijaki with another sniped Q onto mancloud, getting him harassed pretty low. He loves waiting in that ridge between the Wraiths and the river and just firing in blind Qs. He's catching Mandatory Cloud out fairly frequently with them, so Morgana tip for you guys. If you want to play Morgana, stand in that spot and throw out Dark Bindings.
It has been quite devastating for Nijaki. Taking a little bit of a closer look at those wards, it looks like MTW has been taking a cue because Curse has been warding so well. They have a pink in that lower brush. They have the second lower jungle, but the top jungle is still very vulnerable if Curse decides to invade, and they were quite successful early invading that blue buff.
Bit of aggression going down early game. Looking at the item builds, Nunu's got 2 GP10 items. Darius has 2 as well. That's a little interesting because Darius is all about taking advantage of early game and his bullying, but when you go Heart of Gold Philosopher's Stone, you're not really able to do that as much. So Westrice getting into a bit of a farm off against Shen, and we'll see if that's the right decision or not as the game moves on.
Shen has actually gotten the Heart of Gold, and he does have the Giant's Belt in addition to
another
the Thorn Shield, and a gank is coming in top. Xmithie trying to get Westrice. The Ignite and the Exhaust going down, and he goes for the dunk, but it's not going to be enough. Xmithie is going to take him out, but Nijaki, while that was happening mid lane, was able to take out MadCloud. Can we get a replay on that?
Absolutely, we can. I'm ready to go with this second monitor here for the quick replay.
Yeah.
We watch Nijaki with this engagement.
And we're going to jump to a replay real quick. Here we go.
Sorry about that, guys. As the gank is progressing up top, we have Nijaki. He's probably just going to land another binding here onto Mandatory Cloud. He jukes into the brush a little bit to the side. I'm sorry. Throws out that binding, lands it onto ManCloud, pops down the ultimate, and he dashes away, but he lands one last auto attack for the kill. Beautiful play by Nijaki.
Brilliant dive, and Nijaki has been unstoppable on that Morgana. He actually landed, that's the second time in both of these game twos that he's landed that binding on the right edge of Ahri. Just precision play, well done. Looking at the bottom lane a little bit, aphromoo 116 farm. He is farming away as he is known to do, a little bit ahead of Cop, that W harass, being pretty effective. He has his phage and he's building into that sheen. Cop, on the other hand, has the pickaxe as well as the Vamp Scepter, so we might be seeing an Infinity Edge early this time, whereas I believe he went for a Bloodthirster in the previous game, and Curse on top of these dragons.
Just getting completely conceded. That's another dragon for Curse here, taking their gold advantage to about 2,500. So smart play by Curse there. Nijaki's Morgana is unreal, and their dragon control is top-notch. They're just methodically taking apart MTW in this game too.
Yeah, Nijaki 2-0, 123 minion kills. He has that blasting wand, so he's been building out the Abyssal Scepter early, so we could very likely see that again. Looking at the scoreline really quick, Curse ahead about 2,000 gold. Great advantage, and those dragons are really helping them.
Morgana's winning mid lane quite substantially with the 2 kills. In bottom lane, Curse has the advantage as well, just with the 1 assist in the Dragon, so their overall gold is higher. The main thing they're losing, bottom lane is actually pretty even, but they're actually losing the top lane fairly badly. There's a 2-level advantage by Madballs on top of Westrice, plus he's died 3 times to those ganks, so everything working very well for Curse right now, except this top lane Dyrus is lagging a little bit behind. He'll need to pick it up a bit if they want to close out this game.
Dyrus actually picking up a Doran's Blade, so he gets a little bit of extra health, as well as a Merc Tread, so he is a little bit tired of getting ganked probably, and he is going to return the favor, grabbing Madballs in. Where's the dash? There's the dash con onto St. Vicious, but St. Vicious has that red buff. They definitely want to get him down low enough. There's the ultimate, the flash going out from Madballs. Man, he is slippery in this series. He is so difficult to gank on that Shen.
He is so resilient with the Giant's Belt, Chain Vest, Heart of Gold, Thorn Shield, just stacking defensive items. Nothing on that item page is offensive for Madballs. He is all about just being a nuisance up top and keeping the pressure on. So incredibly difficult to gank, and St. Vicious continually tries to put effort towards it. Doesn't seem to be working out for him.
And a nuisance he has been. About 120 minion kills to Westrice's 91. Westrice picking up a Null Magic Mantle as well, so could build into a number of different things. Mid lane looking, Elements bottom lane just missing aphromoo. If he lands one of those hooks, aphromoo could be in a world of hurt, and Elements sitting around able to get a ward down, but aphromoo and Muffinqt putting a lot of pain down on that bottom tower.
Getting a bit of pressure down there. It's only about a 2/3 health, so that lane is trading fairly well. I got to give it to MTW actually here. Lulu lanes are typically fairly vulnerable to aggression, but Elements has not been able to land any hooks this game onto aphromoo, so they're doing a good job of dodging it out, and just smart play by them, playing defensively and still getting all their minion kills and farm.
And St. Vicious is continuing to camp top lane. He really wants to kill that Shen.
They really have some kind of strategy that resolves around getting down Madballs, but it just hasn't been working out. He has the Oracles too, so he should be going bottom and clearing out some of those wards or just getting rid of their presence, but he's spending so much time camping top lane that he's really actually putting himself a little bit behind.
Looking at a couple of pings going down, looks like they saw Xmithie potentially going for an invade. Nijaki is roaming. Xmithie's going to jump onto him, but there's the ultimate, slowing him down, and the Ice Ball as well. Ignite going down. Here comes the Shen ultimate, but it's going to be canceled again. And Elements picking Xmithie up. Flash going in from St. Vicious. Great play from top lane and mid.
Yeah, once again, we actually had Westrice stopping it with a flash pull. If we can go to the replay once again. Beautiful play by him to shut it down. As the fight is progressing down here on the replay, as the fight is progressing, we actually see they get the catch out, and here's Westrice not even in position, but as soon as he sees the ult starts to go out, he just interrupts it once again and just stops Shen from arriving twice in a row now.
Great play from Westrice. Heady team communication play, and as a result, Curse has picked up another one of MTW's blue buffs.
And that was just Westrice. Right after he disrupted Shen, he's like, I'm in the jungle already. I might as well pick up a blue.
Might as well. You already burned the flash. And Curse and Elements. Great roam from Elements coming up and using his ultimate to be able to finally drop, finally be able to get that kill. And a little bit of laugh going out from Elements. A little bit of trolly, some psychological warfare going on once again. It's been very popular with TSM, and Curse is getting in on the action.
Still a very close game. St. Vicious again trying to roam top, but Shen has just went back to base. Game still in the laning phase. Only the one mid tower has gone down. Ahri has not been doing much roaming around. I do have to give the slight edge to Curse right here because they have the 4,000 gold advantage. They're able to take the dragons down, and they're stopping Shen from teleporting into almost every fight because Westrice is right on top of them.
They are, but aphromoo and Muffinqt trying to push this bottom tower down. St. Vicious is sitting around there. He has the blue buff, so it looks like he's just going to be feeding it to Nijaki. aphromoo, 181 minion kills. He finished off the Sheen. He has the Vamp Scepter as well. On the other hand, Cop a little bit behind on the farm. He just got a big chunk with that minion waves, 174 minion kills, and he's building into that Infinity Edge. He has the BF Sword. So a little bit of an adjustment from the previous game. Charm landing onto Nijaki, a little bit of burst, but a great snare, and Nijaki's just going to be able to walk out of there.
So hard for Mandatory Cloud to get aggressive on Nijaki. With that Abyssal Scepter, he's taking down a lot of his damage because of the magic resist, and really just both of these games, Nijaki taking over on Morgana. Just crisp, almost perfect play. Never have I seen so many bindings landed.
NiGacky has been an absolute terror with those bindings. Westrice trying to put a little pain down onto Madballs, but Madballs so resilient with that Sunfire Cape, Null Magic Mantle, Doran Shield, and the Heart of Gold. He's going to be quite difficult to push out, but if Westrice has anything to say about it, he is never going to be globally effective.
Saintvicious roaming down, taking out more wards. There's actually four members of Curse down here, aside from Westrice, taking out yet another dragon. They have these timers on lock, and MTW is not stopping them from taking. So the objective control from Curse, very, very strong this game, and it's leading to their ever-growing advantage.
They have been spot on with these dragons. MTW looping in, checking to see if the dragon is still there. Unfortunately, it is not. MTW has not been contesting these dragons throughout this game too.
They're really just content farming around. They must either think that Curse is quite far ahead and that they lose the fights, or that they're not worth the risk and that they have a better late game. This is really just their ongoing strategy. I'm not entirely sold that they have a better late game because they're giving up a lot of gold and they're giving up a lot of farm, and if team fights do break out, I still give the advantage to Curse.
Curse certainly has a intimidating lineup with that Darius, NiGacky on that Morgana being able to flash ultimate in, and Graves. Oh, Elements just trying to get in. He does have that max speed boost, and with his ultimate, him and Cop look like they're gonna push down this bottom turret. Saintfish is picking up the red buff, and Westrice putting pressure down on that top lane. Bottom tower dropping in a hurry.
They might finally get yet another objective, and the tower is just about to fall. There it is. Ping's going down. Saintfish is on his way top lane again, and this is really interesting, Jaws.
Yeah, will he be able to get the gank, the elusive gank onto Madballs? There's the dash. Madballs' flash is up, so he could flash if necessary. Ignite going down, and there is the flash baiting out the Saint Vicious ultimate yet again.
Oh, pull ball up, bottom. That.
And bottom lane, words OP. Elements getting a hook down onto aphromoo. aphromoo about 50% health, but unfortunately Cop not able to convert it. Ultimate being popped onto Xmithie. Will he be able to get a cleaver onto NiGacky? NiGacky just spell shielding it, trying to turn it around. Saintfish is there, and MTW doesn't have vision on him, but it looks like they're not going to be able to convert that one. NiGacky settling back in. Curse really pushing slowly, similar to what we saw, but after this early game aggression, little back to basics. Oh, what a great grab from Elements. Knock up going in. Cop getting exhausted, and Polymorph, he's down pretty low. There's the Shen ultimate going in, and Muffinqt ults himself. aphromoo jumping in to try and knock out Cop, and he is going to get him, but top lane, the dunk going down, and NiGacky's going to take it, so a 1-for-1 exchange across the map. I spoke way too soon on saying business as usual. This game is going passive.
All right, so let's take a look at what happened in the top lane there as everything was progressing down bottom. You can see they're actually developing a 3-man gank as Madballs wants to try to ult in to save. He doesn't even realize it's coming, so he just starts his channel for his ultimate, and whoops, there's 3 guys, and he has absolutely no chance with all of those guys up there.
And there's NiGacky again there's the dunk. I kind of wish he had gotten the kill on that dunk. It is such a satisfying ultimate, but NiGacky now 3-0 as we go back to live. Curse starting to put their stamp on this match. 6.5k gold ahead.
Even though the kills are only 5 to 4 draws, that's a huge gold advantage. All those dragons that Curse has been able to obtain are just adding up. Teams are usually okay with giving up the 1 dragon for a trade, which is actually okay, but as soon as you stack them up, 3 dragons, 4 dragons, it really, really matters, and that's why they have such a big lead right now.
Piece by piece, Curse building their lead. NiGacky, with that kill, has picked up his Zhonya's Hourglass in addition to that Abyssal Scepter, so in the next fight, he is going to be not only scary, but invincible for a couple of seconds while his ultimate channels on MTW. Westrice giving Madballs a little bit of a love tap as Madballs tries to check that, and he's able to get the ward down. Ari is able to pick up the Abyssal Scepter, still has that Abyssal, has the Cage's lucky pick. Looking down the items for MTW, aphromoo did finish his Triforce, and he has the BF Sword as well. 234 minion kills to Cop's 217, and he has that kill. So aphromoo looking pretty strong in that bottom lane, but Curse as a team are fairly scary at this point in the game, approaching the 25-minute mark.
It just goes to show you, even though aphromoo has more minion kills and a kill, the fact that Curse has the 3 towers and all the dragons, Cop is actually ahead of aphromoo in gold. So really just across the board, Dragon is really important, guys, if you're able to take that many of them.
Not only is Dragon important, but level 5 boots are, and Elements has taken them once again. So with that maxed speed boost, he is going to be motoring around this map. He also picked up a Glacial Shroud for a little bit of increased cooldown reduction, so those hooks are going to be flying a lot more often.
They move around. As soon as that next Dragon is going to be coming up, we know Curse is going to be there, and I'm wondering if MTW is going to decide to try to do anything about it. They don't have Oracle's Elixir. They haven't tried to clear these wards, and there's a hook onto Muffinqt.
Great hook, and then a snare from Nyjackie. Muffinqt going extremely low, trying to get out of there, but Nyjackie on a rampage. He is 4-0 in this game, and Curse pulling even further ahead.
Great bush bait there by Elements, getting the perfect hook out. Finally, something created there by the Blitzcrank. He's going actually for a Frozen Heart, and would they actually move towards Baron here?
Looks like they are going exactly for Baron as a result of dropping Muffinqt. A little bit of an error. Muffinqt caught out of position, and Curse is punishing them right off the bat.
You could see something pretty big here. They might try to peel off onto Shen or elsewhere. Ooh, good dodge away. Will they pop back onto Baron?
They may. It looks like they're grouping up, waiting for either a snare or a hook to land. We saw TSM doing that, posturing around, waiting for one of those to land and then taking full advantage of it. They do have 5, but Muffinqt has just res, and he is on his way. aphromoo, Xmithie, and mancloud being really aggressive in this mid. Charm goes down onto St. Vicious as well, the ignite, but there's the flash onto Nyjackie, getting mancloud out of position. There's the Shen ultimate onto him. Wow, Cop is able to drop him almost instantaneously. aphromoo trying to pop his ultimate to get something out of that fight, but Curse just punishing mancloud right off the bat. Great grab from Elements.
So many roots and so much disabled. They're able to always get the bindings and the hooks down onto Ahri.
Oh,
that hook
no.
falls slightly to the left side. And now the Dragon's up. They just got a kill onto mancloud, looking to take it. This is Dragon number 4 or 5.
Curse has been all over these Dragons. Elements actually landed the hook, but aphromoo timed it perfectly and was able to arcane shift
They got
out.
to peel off onto Baron here. They're going to try to rush this down very early. I don't know if Curse is going to be able to make it in time.
Curse is well on their way, and it looks like MTW is just going to back off. A little bit gun-shy going up against this Curse lineup, especially with mancloud down, and what had just happened in that previous fight. How they were able to contain mancloud with Ahri being such a mobile champion is just so impressive.
It's pretty strange also how the top lane matchup between Madballs and Westrice has been so beneficial to CRS, even though Dyrus is only 1-3. They've essentially eliminated Shen's global presence. All he's able to do is kind of a range shield because he's never been able to arrive in a fight in all these 27 minutes of match. They've always been able to burst through the shield, they've always been able to interrupt his channel and just stop him from arriving at the fight.
And Westrice, he is 1-3, so he really doesn't look like he's been doing that much, but we saw in those replays a lot of that action happening off screen in the initial fight, and him just mitigating that presence that Shen could have. Shen loves to do that taunt into it, and Curse continuing to and with a quick spin, Westrice is going to grab that blue. And a little double ward action from Westrice and Elements.
Just saying what's up. Now that they've denied mandatory Cloud that blue buff, he cannot poke with spam or use it as good scouting tools, and CRS is now starting to force around Baron. Will that hook land?
Just out of reach. So many of these hooks have been just out of that max range. Curse really wants to get this Baron at this point. They have so many wards. Look at it. They have 4 wards in an extremely small radius, so maybe a little bit of bait for MTW. St. Vicious has done a fantastic job of clearing those wards out for Curse.
Curse trying to make something happen. This is what they like to do. They try to wait until they land a binding or a blitzcrank hook and then engage from there. They're just posturing around Baron, hoping someone walks into something, and then we'll see a fight.
Xmithie in a bit of a dangerous situation. He's looking around, trying to get some of those wards out. He still has that Oracles, but if he gets caught, that Oracles is going to disappear in a hurry. aphromoo, the AD carry, about 290 minion kills, building into that Infinity Edge. He has all 3 pieces, so it's just going to take one quick back. Looks like he's going to go buy it right now. Madballs, on the other hand, grabbing that Wit's End, so that's his first real offensive item, and Curse sitting around in this bush. Could they get Muffinqt out of position again?
Oh, just missed with that binding.
Oh, great charm going out onto St. Vicious, but there's the flash and the grab onto mancloud. The dunk goes down, and the ultimate is canceled. Oh no, there is Shen going in, getting the taunt. aphromoo coming in as well, but and Madballs is getting with the knock-up. Nyjackie getting the ultimate down. There is the Zonias, and Muffinqt is stunned. St. Vicious is going to take Madballs out. Westrice dropping extremely low. aphromoo is going to take him out, and that is going to be a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of MTW. Actually, great turnaround.
Yeah, that was really finally able to escape the grasp of CRS. Ahri was able to create a good fight there. They dove in so hard for Ahri. We can take a quick look at that fight once again really quickly here. And you can see the attempted, I'm ready to go here with the replay.
Yeah, if we take a quick look at the replay, we have it all queued up.
Or maybe not. That's
all right,
cool.
well, going back to real time, it looks like MTW is setting up for Baron. No, Muffinqt is going to back out. A couple of pings going down from Curse to potentially thwart that threat. And there we are on the replay. Let's take a look at this fight again.
Yeah, so they actually land the hook onto him, but they do not get much else but the silence. He dodges the one hook with the dash. Shen is actually able to arrive into the fight, and then he is able to taunt the rest of them. The interesting thing about this fight, though, is just how long Madballs sits in there, 1v5, just ticking them with the Sunfire Cape. Everyone else so cautious. They get the knock-up from Lulu, and then aphromoo just trying to dump as much damage in as possible. Really good fight by MTW, the first one they were able to come out of victorious.
Once Nyjackie went in, I seriously thought MTW was in trouble, but a great turnaround from them, especially with aphromoo being able to take Westrice out. Going back to live, 31 minutes in, Curse still very much in the lead, but a promising look from MTW. They have quite a farmed aphromoo who is now 2-0 with that Infinity Edge. He went back to buy that Infinity Edge and came back at the perfect time.
They still have a 7,000 gold advantage. They've still gotten every dragon. And I still think they have the advantage in team fights, especially if Kopp is able to complete that last Whisper at some point. It's good that they're still posturing around Baron, because if they do land a pull or if they do land a Dark Binding, that'll be their cue to just go in. Last fight with the Darius hook wasn't quite enough disabled. They weren't able to completely lock Ahri down. If they land a Binding or a pull, I think they'll be able to.
Curse posturing around Baron. Westrice looking to join them. Madballs is actually pretty far off. He may be looking to split push. Yeah, it looks like he's going to be going to split push bottom while the rest of MTW sits around this mid to try and thwart this Baron. This could be a great opportunity for Curse to either take Baron
This
or
is
force
forcing
a fight,
some action
and there they go.
They're starting on Baron. MTW is going to come into fight potentially, and Shen will have to ult in, but they have to force something here because making that move to split push is saying let's go.
There's the peel, and Curse Elements just missing the hook, but Xmithie is in the middle of them tanking so much damage. There's Madballs, but Nyjackie with the ultimate getting the hook onto mancloud. Krop is actually going to finish him off, but aphromoo is still alive. Will they be able to take him? St. Vicious getting Madballs finally down. Oh, Elements missing the hook. Muffinqt using that speed boost to get away, but Elements is extremely fast, getting slowed slightly by Muffinqt. Will St. Vicious be able to get the snowball? They are in hot pursuit. Nyjackie just missing the snare, and there is the slow, and there is the hook, and there is the dead Lulu. Elements picking up that kill.
Really awesome fight by Curse there. This could be what they need to close out this game. The only remaining member of MTW is aphromoo, but he has full health, and he's going to look to stop this Baron attempt of Curse.
aphromoos ultimate not quite up, so he may not be able to go for a steal with that, but Curse, as you said, extremely low. Westrice especially, aphromoo could look to harass them down, but Nyjackie is going to land an unbelievable snare and drop him. Kopp going to get the credit for the kill, and that is going to be a Baron for Curse. They're putting a stamp on this match right now. 12,000 gold ahead.
Just trying to get this thing, finding for the next replay, rewinding the game, and here we go. This last fight, if we can swap over to the replay, is ready to roll. We can watch it in half speed. They actually put all their damage very early onto Xmithie, which I thought was going to be a bad thing for them, but they managed to peel off enough of the damage. Mandatory Cloud cannot get into the fight due to Elements' zoning over here. The Nunu ult goes down, takes everything out. Kopp gets a couple beautiful crits onto Mandatory Cloud as Elements CCs, and they finish him off before he can do any damage. From there, it's just a matter of aphromoo not being able to get involved and everyone else on MTW being too low. And after this, it was just the chase and finish.
Yeah, it took a full team as well as a Darius dunk to finally drop Madball. So all credit to Curse focusing on their targets and being able to take them out. Great play by Cop, especially to get that last crit. And Curse gonna take down that dragon. Once again, Madball's, caught out of position, knocked up and dead. Cop is on a rampage. He's 4-1. Wow, what a great play from Curse. As we approach the 35-minute mark, they are about 13,000 gold ahead and pushing.
Yep, they have Baron buff, they have the kill advantage, they have the gold advantage, they have all the momentum, and there's no stopping the push onto this tower. Defending towers against Morgana bindings and these blitz hooks is going to be terrifying for MTW.
MTW trying to hold onto their tower, but all of Curse is going to make that very difficult for them. Oh, and a great hook from mancloud. He's going to drop. Cop is unstoppable, and Curse is going to be able to steamroll this into an inhibitor.
2 members down now. It's a 5v3. This is no defensing for MTW. If they try to hold, they're going to regret it. They should be able to just push down this inhib, no problem.
MVP for this series, Nijacki, no question. As we see Westrice jumping on a Muffinqt, and Cop is going to get another kill. Xmithie is going to drop soon after. St. Vicious is also on a killing spree. Curse has taken complete control of this game too, and they want to go to this final.
Just aphromoo and Balls trying to stop this push. It doesn't look like getting another Dyrus pull. aphromoo having a flashback into the game. And
Oh man, are you kidding me? Elements with the hook, grabbing aphromoo. He thought he was safe, but nope. And that is going to be game 2. Curse taking this best of 3 series. Congratulations. They're going to face Legion in the losers bracket final.
That was a great performance by Curse. Stood through the adversity. 18 kills to 6, so many bindings, so many hooks, really good aggression, completely shutting down the Shen and turning it into their game.
The fans are on their feet. That was such an entertaining match, especially that game 2. So much aggression, really the mirror image of game 1 where Curse really took it to MTW.
That was just great play. Nijacki's Morgana, ban-worthy. Blitzcrank, Elements' Blitzcrank, really freaking good too, man.
I could say that would be ban-worthy as well. Yeah, maybe a little bit.
I'm sorry.
But Nijacki was just a sniper. So many different snares that you didn't think he was going to hit. He nailed and then followed up on. So well played by Curse. And let's take a look at the stats really quick on that Nijacki. He was 5-0-10. He had the Zhonya's Hourglass, the Rabadon's Deathcap, and the Abyssal Scepter. 283 minion kills. And something I want to note is Westrice. He was 1-4-8, but we kept talking about him. He shut Madballs down. Madballs was unable to help his team when they needed him most, and Curse just jumped all over them not having that Shen tank.
Dyrus, who's often looked at as having just damage or bully potential in the top lane, was actually used for his utility in stopping all of those Shen ults. And the big beneficiary of a lot of those hooks and bindings was Cop, who actually had the most gold of anyone on Curse. Look at those items. That's one of the reasons they were trucking through so hard at the end of the game.
Well, all credit to Curse. Congratulations. Also well played by MTW. They've had a fantastic tournament, and I think that aphromoo, Muffinqt bottom lane, regardless of the results of this game, have been quite effective throughout this tournament. We are going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. There's plenty more League of Legends action coming up.
Hello, everyone. We are fortunate to be joined by some of the voice actors for League of Legends, and so I'm just going to go along and, yeah. So I'm just going to have them introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Owen Thomas.
Hi, I'm Cristina V.
I'm Eric Bra. Brian Summer. Adam Harrington.
So for you so far, how are you liking the tournament?
It's been a great time here. It's Twisted Fate coming to visit everybody here in this wonderful place.
And what do you think of San Francisco?
My hands are stained.
And how's the venue treating you?
The venue is fantastic. Welcome to the League of Draven.
So, who do you think's gonna win the tournament?
I'm not sure, but I am your worst nightmare.
And what do you think of this wonderful crowd?
Oh, they're wonderful. Hello, summoners.
So, do you get to play a lot of League of Legends?
I cannot play League of Legends. I have a Mac.
That's Victor. And how about you? Do you get to play League of Legends a lot?
Ha! Yeah!
And who's your favorite champion in League of Legends?
Who wants a piece of the champ?
And would you say that you're skilled in League of Legends?
I know that it's only fun when they run.
And how do you think Curse played in that last game?
They only need to click once, fools.
Give it a hand, guys, for our voice actors!
Legends, how are you doing? It's time now for the lower bracket finals between Curse and Legion. Give a cheer for our teams. I'd like to have up to the stage now Cop and Cruzer, the captains of our teams. Curse gets the choice because Nick Ellen says so. Curse wins. So, all right. Well, let's get ready for these games. Give another cheer for our teams. The winner of this moves to the grand finals.
Hello, Summoners, and welcome to the IPL San Francisco Face-Off Losers Finals. I am Pluto, joined by Studio. This is our first time on the main stage. Are you guys ready for some League of Legends? I hope so.
Make some noise. You guys get louder than that. That is more like it.
All right. Now, this game is going to be between Legion and Curse in A. Now, I may be from Curse. I may be a tiny bit biased. But I'm going to put everything aside because I just want to see an awesome 3-game series. I want this to go the distance. I want this to go the entire way. If this becomes just a 2-game kind of swash, I'm just going to cry. And you guys don't want to see a Ginger cry whatsoever.
It's ugly.
Yeah, it's very, very bad. But is there any particular bands you think we're going to see out of this game? I mean, Lautemortis, obviously known for his jungle Alistar. But we just saw St. Vicious play a really good Alistar as well.
I had no idea he played that. People said, no, St. Vicious on Alistar, not going to happen. But he can play him. I mean, Lautemortis, they've got Alistar on Curse. There's always a Vladimir band that we see so often aimed at Westrice. So there's a lot of possibilities. I think people are going to go for the strategies that work. Maybe not banning out a specific player just because, you know, everybody has so many viable options right now.
Yeah, that is definitely true. I'm interested to see. I haven't really been able to watch any Legion games so far, but it sounds like WildTurtle, or the tortoise. I don't know if he has aged whatsoever, but it sounds like he's been running amok as far as mid lane is concerned. Do you have any experience with WildTurtle?
Gragas, Ari, Morgana, you give him a character, he is good with it. Like I asked him before, he learned Gragas in 2 weeks. Half of it was just from ARAMs, just learning how to position the ult when there's 5 people grouped together like that.
Well, hopefully that will work to their advantage. They came through, and they have been playing spectacularly. They actually knocked WE down to the losers bracket. The only reason they're here is because they did play a very formidable TSM, and then we saw the other kind of Europe Asian killers was Curse. They knocked WE out of the tournament, so Legion went down, and then Curse went for the alley-oop and just knocked WE right out of this thing. So we're going to have an interesting match right here in just a few minutes. Couple picks and bans. We're currently in the champion select, so I hope we can actually jump right to that, which we are. It's no big deal. Malphite going to be the first ban from Curse. Legion banning out Shen. So I mean, we saw what Curse could do against Shen in that last game. You know, Madballs was absolutely shut down by Westrice. Every time he tried to go to the aid of his team, it was for naught. He went down.
Flash apprehend every single time he would get shut down. But you know, he's still a scary champion. You can't always pick Dyrus as much as people want to. Vladimir, first pick coming out for Curse. You know, Westrice is good with him. It's a solid pick, and it can 1v2, which they've been doing like crazy lately.
Yeah, and that is an instant lock right there. Westrice on Vladimir, it is one of his actually most comfortable and most played champions. So I'll be excited to see that up top lane, perhaps even in a 1v2 situation. And then Morgana, Nai, Jackie. You don't ban it, he's going to get it. I mean, it's as simple as that. You can basically set your watch by it. It's clockwork. It's Nai, Jackie, Morgana. We're going to see some more pixel-perfect bindings. And Cop, I mean, he didn't do a bad job as Corki, I'll say that either.
When NY Jackie plays Morgana, you have to change how you initiate because his reaction times are so fast with Black Shield. Every time Maokai tries to do something with his Rue, every time a snowball comes out from, I believe, it'll either be played by iNoobish or Lautemortis, every time that snowball comes out, he will react fast enough just to Black Shield any sort of hard initiation. It is not easy to deal with.
Yeah, he's very, very quick like that. And actually, Corky switching up to Graves right there. Cop played an excellent Graves as well last game, trying to hit some long range. Actually, in the game 2, before we kind of had to remake game 2, he had a really long range collateral damage to snipe, and it was absolutely beautiful. So Maokai and Nunu being picked out, you know, you could say maybe a support Maokai and jungle Nunu, but you got to send Maokai back to his home with the jungle. He's going to be friendly among those trees and actually Will we perhaps see a Twisted Fate from WildTurtle? We haven't really seen much Twisted Fate here. I know that we had the really, really good Twisted Fate player here the other day, but he was, of course, knocked out. Never was able to get to that level, but we could see a Twisted Fate here. And Legion, I believe, had a nice, like, last-minute Nexus backdoor with Twisted Fate before.
Game 1 versus MTW North America, they won the game with a Nexus backdoor after about 40 minutes of trying to push them in. Gragas being selected, Heimerdinger.
Do it. People want the Heimer.
I want to see the turrets. Come on.
They're
Don't do it
digging
loud.
it.
Aw. Hey, Gragas is awesome, though.
Gragas is awesome, but not as awesome as the Heimdanger. He is awesome. Look, you already getting dissent from the crowd. They've turned on you, Legion. What are you going to do now? But Cruzer will be playing Aurelia. And Aurelia is actually more commonly respected as a pretty hard counter to Vladimir.
If the lane goes well, between level 1 and 5, eventually Aurelia will just be able to just hunt Vladimir down. He doesn't have the mobility. He can pull, but it's not going to be enough. Elements picking up Sona. We have seen Elements playing a lot of Sona recently. He is good with her. He can land the crescendos like crazy unless he completely whiffs them, which has happened. And he knows how to, control the lane with that power card, with that Hymn of Valor harass.
It's very, very scary when you're in the lane with it. And then we will have Skarner in the jungle being played by St. Fishes. He's played it a couple times. Not as famous for it as like his Shyvana per se, but he can still land some nice flash grabs. And then Corki, perhaps to round out the lineup for LGN. So if it is Corki, which we're going to go ahead and talk about it, hoping that they actually pick it in and they don't troll us again. A new Corki bot lane versus the Graves and Sona. Who do you give the edge to?
The problem is I can't actually give an edge to one team just because we don't know if it's going to be a 2v1 or a 2v2. Curse, every time they've been playing, I'd say 90% of the matches, it's been a 2v1 top lane, 1v2 bot lane, and they're good at it. If Legion can respond appropriately, get that 2v2. I like new Corki. It's just strong, lots of DPS coming out. But, if Sona Graves can get that harass out, that's not easy to deal with.
If it comes down to a 2v1 situation or for both teams, who has the more aggressive tower pressure? Is it Corki Nunu with the Blood Boil, or is it Graves with the Wave Clear of Buckshot? That's a big difference there.
Corki does have a wave clear with Phosphorus Bomb, so there's a lot of possibilities. At the same time, Blood Boil, I think, would just be more turret damage in the end. I do think Westrice, though, he's playing Vladimir. He has a lot of wave clear up, with that transfusion, Tides of Blood. He's got options. Aurelia kind of has to get in there, to use her abilities until she hits level 6. So
it feels weird to have to talk about these because we're so used to the past months and months and months. We've always had 1v1 top, 2v2 bot, and then the 1v1 mid with the junglers. Things are starting to change, and things are starting to change quickly, especially at such a pivotal time. We've got PAX coming up, we got the regionals, we got the MLG Raleigh, and then we have, of course, other events all around the globe. But it's an interesting time for things to change, if you ask me. Do you think this is for the better, or do you think, the old style was the way to go?
Man, if everything stayed the same, this game would just be boring. This would be Twisted Fate nonstop. We're actually going into the game. It's going to be a pretty sweet setup, I think.
I hope so. This is going to be Team Legion versus Team Curse in the losers bracket finals. Now, I want to separate the teams here and see if there are any Legion fans that actually want them to win this game and go up and face TSM again to perhaps take the grand finals. Let me hear you cheer. A little bit. And then maybe the hometown favorite. If anyone has an affinity for Curse, let's hear you guys cheer for this game. That pretty much was resounding, I would say. But then I also want to throw in, just if you guys are here to watch some great League of Legends actions with 2,000 of your closest friends, let's hear everyone cheer for some League of Legends, right, guys? Alrighty. This game is still loading up. We'll be in just a second. Should we talk about skins? Looks like Curse has the advantage in skins. Oh no, I'm sorry, Legion does, so Legion will take this game.
WildTurtle is looking fabulous. The skins, they are amazing. Riot's really improved them over the years, going from Rusty Blitzcrank all the way to things like Pulsefire, Ezreal. We are in game now, though.
Will we see some level 1 aggression from either team? To me, I've pretty much cast every Curse game so far this tournament we have together, so we are very, very familiar with what they've been doing. Level 1, they like to go for a defensive Wraith ward, meaning they put a Wraith on their Wraith on their own ward. That's backwards. They put a ward on their own Wraith, but it looks like they're going to switch it up a little bit, perhaps go to the enemy race. They are pinging that brush. Will we see a level 1 fight here? Both teams may meet each other right here. They are unaware. The Sapperling is going to be a big determining factor here. He throws the Sapperling, is going to spot all 5 members of Curse. That is going to be a big deterrent. But will they perhaps go back in? Oh, second time's the charm, I suppose. unless he can throw another sapling in there. Maokai, relatively well known for starting race with his sapperlings, but if he uses enough to spot, then he's not going to have time to set enough at race to take it very, very quickly.
He does spot Chris trying to go for the invade. The ward has been placed, and Legion knows what's going on. That ward is very common, gives you a lot of information. And if you look, actually, Legion themselves have placed a similar ward at Curse's race. So both teams have a good idea of where the jungler is going to be, expecting these ganks, expecting any sort of invade.
Yeah, and the ward there, is of course to spot the enemy jungler, but what it doesn't spot also gives you a lot of information. You know where the jungler is not as well, which is going to be really, really pivotal. But they see that Maokai looks like he's going to be starting those race, so they know exactly what his route is. It's usually race straight over to blue buff, but maybe could we see perhaps an early red buff and level 2 gank up top from Lautemortis?
It's always possible, but both teams are expecting the worst to happen.
Is Jackie going to steal the Wraith of the Dark Binding? Yes, he is, and there he goes. So the first creep kill of the game, a big creep onto Jackie. He is absolutely destroying the other AP mid with 1 CS right now. It's looking really, really good for him. Legion is going to come over and transition to their own blue buff. Lautemortis going to just throw a sapperling and punch it, because that is what he does. We are going to see a 2v1 top for Curse and a 2v1 bot for Legion. Who do you think can sustain and work with it better, Aurelia or Vladimir?
Aurelia's going to have to deal with power chords, Hymns of Valor, bullets, bug shots, so many things going towards her face. At the same time, Vladimir, he does have transfusion. He has a bit more HP, should be able to survive a little bit more.
And we see what is going to happen. Noobish is actually coming behind Westrice. Going to throw the snowball just to say a hi, how you doing? He does take a tower hit and a big transfusion. Already down to 50% health. Going to have to burn one of his potions, but still, Westrice looks like he's in a good place. Nunu can come up there and throw a few snowballs just to say, hey, I opened up a snowball stand, how don't you have some? But it's not going to pressure him that much. But actually, there's a flash aggression from Lautemortis. He will apply red buff, but a counter flash from St. Vicious will get him out of there. I believe Lautemortis actually did get that red buff from Saint.
You steal a Wraith from me, I will steal a red buff from you, and Lautemortis making an aggressive stance here, actually heading towards the mid lane, could be going for a gank onto Jackie.
Looks like he's just going to walk on by, say, hey, how you doing, go back to his own race, and then perhaps get his own red. Do you think St. Vicious could be in a position to counter red buff there?
It's going to be tough because Lautemortis got the experience. He's just farther ahead right now, and a lot of damage was taken by Saint just trying to take it down.
Up top, there may see a 2-on-2 between the jungler, the single solo top, and the duo. What will happen? The Equilibrium Strike comes off, but it only slows. There's the Ignite, and the Exhaust. Will Cop go down here? That is first blood. Can they make it a double kill? Chasing on to Elements. The Arcane Smash knock up. Red buff is applied. Forced to burn his flash. Will Blade Surge be up in time to take it off? One more hit. A nice area of perseverance. Will he go down? But will Cruzer take the tower instead? No. He only falls to about 200 HP. The first blood of this game being spilt by LG and Cruzer and Lautemortis.
And that is what Legion wants this to start with, the aggression coming out. They've taken control of that top lane. Aurelia now has a lot of control. She'll have experience. She'll be level 6 and will actually be able to hold the 2v1 fairly well. Mid lane WildTurtle taking a lot of damage, actually. The binding and pull hitting him quite hard. That's the thing with Gragas. If Morgana actually lands something, it'll hurt, and bot lane being pressured quite a bit by Demunlul and iNoobish.
Yeah, Westrice has already burned through all 3 of his potions. His only means of sustain now is the Tides of Blood and transfusion, increasing his healing and regen from the Tides of Blood, and then, just using the Q just for good measure. But the Gragas versus Jackie's Morgana, we've seen that matchup a couple times. And where is it that Jackie can pull ahead that we've seen?
Once Jackie hits level 6, if WildTurtle ever gets out of position with that body slam, the ult's going to come down, he's just going to chase him down and murder him. That's what Jackie likes to do. If you are out of position, he will bind you, he will root you, he will apply his ultimate, and you will die.
Yeah, and I'm very excited. Like I said, I've seen Jackie beat the Gragas mid before, but I've also never seen WildTurtle's Gragas, so maybe the man is just a machine.
I heard it's a bit wild.
It is a bit wild, and he's a tortoise. Lautemortis actually coming in for the tower dive here. The twisted advance and Knocke will land on Element, but Lautemortis goes down himself. Will Cop be able to turn this around? He is double buffed. He's trying to chase on the Cruzer. The smoke screen to slow him down a little bit, but Cruzer just a hair too fast. He does have the Ninja Tabby. He had the boots too, move speed right there, but Westrice actually in a bad way down here with the Gatling gun and auto attack damages of Demunlul, but he's going to be okay at the safety of his own turret. He's got about 120 health. Do you think he'll be able to sustain up and stay in that lane, or is he going to go back and potentially lose his turret?
Whatever he decides, he has to make sure that he has the backup. Skarner is around there to make sure that if there is any sort of turret dive, it will not result in his death. Actually spotting iNoobish.
Looks like iNoobish is going to find a little scorpion in the jungle, and St. Vicious is going to shield and get on out of there after taking a snowball. iNoobish and Demunlul going to pressure this turret now. Vladimir looks like he's recalling. He's quite off screen. And this is going to be a 2-on-1 again, but Saintfish is down here. The fact that he has to stay in this lane to defend this turret means that Lautemortis, if he so desires, can get an easy gank up top, which it looks like it's actually going. He's Twisted Advance up top. Knock up again onto Elements. Elements is just eating those Twisted Advance and Arcane Smashes, and Jackie is not in mid lane to collapse on this. Elements could go down here. The Blade Surge and Equilibrium Strike with the Heat 10 style true damage will take him down. Man, Maokai he's setting up a camp up top, and he is doing so well.
Maokai's actually on permaban in Europe right now. It's really hard to get him into a game, and we're seeing why. He can gank so well with that Twisted Advance. Once he is on you, you cannot get him off just because of that Arcane Smash, keeping you slow, keeping you knocked up, and just keeping you in range of all that damage.
That's definitely how it works. He already has the Boots of Mobility and the Ruby Crystal, along with the Fairy Charm. So foregoing an early Philo Stone, from that early kill, and just saying, I just want to move as fast as possible. I want to go fast. And that is exactly what he's doing, and it is paying dividends for him right now. An interesting choice to go for the Boots of Mobility over the Philo Stone just because, it pays off in the end. But, I mean, it's his shoes. You can't complain about those.
Hey, it's working. He's 1-1-3. That is a lot of kills for, the passive game we've been seeing out of Curse lately.
Yeah, and Jackie, using that expert positioning that we saw just last game, he likes to stay right behind that kind of torch and just throw out blind dark bindings because you can't dodge what you can't see. And WildTurtle, but he's playing well because he's staying behind his own creeps, and he's actually waiting for those Dark Bindings to come out before he decides to body slam in and CS a little bit.
He's playing safe, and normally a lot of Dracuses there would actually body slam to CS, then you know what, Jackie goes to town, applies his ultimate, lands the binding, usually gets a kill.
Yeah, because Jackie is level 7 now, so it's very, very scary. That option is on the table for him. Up top, early Dragon from LGN, Lautemortis is going to start that up. There are 2 people up top, so this is obviously in the advantage of LGN. Will Curse be able to collapse on it? Here comes Jackie and Vladimir. It doesn't look like it's Saintfish, a little bit too far away, unless Jackie goes absolute man mode. Will there be a Dark Binding? Will he steal that Dragon? Who will be the Dragon Slayer today? Can he? Dark Binding smite. Lautemortis smites a little early, giving the kill to Corky, but that gave room for a Dark Binding to potentially steal that.
That was almost Tomer Soil stealing it, actually. Just a split second just too soon.
That would have been absolutely clutch. But, I mean, that's what happens. When your enemy opponent, redundant, has a 2v1 up top, you have an advantage down bot because you have your own 2v1 down bot, and you can take Dragon as much as you want because they're just so far away. And no teleports either.
That's actually originally why it became a 2v2 in the bot lane. That's why it was like that for about a year before we started transitioning out of that meta.
Yeah, and is it just the case that teams start to realize the value maybe lies in towers rather than, those early Dragons?
That's what they've been thinking lately, but we don't see any turrets being taken right now. The defense from Aurelia and Vladimir has been very solid. The 9-minute mark is actually pretty late for a turret to go down from Curse's latest strategies.
And Saint Vicious already has his own oracles. I don't believe there's an oracles on the side of LGN. Let's take a look. Lautemortis does not have one. So the jungler, Saint Vicious, here he comes. He is level 6. Will he be able to lock onto WildTurtle? There's the flash, but the body slam in response. WildTurtle able to get out of there with his life, but Lautemortis has blood in his eyes. He has the boots of mobility. Will he be able to get there? No, it does not look like it. And WildTurtle, he is holding on to his ultimate because he kind of respects the quick reflexes of Nia Jacky. We've seen Nia Jacky many times apply Black Shield while Gragas' ultimate is in the air to mitigate the kind of position disruption.
Actually, against Orbit, that was the case. They could never get a good initiation off. Actually, Invasion onto the red buff has been spotted by Curse. They're trying to collapse around it. 3 members coming in from Curse, 4 members coming in from Legion. They do snag it. Seems like they're just going to back right on out of there.
So far, Saint Vicious hasn't been able to touch his own red buff. Dark Binding? Nope. Just going to pass right on by. WildTurtle stutter steps a little bit to put a ward in that bottom brush. Still 2v1 up top. Aurelia, is she doing well for herself? She has 52 CS compared to the 2v1 down bot of 30 CS for Vladimir. He did buy that Doran's Shield and that Amplifying Tome, while Aurelia has a Phage, has Ninja Tabby, and has a Doran's Blade.
Aurelia is actually doing very solidly, 24 CS above Vladimir. That's a lot.
And, she's 3-0-1.
Oh, yeah,
no big deal.
That's pretty good, pretty good.
Those ganks from Lautemortis are paying off hugely. He's just getting his 2v1 up to the speed of a 1v1 pretty much, and it's working really, really well. Vladimir very, very, very far behind in that respect. And Dark Binding just landing out Dark Bindings right now with that blue buff. He can throw them out however often that he wants, and he's just waiting for that time to use his ultimate. Just waiting for WildTurtle to go in and CS.
WildTurtle playing very safely, knows something is up, just goes ahead, throws down his barrel, drinks a bit, and plays safe. And this is what we've been seeing lately. You get a bit of an advantage, you play safe, you don't go for those crazy risks, because if you die in lane, you can throw away so much advantage you've gained.
Looks like Graves is 1-1-0 with 73 CS to the 77 CS of Corki, who is 0-0-0. No real definitive build prediction from Corki so far, but that pickaxe on Cop tells me he could be going for an Infinity Edge. How do you feel about him building an Infinity Edge if Corki was supposed to go to a Trinity Force route?
Well, normally what you do as Graves, especially when you're 2v1 like this, you should be getting a lot more farm and possibly kills onto someone like Cruzer. So he should be going for the Infinity Edge just because he'll get it fast. He'll be doing so much more damage so quickly. While Corki, if he gets a Triforce, he's going to be pretty tanky, have good control with the Triforce proc, but it won't actually be that effective. Lautemortis actually going for a gank on the top lane. Can he get the root onto Elements? He's just out of range. He actually does get the root off. The smash does land. Elements doesn't have his ultimate yet. Lots of damage coming onto him. Can they get the kill? Elements does go down. Will Cop chase? He will back off.
Elements 0-4-1 right now. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, yes, still level 5. Hasn't even had the 6th mark. Because he just keeps getting ganked by Lautemortis. Lautemortis is really, really putting the pressure on up top. He's saying, you want a 2v1 up there? I'll come and make it a 2v2, and we'll see how you do. And so far, Sona and Graves are not looking so good. iNoobish and Demunlul, first turret of the game goes down, that tier 1 bot turret. 9Jackie goes back. Skarner's going to cover the mid lane. Maokai is just farming his own race. Demunlul's going to take this opportunity to go back and perhaps purchase. Maybe would he go for a phage this route, or do you think he's going to stay true and go for an Infinity Edge and chase that Graves?
Probably go for an Infinity Edge. Yep, there's the pickaxe. You know, he needs the damage. He's ahead. He knows he is. They have the kills. They have the dragon. And they have that turret too. And now that that bottom turret is down, I wouldn't be surprised to see actually Corki and Nunu go mid lane or top lane just to keep that pressure up. And
9Jackie taking a lot of damage from those barrels. WildTurtle does have a needlessly large rod already, only to 9Jackie's blasting one. They both have the double Dorans. 9Jackie actually going boots 2, which is something we don't always see. He usually stays boots 1 for a long time, but a lot of Legion is actually near this mid lane. Jackie is going to spot them with that ward. They want this blue buff, so Lautemortis doing a great job of timing all the buffs and not giving a single one to Curse so far. It's not looking good, but Noobish caught in a dark binding. Going to tick down with a Tormented Soil, but it looks like he's going to be A-okay. Saintfish tries going for a steal, but he is actually going to get the short end of that stick. There's the Blade Search, an Equilibrium strike, but he's able to get away. The Gragas Barrel actually knocks him to safety. 9Jackie may fall after the Soul Shackles. Will Cruzer be able to follow up on that? No. And Lautemortis falls to Westrice. Westrice in a bad place with the Sanguine Pool, but Cop still very, very healthy. But Sona, she is very low on mana. Can they do anything here? Cruzer now in a 3-on-1 situation in the enemy jungle. Will he be able to escape? Nunu, do you really want to go back in there? Do you want to snowball and take an extra buckshot? Looks like he does not. Cruzer, you are going man mode. Where are you going to die? Will you die? You are just escaping the enemy jungle. This is the great escape right there. And Cruzer makes it out of that with his life with only 200 health. Couldn't have seen that one coming.
Let's go ahead and see if we can get a good replay of that going on screen. That was an amazing fight coming out from Curse. I don't know if you can get it on, so we'll just have to actually avoid that for now. But, you know, that play coming out, you know, they had a lot going on to Morgana. They tried to get it done, but it just did not work. NYJackie getting such a good ultimate off. Oh, there we go. So it comes out. The blue is being attacked right now by Legion. They're able to secure it. Everybody's grouped up. iNoobish caught to the side. Doesn't really matter, though, because they're focusing on the blue buff. They decide to initiate onto St. Vicious now, doing quite a bit of damage. Lautemortis immediately just goes for that binding, and then instant impale comes out from St. Vicious, just trying to keep himself alive. This lets Jackie get into the middle of everybody, getting this awesome ultimate off. Everybody's focusing, but Elements with a crescendo over the wall just CCs everybody, lets that damage go from Jackie, and he barely walks away as Cruzer trying to do anything he can. With that, Curse, they group up, and they just take out everybody left, with Westrice using Sanguine Pool to dodge the absolute zero from Noobish and just clean up from here.
Yeah, and Demunlul will be the last one to fall on that one. So we'll actually jump right back into live, see what's going on in the rest of this game. Looks like Lautemortis just finishing off that family of wolves. What did they ever do to you, sir? 1-1-2 for Vladimir, 58 CS. To the other solo lane, Aurelia, 86 CS, 4-0-2. She is almost getting that Trinity Force. She just needs to pick up a Zeal and then 300 extra gold. She will be very, very scary.
That she will, even with that fight, even with Curse getting just those 3 solid kills, they're still behind about 3,000 gold at this point. It's quite a large number for only the 15-minute mark. You know, one good fight and a dragon or just even turrets can easily bring that down, though.
And now, while Gragas is only 0-1-0 with 125 CS, to Jackie's 1-0-2 with 128 CS, his ultimate is really, really key in these team fights. Who's going to be the more scary AP mid coming into a 5-on-5 team fight?
If Jackie is paying attention, has the reaction times, he can Black Shield anything WildTurtle wants to do. So unless WildTurtle gets a really good, barrel just to break the Black Shield, it's going to be all Jackie.
All right, we'll see what happens when the time does come. Dragon should be up in just a little bit. Nunu does have a GP10 ticking, while Maokai does have 2 for himself. GP10's looking at Curse. It looks like you have 2 onto Maokai, or Skarner rather, and 2 onto Sona. So they're sitting about even as far as GP10s are concerned. And those will start ticking, and those will start making a big impact later in the game.
It's how teams have been staying relevant, actually. We've seen a few turnarounds just because one team would stack GP10 items and go for that late game engage when you see thousands of gold just earned from nothing but GP10s.
Yeah, it's very, very impressive to see. Got the Needlessly Large and the Amplifying Tome there on Gragas, along with the double Dorans. What are we going to see him build? Is this going to be a Zania's or just a Death Cap, or they just pick it up just for some light reading?
That will probably turn into a Cage's Lucky Pick, eventually a Deathfire Grasp. We've seen that burst combo where you use a DFG into the Gragas Hull, into a Gragas Barrel, body slam for good measure, and Ignite if they're still somehow alive, and you die. That's what Gragas does. He kills you with all of his abilities, doing immense amounts of damage and having incredibly good AP ratios.
And Lautemortis with that Oracles now he's just been living in that bottom jungle of Curse. Westrice, what are you doing? You're about to meet a few members of LG, and hey, welcome to the party. There's a snowball. The Hemo Plague used defensively, and the Sanguine Pool. What's going to happen? He will go down very quickly to 3 members of LGN who have pretty much set up a camping ground in the Curse bottom jungle because of that alleviated pressure. I believe up top, actually, we have some action going on between Cruzer and 3 members of Curse. We can actually hopefully cut back to that in a second for a quick replay after that kill onto Westrice down bot. Meantime, Curse going to pressure up this top turret. Not just pressure, take it down. LGN also taking down. We're going to go ahead and jump right to that instant replay to see exactly what we missed up top.
So the first thing that happened is Cruzer went aggressive, but guess what? St. Vicious was there looking for the gank. The exhaust is used onto Cruzer. He tries to escape, but you know what? There's just too much CC. Fights there. The Sona Crescendo comes out, and they just take him out.
Wow, they used a lot of ultimates to secure that kill, but looks like they did take down Tier 1 top turret. Tier 3 bot turret for LGN. Looks like it took a little bit of damage after they killed that Tier 2 after securing the kill onto Westrice. WildTurtle putting on some damage. Demunlul is going to Valkyrie over that wall just to help him out. And that turret will go down. So now we have 3 turrets on the advantage of LGN to 1 of Curse, 2 kills, and about 4K gold.
Don't forget the one dragon they took early too, and they're going to go top lane. They just want to take out these turrets, actually take out this blue buff. This is the last time they fought with Curse, just going for the blue buff, and it was greatly in their favor. Will they actually go for it again, and will it be the same?
But look how far away Vladimir is to this fight. Lautemortis does get bound, and he goes down very, very quickly. Not even the Twisted Advance Intangibleness can save him from that. And iNoobish with a nice long-range auto attack from Sona. She is going to start to carry this game, and a nice stutter step from Demunlul will actually get him away from that Dark Binding. So even without Vladimir, Curse came out on top of that with some great stuff.
And that is just Jackie. Every time Jackie lands a binding, he follows it up with Tormented Soil, and the damage is just insane. If he gets the Soul Shackles off and gets the full channel, you are stunned. You are just helpless as the rest of Curse will just group up and murder you.
Yeah, that's every member of the team. And Soul Shackles, of course, slows your movement speed if it's applied to you. And Curse is just like, all right, we can follow up on that. Between Graves, Quick Draw, Sona, Crescendo, they have a lot of stuff to lock you down. This game is just even. I mean, this is just 3K gold in the advantage of LGN, just because really of the Dragons, 7-7 as far as kills are concerned. But the fights have been in the advantage of Curse so far.
And just looking at the gold overall, right now there's a lot of gold on the Graves, a lot of gold on the Corki. Just the APs and the ADs have so much cash, which is scary for both teams because, if Graves gets free shots off, if Corki gets those free shots off, they will just melt people at this point.
Yes, they will. The Infinity Edge was just completed onto Corki. Graves does have his as well, including the Vamp Scepter and the Dagger. So we'll see the normal kind of Infinity Edge Phantom Dancer rush that a lot of AD carries do. Except for Corki. Corki usually goes for a Trinity Force, but it's interesting to see him going Infinity Edge. You said before, it's just because he was so far ahead, or you felt that he was in that 2v1 lane. He just wanted to put out as much damage as possible with his auto attacks.
Hopefully Vladimir's not able to 2v1 or 1v2 in the bot lane. That's what they were looking for with that. I mean, he's got that Vamp Scepter just in case, and Dragon should be responding soon. Looks like a lot of pressure coming out from both teams as Curse and Legion converge around that area.
Jacky has his Abyssal Scepter and his Spell Pin Boot, so he's not only going to take less damage from Gragas's abilities, he's also just going to deal a lot more damage, and it's not going to be good for Legion. As though Cruzer the Bruiser does want to get in on this. He is on Aurelia. You know, she's a very, very in-your-face kind of top laner. We'll see if they can make something happen with this dragon fight. LGN slowly making their way. Curse just biding their time with a speed up from Elements. The Hymn of Celerity. Will they be able to catch anyone? Coming from behind. This might be a flank here. Will Legion see it? Will Demunlul get caught?
Can you get
the
out?
Dark Binding? No, nothing. They didn't even go on it. They decided against it. So Curse just second guessing themselves, I guess, wanting to save all of their abilities for a bigger fight. I mean, that was like a Corki served up on a silver platter from what it seemed.
That was 300G just waiting to go to Curse
Again,
at that point.
Will they fall for it twice? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Will they get it? They're coming to this dragon. They're pretty far away. That tier 1 turret is still there, but it looks like they're just going to go towards the dragon pit. LGN, no vision of them whatsoever. What's going to happen? Saint Vicious, when will you make your move? When will you strike? Stalking his prey.
They have to defend because they will push down this turret unless
Oh, there he goes, and he is spotted. He does have the oracles, which is worth a good bit of money. He doesn't want to lose that investment. But man, LGN is between a rock and a turret right here. The flash, but the counter flash body slam from WildTurtle puts a lot of distance for a 5-man Hemo Plague. And there's the absolute seal. The Gragas ultimate disengages from Westrice. Westrice falls. And then a lot of damage. There goes Nunu. Morgana. This is great for LGN. They're starting to clean up right now. Cruzer the Bruiser absolutely zoning Elements from the fight. But Cop, can you clean up? Can you do it? No. Janitor Cop has to quit the job. He's not on tenure just yet.
On. You gotta
Elements,
go away. You gotta
get out of
away,
there.
Elements.
Use your move speed. The Twisted Advance will land with the Arcane Knockup. There it is, catching Elements in a bad place. Absolutely fantastic team fight from Legion.
And we definitely have to take another look at that. Great play. Great play coming out. Let's go ahead and just take another look at it. So right now, Legion rushing towards this turret, trying to go ahead, put some push on as Curse comes in from behind. Both teams just not confident to initiate. Eventually, WildTurtle takes a drink, baits out the flash from St. Vicious. The binding does not land, but Westrice with that amazing 5-man Hemo Plague just completely shuts it down. The crescendo was just not enough because WildTurtle launches everybody far away, his ultimate doing immense amounts of damage, and just the AoE and burst from Gragas takes out Westrice. It takes out Jacky, with Demunlul supporting in the back. At the same time, though, St. Vicious and Cop are just not harmed, doing so much DPS. St. Vicious does get taken down, but Cop finally shoots down Demunlul just because he had that time in the back to go ahead and continually do that damage. Just amazing play from both sides as Elements try to float on, but, well, Golems will spawn and dance in the middle of that, and rest in peace, Elements.
A 5-man Hemo Plague turned into a fight that Legion actually won. I thought it was bad news all over for that St. Vicious, waiting for the Smite steal. He does have it up. Will he be able to calculate it? There's the Gragas ultimate, and then the vengeful Maelstrom on top of that, reducing a lot of the damage from Jacky's ultimate. He does stun Lautemortis. The Transfuge will finish him off, and a flash to dodge that big one from Corki, but the Valkyrie hot in position. A rogue range missile will get the double kill, and now Cop, what are you going to do? Blade Surge and Equilibrium Strike will stun you. Can Demunlul and WildTurtle follow up on this? The quick draw to safety, trying to get there. Did he dodge him? A nice Dark Binding almost saves him, locking down his pursuer of Cruzer, but the entire rest of the team of Legion could not be stopped, and they take an absolutely fantastic dragon fight for their advantage.
And now a 5,000 gold lead in favor of Legion, about to be 6,000. They are looking so strong right now. WildTurtle on Gragas, he's just getting these good ults, getting this just high damage out, and I don't know if Curse can deal with it right now.
Yeah, it's great because it's high damage and it's just such a stupid position disruptor.
You are just in the worst position. All of a sudden, you're drunk to the side, to the corner, just like, where am I? How did I get here? What did I drink last night?
Yeah, it's absolutely insane in that respect. The Abyssal Scepter pickup from Jacky is interesting. He builds it a lot, but in the, like 2 team fights ago, I feel like if he may have favored Azania's Hourglass at that point in time.
Azania's would be awesome because you can press that 2, press 1, whatever you bound it to. Guess what? You're sitting there. You cannot be moved or damaged by anything coming out from Gragas, and your ult has a good chance to actually finish channeling. The problem with Abyssal is he has tankiness, yeah, but there's just too much damage overall coming out. The MR is just not enough.
Yeah, you see the 5, 1, and 7 Aurelia with 133 CS. She's actually got the makings of what looks to be a Guardian Angel. So if you weren't killing her before, you're definitely not going to kill her now. It's going to be absolutely brutal for Team Curse. The DFG now finished onto Gragas with the Rabadon's Death Cap. That is going to be hitting for a large percentage of an enemy's health. You know, Vladimir may perhaps be the main target because he does scale with his Crimson Pact. He gets a lot of health. But I mean, Gragas, he can just throw that thing around and it will deal damage. That's
And
just
actually,
facts.
Vladimir only has that one Negatron cloak for magic resist, so the burst coming out from Gragas is going to be high. It's just, I mean, that's the thing. Gragas will do amazing damage. You have to punish him for being a melee character. You have to punish him because he has relatively long cooldown for his normal spells, but it's just not happening right now.
Yeah, 1, 4, and 12 as well on Maokai. Lautemortis, he's playing exceptionally well. Will Legion run into Curse coming into their own jungle? They will spot Curse with that ward. And Sapperlings are playing a key role in this game. They're just free, tiny little wards.
You know, having the ability to just keep every entrance blocked off. Curse has never really gotten a good, pin. Even that fight bot lane, I think Legion was actually baiting that out. So every time Curse goes for that fight, that surprise, there's a sapling, there's a ward, there's, Corky firing rockets to try and get that sound, that vision.
Right now, Curse looks like they're hanging around the Baron area. WildTurtle going to go ahead and refresh his blue buff right there. Maokai is going to push the mid. He's got the boots of mobility, which are really paying off. He has gained a lot of move speed. He's been able to catch a lot of targets with them, which has been crucial for Legion. Just barely dodges that Dark Binding. The Wine Caskets thrown out from WildTurtle will clear that creep wave, followed by the Body Slam. 184 CS on Graves to the 184. They're absolutely pretty much dead even, Corky and Graves, except Graves is 4-2 and 7 to Corky's 6-2 and 2.
And there's also the turrets, the dragon. There's a lot of global gold right now in favor of Legion, giving them that little extra edge in terms of items.
Yes, they are up, totally up. About 5k gold, and Curse has little to no vision. It is going to be disrupted right here when Noobish takes that ward. So Curse right now, absolutely blind. They know that Legion is around this area. They do have one ward right there, but they're blind. They can't see any members of Legion on the map right now. What will they do? Jackie, will you face check a brush? What's going to happen? WildTurtle, the entirety of Legion waiting, just patiently waiting in this brush. That's the most important thing. Lautemortis, will you get Dark Bound and Torment and Soil? The crescendo follow-up onto 4 members of Legion. But both teams, no one really going all the way in. Curse is, I guess, kind of in a bad place. He pops his Shirley, trying to catch a Demunlul, but the Valkyrie will get him out of there. And now, what will Curse do? What will LGN do? I mean, LGN is spectacular in team fights. Crescendo is down, you're absolutely right. Another Dark Binding and Tormented Soil with an Impale from St. Vicious. And now Jackie is in the middle of the team with Soul Shackles, procking on a WildTurtle and Cruzer. WildTurtle falls. And here's the absolute zero, slowing the move speed of St. Vicious. Will they be able to catch him? Yes, they do. And now Westrice, what are you going to do in a 1-on-3 situation? Can Vladimir take this out with his Tides of Blood and Transfusion? A nice flat. The Snowball will follow, and the Valkyrie to follow up for a double kill. Corky taking him down. Legion is a monster in team fights.
And they take out Maokai, but Maokai just isn't the person you want to focus. He's too tanky. He may have gotten some mobility boots, but you know what? He's still a tanky character, even if he can't get that ultimate off. Legion taking out this next turret, just trying to get a nice solid lead. They're already ahead, 7,000 gold. All of a sudden, Baron's going to be easy for them to take. They're going to get that big old creep wave building up at the top lane as Nunu's heading towards there, and they're just getting all the farm, all the gold they can. This is scary for Curse. They keep trying things, but it's just not working. They don't have the vision. They don't have the damage right now.
Yeah, they are very, very down. But I mean, what is their hope? What can they do to come back into this game against Legion? Because Legion is looking good.
Normally, it's going to be something like, oh yeah, get a good binding, just focus them out. But that's what they got in a lot of Morris. Even with the Impale, it's just not enough. Unless something like Demunlul walking into the enemy team just, on his own happens. Right now, Curse, they have to make some big AoE play while somehow getting rid of just WildTurtle's high damage.
Yeah, but can they really even go for a big AoE play with Maokai's ultimate down? It's a scary thing to walk into.
With Maokai's ultimate, and if they go for the AoE, guess what? You're knocked around by Gragas. So it's not easy. Curse, though, they're smart. They can think of something.
Yeah, but I mean, LGN is riding a wave of success right now. They're looking so good. They, like we said, they were knocked down here by the mighty TSM, who are going to be in the grand finals. So we will see if we will have a rematch up there, but they have to get through this opponent of Curse right now. But right now, it's looking very, very good. You do have the Infinity Edge and the Negatron Cloak. Corky, I'm assuming, is probably going to go for a Quicksilver Sash to get out of the Dark Bindings and Soul Shackles and whatnot, and the Skarner Impale.
There's so many skills. Once that QS is on him, it's like, I can get away from everything. I'm Corky. I'm just going to shoot you some more. And it's hard to deal with. Once you reach this point in the game where the carries start getting lots of items, the Black Shield's going to be awesome for Braves, but if Corky is able to just do that free farm, because he has the kills, because he has that extra global gold, he's going to do more than Braves can.
Yeah, and these two 80 carries are staying neck and neck for CS, 207 to 208 right now. He just ticked up one. That's quite all right. And Jackie, 4-2-7, 198 CS to 247 CS of Gragas. He is absolutely destroying in farm and kills and team fight potential. I mean, like I said, I never saw WildTurtle's Gragas before this, but I'm scared.
A-Rams, man, that's where you got to practice it.
Apparently.
And third dragon being taken by Legion. They keep taking these dragons. What we saw from Curse last game, what we saw from Singapore Sentinel, what we saw from Lee. Whichever team is dominant, they just kind of scoop up every dragon they possibly can, and it's a lot of gold. It builds up so quickly, and you know they're ahead now at 8,000 golds. That number keeps going higher and higher.
They did spot that ward, and they gave a little tri-punch to it, and it went down in one fell swoop. They did not spot the ward that is just north of them, however, for Curse. Curse going to ward up that brush as well, but they did spot it with their own ward, of course, so LGN is just waiting. Do they want to go into it? Do they want to take down that ward in the vision, or are they going to risk a dark binding from NY Jackie? This is basically the same position we were in last time. Curse is aware. They do also see Aurelia does have her GA now. Is this going to be another flank? Is this just a game of flanks right now, it seems?
Oh, binding is down as well as Tormented Soul. It's going to be kind of tricky for Curse.
There's a flash aggression from Lautemortis locking down St. Vicious. Jackie, in the meantime, is in the back lines with his Soul Shackles proccing on 3 members of LGN. St. Vicious is the first to fall in this fight. Jackie will follow shortly thereafter. Westrice with his own Zanyas, but how long will it protect him for? Not very long. They were just waiting for that stasis to come up. And Elements with a nice long-range flash over that wall will get him out of harm's way. Noobish in hot pursuit, but it looks like they're just going to either transition to Baron or start pushing up that mid lane. Baron, it looks like. You know, Baron's and pretty easy stuff right here just because of the new Consume Smite. We're going to go right back to a replay to check out that team fight.
And so it started, you know, with the initiation coming in from Legion. They're like, yo, they're pushing our turret. We got to stop them. Jackie misses the binding, though. He misses the soil, and 2 important skills are down. Lautemortis goes into the entire enemy team, gets all their attention, gets the focus onto himself, has the ultimate down. Jackie tries to get a good ult off, doesn't get Corky, though. And with the Zonias, the rest of Legion is able to disengage. Curse and Cop get knocked back in the meantime, and as the damage comes out, they can't keep anybody locked down on the Legion. And, you know, Demunlul will clean up. They'll just clean up with everything. Just too much damage coming out. And actually, as this happened, Baron was taken by Legion.
We'll jump right back on the live to see what they're doing with that Baron buff. Looks like still pretty much the same old, except, of course, that they do have Baron now. Baron being taken off the map. 7 kills in the advantage of Legion. They're up about 11k gold. Again, you know, keep reiterating, it's looking really, really good. You got the GA on Aurelia, along with the Trinity Force, the Negatron Cloak. I'm feeling we're going to see a few Quicksilver Sashes this match.
No, QSS, it will shut down Skarner, it will shut down Morgana. That's the only way to get out Morgana's ultimate, aside from the flash, or just, you know, leaving the area. It's tricky right now for Curse because their initiation, their cool tools like Hemoplague and Morgana's ultimate, they're getting denied. Yeah. They have to find, you know, maybe a Baron skill as possible. Now Legion has Baron. Now Legion not only has a huge gold lead, but the huge stats coming in, and this is like the guillotine falling. Right now, Curse is in a dangerous position. If they make one small mistake, they can lose an inhibitor, possibly lose the game.
2 Quicksilver Sashes already finished on Team Legion, so they're not going to be good targets for an Impale from Skarner, nor a Dark Binding, but sometimes you can't be very picky with that stuff. Sometimes you just got to get what you could get. Beggars can't be choosers. Aurelia, oh, there's the Flash Dark Binding onto iNoobish, bringing him right back into the thick of things with Curse, but he is able to get out of there. And now Cruzer with the Hemo Plague on himself. There's a Crescendo trying to lock down members, but Demunlul actually decides to QSS that. Westrice taking out iNoobish, their original target from the very start, and WildTurtle able to body slam out of there as well. So a 1-for-0 exchange in the favor of Curse.
This isn't over yet, though. Westrice possibly caught a position. He does get CC. The Zonius is down. Can Curse show up to back him up? He does use a pull. This is a great delay.
Let's see what happens. He's just going to get out of there. Wow, a nice Zanya straight into a Sanguine pool. And then the pressure of the rest of his team completely deters Legion from continuing that fight. I thought as soon as I saw Zanyas, he was going to be a sitting duck after that. But he is Vladimir, and he's got that troll pool.
Troll pool OP. And right now, Curse, they do have that one person advantage, but it's still scary. There's still just so much, and Element's out of mana, actually.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a big thing. Can't spam all of his hymns and songs and little ditties just yet. He may have to go back to get some mana, but in the meantime, LGN's not letting him go back. They have Baron. They have a percentage-based mana and health regen, additional ability power, and additional attack damage, so they can stay here, they can siege, and they can do whatever they want. They can outlast. This is going to turn into a war of attrition.
And you know, they do have a Sona, but like I said, there is no mana, and Baron buff provides quite a bit of regeneration. A lot of HP coming back on Legion just for being alive.
Lautemortis running past the tower. Who does he want to hit with that twisted advance? No one just yet. He just want to kind of bully them off the tower. Westrice will get spotted, but Lautemortis again with the impale. Jackie, will he go down for Soul Shackles? No, the perfect Zanya's hourglass underneath this turret. There goes Maokai, Skarner falls, Morgana falls, and Legion. Will they be able to clean up here? 3 members of Curse are left. Westrice turning on the aggression. The WildTurtle with a body slam. Will he walk into the barrel? He does! Westrice, what were you doing? You didn't need any booze. You were going to die. And he goes down very, very quickly. And now Legion going to take this tier 2 turret. Again, Legion, Cruzer hasn't popped his GA yet.
They cannot kill anybody. They're getting these nice picks. You kill Maokai, you kill Nunu, that's okay, but the real threats are Corki, Gragas, Cop, he's got to do something right now because that turret goes down, the inhibitor goes down, the map is gone, they can't leave their base, they're going to be scared of a fat man coming out of the bushes and getting them drunk.
That is the scariest thing. I worry about that every day of my life, but the top inhibitor will be taken, and now blue buff being pinged by Curse, knowing that that is pretty much Legion's next move to go take their blue buff. They've done it all the time, but Curse not going to be able to contest that whatsoever.
A 13,000 gold lead in favor of Legion. It's really kind of just that one big play that Curse needs to make. What that big play is, though, it doesn't make sense for them to do really anything. If they go for a binding, there's Quicksilver Sashes. If they go for a hard initiate, there's a Gragas ultimate. Legion just has an amazing composition right now, and they're playing it to their fullest.
Yes, indeed they are. The Maokai, the Gragas, the Corki that just stays very, very far away, shoots his missile and his Phospho Bomb. Then you got Aurelia, who just is so adept at just getting in there. Especially with the GA, she's not scared. She's not scared whatsoever. She will stick to whomever she pleases, and she will take them down very, very quickly. Nunu does have the Aegis of the Legion rocking for his team. Also Maokai, a double Aegis of the Legion, actually. So no matter where you are, as long as you're with a Yeti or a tree, you are always protected there. They're actually going to go ahead and take this dragon with those sapperlings. Curse, none the wiser. And I do not think they have any vision whatsoever on this, and that's just going to be another dragon for Legion, putting them now in a very, very good position. It's going to be 15k gold advantage, huh?
Took a second.
14k.
14k.
Math, not my strong suit.
14.5k maybe? I don't know, but it's a big number, and it's just something that when you see, it's hard to deal with.
It's a large deficit.
There are Quicksilver Sashes. Corki right now actually has
Westrice,
almost a full item.
Are you recalling? I hope you are recalling Westrice. Okay, he did. Okay, good. They were trying to come for another flank. This game is just all about positioning, and LGN has done it so expertly so far. They're always just where you least expect them. They're always coming from behind. They're always in a brush somewhere. They are just running this map and running this game right now. They do not have an Oracles. They're not able to clear any of the wards, but there's the barrel. They're just going to pressure bot lane while top lane pushes. That's it. They're saying, Curse, come at me. What's going to happen here? Are you going to engage on this underneath your turret? Or are you going to let your top lane push? I mean, what can Curse do to stop this?
If they try and defend their Nexus, they actually risk losing that bottom turret because it'll be a 4v5. If they don't defend the Nexus, it will start dying. They will lose turrets, and that's just going to be a huge problem. They won't be able to leave their base. So
who's going to engage on this? Is St. Fisher's going to be the one to pull someone? Is he going to flash pull? He does have his flash up. He does have his ultimate up. Just biding his time right now, taking huge damage, absolutely being chunked right there. There's their Gragas ultimate, just for good measure. I'm going to just make them say, hey, you guys, just go back to your Nexus and let us take this turret, please. Have a few drinks, loosen up a little bit. Why not? Cruzer still with that GA. Still so scary. I think that's who I'm scared of the most. He is absolutely devastating. There's the Vengeful Maelstrom. Lautemortis is going in. They want this turret. The wave clear is actually still really good between Buckshot, Tides of Blood, and they just can't. They don't have Baron, of course, so they can't win that War of Attrition anymore. They can't sustain out, but they're just going to sit here again. The nice dark binding onto iNoobish, but again, kind of the wrong targets.
Anything they get is just going to be incredibly difficult. If they get that binding, all right, it's on iNoobish, but anybody else will have that QSS. And Gragas, he uses ult just for damage. It's back up. Actually, binding on a WildTurtle. Will they do anything with it, though?
Will it happen? WildTurtle getting absolutely chunked by just some pokes, some Tormented Soil, some Buckshots, and Tides of Blood. But they're going to pull out of this. Legion's going to live. But no, there's St. Fisher saying, where are you going? Nowhere. Locking down iNoobish with the crescendo. Hemoplague is on 4 members of Curse, of Legion. Now Cruzer doing work in the back lines. Demunlul saying, I am going to take you down, Vladimir. Zanya's Hourglass. Will he get into the alcohol, though? What will happen? No, Cruzer gets taken down with the Sanguine Pull. Maokai falls shortly thereafter. Demunlul, will he get taken down by Cop? Cop does not have his collateral damage, and I don't think he can catch up to the speedy Corki with the Valkyrie and whatnot. And that was a great fight by Curse.
Now let's go ahead and take a good look at how that actually started. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the replay. So the first thing we see is we do have St. Vicious initiating with that flash over the wall, catching iNoobish by surprise. Nobody expecting that. That one little corner being enough to actually close the distance. The fight starts, the crescendo hits 2 people. NY Jackie just goes in front of everybody. WildTurtle low from before, can't actually stay in the fight. Has to QSS, get right on out of there. Cruzer does dive into the enemy team, but there's just too much damage coming out. And the Hemo play combined with Jackie's ult combined with just everything on Curse finally pays off. Cruzer dies in the middle of everybody. 1E respawns, he just immediately dies. And Westrice able to go ahead and survive Demunlul with that Sanguine pull and an amazing flash when he comes out of it. Lautemortis did come in from the side, but did get picked off.
Yeah, that Zanya's Sanguine pull is looking really, really strong and doing wonders for Westrice right now. We'll go ahead and jump right on back to live, see what's going on in the game after that replay. We are going to be 5 kills ahead for Legion. They're up 12k gold right now. So they were up 14k gold. So, you know, Curse slowly trying to build small advantages to see if they can take anything out here. Nunu is just so tanky. He does actually have a Zeke's Herald in addition to that Aegis of the Legion. It's been getting a lot of use lately. When it was first kind of built, it was first kind of implemented. I didn't see it a whole lot. Why is it now favored?
Well, it used to be Stark's Fervor way back when. It was an expensive item. It was pretty much good for, like, Tryndamere. Now, supports can pick it up. It's relatively cheap. You pick it up just so your carry can deal more damage. And at this point in the game, you know, Demunlul, any sort of attack speed he gets will just apply quite a bit more damage because he has the crit, he has the crit damage, he has the crit chance. He just has all the stats he needs, and any attack speed is going to be massive for him.
And it looks like Sona is building one of her own to counteract. Will he be able to steal this with the ultimate barrel? He does! WildTurtle will go ahead and refresh that blue buff of his.
A great steal, you know, Gragas does have pretty long cooldowns, but when you do get the blue buff, you can more or less chain spam barrels, which is as awesome as it sounds. Demunlul will be picking up his red buff to make up for the fact that he does not have Triforce, and just look how quickly he shoots out the rockets. If you see him in a fight, it's almost, I'd say, about half a second max between rockets coming out. His animation really just pushed to the max.
Yes, indeed. iNoobish is going to go ahead and walk over to this Baron. There's the Vengeful Maelstrom. Legion is going to start this Baron. Will they be able to finish? What is Curse going to do to respond? Can they get in there? St. Fish is waiting for that key moment. A lot of more is knocked up there, but the twist advance onto St. Vicious. And there's Jackie with his ultimate onto 3 members of Legion with the Zion's Hourglass. It will stun all of them. Will Cop be able to clean up here? No, Legion is actually going to use that Blade Surge to pick up the kill on NY Jackie. And now Westrice, do you have your Sanguine pull up? Not this time. You're going to go down. Cop to Cruzer. This is a 2-on-2 situation. WildTurtle staying as far away as possible. Body Slam picks up a quadra kill from Cop, but WildTurtle with a great juke by Elements and a flash. That is going to be a 4-for-4 trade. WildTurtle, do you want this? Can you make it up in time? I don't think so. That Hymn of Celerity is making Elements so fast. His ultimate is about to come up. When will it come up? Can he do it? That's an ace. That is an ace from Legion with an amazing pursuit from WildTurtle, just saying, I'm Gragas, hear me roar.
And Legion isn't done yet. They're actually pushing the inhibitor. It was exposed before. Only person alive right now is WildTurtle. And with that time, you know what? I can't kill Baron, but I can kill an inhibitor. The top turret actually did go down to creeps. He will take down a second inhibitor. The fat man is doing as much as he can with that time. St. Vicious is back off. WildTurtle will back off, but just getting completely dominated by that fight from Legion. Just with one person alive, they took out 2 inhibitors.
That pursuit was ridiculous. You know, and he used his ultimate. The only time he used his ultimate before was actually to steal that blue buff. The blue buff, had he not had it, he wouldn't have had the CDR to perhaps pick up that kill there onto Elements. So really, really lucky, but I'll say also really good timing on his part. He is strong right now.
WildTurtle not afraid to abuse the incredibly short cooldown on his ultimate, actually setting up possibly a trap, waiting for somebody to head around to that blue buff, knowing something is up. Oh, St. Vicious, you do not want to be there.
What's going to happen, St. Vicious? Body slam through the wall, followed by the ultimate. St. Vicious, you are in a bad place. A Twisted Advance does not care about your move speed. You actually make it worse for yourself, and he goes down. WildTurtle now dominating a double buff Gragas with 380 CS. Westrice, this is a 4-on-5 of the advantage of Legion. Can they clean up and perhaps finish this game? The Zanias for Westrice. Do you have your pool up this time? It does not look like it, but can you clean up? Westrice with the pool there into 3 members of Legion. He goes down. WildTurtle is now godlike. That is it's just, he's so scary. It's insane.
This could be game. Legion is fairly low, but you know, Demunlul's at full HP. There will be a lot of regeneration on WildTurtle. What do they do now? Because any sort of push could be the end of the game. There's only 3 people alive on Curse. This is scary. It looks like they're going to rotate towards Baron, though.
Curse right now is backpedaling. Looks like Baron is now up. Curse does have a ward on it, so they'll be able to see that Legion is going to go ahead and do it. But Curse can't respond. Curse can't do anything about it.
It's 3 people up. Even WildTurtle is hanging around the mid lane because he knows they can't do anything. They slay Nasher. They have that buff. Once again, it had 15,000 gold. This game, Curse has been holding on. They've been doing that magnificently. They have not lost the game yet, but it is so hard for them to do anything.
8-kill lead for Legion. They're up 15k gold, about 16k gold. It is looking dire for Curse. But I mean, it's really just that Legion is playing so well. Lautemortis on Maokai is one of the scariest things ever. 1-8 and 25 assists he had. And Gragas is, CS again, nearing that 400 mark. The next closest person is going to be 300. That is Cop on Graves. So a full 100 CS lead for him. And then they picked up just about every dragon as well.
I do not believe Curse has actually taken a dragon. They've seen dragon, but they have not taken dragon, which is, a bigger step. And the problem they're having is just they lost the early game. They have not had control of anything since those first turrets have gone down. They've only taken 2 turrets. That is nothing at this point in the game.
Yeah, only seeing that dragon is not enough. You can't stalk her from afar. You got to go up and say hello. But WildTurtle and the rest of Legion have been courting that dragon very well, and it's working out for him. 2 inhibitors down for Curse, their top and bot. Only tower left standing other than the Nexus turrets for Curse is that tier 3 mid. Now that Legion has Baron, I mean, they're just going to sit mid lane all day and wait for the end.
Top lane will push in, bot lane will push in, the super creeps will build up. It's going to be hard to deal with. 4 super creeps per wave because 2 will spawn with each inhibitor being down, I believe, past the 40-minute mark. So there's about 300 damage coming in with each of those. Just bulky, hard-to-kill minions that will kill turrets in just seconds at this point. So if they do not defend every lane and the mid lane, they will just lose the game from attrition.
The only thing some people don't know is that also not only do you get super creeps in lanes with inhibitors, but your other lanes, normal creeps, get a lot stronger as well.
And it looks like the push is coming on from Legion. They just want to find that one opening to really use Gragas' ultimate and just start the fight in their favor. See if St. Vicious makes a play and they can just counteract that.
Jackie very low on mana. He is very close to his fountain, but if he goes back, I feel like anyone from Curse goes back right now, Legion's going to go ahead and take this turret. And there's Lautemortis taking some turret shots. Hasn't thrown down his ultimate just yet. There's the Gragas ultimate just to separate the team of Curse. Dark Binding does land long range a lot more. St. Vicious will follow up on it with the Impale, but Saint takes a lot of damage himself. Lautemortis with the Soul Shackles and Hemo Plague on him. There's the Zonius from Westrice. Maokai falls. Nunu falls. Will this be a fight that Curse can win? Taking out the Guardian Angel of Cruzer. Saint falls though. Will Cop be able to kill Cruzer? He gets Blade Surge in and he's actually getting stunned. He goes down and he trades it with him. And now Demunlul. Can you kill Jackie? And now the crits are absolutely massive. The Zonius, but the Phospho Bomb may pick it up. Well, yes, it does. Elements. 2-on-1. What do you do? The ultimate again.
WildTurtle, the last survivor.
An ace right there. Wow, WildTurtle, how are you always the last man standing? What are you doing? People need to get on your level right now. Taking down the second Nexus turret. Gonna slowly turn his attention to the Nexus. I believe
it's 30 seconds till Vladimir's alive. He's got to auto-attack it. It will die so quickly.
He could have a party right there. And actually, there's a surrender. That is going to be it. Oh, it didn't happen. There was the winner thing, but it went away. I got trolled.
The inhibitors respawn. He actually can't push. The inhibitors have all respawned.
All of them respawn.
Since the last time he was alive in the
space
Does he have
enough time? Now he's got 13 seconds before St. Vicious is up.
Big creep wave built up.
10 seconds before Westrice is up. Can you auto-attack? Can you ham slap that Nexus enough? What are you going to do?
Down to 1,500, down to 1,000, 700, 300. He will take this game. Wait, will you?
What are you doing?
Trying to kill Westrice. Oh my God, you troll.
WildTurtle, what have you done to us? The winners right there, Team Legion. In this losers final, Legion versus Curse. Legion comes out 1 game ahead so far.
I mean, Curse, they have been dominating these past few games. They took out MTW, they took out Wii. They're looking so good, but Legion, there's a reason they got to winners.
No, and they've been kind of the dark horse team of this tournament. You didn't really expect them to do much, but they have played phenomenally well. And we're really excited. We can't wait to get into Game 2 here in a second. But before we do that, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a second with Game 2 of Legion versus Curse.
selected. Wireless module activated. 850 ready for deployment. TX transmitter online.
Summoners, and welcome back to the IPL Face-Off San Francisco 2012. We're in between games right now for Legion and Curse. Legion did end up taking that first game, but we wanted to talk about it just a little bit and see what our thoughts of it. Are we gonna see a Gragas ban?
I would love to see a Gragas ban. Even Morgana, who's good against Gragas, was not actually enough that game.
Didn't work out for
Turtle's
Night Jackie. Not at all. No one can tame the turtle, apparently. He will stay as wild as can be. So Legion will have, if they're assuming they take this game here against Curse, they will go 2-0 in this losers finals and move back up to the grand finals against TSM. I don't know, were you able to catch the TSM versus Legion match whatsoever?
Not a whole lot. I was actually able to talk to some of the players about it. They felt like it was the early game. They made a few mistakes, didn't punish enough going on. You know, they were in game, just like, wait, we should be able to, you know, punish them and take kills, but they just didn't. And actually, picks and bans have already started for this game, so let's go ahead, see what that first ban is. I'm pretty sure you won't be surprised, Pluto.
No, whatsoever. It is going to be pretty standard there. Curse has banned out Gragas. Let's get right into Champ Select, see what the additional 2 bans from each team are.
Shen's actually already come out, and Yorick has been banned out from Curse.
Yes, indeed. Yorick is interesting enough because they played a really good support Yorick, in that last series. But I guess they don't want the other team to get it. They don't want it for themselves. So they're just going to go ahead and ban it out. This is, Curse does have first pick, first ban here. Is there any really big things that they can pick up here?
I mean, they're actually leaving Malphite open. That could be their plan. Shyvana was banned out by Legion, just like last game. Sam Vicious with his Shyvana is constantly being targeted. And, I mean, Malphite being open, I'd say, is the big thing.
Or if that third ban is Morgana, I was going to say a Morgana again for Jackie, but looks like they're going to not give it to him. Jackie, his reign was ended, of course, in that last game. He did fall to WildTurtle's Gragas, but it looks like they, so now that Gragas is off the table, they don't want to go against a Morgana as well. That would just be not good for them. And Lautemortis locking a very familiar cow.
Alistar not being banned out because, they had to take out Gragas. And by the way, that Morgana, even though Curse was behind 15,000 gold, they were still relevant. They were still doing well in team fights, actually. And Nunu being picked up as well, so support Nunu, could be jungle Nunu. Actually, no, with Alistar it would be support Nunu. We saw iNoobish play and play him incredibly well, getting multiple absolute zeros, just completely filled, and getting that incredibly high damage. So, great pick coming out from them.
Yeah, it's scary because even though Absolute Zero doesn't deal a lot of damage when you're supporting Nunu, it's just a giant AoE slow that the enemy team doesn't want to be in and doesn't want to team fight inside of. So it forces them to burn flashes or the dashes. Zyra, will we see Jackie's Zyra? I've definitely seen him practice Zyra a few times there at the Curse apartment.
Pretty good.
He knows what he's doing, I would say. It's not his first rodeo there, and it is locked in. So we will see Jackie playing Zyra in the AP mid, but I'm interested to see what WildTurtle's response will be. He is able to see the AP mid of the enemy team, and he can try to counterpick it. Is there any counterpicks really for Zyra that you can think of?
I mean, Zyra, once she was unnerfed, there was a hotfix recently, bring her a little closer to being in line. No one knew the counter to her. Actually, Twisted Fate being looked at by Legion. They did do this last game, but, went for the Gragas instead. What is your choice, Legion? Do you think Twisted Fate can actually survive against Zyra? Are you just going to roam instead? Just like, I won't win lane, but I will kill everybody across the map. This is going to be an interesting pick because normally Twisted Fate is not that good in lane, but someone like Zyra can absolutely murder him.
We'll see. And this is right after the hot fix, so Zyra is hot fixed, and she's not absolute release broken OP like a lot of people thought she was. And there it is. We will see a Twisted Fate versus Zyra matchup in the mid. Elements did lock in the Maokai for St. Vicious, so now they're going to try their hand at Maokai. They didn't want to give Alistar, they didn't want to give Maokai to Lautemortis, but I mean he picked up Alistar instead, and that is just as annoying of a jungler.
I mean, in Europe, Alistar is almost permanently banned. In North America, he's such a common ban. In Asia, he's either first picked, first banned. He's one of the best characters in the world, actually. So Alistar on Lautemortis is something he's actually known for, one of his best junglers, and if he can get those ganks off, well, it was just like last game. He ganked early, he ganked aggressively, and it really starts a great lead for Legion.
Yeah, we will definitely see. Alistar is so great on his own, but when you put him in the hands of someone who really knows, his team calls him the herder, because he likes to herd them cows. So it's just the scariest possible thing for him.
He will tower dive at level 2. Level 2, he doesn't care about the turret. It's like, I can still kill them if I do this right, and he will. He will kill them, he will tower dive, no problem.
So high aggression expected to see out there from Lautemortis. The last 2 pickups from Curse will be Corki and Sona to round out their lineup. And what will Legion pick here? It is going to be their top lane. Looks like their top lane will be against the Vladimir. Could it perhaps be another Cruzer the Bruiser playing on Aurelia?
Definitely an option. Aurelia, one of his favorite characters. We could see Lee Sin, definitely likes him quite a bit. I mean, versus Vladimir top, there's not that many options. He's very safe, but at the same time, will it be Vladimir top? Will it be another support Vladimir? Or not support, 1v2 Vladimir? We've seen Vladimir in many different roles, many different positions. He could go mid. Probably won't happen with the Zyra pick, so they don't really know what to throw against Vladimir because it could also be a 1v2 situation. Yeah,
in Yorick being banned out, he is one of the best 2v1 champions. He can sustain from afar, he can deal damage, he can CS from afar. So I believe Curse is going to enter a 2-on-1, and they banned out Yorick because of that. They don't want to go against that really good 2v1 champion. So taking it off the table entirely is really, really smart for them.
It's a great decision because they do run the 2v1 so often, and I think they're just used to having a better 2v1, which with the ganks did not happen last game. If they can pull it off, they will be looking strong, but at the same time, we have seen them run, a really weird lane where they go 2v2 and 1v1. We have seen them do that at least once this tournament, so it's definitely an option.
All right, so the lineups rounding out from Curse and Legion for this game 2 of the losers bracket finals are going to be Corki, Sona, Zyra, Vladimir, and Maokai for Curse, and Twisted Fate, Alistar, Aurelia, Nunu, and Graves for LGN. Who do you give the advantage to as far as late game is concerned?
Late game, they're going to have Alistar on Legion. That's a huge pick, but at the same time, Zyra, Vladimir, Corki, and then Sona to back them up, that's pretty good. That's very good. And even though they will have Aurelia and Graves, I don't think the Alistar and Twisted Fate backup will be quite enough.
All right, well, we definitely want to hear everyone's input for this game. This is game 2 of the losers bracket finals between Legion and Curse. Curse has been a resounding favorite for the crowd, but I don't know. Do you guys want to see WildTurtle run amok again in this game 2?
A few. But what about Curse? If you want to see Curse come back, take this to a best of 3, go to the 3rd game, I want to hear some noise.
Definitely heard that one. But it's going to be it's obviously a big match. It's going to go blow for blow. I wonder if Lautemortis is going to kind of babysit top like you saw him do before. Because in that 2-on-1 situation, when he babysits top, it turns it onto a 2-on-2 situation, and the jungler, usually with a lot of CC, like the Maokai, like the Alistar, actually comes out way, way ahead, and he really snowballed Aurelia that first game.
I mean, jungler will have usually a higher level in the duo lane. Aurelia was able to get enough experience to actually fight despite being, harassed constantly. So they really played that situation well. And Curse, they're coming after, this is their 3rd match, I believe, in a row. So they've been playing a lot of League of Legends. If you ever played for, 6 or 7 hours like they're doing so today, it's not easy.
Saint Vicious on his Maokai. What is he going to have to do to kind of turn the tides of this game? Is he going to have to babysit his 2v1, or is he going to focus more on just getting Jackie so fed on Zyra?
He has a lot of options. Maokai, one of the best gankers, as we saw last game. He can really do what he wants, and if it works, it will be awesome. He can go for supporting Jackie. He can support the 2v1 or even the 1v1 or 2v2 or whatever it actually ends up being. And we will see what that is in just about a minute.
Everyone on the team has pretty standard builds, boots, 3 pots, the fairy charm, couple wards from the supports. The only difference being, it looks like Nunu did pick up a pink ward. So we may see an early ward kill there, just to eliminate the vision of the enemy team. Vladimir a little bit split up top. There is a ward from Curse in that brush. What will they do with it? They're just going to look for the invade, I suppose.
No, Curse, they love to put that ward down. We actually, I believe, we do this where they expected the invade, place a pink ward to kill that ward, and look at Legion right now, they're just waiting for someone to be out of position. Alistar is there in the optimal pulverize and kill you position.
It's Sapperling, my apologies. 2 Sapperlings out now. Going to go ahead and watch for that invade, but will Legion make a move here? Do you give the advantage? I mean, Alistar is usually a big level 1
Alistar
nuisance.
Twisted Fate, that is a level 1 team fight no one wants to deal with. You walk into a bush, you will be CC'd, knocked into the air, and then you get a gold card in the face, getting those very severe paper cuts.
Paper cuts indeed. Curse going to recall Westrice. He's going to go back. Looks like we're going to see another 2-on-1 situation down bot, but we may be seeing a 2-on-2 situation actually up top. If Sona and Corki stay on the game plan and go top, it looks like Graves and Nunu are going to do the same thing, leashing the wraiths here for Lautemortis. They wouldn't really be there if they were going bottom, would they? No, it doesn't quite look like it.
They actually still expect some aggression coming out from Curse. Actually going for the invade, they are hit by a sapling. They know they're there.
But do they care? Are they still going this? WildTurtle, will you get that gold card on Jackie? You will, but a nice counter flash puts Jackie under the safety of his own turret. Saint Vicious finally picks up that blue buff and does not kill the small minion. Demunlul, will you be nice enough to kill it for him? No. He's going to leave that creep there to fight another day. So here we go. Both teams anticipated a lane swap, and they just did the same thing. 2-on-2 up top, 1-on-1 down bot, and you've got the normal AP mids in the middle where they should be.
And one of the strengths Legion has is they actually do an amazing amount of research. I talked to their coach, and he actually was able to calculate what route Muffinqt and aphromoo would take when they go to lane. after a swap. So they know a lot about their opponent. They have research curse. They have a lot of knowledge going into this.
Yeah, because, teams, while they may not realize it, they fall into those old habits. They say, oh, we always take this quote-unquote safe route. But if a team is able to pick up on that when they're training and when they're watching VODs, that safe route becomes far, far less safe.
The only safe route is Alt F4 in this game. Even the Nexus can be a death trap. And right now, they're trying to do some zoning in the top lane. In the bot lane, actually, Cruzer trying to get some CS. Vladimir's still an aggressive person to be against. His early game is pretty nice with the transfusion auto-attack combo.
Yeah, and down there, Aurelia using his Blade Surge to CS, when you do get a last hit with it, it of course refreshes the cooldown, but it also refreshes and returns half the mana cost. But if he continues to do that, he's going to fall way behind, Vladimir, who is a manaless champion entirely.
Oh, actually,
Lautemortis, did you say level 2 tower dive? I think you did. There's the flash. He has red buff. And a nice counter flash from Elements actually takes him right over the cow. He just kind of leapfrogs that cow, getting right on out of there. Didn't get poked by the horns, which is also a good thing for him. So Elements now has no flash. Lautemortis, will you come in for another gank? Maokai, you do get spotted by that ward from Legion, but they're not really reacting that much to it. Yes, they are. Gragas, or not Gragas, Graves and Nunu will back up just a hair. We usually see early tower kills when it is a 2-on-1 situation, but are we just going to see the old, normal, kind of American slow farm meta, since now they are just it is it, except different lanes?
Well, we just saw a level 2 tower dive, so I think Legion they're not going to let that slow farm happen. Unfortunately, they didn't get it, and Lot took a lot of damage in the exchange, so he does have to go back to base. He's actually falling behind quite a bit in the jungle. Only has 13 CS. Maokai's up to 16, but he's still there, still doing some action.
Here
actually,
comes
might be going for a
Maokai right
gank.
out of the jungle. Will he get a Twisted Pants on iNoobish? Are you going to lock him down? You do the flash. Not enough distance for him, and Noobish may go down to the auto attacks. First blood onto Elements. Elements picks up that first blood right there. A lot of people say KS kill stolen, but that's just kill secured right there, in my opinion. And Sona, a support, not the worst person to get first.
He can get that early. Actually, Roots go onto WildTurtle. He's being slowed quite a bit. A lot of damage going off onto him, and Zyra Plants really doing their damage, showing their worth, because you get hit by a Root, guess what? You're going to be slowed afterwards. Those seedlings are actually pretty devastating.
So the getting a first blood on the support just gets them an early GP10, and Elements may go and do that. Yes, he already has his Philo Stone, so the earliest GP10 in the game right there. It's cool to get first blood on an AD carry, an AP carry. Actually, Westrice meeting Lautemortis here in the middle. WildTurtle trying to transition over there, but Jack was hot on his heels. But here comes St. Vicious, a 3-on-1. The flash. Will the arcade smash lock him up enough? Yes, it does. WildTurtle falls in the mid. So right now, St. Vicious saying, Lautemortis, you can play Maokai. I can do it too. And Lautemortis falling a little bit behind here. Didn't get that early level 2 flash tower dive that he wanted.
And unfortunately, you cannot flash a Twisted Advance like you can flash Alistar's Headbutt. So just the fact that you can flash one thing is proving to be a huge issue for Legion right now. Every time they flash get away, he chases them down anyways, and Legion is still dying as a result.
And a lane switch. But speaking of tower dives, Lautemortis, you want it. We can tell. That cow waiting in the brush. Westrice, don't do it. Don't do it. You did it. You got knocked up. But can the rest of Legion follow up? I don't think so. Lautemortis is actually going to take the long route and a few tower shots as a care package out of there. That was not good. Did you enjoy your stay? I don't think so. And Westrice just, he got CC'd forever, yes, but Legion just a little bit too far away. Lautemortis a little bit too far.
They would have had to walk through that turret. Actually, the Twisted Advance goes onto a minion. St. Vicious just trying to get the slow off. Doesn't actually land it, and a lot of damage from a smoke screen goes onto Westrice, who's very low right now.
Yeah, very, very smart play from Saint, trying to do that just a hair short of that Nunu's butt, and it's going to be okay. He walks out of there, does go put a ward in the river brush right outside of it. The Cruzer on Aurelia, 43 CS down bot to the 24 CS of Vladimir. They did do another lane swap, of course, so now we're back into our 2v1 situation that it looked like Curse wanted from the very beginning.
And will it work? Aurelia is level 6 now. She just got her ultimate, had a chance to farm. She's not going to be that bad in a 1v2 situation. At the same time, though, Westrice, he doesn't have the kills. He does have the assist. And Aurelia has actually double the CS. So he's not in a good position to really go for 1v2. Doesn't have really anything, just a good amount of CS, that assist, but no big items, just a Doran shield.
Jackie goes back and purchases 2 Doran's rings, while Twisted Fate actually opts to go for Spell Pin boots. What are the advantages of getting boots too with Magic Pen that early?
He will dodge Zyra's roots a little bit more, which he needs to do, because we saw him get hit once. That was an amazing amount of damage. If it happens again, you know, once WildTurtle or Jackie gets the ultimate, which he does have now, that can easily be a kill.
Yeah, it's interesting that he can actually use the plants that Zyra spawns to get blue card and get his mana back a little bit, give him a few more options there in lane. Lautemortis again poised for a gank. He just loves when people face check, and will they? No, he comes out instead. Another counter flash. Elements is spot on getting away from that giant cow.
And unfortunately, they actually tried to start the fight with Cruzer, who had a Blade Surge in, when because of that, the Equilibrium Strike did not do the stun, because using Blade Surge, he did some damage to Cop in that exchange. So unfortunately, it did not work out. Lautemortis is trying, but it's just not working out for him in the end.
No, indeed. Now iNoobish throwing out the snowball to Westrice to slow him just a little bit, just keeping him out of XP range and CS range, pretty much.
In the bot lane, though, Cruzer is doing very well to hold his own. There's a lot of pressure coming out from Curse, but he is getting a great amount of CS despite the 1v2 situation. The top lane, Westrice not doing quite as well, so the swap not working out overall, but if they can get some good ganks off, get some pressure on that dragon, it will be a great benefit for Curse.
Yeah, but going to that mid lane again, Twisted Fate 59 CS, coming up on that 60 mark. There he goes, Zyra 56 CS, 1-0-0 Zyra to the 0-1-0 of Twisted Fate, and here is Dragon. I don't think Legion is in any position to go ahead and contest this.
Unless it really wants to 1v4 it, it's going to be a pretty easy Dragon. Curse,
not so smart.
Wait,
not
here's
so smart.
Twisted Fate ult has been used though. Where's it going? Where's it going?
Did he use it perhaps just to scare Westrice up there, just to maybe make him misplay? I do not know. But actually, here's WildTurtle. He did port a little bit up near the red, or the blue buff rather, of Curse. It looks like this is going to be a turret taken for Legion if they do decide to pressure it.
WildTurtle actually stopping his recall. Going to use a blue card, which does actually very high damage to the turrets. And the first turret, like you said, is going to be taken by Legion. Applying that pressure, this is a great response to something like a dragon play. And really, we've seen two things happen. A team takes control of the game when they get the first dragon or the first turret. Curse got the first dragon, Legion got the turret though.
Yeah, Jackie realizing that his lane counterpart has decided to port top and take that turret, so he shoves the lane with his E and Q combo. Now he is going to go and take these wraiths. This is what Jackie does. This is what a lot of great AP mids do. They go ahead and farm those wraiths. That's 4 additional CS every 50 seconds, and that really adds up. You know, it's assuming your lane counterpart isn't doing it himself.
And Zyra being a plant, amazing at farming, so, you know, that roots with her E combined with the Q, you know, kind of like Cassiopeia combined with a Morgana binding that's AoE. It's great at CSing, and she just will get a massive amount of farm if nothing's done about her in the mid lane.
I know Jackie does have that blue buff, and I know the one thing he talked to me last night about Zyra, because they got actually destroyed by a Zyra from Singapore Sentinels the other day. He said that she just has very, very high mana costs. You know, she's very hard to sustain in lane. But once you get blue buff, she is an absolute terror in lane. And there's the quick draw buckshot onto Westrice, just pushing him out just a little bit, just putting on a little bit of damage. But Vladimir, of course, able to sustain very, very well. And you see a Sheen actually rush from Twisted Fate. So we're going to see an early Lich Bane. Is Legion going to try to recreate the magic that happened before, or is a Lich Bane rush standard on Twisted Fate? I thought maybe you need a little bit of AP to back it up.
There's a lot of different options. Lich Bane works very well though, because you have your wild cards, you have your pick a card that really benefit from it, and even his passive, I believe, stacked deck that will not apply Sheen, but it works well because you still have to get those auto attacks off. Twisted Fate being kind of a unique mage because he does rely on auto attacks for quite a bit of damage.
All right, so he will get that Lich Bane, unless he just wants the Sheen first and then he'll build the Death Cap later. We'll see exactly what happens in just a little bit. Nunu does have his Fairy Charm, Ruby Crystal, the other support on Sona does have the early Philo Stone because of that First Blood, and the Ruby Crystal going to be building that into a Heart of Gold. So only 1 GP10 on the side of Legion, while Curse right now is rocking 3. Zyra can sometimes get a Cage's lucky pick, or do you think she benefits more from just the Dorans and straight up AP?
It depends on how confident you're feeling. If you want to go for a longer game, a lucky pick is good on almost any AP mid. At the same time, though, Zyra won't really benefit that much from a DFG. She has enough burst and wants to stay far away as is. So it's okay not to pick it up on her, which I do not believe Jackie will be doing today. And right now, there's actually another push coming out, this time from Curse onto the bot turret. So we're seeing both turrets being taken by, or pressured by both teams.
Yeah, but Cruzer has decent wave clear with that Transcendent Blades. He clears that wave away from the turret, saving him just a bit more time. You know, the missiles and Phospho Bomb do more damage and clear waves faster, but here comes Lautemortis trying to make it into a 2v3 situation. I don't know if they can protect that turret for much longer. It looks like the presence of the cow will actually force Curse to back on off. I think Dragon may be coming up very, very soon. I'm not quite sure of the time that Curse did take it.
WildTurtle also is has his ultimate up, so if they do go for a 3v3 fight in the bot lane, WildTurtle can always join in. Going to be a huge amount of pressure. Actually, looks like a gank is being set up on the mid lane, coming from all angles. Turtle has to be very prepared for this, or he will die.
Is St. Fish going to take a play out of Lautemortis' playbook? Does he want to tower dive right here? He is 2 levels below WildTurtle, but all that matters is the CC. WildTurtle is really effectively using his wild cards because they have very, very long range. You can just throw them right on down the line of the creep wave, clear it really well, and then just be safe, stay safe, and that's exactly what he was doing.
And he actually made a really cool guess. He's like, all right, I just saw Maokai in the bot lane. He will probably gank me, and if he does, he'll gank me from the bot side right there. So he was hanging around the top side jungle entrance just so he would not be, initiated on over the wall.
Yeah, now it looks like Legion is actually transitioning to the mid, leaving Aurelia down bot. Or not. They thought they were going to pressure that tier 1 turret just a bit more. Graves going to quick draw over that wall, going to get up the top lane. He's got a lot of farm up there he can take. About to be 2 waves worth, if he can make it before the tower picks up a few CS. No, just out of tower range. Perfect lane freezing by the creeps there. They must have learned their lesson. There's WildTurtle with the ultimate. Where does he go? Actually, tower diving Jackie. We are going to have to go back and watch that. Will Desire passive. Doesn't even matter. The tower shots will happen. We have to go back and watch what just happened there. Lautemortis and St. Fishes just exchanging blows here in the mid lane. Saint does have his oracles, of course. Lautemortis does not have his yet. We're going to actually, there's the aggression from St. Fishes. Westrice is here to back him up. There's the twisted advance. We actually went to replay. What just happened there? We go the Hemo plague. Lautemortis' ultimate does protect him. The unbreakable will too strong. I don't even know if we have time now. Everything's going on.
There's too much action. This turret's being pushed too much. Who cares about that early kill? Not what we're here for. I mean, Elements and Westrice right now, quite a bit of damage they can do just with the power cord and the transfusion.
Yeah, and Demunlul does get spotted by that sapperling right there. Still, 3 members of Curse are here in the mid lane. They want this turret so badly. St. Fish is very, very low on mana there. Will he be able to get a full combo of his W and Q? Wow, the burst from Elements does deter him from that fight, followed by the snowball and Lautemortis. He is charging headlong into there, but he gets stopped by the crescendo. There's a twisted advance, actually being dragged straight into the turret, but St. Fish's counter flashes out of there, and Zyrus here for this party. Will she be able to take down WildTurtle? It does not look like it. He uses wild cards to clean up those weeds that have grown in the mid lane. In the meantime, Cruzer is hitting on this tier 1 bot turret, but the creeps are there just in time to get him away from it.
And a great fight in the end. They pressure the mid turret, and now Cruzer with that damage, like I said, all of the turrets seem to be the big focus for Legion. They want to take the early turrets like Curse has done in the past, and with that they can take advantage of the game, use map control, push up waves, and take objectives like Dragon, like Baron very easily, make invasions on a blue buff and red buff just simple. It's like, they can't see us do it, they can't see us get in, we will just take it.
And Aurelia has built that Phage along with a Doran's Blade pickup as well. Legion now coming around this dragon area. Jackie had half health and about half mana. Actually barely misses iNoobish with those grasping roots. Curse does not want to lose this dragon. TF, you are far away. Your ultimate is up, however. Will you get into this fight? There's the ultimate. Will he use his gate to get in there? Who's going to go on this? Desire ultimate dealing huge damage to Lautemortis and iNoobish, but St. Fish is caught by WildTurtle card. But Curse Cop almost cleans him up with a flash and a transfusion from Westrice. Will chase him down, and now Cruzer locks down Jackie. He falls. Will Desire passive be able to pick up a kill? Oh, it does. Wow, oh wow. And now Cruzer, you're in a 3-on-1 situation. See you later. A 4-for-2 exchange in the favor of Curse, and it looks like it's going to be a dragon to boot. We're going to go ahead and go to a replay so we don't miss any action this time again. Go ahead, studio.
So the way that fight started out, there was pressure on Dragon coming out from Curse, trying to fire out those rockets, trying to do that damage. Eventually, TF does use his ult, and everybody's like, oh, the fight's about to start. They back off, Twisted Fate gets into the fight, but Zyra ultimate is everything right now. It launches up 3 people in the air, does an amazing amount of damage. WildTurtle tries to teleport in there, tries to do the damage, but the rest of Legion is so low, iNoobish can't get in place to ult. WildTurtle tries to escape, but Westrice with an amazing flash picks him off. And the rest of Legion, well, they're so low from that early initiate that iNoobish gets picked off by rockets in the back. Cruzer's trying to chase, but can't actually do much besides kill Jackie. And Demunlul, he's being shot to death by a red Baron. Not pleasant.
And LGN actually picks up that dragon there. So what we missed, it looks like Curse kind of decided not to go for it with Cop and Westrice. So Legion now has a dragon under their belt. They're closing that gold gap. They have 1K. They're 1K down. They're down 4 kills if they're up 1 turret.
And the question is, who has the gold for Curse right now? Because if it's on the Graves, on the Zyra, that's a lot scarier than just, say, Elements having more gold or Lautemortis having more gold. And looking at it right now, Corki's at 5,000, comparing that to Graves, who's also at 5,000, very equal in that regard. Zyra at the same position at 5,200, and TF at 5,300. So the APs and the ADs have quite a bit of gold. They're very equal, which is good for both teams.
The gold is definitely in the right places. And really the key to this game, the key to both games have been the junglers. You know, Lautemortis really affected that 2v1 up top in game 1, and he wanted to do the same thing here on Alistar in game 2. But I mean, St. Vicious has been playing phenomenally well and just been affecting the game more. And it's just sad for Lautemortis to see that.
I mean, 0-1-6 on the Maokai. He's involved in almost every kill. Mid-turret now being pressured, but Zyra has quite a good wave clear with her plants, with her Q, with her E, just, you know, lots of AoE and, of course, extra little Heimerdinger style turrets that are actually plants to help defend.
Yeah, Maokai actually in this game, Saint deciding to build Merc Treads rather than the Boots of Mobility, while we see Lautemortis and Alistar still has the Boots of Mobility. Is that just a player preference thing, or is there anything that Lautemortis is just not afraid of in this game?
I mean, Alistar does have the ultimate to go ahead and sustain damage, and last game, Lautemortis also had quite an early lead, so he had the ultimate fast. He expected to take a lot less damage just because he was ahead.
Is that such a smart move in this game, though, when it looks like he's slightly behind?
They're only ahead by about 1,000. Alistar has the ultimate, so you know, he can still rely on that for a bit of mitigation. At the same time, Saint's not that far ahead, so I think being safer with the Merc Treads and, you know, trying to focus on counter ganks rather than just hard initiates has been helping quite a bit.
And WildTurtle waiting in mid lane to just go ahead and wild cards and red card those creeps, absolutely clearing them very quickly. 153 CS on him to Zyra's 147, so they are neck and neck. Jackie does have a needlessly large rod to the quick Abyssal Scepter actually rush of WildTurtle. Is that pretty much indirect counter to Zyra's magic damage? That, you know, Jackie's so far ahead, he can't really build as offensively as he wants. He has to build a little defensive.
It's a unique build, actually. Usually people don't build Abyssal Scepter that early on Twisted Fate. You see either a Death Cap or maybe a Lich Bane, but it has not happened. Actually, Twisted Fate was used to get to the bot lane, did not really get the kill, and iNoobish might be caught out of position. Nope, Saint will not initiate onto that. So right now, they're trying to pressure the bot lane, did not get a good gank off. The flash was not used by Comp either. It's still on cooldown from an earlier fight, and Curse actually rotating mid to get that turn.
Yeah, Legion saying, here we come from behind. Once again, Lautemortis' ult is popped. It's a lot of damage reduction, but it will go down in a second. The headbutt into the turret. iNoobish gets melted by the Zyra ultimate. The Graves ultimate trying to do as much work as possible. The Hemo Plague Demunlul will go down to a long-range rocket from Cop. Pretty much would have gone down to either the Hemo Plague or the rocket. Cop, kill secured. That's all I can say.
Right now, Curse, they're using their team comp a lot more. They have the AoE. They're actually able to go ahead lock down specific characters. If Lot walks into a dangerous position, people usually run away from Alistar. But Curse knew they had the advantage, pressured it quite a bit, and of course, you know, the ult out forced iNoobish to a bad position. Actually rooting Lautemortis, dealing quite a bit of damage. He's actually very close to dying.
There's the Thorn Spitters trying to do work on it. If he gets caught by one more Grasping Roots, he may go down, but no, he will be out of there in just a hurry. Now Jackie moves back onto the mid lane. He's got his 161 farm under his belt to the 167 farm of WildTurtle's Twisted Fate. Now Jackie going back to buy. Is he going to finish out a death cap here? Let's take a look. Yes, indeed. There's a death cap on Zyra. You know, she does have great ratios, and she just has ridiculous burst. But I think the scariest thing about her is her Grasping Roots.
It's a great AoE CC. AoE CC is a very scary thing in this game. And even though it's only a root, you can still cast spells. You might be able to auto-attack too, I believe. It's dangerous because your comp there, that will let you get hit by her ultimate. That will let you get hit by Vladimir's ultimate. And then comp in the back can just shoot you to death with rockets.
Yeah, Cop playing Corky really effectively right now. 3-0-4, 155 CS. Already has his Trinity Force as well. And that BF sword going to be built into either Infinity Edge or Bloodthirster, of course. Would you prefer an Infinity Edge at this point, I'm assuming?
Infinity Edge, definitely. It works well with a crit from Triforce. And I like the Triforce pick because, you know, they're a bit less confident than last game. They had a great start. They already had 6 kills. They're only ahead 1,200 gold right now. So Curse playing very cautiously, which they're really well known to do. That's how they will play if they are not incredibly far ahead.
Yeah, they've shown a lot of early aggression here in this tournament so far, but they realize when they're behind, they will respect the enemy team. They will respect any comebacks that may happen. So they're not going to just go crazy with it. They're just going to keep taking small advantage. And let's see, Twisted Fate's ultimate is up. I don't think Maokai wants to go down there quite yet. Actually, Curse is pinging that brush like they want something to happen. Lautemortis is going to fall back from Vladimir and the entire pursuit of Curse.
They actually do spot
Jackie actually
Demunlul and
using his slow plant to try to catch someone coming out of that brush, but they take the long way around the scenic route. And Curse, absolutely adept at clearing waves at this point.
Trying to secure the blue buff, this would be great for Zyra with a high mana cost. And right now, Legion is converging, but this is going to be a difficult fight. Curse is blue buff ready for anything that comes with him.
But that blue buff falls way too fast for Legion to even get there. They did ping it, they knew what was going on, but I mean, they just couldn't get there in time. And now Curse, they want to try to bait a fight out of here. Elements will potentially spot that ward. Are you just, look, it's right there. Okay. That's awesome too. Just walk away from it. It's sometimes corners and stuff. It's hard to see
Angles
around.
can be pretty weird.
Angles can be weird things. So that ward will live to grant vision another day. Saint Vicious is going to move on down to this dragon. Curse, the entirety of them is going to move on down to this dragon. I believe this next dragon fight will be huge. Unless Legion,
the rest of the course of the game.
Is Legion going to give it up though?
It looks like they're not confident. They're scared. They think they're a lot farther behind than they actually are. They're 6 kills down, which is a big number, but now they're down 2k. Now that lead is actually increasing quite a bit. A very nice dragon though secured by Curse.
They didn't have vision of it, but it was something that you could perhaps infer by the positioning and travel of the enemy team. But it looks like they just gave it up there. In the meantime, Twisted Fate actually decides to teleport up top. He's going to start doing some split pushing that Twisted Fate is so good at.
And that is always a fallback they have on Legion. If they fall too far behind, and as long as they can't be 4v5 underneath the turret, they can split push with TF. They have quite a good push potential coming out from Nunu as well as Graves. So if they can get to the turrets, that's great for them. But if Curse is there ready to defend, that's going to be a huge problem.
Again, Zyra has her death cap. The Twisted Fate has the workings of a Lichbane with the Abyssal Scepter. Aurelia has her Trinity Force with 2 Null Magic Mantles, not 1, but 2 Null Magic Mantles. So they're very scared of the Zyra burst, and they're completely respecting that. Another Null Magic Mantle for Nunu, going to build those into Merc Treads. Oh, and just another Null Magic Mantle for Maokai. Null Magic Mantles for everyone, apparently. That Aegis of Legion will be built very, very shortly for Maokai, just giving his team a little extra bit of tankiness.
Good to do. It's a great item. It's very efficient. People tend to ignore how good it is as an aura item, and it's actually really efficient just for yourself.
Yeah, and that Lichbane being finished now on TF, expect to see him dealing a lot of burst damage. And even, it really helps his tower pushing as well. So if he wants to go split push, he will hit those towers like a truck. Speaking of towers, Curse takes down Tier 1 top turret. It's 2-2 now, and Legion, in response, going to perhaps pressure this Tier 1 mid turret. Again, let's see how hard that card hits from WildTurtle. That's very hard by turret.
We will see later. Taken out in one card. Actually, top turret being pushed by Curse at the same time. We have a split push going on. Probably won't lead to a base race, but a lot of turrets being taken by both teams. We do have Cruzer in the bot lane pushing himself, so right now the push is just in favor. Curse actually has retreated.
Yeah, what is Legion going to do here? They did take down that Tier 2 turret. All of Curse has recalled, but now Curse is pinging that Tier 2 bot turret like they want to defend it. Do they want to, or will Aurelia just pull away from it here?
Right there, WildTurtle tried to go ahead, use the ult to get away, and actually Saint Vicious almost got the Twisted Advance into a Arcane Smash to keep him in place. Luckily, he did get away. And the split push, now a lot of turrets have fallen, and well, there's a lot more map control coming out from Legion. They have the mid turrets down that lets them roam in both the top side and bot side jungle if they just push up that creep wave. So it's very scary if they're in a position that Curse is in.
And here's Baron started by Curse, but they have to contend with the Consume and Smite that Legion has on Nunu. Will they be able to take it down fast enough? Will they get low themselves? Legion is aware of it. Here comes WildTurtle. He doesn't have a card selected, throwing out wild cards just to put down some damage on the entirety of Curse. Demunlul, he comes in. Zyra absolutely destroys 3 members of Legion. There's a long-range collateral damage. Baron Nashor does go to the blue team. Curse able to pick that up. Westrice using his Sanguine Pool to save himself. Lautemortis falls. Cruzer being locked down with the Twisted Advance, and the Zyra grasping roots will say you're going nowhere. The Shurelya's Reverie is popped. They're trying to chase on the flash. Twisted Advance from Saint Vicious takes down WildTurtle with a nice follow-up from Cop. Cop absolutely destroying, going unstoppable in that fight. Curse only losing 1 member, and hey, also picking up Baron is a nice party favor.
And with that fight, there's 4 people down. What can they do? This is what you do as Curse. You go ahead, get that advantage, get that Baron. Now you start taking objectives. This mid turret's going to fall. Can they take the inhibitor out? If they can take the inhibitor, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Legion to really do anything now. They'll have to defend against the super creeps. They'll have to be worried about just walking into a bush and getting ambushed by plants. And right now, they're actually just tanking the turret with their faces. And can they get the push out? Looks like they will retreat.
We will retreat indeed. Jackie throwing back his grasping roots to make that into a slow plant, just for good measure, trying to get out of there, slow the enemy team's pursuit. Because I feel like Legion is trying to counter-aggress and counter-push right now. Twisted Fate and Aurelia are very far away, but Legion is marching straight up that mid lane with no regard for Curse. No respect for him right now. They know they're all very low in mana. Can they go ahead and pressure this mid turret? No, it looks like they extended a little bit too far, and they're going to go ahead and pull back from that. Or are we just going to see for the rest of the time, Legion is down a lot of kills. They're down 9 kills. They're down about 6k gold. Are we just going to see them kind of switch to TF split push mode or what?
I mean, right now, fighting is not a good idea for them. Every time we've seen them initiate, they walk into a Zyra ultimate, get damaged quite a bit, and get knocked up as they try and do any sort of initiation. Alistar's ultimate, it can break CC, but knock up is a CC that cannot be broken. So they have to deal with that fact. They don't have a good way to start the fights. What do you do as Legion? I guess, screw fighting. It's not worth it. We're going to lose it every time. They've decided to go ahead. Split push will be their best option. And if they don't shift, it's going to be hard to deal with both Zyra, Vladimir, and Maokai. And then crescendo to follow up with CC.
So now Curse rocking that Baron are going to be able to siege turrets just about all day. They're in the enemy jungle right now. Going to switch over to the mid lane. Using that buckshot, using the missiles rather, and the phosphorus bomb to just shove that lane right into the turret. Saint Vicious is up front, getting a little bit of a jovial laugh in the faces of the enemy team. Throws a sapling just to give vision right there. There's the actual ward, and there's damage from WildTurtle. Just one combo from Jackie hardly takes him down to about half HP. He doesn't want to get hit by Zyra here, but one of Zyra's biggest advantages is she deals so much damage from such a far range. Her spells have just umber range. It's absolutely.
It's got amazing range, and of course, if you do get the seedlings planted and you do get the plants to grow, they will attack and keep attacking for quite a long distance. So it's not even just far range. You will get stuck in place, rooted, and the plants will hit you for another 500 distance, like 5 chemos.
The Jackie does not have the blue buff that he wants right there. Actually, the grasping roots will lock down Demunlul and WildTurtle. There's a Zyra ultimate, not knocking anyone up from Legion. Cruzer able to zone out some members of Curse, and they're just going to live and be okay. And that tier 3 turret is not going to go down for Curse, what they wanted so badly.
It's incredibly low, though, and they can always go ahead, push it later when they're a bit more confident. Dragon has Respawn, though. They're just going to wait for their ultimates. They know that turret's going to be very easy to take later. They don't need to deal with it until it has, no one defending it, or they can just use their ultimate. So they don't care. They don't care if they didn't kill it. They can kill it later, and they're aware.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and just take a consolation prize of Dragon there. Go home with a little bit more gold in their pockets. Corki 505 with 198 CS. He has that Bloodthirster built, actually, so he didn't go Infinity Edge. Is there a particular reason why he wouldn't?
It could be just for safety. Bloodthirster is a great item if you want to be more confident in your team fights, because Infinity Edge is great for damage, but Bloodthirster will give you that massive lifesteal, which lets you auto-attack, sustain just off killing creeps, and pushing is what it's good for. So they lose a bit of damage, but in the end, they're going to be better in pushing situations, which, Curse has been doing quite a bit lately.
And the Trinity Force Wits End coming out from Aurelia as well. Again, just respecting the magic damage that happens. And also, Wits End just grants a great magic damage addition to your auto attacks. But I mean, is anyone really that squishy on Curse? Because I know there's some kind of mathematical value where Wits End is superior to like a Madrid's Blood Razor.
I mean, Madrid's is just expensive to build. In the end, there's not a lot of HP necessarily. But there is, decent defenses like Zonia's, like the Triforce providing a lot of move speed and actually some HP for Corki. So the defense is there in terms of mobility, not really HP. So the Blood Razor, which is an incredibly expensive item, not really going to be the best pickup right now. And I mean, Legion, they're in an okay spot. They have TF, they are behind quite a bit of gold, but they have to hold this turret, which is going to be difficult because it's already gone down.
Yeah, that didn't last long whatsoever. That's exactly what Curse wanted to do. Saplings are going to go into the back of the creep wave, trying to clear them out really quickly. TF and all of Legion still has really good wave clear, so they can hold off a push for a little while, but losing the first inhibitor turret of the game is a big blow.
When you fight for an inhibitor, when you try and defend the inhibitor, you're not really focusing on the creep waves. You have to try and poke, because in the end, there is no turret, there is no defense. If Curse decides to attack the inhibitor, you're the ones who have to stop them.
And there's the Twisted Fate ultimate, just using it to go bot. He's going to start split pushing out. Curse recognizes this. Are we going to have an inhibitor go down here for Curse? Looks like they are going to take it down. Half health, quarter health, goodbye, no health. In the meantime, TF, is he going to get a lot out of the split push, though? Curse already going back to recall. Actually, Legion is kind of in pursuit. They don't want to allow Curse to recall here. They want WildTurtle to do as much damage to the enemy base as possible, but it looks like he's only going to get one turret out of this. Is he going to recall in time? I don't think they can make it.
He's got 5 seconds.
If Curse makes it,
About
that
3
would be
seconds.
incredible.
One rocket, will it land? No, actually, guessing.
Oh, trying to predict
So
where he was going to
close.
be and just barely missing that rocket onto WildTurtle. If he had been caught there, man, oh man, Curse covered a lot of ground. But, you know, they no longer have Baron, but they were able to take down an inhibitor.
So they have the super creeps pushing in now. This is the time of control for Curse, because every time Legion leaves their base for more than a minute, the super creeps might start knocking at the door of those Nexus turrets. And if those go down, your base is just so compromised just from even normal creep pushes. But right now, Legion, they lost the inhib. They're trying to wait out until the next Baron spawn. That will be the next big fight for Curse. They want to secure the Baron, try and bait out a fight coming from Legion, because the team fight potential really isn't there.
Corki now sporting a last Whisper, Bloodthirster, and Trinity Force. He does have an Elixir of Fortitude and Agility that he will be popping just before the next fight, getting ready for it, preparing for it. Baron should be up very, very shortly. I mean, what can we expect to see from Legion to stop this Baron, if anything?
You know what? Twisted Fate's in the bot lane. He's going to stay in that bot lane. Baron will be responding very quickly. They're looking for, actually might be looking for a catch on someone like Noobish. Actually, the flash comes out, the Twisted Advance comes out. Noobish will get blown up immediately. Flashes, but it is worth nothing in the end. And they get a great kill. Baron popping up now. So, you know what? Legion's in a bad spot now, but TF is going to split push. Actually, they're going to push down middle at the same time.
Yeah, they're forcing Curse into a bad spot. They're saying, what do you want to do? Are you going to go back and defend? Are you going to take this Baron? Curse can stick with this Baron. Cruzer, Transcendent Blades, tries. Valiant effort, but it is for nothing. And now Legion is knocking at the door of this inhibitor. They want this so bad, saying go, go, go for the entire enemy team. WildTurtle, will you get their Lich Bane? One more attack would have taken down the turret, but he actually just ults away defensively, going over to the Dragon Pit and living again. So Legion almost, I mean, if they had taken down that turret, I think it could have been their way to get a comeback.
They know they can't fight. They're trying to play smart, but unfortunately, with that pick on the Noobish, there wasn't enough of a distraction to actually go ahead and hold those that team at Baron. Cristina, actually, even though almost caught out, this is not a good position to be in. Flashes out.
Oh, fail
Westrice.
flash from Westrice, trying to flash pool to slow down Graves, but that wall a little bit too thick.
You got to hug it very closely.
He did not hug it close enough. Needs to get better acquainted with that wall, apparently. And now Curse is going to transition to the bot lane. They've already done all the work they need to mid lane. It will start to push itself. Now they have Baron. Now they're going to start pressuring other lanes. And Legion just on the back foot here.
And on the back foot is not where they want to be. They know they can't fight. They know they have to be at the enemy turrets. WildTurtle will have his ult relatively soon. We'll probably go for the invade. Actually, St. Vicious caught out in the rest of Legion. Does get scared off, though.
As you see St. Vicious do this a whole heck of a lot. There's a Vengeful Maelstrom, just kind of to deter the enemy team of Legion, knowing that Curse is in tow. Now Saint still chasing onto Lautemortis, jungler versus jungler right there. And here the siege begins. But Saint's been doing that a lot, whether he's playing Maokai, whether he's playing Alistar, whether he's playing Shyvana. When his team is pressuring the tier 2 bot turret, he goes in between the tier 2 and tier 3 and basically stands there and just says, come at me, bro. You know, if you guys want to fight, we'll fight right here, right now. But that time, you know, Lautemortis was just there to trade a few blows with him and nothing became of it. But that damage from one weave just does a whole heck of a lot to Lautemortis. And here's the tower going down, half HP. Will they be able to take down this push? No, they will wait till the next free play. But in the meantime, look at mid doing a lot of work to the base of Legion. They have to go defend that. They have to let this turret go. And I don't think they have the wave clear or the team fight to defend it.
Curse can dive this at this point, even just killing the turret as they dive. This is scary for Legion. They have to make the right decision. And even then, they still might lose this fight and possibly lose the game.
Westrice stacking up at Tides of Blood to have maximum efficiency. There's the Shirelias, our Song of Celerity rather. There's the engage from St. Vicious onto iNoobish. Is that a target one hit? Lautemortis in the back line of Curse trying to wreak havoc, but Jackie positioning expertly, hitting the Zyra ultimate. Noobish will go down to the proc of the Hemo Plague. There's Cruzer falling as well. Sona able to pick up that kill, trying to carry as hard as possible, and the crits from Cop are absolutely wrecking Demunlul. Can they end it here? Get one more. There you go. Nice. Going up top now to take this tier 3 turret. And right here, Curse, they are in the lead, but they want to make absolutely sure this is a closed casket affair. And there's the burst from Jackie. But he Zanya's the headball pulverized combo from Lautemortis, and he will get on out of there. This tier 3 turret will go down up top, and now it's a 3-on-4. But, I mean, Curse is just going to take that turret and say, okay, you know, we're done here. We'll come back. We'll take your inhibitor. There's not a whole lot you can do about it.
There are no turrets up except the next turret right now. for Legion. If they even just don't defend their inhibitor turret, that can go down. With 2 inhibitor turrets down, or inhibitors down, we saw it before from Curse in the last game, it's incredibly difficult to defend. You just kind of wait, and eventually you're going to be in such a bad position, it's very easy to get initiated on and just kind of die.
Their
9,000 gold lead in favor of Curse, too.
Yeah, their middle inhibitor of Legion has finally respawned, so that's going to give them a little bit of breathing room, but it's still going to be a few more minutes before that bot inhibitor has respawned. And what that does, and we've seen this happen a few times, I saw it at the MLG Arena with the Zubu Blaze. They love taking that bot inhibitor as soon as possible because once the Baron dance starts, you know, the teams start to congregate around there. If you have the inhibitor or the turret down, your creeps start pushing bot lane, and the enemy team has a big decision to make. Do we do this Baron dance forever, or do we go defend our base? And I'm pretty sure TSM at one point lost an inhibitor just because of that strat from the Zubu Blaze.
An inhibitor and actually a Nexus turret. Right now, though, Dragon being secured by Curse. You know, Dragons have really been in favor of Curse this game. Legion picked up a couple, but they've been dominating the map. They've had more control, and they've been picking them up in general. Legion, this is just another 1,000 gold that they can't really deal with. Actually, WildTurtle, is he sitting up to go ahead and backdoor?
He may be. He uses ultimate Gunna Walker. He's going to actually gateware to the bottom or to the mid turret. He knows it has 1 hit left on it. He's going to be able to take this. Will he be able to take the inhibitor as quickly? There we go. Is this going to be a base race to end all base races? WildTurtle working on that inhibitor. He is only 1 man. What can he do against the 4-man push of Curse? Westrice actually going back. He's going to 1v1 this Twisted Fate down there. And I don't know if this is worth it. The inhibitor does not go down yet for Curse. They take the middle inhibitor of Legion, and actually WildTurtle forced a recall there. Actually, what he did, he was able to take it down, which is good. But the middle inhibitor falls for Legion, and now they're still just 2 inhibitors behind.
They at least got something done. The pressure will be a bit alleviated just because Superminions will now start spawning for them. But really, they're scared to team fight. They know that if they get into a big fight, they'll probably lose, and the game will end. So right now, this is their last stand, their bastion. And if they cannot go ahead and make a good enough defense to actually defend, it will be over.
And a nice, no more Zyra ultimate. Legion is well aware of that. It is very flashy. How can you miss it? But can they still win without a Zyra ulti?
Who knows? Right now, St. Bridget's actually chasing down Demunlul. They're trying to bait out the root. Actually, the initiation has started. Lautemortis gets a good CC. The ultimate comes up for Graves, doing a lot of damage. Will the HarLeLuYaR do enough? It's quite a bit. iNoobish has fallen. Cruzer has popped his Guardian Angel. Westrice will kick down to Ignite. First is taking this fight. Cruzer goes down. Demunlul taking a lot of damage. WildTurtle, the last survivor. Can he get away? Can he defend this? Does not look like it.
No, he is going to be the last. He's the sole survivor here. All lanes of Curse are pushing in their favor. Every single one of them. And can WildTurtle defend this? No, he has 30 seconds before his nearest teammate is spawned. Oh, he almost goes out, tries to ultimate away. But no, the burst from Curse just a little bit too much. 1 Nexus turret goes down. Another Nexus turret goes down. The Nexus falls as well. We are going to be going to Game 3 of this Losers Bracket Finals. Wow. So, I mean, Curse showing they've got a lot of fight left in them. They are not going to go down easy. This is going to be a tough road for Legion to come back and have a rematch against TSM in the Grand Finals.
They don't want 4th. They want to go ahead, take it all the way, or 3rd actually. They want to take 1st place. And right now, the only person standing in between them and 1st is going to be Legion and Curse for each other. So they just want to take each other out. They want to get there. They want to take out TSM. They want all the gold, all the circuit points. They want everything.
Yeah, they're trying to go all the way here. And I mean, you can't really ask for a better series. I love going into Game 3. It's just so exciting. Everything is on the line. When you go to Game 2, it's like, one team has a game advantage. Let's say, Legion wins the first game, of course. They have a little wiggle room, Everything is on the line for Curse in Game 2. But Legion don't have to play like, it's everything. In Game 3, both teams have to play exceptionally well, and they have to play like everything is on the line, because really, in this case, it is 100%.
There is no backup.
No backup whatsoever.
If they lose, they're gone. We'll put them in a van. We'll just send them back to the hotel.
Exactly. Put them on a plane, get them out of here. The San Francisco IPL Face-Off 2012. We'll be right back with Game 3 of Legion versus Curse. Alrighty, welcome back, guys. This is going to be Game 3 of the Losers Bracket Finals between Legion and Curse. But first, if you've enjoyed all the fantastic events going on right now, all the fantastic League of Legends matches, StarCraft 2 was here yesterday, and it was a brilliant series as well. Be sure to check out IGN Pro League on Twitter, IGN Pro League, and also the YouTube.com. You need a .com somewhere in there, /IPL LOL. To check out all the VODs. Actually, the VODs of all yesterday's matches, I believe, are already up. I was able to watch those, and they were fun. Some of the matches that I missed, because we were casting, of course, but I was able to see them, and we have had some awesome League of Legends this weekend.
I mean, there has been no series where I'm just like, man, I wish I hadn't watched that. Even a couple of the 2-0s, they were still solid matches. Lots of good play coming out from all the teams.
Yeah, and if you even want to play like some of the professional players, be sure to check out lolpro.com as well, with professional written guides by each of these members. Some of the Curse players, if you like their play, if you like how St. Vicious plays Maokai or Shyvana, you may have a guide or two up on that site, lolpro.com. And just, it's not even just guides. That's the best thing. It's not just guides. There's also videos, tournament matches, some VODs, and also some guides about like just general laning and general zoning and stuff like that. That's also really interesting to check out. You can get a lot better at the game if you so desire. But again, this is everything. This is Game 3.
One mistake could lead to being kicked out of the tournament in this next game. And, neither team, they want to be here. I would not come here and just be like, oh, I'm going to take third place. That's okay. No, I want to take first. And Curse and Legion are going to be much more determined than I am. They have the potential. We had WildTurtle just doing work in that first game. And this second game, St. Vicious on Maokai, the Zyra coming out from Jackie, they're just so solid. They're just confident, good players.
And are we going to see any interesting bans here coming out from either team? Do you think Legion is going to take Alistar off the table? Do you think they're going to kill off that Vladimir? Or, is Curse going to keep banning Gragas? What's going to happen here?
Well, what actually dominated that second game for Curse? There was a good Zyra play. There was good Vladimir play. There was good Maokai play. Just everybody played well. Even Cop, just playing the standard Corki. You're not going to ban that out. There just aren't enough bans in the game to ban everything Curse can do, and it's the same for Legion. WildTurtle, alright, he's not playing Gragas, but his TF was actually still solid, able to secure an inhibitor with just a back door. So they're playing well. I mean, they will ban something, but will it be enough?
And who knows if we'll see an Alistar ban here, just because obviously Curse would just beat Lautemortis' Alistar. They weren't that scared of it. They handled it effectively, they tamed the Alistar, and they just said, get back in your pen, you're going to get slaughtered a little bit later.
Flashing a headbutt at level 2 could have been, Elements
I
did it
changed
successfully. If you hadn't flashed that headbutt, a first blood on Alistar at the 3-minute mark is huge.
Mm-hmm.
So
that could have changed everything.
They know how to play against Alistar on Curse. They know how to deal with him. They know how to time their flashes appropriately, which is incredibly good. It's all just amazing reaction times coming out of them. They can do well against him, but at the same time, he's that scary bull that is almost permabanned in Europe and almost first picked always in Asia.
Yeah, but still, we'll see. I'm sure a standard Gragas ban. Did Nine Jackie perhaps warrant some kind of a Zyra ban, or are they just not really that scared of it?
Well, I believe they banned Morgana in Game 2, so how much can you ban from Jackie without leaving those other scary champions like Shen open?
Yeah, it's kind of an it's an opportunity cost thing. Do I leave this on the table? Do I want to take something specifically targeting one member off the table? We've seen a lot of players here. Of course, they get high elo, they get solo Q rated. and they get known for certain champions. You know, Jackie has a famous Vigar. We saw Westrice's Dirty Akali over there. Lautemortis' Alistar and stuff like that. You still don't really ban against it. You don't say, oh, you don't really see people banning Vigar or banning Akali against Curse and teams like that. But at the same time, they still have that potential to play them. I would love to see a Jackie Vigar.
I would love to see a Vigar Akali game. That would be pretty cool.
That would be sick. If everyone, I wish we could just have a show match where everyone just played their most well-known champions. We had Alistars and Shyvanas and Corkis and stuff like that. It would be really, really fun.
I think an A-ring would be pretty cool, but I believe right now we're just trying to get into the game. Those characters are still setting up, there might be some rune shenanigans going on. You don't want to go ahead and have your AD reds for your mid, for example.
Well, we've seen both games, Legion obviously took a pretty commanding lead game 1, Curse able to come back, claw their way into game 2. Now going into game 3, is there anything that, Legion or Curse needs to really, really worry about? Like what went wrong in game 1 and game 2 for them respectively?
Game 1, it was those early Maokai ganks. Game 2, it was those early Maokai ganks. So
maybe a Maokai
might
ban?
be a pretty good ban, actually.
That would be quite an interesting ban. Speaking of picks and bans, we are actually in right now. We don't want to have as much downtime. So there we go. First ban, Shyvana. So still targeted pretty directly at St. Vicious.
St. Vicious, we don't like your Shyvana, get out of here.
Exactly.
It's very commonly played by him. He knows how to use her well. And actually, Curse has been using Lulu, for example, and other just like Orianna characters with their shield and AoE based off allies, so they can use it quite well. Braga's banned against WildTurtle because he was a big troll in that first game and should feel ashamed.
Yeah, and the two completely targeted bans right off the bat. Shyvana for Saint, Gragas for WildTurtle. What is going to be the second ban out from Legion? They're discussing. They have about 5 seconds to go ahead and lock one. Unless they just don't want to make a ban. Maybe they just want to go for 2 bans.
Yeah.
It's
just
strategy.
See what Curse does. Alistar being banned out. It didn't work last game. It can always work, so feeling not too confident. Maybe going for that Maokai first pick.
Perhaps, yeah. Maokai has been a deciding factor in both games, as we've discussed many times. And Alistar, they're just saying he's not first pick worthy, pretty much. Rumble being banned out from Curse. See what the third bans will round out. Is Cruzer a fairly well-known Rumble player? I'm not entirely sure.
He plays a good deal of Rumble. He's very solid as Rumble. I would love to see it, but Curse is not going to let that happen. He plays a good Lee Sin too, which would be awesome. And I believe he actually did that against Wii in Game 2 to secure a win against a Rumble.
Wonderful.
Westrice, no Vlad.
So Westrice, no more Vladimir. We're going to see what else he can pull out. He's pulled Aurelia. We've seen Jax. We've seen York. We've seen just the other game that I just read, Dyrus. We saw a really good Dyrus actually against World Elite.
Dyrus support York, OP.
Yeah, that happened. That was really, really impressive. York being the third ban out from Curse and a first pick of Shin. We could potentially see Westrice run Dyrus again, because what he did there is while they were 1v1 up top lane, every time Mad Ball's back on MTWNA when he was playing Shin, there was a flash apprehend from Dyrus. So you think they're going to think about something, another Jackie Morgana? I hope so.
That's always good.
But do you think they're going to try to pick something that will be able to stop that Stand United from coming in?
Problem was Legion was watching that game over to the side. They were saw it happen. They know that Dyrus is a possibility, so they're going to be up for it with aggressive ganks. If they do go for that Dyrus pick, Legion has a plan in mind. At the same time, though, Westrice did do an amazing job. Flash Apprehend covers quite a bit of distance, I believe like 1,000 units or something, like 1,000,000 TMOs, I'm just going to say.
Yeah, you definitely need to measure distances in TMOs. I'm pretty sure that's the most obvious way to do it.
It's the science of Runeterra.
Nunu and Morgana being locked in, so we will see Jackie on Nunu and Elements on, backwards, Jackie on Morgana and Elements on Nunu. And a Rise pickup from Legion. Rise does very, very well against Morgana.
We saw him use quite effectively actually in some Team League games. They would use Flash Rune Prison to really set up the fights. Rise is just a solid character. Like you said, he's good against Morgana. He can set up just great catches later on in the game, similar to Morgana. Westrice, play it. Westrice, I'm looking at you, Westrice. I want you to play it right now. He's shaking his head. No.
Do it, Westrice.
Come on, Westrice. I know you're shaking your head.
Can we cheer a little bit?
Lock it in.
Or Vigar, get out of here.
All right.
What are you going to do? How hard is Curse
Wait, what would these lanes be? What would these lanes...
Come on. I mean, he can't really pick Vigar. Akali would be an okay pick.
Make some noise for the Akali. I want to see a Westrice Akali. Oh, Sona, come on.
No. What a cop-out. Cop-out. There you go. RZ's just going to lock in Sona and Graves. Just switch to Akali at the last second. That would be wonderful.
Come on. Cassidy, come on.
No, we still have time. There's still a 5th pick. You know, maybe they just don't want to show their top lane just yet. They're still discussing Westrice, the last person to pick. Maybe he's saving the best for last. Maybe we will see his dirty Akali in this game 3 of the losers finals between Legion and Curse. What's the two picks you think could round out this team here? What's the AD carry and support going to be?
Well, it's actually very odd that they picked it last, so they may be trying to go for another 2v2 situation because they know that Sona Graves will be the bot or top, the 2 lane for Curse, so they can really pick whatever they think will work against it. Normally what works against Graves is a lot of poke. Someone like Corki is actually incredibly effective with him. Now, who's the support? We've been seeing a lot of Lulus lately. Leona, could this be a kill lane?
And they lock it in. So iNoobish going to be wrecking with Leona. She is such an all-in champion, but I don't know. What's the counter pick to Shen up top? Like we said, we saw the Dyrus work. What else can go against Shen?
Vladimir can work quite well, but you know what? He's banned out.
So what can Westrice pick up to counter this Shen? Assuming, you know, it's so hard to predict.
Akali is actually very effective against Shen.
Wonderful. Well, hopefully we will see that, but who knows? And I mean, this is just, again, we can't predict that is going to be a 1v1 up top. That could be a 2v1 up top and a 2v1 down bottom. So counter picking is actually kind of turned on its head in that respect, you know?
Like, how do you counterpick Dyrus? Oh, they could pick it. This is legit. They used it so well before. I would love to see the Dyrus, the Flash Apprehend, incredibly effective.
Yeah, and we saw him just dunk master Dyrus, just getting resets left and right when he played him. And I mean, that's just how he works.
All right, there's 3 seconds left. First, Jax.
Jax.
All right, that can work. I like that.
And
it's in.
There it is. So we're going to see a Jax up top against the Shen or down bot in a 2-on-1. This is so confusing. They're going to keep trading. They're just trading around on Legion right now. iNoobish is with Shen. Yep, there we go. Okay, good. It would be great to see a support Shen in a top Leona, I guess.
I don't know if they want to bust it out, you know, for their 3rd place match. You know, I think they want to go to Grand Finals instead of losing the game.
Yeah.
But the lineup for Legion is going to be Lautemortis playing Maokai, Demunlul playing Corki, iNoobish playing Leona, WildTurtle playing Ryze, and Cruzer, the Bruiser, playing Shen.
For Curse, we're going to have Jax with Westrice. St. Vicious is actually going to be doing Jungle Nunu here. Jackie on Morgana, Cop with Graves and Elements on his Sona, which he's been playing very, very well this entire tournament, the past few series of games. And Cop actually deciding to go Cleanse. He's had that, I believe, the past few games, while Corki has Ignite. What is the kind of mindset there?
This actually looks like Curse wants to go for a 2v2 lane, because Cleanse, you know, it's going to be effective if you have to deal with the Ignite, the hard harass going to be in from Corki. Normally, though, if it's a 2v1, you just want Ignite because you can kill nerds.
Kill nerds. That's exactly what we're looking to do here in the IPL San Francisco Face-Off 2012. This is going to be the losers bracket finals. This is game 3. So whoever loses this is out. Whoever wins this will go ahead to face TSM in the grand finals. And I know you guys, I mean, haven't been given Legion the most love in the world, but I mean, I want to see a rematch between them and TSM. Does anyone else want to see? If you want to cheer for Legion right now, if you want to have them take this game 3 of the losers finals, nothing. Almost nothing.
Oh, come
That's
on.
sad.
Nothing? No sound? All right, all right. Okay,
that
what
guy
about
wants
Curse? Let's
Have
make
a
some
here
noise for Curse
Curse
then.
So a lot of people in the crowd apparently wants Curse to go ahead and take this game 3. And I mean, I can't blame him. Legion is a dark horse. You know, they came into this kind of as an underdog, and they're trying to come in to win this. If they could take 3rd place, that's awesome. If they could take 2nd place, cool. If they take 1st place, great. But Curse has kind of had a rough patch, a bad string, I would say. People started hating on Curse, saying they'll never win a tournament. But right now, they are close. They can taste the glory.
I mean, they do have the bronze secured. They want the silver, they want the gold. And despite, you know, an earlier spat, an argument being streamed from their apartment, they've really come together as a team. They are getting very good, very organized.
Good job calling out St. Vicious for that argument.
I
very
never called
much
him out
appreciated.
specifically, but you know, he does have a. Let's not go into that actually. But the game is finishing loading. Elements on the slow Sona computer.
Yes, indeed. I think he is hooked up to a toaster over there. I'm not quite sure, but here we go. Game 3 starting off. Score is 1-1. Whoever wins this, again, TSM in the grand finals is waiting for them with bated breath, and they are watching. They are all seeing what Legion and Curse are going to break out here. Legion going to march down the mid lane. Curse will be down bot, ping that bottom brush. It looks like where they're going to set up camp, waiting for Legion to try and face check it. But it looks like Legion is going to counter it and go just up top instead. So it doesn't look like we're going to have much level 1 engage. But let's say it does happen. Let's say iNoobish gets paused. Then that probably wouldn't be a very good thing. So we are currently in that pause, perhaps having some problems.
It looks like there was a small little tech issue. We might be remaking the game, I believe. We'll go ahead, try and figure out what's going on. There are admins running around talking to dudes from both teams, trying to figure out what's going on.
Yes, indeed. But anyway, while we're in this pause, we can actually kind of theory craft a tiny bit. How do you feel about, like, a level 1 engage from this? You got the Twisted Advance from Legion. You have the Twisted Advance. You got the Phospho Bomb, which does a lot of damage. You have either the Shield of Daybreak or the Zenith Blade from Leona, Rune Prison from Rise, and the Shadow Dash from Shin. On the side of Curse, you've got the Counter Strike. You know, after a few seconds of warming up, he can AoE stun, the Snowball, the Dark Binding, and no real hard CC from Sona. If Legion were to enter into a level 1 fight, I feel like they would come out on top.
Legion does have better CC, but you know, there's still quite a bit of damage, and there will probably be saplings coming out from Maokai because normally Twisted Advance is not a good jungle skill. So it looks like we're actually going to go ahead and resume the game. You know, we've missed about a minute of action. Actually, no, what am I talking about? We've been waiting for about a minute, so it's all good. Let's go ahead and see what happens with that level 1 invade.
And here comes Noobish on Leona. He is down. Oh, camera modes, in case you needed to know. That is what they do. So there's Curse in that bot brush, exactly where they pinged, following up on their leader's orders. So Maokai again on Lautemortis. We saw him be so effective with it game 1. Then we saw St. Vicious retort with a counter Maokai in game 2. So Maokai, he could have a 100% win rate in the series, assuming that Legion comes out on top. Curse right now gonna invade the enemy jungle. Gonna go ahead for a red buff steal, I would assume. You know, the Smite consume combo that St. Vicious is bringing to the table deals so much damage that, you know, it's really, really easy to counter jungle, and that's what Nunu is exceptional at.
And Maokai has shown to have issues with counter jungling in the past. His samplings are decent for actual jungling, but, you know, he has mana problems, he isn't super fast, and he is dependent on that long cooldown in sampling. So it's good, but not great.
And it looks like Legion did spot Curse nearing their Wraith. Curse, will they pull out of this? Looks like they are going to. They're not going to go for that red buff steal. Instead, they're just going to lay down that kind of defensive ward just to get vision of Maokai, see when he moves over to those Wraiths, when he moves over to the red buff. Because, you know, a lot of the stuff about jungling is timing, you know. If you see him pass through there, you can kind of time, assuming he does Wraiths, then red, then Graves, then Golems. If Graves is just in the jungle, that would be ridiculous. And then Golems, you can kind of guess, oh, he may be down here in the next minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, however long it takes him.
So blue buff is being secured by Curse right now. Maokai does start in his own jungle, getting his own blue buff, but look top lane, Demunlul and iNoobish are waiting for anything. Jax, if you walk near that bush, you will take so much damage. Cruzer is there too, so they do not expect this. This is just an ambush onto Westrice. Don't get near that bush, Westrice.
But Cruzer is here too with 3-man gank Westrice. You extend too far, the Shadow Dash and the Phospho Bomb with the Ignite. The counter-strike mitigates on the flash. He gets out of there. Westrice perfectly getting out of that situation with a brilliant counter-strike pickup. That's not a normal pickup on Jackson level 1. He did that absolutely perfectly and instinctually. St. Vicious waiting around the corner. Hey, I'm a Nunu, what's up? And here's a 2-on-2 in the jungle. The Dark Binding lands on a WildTurtle. Who will fall, if anyone? Lautemortis flashes over the wall with Ignite still ticking on him, and St. Vicious is going to flash into Elements, but can they turn around and pick up this kill? No. Curse and Legion will both get out there. Oh, St. Vicious, you're waiting on this. You want that tree, you want to chop it down? No, indeed. Wow, so much action already, but no kills.
No one taking any sort of advantage, and up in the top lane, I guess Corki does have a bit of experience over Westrice. Going to have a great poke with him. Leona's going to have a lot of kill potential. Shen does show up in the bot lane, you know, to go for that 1v2, and he expected to be zoned out early, so that was the glory of that plan. They knew Shen wouldn't get that much experience early on, so send him top lane, try to get a kill, then send him bot.
Yeah, and just a great play by Legion to try that. You know,
it was cool.
It was a shot in the dark. Why the heck not? Let's see if we can get the early kill. Let's see if we can start snowballing. This is game 3. You know, this is for all the marbles to go up to the grand finals. So why not? You know, why not throw it? Exactly. If you have some tricks up your sleeve, now is the time to pull at least one of them out. You know, you can save the rest of them for the big show. But right now, really
there's $40,000 on the line. That is not a small number.
No, indeed. So Demunlul and Noobish pushing onto this turret right now. They have a large creep wave behind them. St. Vicious, here he comes to the mid lane against the Rise. Now, you know, Rise can Rune Prison. They're going to meet here, just talk over a ward. It looks like he activates the blow bow, does get a snowball off, but I believe he is just going to pull away from that. You know, the thing about Nunu that kind of stinks is that he he doesn't have really a big gap close. You know, he can throw a snowball, he can get the slow off, but we
He's gotta
saw him
run
have
fast.
problems. Yeah, we saw him have problems with the Shin a few games ago, you know, with mad balls on that. But right now, trying to gank in on a Rune Prison Rise. Do you think actually NiJacky does go down? We're going to go back definitely and watch. Can't miss First Blood. That is the worst thing. So we're actually going to rewind just a hair. Actually, we're kind of in the middle of it. So if we can actually go to a quick instant replay and we can watch First Blood again and see exactly how it went down.
Okay, let's go ahead and start watching this. So Jackie gonna go ahead and apply the pressure with the Tormented Soil. WildTurtle just looking for that opening, looking for that spot where he can get some pressure. Just apply some damage with his Overload, gets another nice bounce off from his, whatever it's called, and then the Ignite Rune Prison come out. It's just damage coming out and pressure onto Jackie.
Yeah, no real big surprise there. I mean, Rise does really, really well against Morgana because she has her Black Shield. Yeah, it mitigates the Rune Prison CC, but it can be bursted through. Oh, St. Vicious, you're coming down bot against the Cruzer, the Bruiser Shin. Will Westrice be able to land a Leap Strike? No, the Counter Strike does not hit, but he is still slow as can be. The Feint will protect him from a lot of damage, but he is trying to turn this around, trying to get some damage on Westrice while iNoobish is in tow. But there's Demunlul Valkyrie it in, getting the Phosphor Bomb kill on the Westrice. The exhaust on the St. Vicious making him very, very slow, and here's Muffinqt for the icing on the cake. Will he be able to get the Twist Advance off? Does Lautemortis want to dive here? He does! He goes in with a Twist Advance and Arcane Smash knockup. Goodbye, St. Vicious. Great tower dive, and that is exactly what we expect out of Lautemortis when he jungles.
Leona able to go ahead, supplement that with that Zenith Blade CC. They now push that bot turret as top turret gets pressured now. So kills going to Legion. Both can trying to pressure the turrets like we've seen every single game. If you can get those early turrets, it's going to be huge.
Yeah, right now, Cop Elements getting it down to about half health, a little bit less, like a quarter health. NiJacky, again, just taking punishment from Rise. And the thing that he's so adept at against Morgana is that, oh, there's a Dark Binding that does land. He already has a level advantage, too, because he did get that early kill. The thing that he's so good at, some trades up top, he can burst through the Black Shield. You know, Rise is a special AP caster. He's not super burst, per se. He's a lot of sustained damage. He just keeps raining on. When they remade him, they wanted to consider him like an AP machine gun. You know, he can just go through his combo, and do it all very, very quickly. And, you know, when you can use that effectively and burst down a Black Shield, it doesn't matter anymore. You can then Rune Prison. You can do your full combo again. It's just very, very scary for Morgana.
One Overload, one Spell Focus is usually enough to burst it in the early game, and with that, the Rune Prison is what you want next. Actually, Lautemortis going for an invade, does spot St. Vicious out. Do they want to fight this, though?
Don't think so. Use the Twisted Advance kind of defensively just to knock St. Vicious into the air and pull away. As far as farm is concerned, Rise, 37 CS, does have that kill underneath his belt to the 34 CS of Morgana, 0, 1, and 0 as well. But, I mean, we've seen NiJacky's Morgana. We've seen what happens late game. We've seen him do really, really well with it.
Being behind a kill is not a huge deal when you can land that binding, still have that amazing CC. One of Morgana's strengths is that she's not that farm dependent, but can still farm super well.
I want to see what happens here. WildTurtle does ding 6 right now, so he has a slight advantage. He is very low on mana right now, though. Muffinqt will donate that blue buff to his friend. Rise is going to go over there and collect that for himself. NiJacky looks like he's going to do the same thing. So 2 casters right now in AP mid are going to have their own blue buff. So not a whole lot of counter jungling, I would say. In game 1, we saw Lautemortis pressure every blue buff. We saw Legion pretty much say, if you want to take any of your buffs, you're going to have to fight us for it. But no such luck this game.
Actually, Muffinqt's ahead in CS by about 12, so the jungling going more in favor of Legion right now. Very uncommon, but the early pressure did not work out for Nunu. One death actually across 3 members of Curse, showing that they tried some, you know, map presence, but it did not work out. Dragon now being started though by Legion, but Curse is here to respond.
And here we go. This is going to be a fight. It looks like Curse is going to bully Legion away. WildTurtle is low on mana, but of course he has that super mana regen from blue buff. Shin actually making his way down bot as well to the dragon fight. He has his ultimate. He could have stayed and split push top, but again, I'm sure he's very, very worried about Jax's Counter-Strike canceling that out.
And right now, the bottom lane is being pressured. It has not fallen. There's now a normal 2v2, which Curse doesn't want. They want to hold on to this turret as much as possible, trying to push out that bot lane. Normally, Curse tries to avoid the 2v2 situation. They're much more comfortable with a 2v1, but they're in a good spot because Jax should now be able to handle Shin at this point. He got a few levels, has some good sustained DPS. And bottom, you know, Brave Sona, they have their burst, and soon Sona will have her ult, and it's amazing CC.
Yes, indeed. So, I mean, just like there, Shen, you saw him start hoofing it down towards Dragon rather than stay in lane and try to ultimate from far away, respecting the fact that Westrice will do everything in his power to stop the Stand United teleport. We saw it when he was Dyrus, and he has the exact same capability when he is Jax here.
We actually do have Morgana going into her jungle, actually spotted by both Lautemortis, and actually trying to get the root on the WildTurtle. Does back up towards her turret, though. Bot turret falls in response, and right now, actually, Graves might be in a dangerous spot.
No, looks like he's going to be able to get out of there. Lautemortis does have flash. Could have flashed over that wall, but his teammates were a little bit too far behind. Leona and Corki may not have been able to make it there in time. Corki has his Zerker's Greaves, but not much else. He's 1-0-1 right now to Graves 0-0-0 with 58 CS, Zerker's Greaves, and Doran's Blade. So Cop just a hair ahead, even though Corki pretty much just hasn't gone back to Vi yet.
He could definitely go to get a bit more than those Berserker Greaves. He's got good CS. He's able to still bully, though, because Graves has to be afraid of that Leona combination. You land the ultimate, you land her Zenith Blade, you land her Shield of Daybreak, and it's just so much CC and burst because of her passive.
And Shen actually picking up a Cage's lucky pick. Is that just not purely for the GP10? I mean, he gives his feint and he gives his Stand United a little bit more I suppose. But really, do you see that often?
Not really. It's a nice item just because it gives a bit more damage, a bit more shield, and it's actually kind of left over. Shen used to actually be designed as an AP champion with his first remake last year, and it's kind of a remnant. He still benefits quite a bit from the AP stat.
I would love to see a DFG Shen. I would love him to Stand United and just instantly burst someone for 30% of their health, just for good measure. But right now, WildTurtle and Jackie still sitting in their own lanes. One turret is down for each team. Legion actually in the lead, about 1.3k gold. They're up 3 kills. That is very, very important right now. Lane matchups, you see Jax has 51 CS, has amassed 2.4k gold to the 2.6k gold, 47 CS of Shen. Although Shen is 0-0-2 right now, still a bit ahead of that Jax. 80 carries, 77 CS for Graves, 2.9k gold amassed. Corki, 80 CS, 3.3k gold amassed, so he is already starting to pull away from that Graves.
It's going to be hard for First to actually deal with that Corki because he's going to have a lot of frontline protection. He will be diveable, but there will be someone rushing at him. Auditorium actually caught by a Binding Crescendo is used. Great Crescendo locks down 2 people, and Westrice disengages with that lead streak. A great fight from First, getting that really long cooldown ultimate used for really no reason.
Yeah, the Shen ultimate has a very, very long cooldown at level 1. I know they just changed it so that it kind of scales and it gets lower with level, but they didn't want to make such a consistent nuisance early game.
200 seconds at level 1. That's
Is
over
it really?
3 minutes, yeah.
Wow, so a 3-minute 20-second cooldown at level 1, and now this may allow Curse to take a free Dragon. Legion, not really in the area. Don't believe they have any vision on it whatsoever. And, they have no Shen ult to boot, so it's like, whatever. They go in and get it. They ping the Dragon. They know something is afoot, but Curse already picked it up. Dijak going to make his way down mid lane. That is going to close the gold gap just a bit. Now only 1k behind is Curse.
Those early kills did pay off, but nothing's really been done with them. They took down that early turret. Top is still up though for Curse. Legion, they should be applying more pressure. They know they have an advantage, but if they let Dragons fall like that, it's going to dwindle away.
And I believe in the grand scheme of things, correct me if I'm wrong, but most teams would favor taking down the bot tier 1 first before the top tier 1, if that makes sense. It gives you more Dragon control, right?
It depends on the situation. For Dragon control, it'll be better if you think it's going to be a longer Baron-focused game. You want the top turret down. For this very second, bottom turret will be stronger. At the 20-minute mark, you want top turret down more.
Okay, so Curse will definitely benefit as it goes more into the late game in that respect. Assuming Legion doesn't counter it and go ahead and take a top tier 1 turret for their own. But we got the Boots of Mobility once again on Maokai with the Heart of Gold GP10 ticking and the Fairy Charm going to be built into a Philo Stone. One can only assume Morgana go ahead and pick up this blue buff of her own. St. Vicious low on mana, but that's okay because he doesn't need a lot of mana to jungle every 6 or 7 attacks, I believe it is. Maybe 5.
Actually, recently buffed to 5, yeah.
5 now. He will get that Visionary buff, and it will be a free spellcast, so he doesn't need it that much to jungle. He's going to go back and pick up the mana anyway from his own fountain, so that is good for him. He also buys a GP10, so he's got 2 GP10s sticking right now. Sona also has 1, got the Ruby Crystal, going to build that into Heart of Gold as well. And these GP10s just, they're everywhere. Almost everyone likes to build GP10s, and for
they're
good reason.
safe, they're reliable, they will lead you into a late game if you're feeling behind, if you're feeling comfortable and confident, you can get them anyways because you will always get that incoming gold. Corki actually this game is going for a Triforce. I believe last time we saw the Infinity Edge coming out on Legion, so game 1 it was an Infinity Edge, but this time they don't have that comfortable zoning. They're expecting a lot more disadvantage because Leona and Maokai will both be diving in there, so less Corki protection. So he needs that HP, needs that chase, needs that Triforce proc.
And they're sitting around this blue buff right now of Curse, Legion, unaware that it was taken not too long ago and it is still rested squarely on Jackie's shoulders. Shin is up top, and this is perfect for Legion because they would love to engage right now because Shin is unabated up top. He could ult in with no worry unless an errant creep randomly stuns him somehow. He will get into any fight that Legion so chooses.
It'd be a great feature of promote, but right now, they're looking for an opening. Dragon has been taken, so the only objectives up right now are going to be just small parts of the jungle and the turrets. And the turrets have been the focus for the most part. So which team can really apply that pressure first?
Who indeed? They're tied 1-to-1 turret. Rise in the mid. He is rocking 118 CS to Morgana on Jackie, 114. So Jackie does have the Negatron cloak. She is going to be building that into her normal Abyssal Scepter that we saw him build in game 1. Still, Legion was able to take it. So Legion showing that they can deal with Jackie's Morgana, even though he's been playing so exceptionally well this entire tournament.
They can set up the fights, they can set everything up, but they know they're ahead by enough where it should be a little in their favor, a bit. If the positioning is solid though, Jackie has to blow a lot just to get an ultimate off, and if that's the case before he has his Zonias, he'll be very susceptible to CC, to being blown up. Just any sort of good focus can really be pain for Jackie.
And I know Jax is a champion that scales very, very well into late game, but so is Rise. As far as late game is concerned, who do you give the edge to here? If it does go to such late game.
One of Jax's biggest problems is actually getting CC'd. So there's a lot of CC from Leona. Even though I believe he can dodge her Q, it will still eventually land. It won't actually be used if it is dodged.
Can you Counter-Strike dodge her Shield of Daybreak?
You might be able to. You might not. I'm not positive on that. We'll see. We'll see.
I'm sure we'll see it happen.
Shen has his taunt. There's lots of protection for Corki if Jax goes for a big dive. And if that's the case, they're feeling confident with that. But if Jax does get any sort of free damage onto Corki, he will just melt him almost immediately.
All right, so be sure to watch for Jax jumping into the back lines. And that's kind of the difference. Jax, to deal his late game super damage, he has to go in. He has to jump into the back lines of Curse to melt those squishy carries like Corki and like Morgana may be. But right now, Lautemortis trying to defend this mid turret, but the Dark Binding and Tormented Soil just puts him back in his place. And now that tier 1 turret for LGN is very low. It's about a quarter to a half health. Curse can pretty much pressure it and take it pretty easily if they so desire.
They're not feeling confident though, and that's how Curse plays. If they don't like the situation, they back up, do something else. And it looks like they're gonna go ahead, go towards top lane, maybe clear some of the jungle, and just wait for something to happen. Wait for that opening to reveal itself in the mid lane, for them to see Corki maybe farming bot lane, and they can push that turret one more time.
Wait for that opening to open. Very, very astutely said. I like it a lot. Leona, 2 CS. Very, very far ahead of the... she's very behind the Sona, 13 CS.
11 CS, man, that's a lot of CS.
13 CS, yes. She is farming very, very effectively. And Elements has just been playing so well on Sona. This is the first time I've seen Noobish play Leona, so I'm not quite sure of his skill there. But again, Elements has been playing a lot of Sona this tournament, and it's really been paying off for Team Curse.
Leona is actually played very well by iNoobish, but unfortunately she's not a reliable champion. What if things go wrong? What if Leona's just squishy? She will just die in early team fights, maybe only getting 1 CC off just before she's bursted down.
A nice Sapperling will spot Westrice hiding in that brush. Curse posturing up, waiting for this dragon to spawn. There's St. Fish. He's actually going for that Oracle, for that ward. He may pay for this though. Westrice jumps in, get the Counter-Strike off onto 2 targets, and Jackie follows up with the Soul Shine. Will a Shin ultimate be enough to save Lautemortis? No. Now Cruzer is left standing in this fight. Rise with the aggressive flash, takes down Westrice with a nice full combo there, and Jackie turns around with a Dark Binding, locking him in place. That will be a 1-for-1 exchange. I mean, jungler died and a top lane died, so I guess you could say it's in the favor of Legion.
But that is the reaction of NY Jackie. You see this immediately, the CC coming out from Legion onto St. Vicious, but it wasn't enough. He just casted Black Shield so quickly, despite not expecting it, despite not seeing them flash in. It's just, oh, someone's in danger, E and then target him right away. And that is Jackie's strength with Morgana. He is fast on the Black Shield.
It's almost instinctual. It's like his motherly instincts kick in for Nunu, and he has to save him. Right now, Curse looks like they're going to go ahead and take this blue buff of their own, but Legion knows. But will they go in? No, it looks like they're just going to ward over the wall. They're going to watch Curse's movements here. Jax is a little bit behind in tow. Shen, no ultimate. See, Rise, of course, has his ultimate. No ultimate from Leona right now. And there's also no ultimate from Morgana. This could be a favor of Legion. They do decide to engage with the Leona Zenith Blade. Westrice taking a lot of damage. There's Corky in with the aggressive Valkyrie. Elements may go down. The missile does barely dodge him, but the auto attacks will pick him up instead. And the Dark Binding on iNoobish, but no follow-up. Curse a little bit too split right there. So a great fight and a great engage from Legion, despite not having Leona ulti and despite not having Shen's ulti. We can actually take the dragon real quick, and then we're actually going to go back and just look at exactly how Legion decided to play out that fight in an instant replay.
And right now, Legion, they're going to go ahead, roam towards that mid lane. They can apply a pressure across the map. They're looking just for any sort of advantage they can get now. They have the dragon. They have a lot of control. A 4,000 gold lead in favor of them at the 20-minute mark is quite a bit. And we'll go ahead and hop in that replay. So the blue buff is being secured by Curse at this moment as the fight starts. Dragon pressure was on. They go ahead, see the ward come down. They're waiting for just Initiate to come out, just for someone to make the false step. And his whole team's really building up here. iNoobish, though, gets a great Zenith Blade onto Elements. Westrice tries to go in onto Corky, but can't quite do enough. And then Curse is on the run. They don't have mana on Jackie. They don't have mana on Elements. And Westrice is being focused down by Rise. And the chase from Demunlul is too much from them. Curse just did not have the option because they did not have the mana. And they just chased out from the fight in the end.
And go right back in the live. And I didn't really even notice that Legion actually threw a ward in that brush just instantaneously, just so they didn't lose vision. They did not want to lose vision of Sona and of Jax, and a greatly placed ward by Noobish. If he was the one that threw it out, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure because 3 members of Legion actually have wards right now, while 2, on Curse. It's something you don't normally think. Like, usually people think it's the support's job to ward, but no, it's a group effort.
It's not that the supports have to ward, it's that everybody will be in a position to ward at some point. You will be in a dangerous spot where you need to be protected. Just slap down that ward, carry it on you. And of course, inventories being full is actually a reason wards take up slots, just because it's a decision. Do you carry that ward or do you buy another item?
And that sometimes, if you think about Jax, actually really benefits from a ward, just because he can use it defensively, he can use it to watch his lane or watch whatever he wants to, keep an eye on, or he can use it to leap strike to it, in a bad situation. It's almost like an extra flash in that respect. But we don't see Westrice picking up one on Jax, so I guess he just doesn't want to waste the 75 gold. It's maybe too large of an investment for his blood.
I mean, he does want to rush, I believe, that Triforce. He does have the Brawler's Gloves with that crit, looking for a Zeal. Going to build it, and with Triforce, Jax's damage increases quite a bit, gives him a bit of HP and a great amount of chase. And if he gets a good Triforce proc, that's a lot of damage he'll be able to apply. But right now, Jax is pretty squishy, and he's not doing the most damage out there.
He has that Phage now and the Zeal. Picks up a ward. There's the ward that he so needed. 111 CS for him, 129 CS for Shen, though, 1-0 and 4. He's got the Sunfire Cape, and that is going to mitigate a lot of the auto attack damage, the AD damage of Curse, which is mainly Graves, but at the same time, Jax does a really interesting kind of hybridization of damage.
His ultimate, which is quite a bit of damage, procs every third strike, is going to be magic damage, and normally it will be a lot of physical damage too. And the thing with Shen is he also gets a lot of damage from HP. So with his passive Key Strike and actually Vorpal Blade, the heal will both improve with HP.
Here comes Cruzer in mid lane. Will he be called out? He decides to actually Shadow Dash in. Elements returns fire with a crescendo, locking down 2 members of LGN. Cop now being stoned out by Lautemortis. There's Nyjak, the Zenith Blade onto Cop. Will lock him down. And Demunlul with a nice long-range crit. In the meantime, Nyjak gets a double kill onto Maokai, and he flashes actually back into the enemy jungle. Westrice is now in this fight, saying, I'm here now. Hear me roar. Demunlul goes down, but Westrice may pay for it. He actually decides to leap strike defensively to his buddy Nyjak. Westrice trying to clean up there, but not quite able to do it.
The shield, or the stun does go through his counter-strike.
WildTurtle, how wild are you going? Can you make it? No? Oh.
They're just going for the push. They don't know he's in that push. He will get away successfully, but Leona's stun does actually go through the counter-strike, it turns out. And right now, they lost the fight, but they know that Curse is on the retreat. They're going to try and pressure this turret, get a bit of damage onto it, because something is better than nothing. And I mean, Legion, they tried hard, but unfortunately, Westrice coming into the fight late, the great burst, and the cleanse actually from Graves stopping all of Leona's stun was just impressive.
And do you think Jax been in that fight a little bit earlier, do you think in a full 5-on-5 engage, Curse would have been able to come out on top again?
It was a possibility, but you know what? He wasn't there, and if he was going to be off to the side farming, you know, Curse, they got to know when to initiate, and that was a great fight for them.
Yes, indeed. The blue buff of Curse did just spawn. Jack can go ahead and kind of posture over there and go ahead and take it. But, you know, we've seen Legion before really, really stick to these buffs. Will they go ahead and contest this? No, it looks like Maokai is transitioning up top or staying around mid, just doing a little jig on the mini-map right now. Shin is down bot. He does not have his ultimate right now, so the split pushing isn't going to be the most efficient thing in the world that you know, normally see from Shin. You know, normally he has his ultimate, normally he has his global pressure, but right now he does not.
He's actually taking a risk. If they do see him in the bot lane and think they can go for Dragon, well, unless they know how long Shen's cooldown is, which is quite long, they're going to have to play that game. Do we actually go for the Baron? Do we go for that risky objective because Shen might not show up? Or, you know, do we wait and just assume he's going to have the ult up? I mean, if he picks up a blue buff or any sort of extra CDR, that can really throw off timings.
Yeah, right now, Lautemortis is going to help out with his own Wraiths. There's been a little bit of counter jungling from both teams, but not too significant here.
They're both scared. They can easily catch each other out. If Westrice shows up with a counter strike, if Lautemortis catches you in his jungle, you will be twisted advanced, and there's a lot of ways to catch people off if they go for these invades. So both teams are very cautious about it. And overall, the blue buff is effective for both teams. Like, they want to secure their own rather than go for the enemies just because they know how important it is to Morgana and Ryze.
Yes, indeed. St. Vicious does have that oracles. He has had it for a little while, you know. He's just been getting those oracles, it feels like, earlier and earlier in the game. And it just eliminating the vision of the enemy team as early as possible. Really, not only does it just suck because you can't see anything, but it's an investment that they're losing. You know, they invested 75 gold per ward, you know, and in early game, that can add up, you know, and a support can fall really far behind because of that. So he's doing that for many reasons, and it looks like it's been paying off so far.
I mean, with that Oracle, you can go ahead, deny vision, come back later, or know that you're safe again. Actually, Dragon has been started by Curse, and Legion's trying to do something to stop it.
Shen ultimate is up. Will Legion going on? There's Jackie's Black Shield being blown really early, but it gets blown through by WildTurtle. Here's the Shen ultimate. Who can he taunt? No one. A great flash from Elements will get him just out of range of the Shadow Dash. There's the absolute zero, but the Twisted Advance Maokai knocks him up. A no channel for you. Sona falls, and now St. Vicious will fall as well to the hands of Demunlul. Jackie, can you get out of here with your soul shackles? No, you cannot. Flatten like a pancake. And now Jax sitting near his blue buff, still pretty much full health, still not really in that fight. Really unfortunate for Curse there.
And Curse, what are they going to do as a response? They're going to actually head towards Baron right now. A major objective, 15 seconds until St. Vicious respawns. Can Westrice and Cop stop this? They know it's happening.
They do indeed. They have a ward in there, and there's no oracles from LGN. So Curse is just going to be able to watch this. They're going to be able to buy their time. Do they want to go in? Ryze doing a great job of coming out. Smite is doing a great job of just zoning both players of Curse out. There's the engage. WildTurtle will defensively flash over the wall, saving him from a lot of damage. Now Cop exhaust. Will he quick draw straight into Ryze? No. He will just go down instead. But can they still take this? Ryze is dangerously low. Demunlul has no mana. Lautemortis has half health. This is really scary. Can Curse come in and do the AoE damage enough? There's no ult from Jackie. He is kind of far away. But do they have the AoE damage to stop this? Can Consume Smite Nunu get in there? We've seen it happen before.
Looking for it.
That's a lot of damage from the true damage of Consume. And then Smite on top. Saint wants it. Saint splashes up. Will he go in?
Will he go?
No! He doesn't get it. He fails the flash. St. Vicious fails the flash and is not able to steal that Baron. Man, oh man, he was waiting for so long. The Twisted Advance to agree, almost knocked out by Elements. But here we go, the chase. Elements should surely go down unless they just lose interest and back off, but that's not the case. They want it, and they got it. WildTurtle is now unstoppable. Legion has Baron. Legion has a 9-kill advantage. Legion has a 6K gold advantage. How can Curse get back in this?
I mean, they have the good team fight. We've seen them do it before with Morgana. The ultimate, it can just do so much. That's why she was banned out game 2. But, I mean, they're playing on nerves. Saint missing that flash, that is not something St. Vicious would do. That is something that just happens so rarely at this level of play that you can tell he's being hit by this long series by how close he is to being just kicked out of IPL Face-Off. He's close to losing his spot. in this tournament, and it's hurting the team just in terms of emotions.
Yeah, and it wasn't all his fail, though. It was, Leona did a fantastic job of zoning him, too. She used her ultimate over the wall just after her Zenith Blade, and Zenith Blade does lock you down for just a quick second. So he kind of went back just a hair, and as soon as he did, he got locked down by Zenith Blade. He got slowed by the ultimate because I don't think he was quite in the epicenter of it, and then he just reacted. His instinct was just, I need to get over that wall. I need to consume. I need to smite. But he wasn't able to do it. He was just a hair too far away. And that is super unfortunate for him, but it's super fortunate for Legion. They're looking so good right now.
Curse can still recover, though. They still have a lot of AoE, and Jax in the late game is always going to be devastating just because he hurts so much. So they have that potential. They got to play cautiously, though. They got to make sure they're not going to these crazy plays, because you know what? If they do get too risky, one good punch could lose an inhibitor, and once the inhibitor goes down, it's so hard to come back.
Yeah, Legion wearing this Baron loud and proud. They're going to have Shin split push up top. Here comes Corki to make it a 4-man push in the mid. They can siege this turret just about all day. No worries from them. There's a collateral damage, just trying to wave clear. So top forced to use that ultimate purely as wave clear. But, I mean, I wouldn't put it past Lautemortis on LGN to tower dive here. I would love to see it. He knows the Shin ultimate is up. Does he want to go on this? Tower falls right there. Tier 2 turret down. Taken by LGN. And Shin's still up top, and actually Jax goes up top as well. That's perfect because they're just going to kind of push into each other, and Jax is going to always have the looming threat of being able to stop Stand United if Shin tries to engage in that mid-fight.
The thing is, Counter-Strike takes a little bit more to actually stop the ultimate. Actually, Leona heading towards that top lane. They're going to try and go onto Westrice. They do scare him off that turret. They can now take it themselves, and, you know, a great push coming out from Legion.
Yeah, and Curse just looking for any which way to get back into this fight, into this game. They have that ward over the wall. We could see an awesome Nijaki Dark Binding. You know he's pinpoint on with them. And just barely dodged. A nice stutter step by WildTurtle gets him out of harm's way. Shin now moving mid. Shin just never wants to be with his team because of his Stand United.
He doesn't have to be.
He doesn't have to be. That's the power of Shin right there. You know, Jax can keep following him all day, but then the rest of the team will come down. He'll go up top. Jax will then have to go up top. But slowly but surely,
Legion caught with the prison, does he?
Legion is winning this game just because they're sieging the turrets very effectively. And they got Baron. You know,
Yeah,
they can stay here all day. There's no problem with them whatsoever.
Their personal Sona's healing them quite well. And right now, just one misstep from Jax, if they do send a chase down Shen, they will go ahead and lose their mid turret. You will just get that ultimate off.
Yeah, and there's a couple auto attacks from Corki trying to push the lane a tiny bit with his missiles while dealing damage to the turret. It falls to about 3/4 health. Sapperling's also kind of not really wave clearing, but just saying hi to Jax right there, blowing up right in his face. Legion just looking good right now. It's their game to lose. Everyone is here. This is game 3. Curse doesn't want to lose. Legion wants to win. That's how it works.
It's actually odd to say this. There was a moment where literally just both teams were sitting there because they know if they make one mistake on either side, they can punish it so well. They can go ahead. Just if Curse can get a good kill possibly onto Demunlul, it would just
actually,
be huge.
there's a tower dive. There's a twisted advance onto Graves. The absolute zero from Safe Fish trying to deter some of the damage. The Shin ultimate and the taunt onto Safe Fish. There's a collateral damage, but it's not enough. Nijaki trying to take down a few members of LGN with him. The Zanyas, the tower will take down Rise. The shutdown comes up. Here's Westrice. Will he be able to clean up? iNoobish actually gets a nice shield of Daybreak, but the leap strike will pursue him. But a nice flash of Dark Mighty barely misses iNoobish. And that is going to be a good fight for Curse right there. 3 for 1.
The chase is on. Can he actually get away?
It's not
this
even
is not
over.
The stun lands. Will it be enough? He picks up the kill. Maybe. He's actually getting away. Just
run, Noobish, run.
Noobish, nice try, but they do pick up the kill. And what is Curse doing? They're counter pushing right now. They're going towards that mid turret. Can they go ahead and actually pick up this inhibitor? 20 seconds till somebody respawns on Legion. Shen is alive, but can Shen 1v3? Probably not. He's actually pushing in the top turret.
Yes, he is. What's going to happen here? Tier 2 turret goes down at the hands of 3 members of Curse. Shen is up top. Looks like he will be deterred by Nunu up there, but how far can Curse go? Corki just spawned. Rise is about to spawn. Maokai is about to spawn. Are they just going to take this turret and leave, or are they just going to leave with the turret at half health? So, you know, at least they put down some damage on the turret. That's very, very important. Oh, Westrice take a dragon. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Dragon at this point, not the biggest deal in terms of being able to do it. Westrice solos it quite easily, and you know, they're still behind gold. 4,000 is still a big number to be behind, but you know what? They took a fight. They showed they had that presence. Legion took a risky dive, though, and they probably won't take such a chance again because, I mean, when you take a big risk and it fails like that, it's got to hurt. It's got to sting. It's got to change your mindset.
Jack's going back right now. As you saw, he has 2,400 gold to his name right now. What is he going to build? A GA, perhaps? Is that what we're going to see? Goes back, and there's the GA on Jack. So, you know, hopefully we can see a 5-on-5 engage with, you know, Westrice not so far behind. You know, he's been effective at cleaning up the fights really, really well, but I feel like if Curse wants this, they need a full 5-on-5 fight with Westrice absolutely blowing up Corky. That's really what
Which
they need to
actually
do.
could happen right now, actually putting Lautemortis instead.
There's a twisted advance. St. Vincent starts to channel his absolute zero. Cruzer the Bruiser with the taunt onto a few members of Curse. Jackie, his ultimate will pop, stunning Cruzer the Bruiser, not allowing him to teleport, even though he was right next to his compatriot. And now Westrice forced to use Leap Strike defensively. Legion looking really good in this fight. Westrice has his Guardian Angel there. There's a double kill for Cup. Westrice respawns and Leap Strikes away. But the Valkyrie from Demunlul, he is chasing on this. I don't think he'll be able to poke out with his aggressive Rune Prison, but the auto attacks won't count. But WildTurtle takes it away. You can't dodge spells. And Jax falls. A fantastic, fantastic chase. And this game is all about the chases so far. It's looking really, really good. Legion will continue to pressure this top turret. Curse pinging Baron. They know it's up. They could want to go for a counter Baron here. Knowing that a lot of Legion's low, but Legion pings it themselves. What will they do in this situation?
I mean, right now they could go for it. They know that they have 3 for 3, but it's a huge risk to go against a Baron when they have a Consume, Smite, Nunu in the game.
And they don't have a Smite themselves. So we're going to go real quick back to that play, and then we'll get back to live.
So it started out with Legion trying to go for the red buff. They try to, get it in the end, but St. Vicious shows up, gets it with a Smite, gets it with Consume. Demunlul goes for the fight, and right here, Westrice starts chasing him out, trying to get him out of the fight, which would be huge. And St. Vicious, with the absolute zero, does a good deal of damage, and Morgana with her ultimate takes him quite low, but it's not enough. Westrice does get chased out, and in the end, Lautemortis gets taken out. Shen gets his ultimate interrupted, but Westrice is in this dangerous position all of a sudden. So it's 3 for 5. Can they actually fight this? Well, at this point, there's so much damage being done by Legion. They actually chase out Westrice, hop the Guardian Angel, kill Jackie with the rockets and just auto attacks. And they had so much done, but just the follow-up damage from Demunlul was too much to deal with in the very end. And WildTurtle, of course, with that amazing flash, and the Spell Flux actually bounces off of Comp to secure that kill.
Fantastic play right there. Legion with a great chase, looking really good. Now they're up 6 kills, and now they're up 4 to 5k gold. Can Curse come back in this? We're entering the 34th minute right now, 1-1. Legion has 1 tower advantage on Curse as well. So, according to the numbers, Legion is winning this game, but Curse right now trying to tip the scales in their favor. Can they take it with a quick Baron? It is falling so fast. Will it consume? Might be enough. There it is. But the engaged Lautemortis decides to twist and advance right onto Jackie. The Soul Shackles will proc with the Zonias. Make Jackie so low right now. He goes down right after it. And St. Vicious falls. Can Legion clean up? What are you going to do, WildTurtle? Will you engage? Here's Westrice. Cruzer the Bruiser, 2-on-1, triple kill for Comp. Misses the buckshot. He will get a taunt off 2 members and defensively flash. That was a fantastic fight for Curse, showing they are not out of this game quite yet.
Are they going to go for the push? Westrice is heading towards that turret. Is he going to try and clear the creep wave or actually just take it down and go for the inhibitor?
Go Westrice, go Westrice, go. He is pushing with that Counter-Strike. Shen, in the meantime, is up top doing the same thing, but Westrice going to be able to take this turret down pretty quickly. He has 10 seconds of unabated base time. Just him, mono, E, mono. He takes it down. There you go. And now, he's not going to go for the inhibitor right now. He's actually going to pull back.
Doesn't know where Shen is, scared that when Leona responds, Leona Shen will take him out and they could just turn that around onto Curse. A great fight coming out of them though. They have the Baron onto Graves and Jax right now. It's a huge deal, and Shen, he tried to save them at the very end, but with Demunlul does get focused out, despite the gold advantage, which is only 1,300 now, Jax can just kill him so quickly.
Westrice goes back, gets a Bilgewater Cutlass, going to build that into a Hextech Gunblade, of course. But now he has it for the chase. You've seen him come up and clean up a few of these fights already. And I love that last fight. He fell so low, but he knew he had his GA. He knew he could risk it. He went back in and was able to get 1 additional kill for his team. But then right there, man, he just zones so well. And then he's like, the big damage, all the fighting's over. Let me come in and just sweep up with my push broom. There should be a Janitor Jax skin, I feel like, just for Westrice.
It actually worked out quite well, and that's the problem Jax does normally have. If he gets into a team fight, he does get a decent amount of defense from his ultimate and the items like Guardian Angel, but you don't build that much on him. There is no Frozen Heart on Jax, there is no Warmogs on Jax. So right now, he's still fairly squishy in this whole scheme of things with resist and armor, but by coming into the fights a little bit late, he can do so much and just chase out Demunlul and just do so much damage that Jax, if he's not stopped, will do.
Yes, indeed. I mean, WildTurtle on Rise is making a show of it. He has Zhonya's, Abyssal, Tear, Rod, Giant's Belt. He has all the items necessary to deal damage because, you know, he just needs to build mana. Actually, he doesn't have the normal Frozen Heart and stuff like that, but he has a different build entirely. And that's Zhonya's. He just needs it for, you know, defensive purposes pretty much because he has been getting focused by Curse.
And right now, he's a major threat. The sustained damage is exactly something Jax needs to deal with and has problems with because that Rune Prism will stop so much of his damage. No Leaf Strike, no Chase, and that's what Jax needs.
Yeah, he still has some decent AP ratios that they kind of instituted a little bit ago. So it's definitely doing work for him, but it's just, can he survive? Can he survive this fantastic AoE team comp of Curse that's been proving to be a force to be reckoned with? There are the rockets coming out, trying to poke Curse as much as possible. Legion cannot lose this inhibitor. Jax does have his GA up. How aggressive is he going to be? Does he want to go in? Does he want to be the aggressor now? Or does he want to stay and clean up just like he's been doing the last few fights? No, it looks like Curse is going to back off. They know there's a tier 2 bot turret up, and they don't want it to stand any longer. They could proxy the creep wave. They could just go ahead and transition to Dragon instead, and that looks just like what they're going to do. Nice quick draw and leap, too, for Graves. Oh, the buddy system.
Westrice and Comp, very good buddies. And, you know, it's a good safe play that they do that. They're not taking these risks. This is what Curse does. If they find that they're in a good spot but not the best spot, they'll play safely until they know they have that big advantage. And for the first time in quite a long time, Curse takes the gold lead.
Yeah, it's by a hair. It is 200 gold. Turrets are even. And Curse is down 5 kills right now. And that's the unfortunate thing, you know, not the unfortunate thing, but the fortunate thing in spectator mode, we can see that slight difference. Players, when they hit tab, all they can see is that they're down 5 kills, and that can be really demoralizing.
Getting caught out right now. The Shrewias is blown. Can they get the Twist Advance? No, they do back off. Westrice will casually walk out of there.
Because if Curse knew, even though they were down 5 kills, they were up a little bit of gold, moving to 500 mark, they may be a little bit more aggressive. Cop finishes his Guardian Angel. Now he has the Infinity Edge, the Phantom Dancer, the Last Whisper, the Guardian Angel. What's going to happen here? They're just dancing around mid. That's it.
I mean, there is not a whole lot of vision coming out for Curse right now. They have, I believe, one horde outside their base when Legion was pushing it, but they don't know where Legion is, and they're careful about that. They're scared because one good catch really changes these games. If there's a good Rune Prison, for example, the Flash Rune Prison we saw onto Westrice earlier would be a great example. You know, they can catch someone out and they're stuck in place, and you know, when you're Rune Prison, you're pretty much dead with the burst coming out.
Legion right now has no map vision whatsoever. They don't know where Curse is. Curse pinging the top turret that is down, saying, hey, look what we did a little bit ago. They want to push that top lane, it looks like. It is very far pushed out in the advantage of Legion, but they could just proxy the wave by just eliminating and then perhaps just face-taking this tier 2 turret. But Legion looks like they want none of it.
60,000 gold, they're pretty much equal. Actually, Curse going around. Are they going to try and cut them off? Go for the inhibitor with a backdoor.
Did they bait that tier 2 turret kill for an inhibitor kill? Will Curse be able to take this down fast enough? Legion has to respond. Legion can't lose this, and they do. But the Dark Binding on WildTurtle, Lautemortis wants to make something of it, but he cannot. Curse just dipping and diving in there, taking an inhibitor and backing off for nothing. Lautemortis in pursuit. Does he want to get the Twisted Advance off onto a Black Shield at Jackie? It looks like he does not. Now Lautemortis and his team have to respond in kind. They have to try to push out that mid lane. They can't just beat down an inhibitor. That's awful in such a close game.
They can wait the 5 minutes, but if they do that, you know what? They're going to get pushed in. Baron will be responding in that time, and if Curse gets another Baron, Jax scales so well with that. The same with Braves. It'll just be tremendous amounts of damage that they cannot deal with, so they have to go ahead, do something, make some play to go ahead and stop that inhibitor of Curse from being alive.
That Shin split push is being rather effective. He has the Randuin's, Frozen Mallet, Sunfire Cape, and Negatron Cloak right now. 243 CS. Jax, though, 5-5-4, 272 CS. Hextech Gunblade, Triforce, GA, and now the Elixir of Fortitude that he will surely pop in the next few minutes when a team fight almost inevitably breaks out here. Legion, still very little ward coverage around Baron. The only one they have is around their own blue buff. They have no idea where Curse is. They could have an inkling, a thought, a speculation that Curse is going after Baron, and that is exactly what they're doing. They're waiting for it. They are ready for this Baron to spawn, and they can take it down so very quickly.
It will be spawning in the next few seconds, or their timing is off, and they're expecting.
Awkward.
And with that, Legion, you know, They want to stop them. They have to stop them. But look how quickly it dies. That's going to be about 10-second Baron, you know.
Oh, and if Legion walks into a fully Baron team, of course, this could be awful for them. Will they see it in time? There's a Shirelles. Will they be able to catch Lautemortis? He is the only one split from his entire team. A leap strike onto a ward. Will Westrice be able to chase him? He doesn't have leap strike up, but he lands the counter strike. But it is Glenn's Quicksilver Sash right there. Lautemortis goes down to Cop's auto attacks almost. The Shen ultimate actually saves in the middle of the enemy team. In the meantime, Jackie and St. Vicious trying to do work in the back lines of Legion. The taunt will land on a Westrice. Rise falls. Curse! 5 for 2, trying to push in on this base. Will they take turrets? Will they take inhibitors? Will they go for the game win? Westrice, do you want it? You are a little bit out of range, but Curse, baby steps, baby steps. Don't rush into this, please. This is their push. Look at that damage on the turret. See you later, turret. And this is LGN right now falling. Cruzer goes low. He decides to taunt in, but it is for nothing. Curse is going to focus the Nexus turret. Now they fall. Leona falls. Corky may fall to boot. The Nexus will go down. Curse takes it. They're going to advance to the grand finals versus TSM here at the Face-Off. Woo.
Curse taking it from so far behind, showing their skills.
Wow.
Shaking hands with Legion right now. Amazing game coming out from both teams.
That was fantastic. Nobody, if you ask people predictions for top 3, it was like TSM, Singapore Sentinels, World Elite.
Those 3 only.
Guess what 3 at least is? Legion. And we're going to see who is 1 and 2, TSM versus Curse. If somebody told you, that Curse was going to be in top 3, a lot of people would have laughed at you. I'm not going to lie. But here they are, and they are looking for blood. They want this. They are excited. They are hyped. Going into a grand finals match against TSM, coming off a very, very strong performance as well.
They're not even going to leave their seats. They're actually sitting back down. They're going to have to play their game so soon. They are hyped. They are ready. They have the momentum, having won, I believe, 4 straight matches in a row to get to the grand finals.
Yeah, they played a couple matches today, and it is paid off. They are looking so strong. That was a good series of game. I'm starting to lose my voice from this weekend, but it has been so exciting. I hope we can have the most fantastic grand finals. I hope it goes to game 3 of the grand finals. We'll see what happens in just a little bit. TSM versus Curse in the grand finals of the IPL Face-Off 2012. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Joined by Curse Cop. How you feeling after that match, man?
We're feeling really good. It was like really suspenseful. We're like down 0-3, and yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like you have a lot of fans out there. What do you think of everyone that's rooting for Curse?
Thanks for supporting.
So you've had kind of a long journey to get to the finals. Now you're going to be facing off against TSM. Do you guys feel like you're prepared for the match?
Hopefully we don't play like at MLG Arena, because we play terribly. I think we can win.
And you've had some, that we had a restart earlier. How's the team's mentality as you go into this finals?
We talked a lot of crap about IGN and IPL, but still 3-0'd them, so feels good.
So Curse has been getting a lot of attention lately about this Curse house that you guys are going to have in Santa Monica. How is this transition into this big house treating you guys?
Well, like last night we had a really big party, so I have like 3 hours of sleep right now, like most of us do. I'm sure Saint has a hangover, but I'm excited for the house. Real beds.
So you recently all came together as a team under one roof. Has being all 5 of you in one place helped your play style and helped you get better and improve?
Yeah, I think so. When like we first moved in together, like we're losing to every team, and now we're actually winning. Finally getting second.
And you, there's a little bit of history between you and Elements. You don't always get along. So do you have anything you'd like to say to Elements now that you're on camera in front of all these people?
Just for the community, it's not that we don't get along, we just like to argue. But he carried me today.
There it is.
So did you guys study up on specific teams coming into the event, or did you kind of just have like a general sense of strategy?
Like, before we play, we like look at their match history, and that's about it.
And who are some of the stronger champions, do you think, coming into this to this tournament?
Well, Maokai has like a really good win ratio. Chaox with the quirky play, like every game. Oh yeah, Zyra. She was really annoying.
And you guys have a really long history of playing TSM in the past. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. How does that feel, and what do you take from that as you go into this next match?
Hopefully we can change that so we can always win. I want to win.
So you have a lot of supporters out there. What shout-outs do you have to the community and to your sponsors?
Shout out to Logitech, TeamSpeak, Gunners, and check out LawPro.
Thanks very much for the interview, Cop. Let's hear it for Cop, everybody. All right, thank you very much, and we'll be right back with the match. All right, everybody. So we're going to have a little bit of a contest. So whoever is the loudest in the crowd, we're going to bring you some free stuff. So let's hear it. Where are you guys at? Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on. Stand up. Stand up. Show me what you got. Come on, guys. Stand up. Come on. Come on. Come on, stand up. Yeah. These guys over here earned it. Solo mid stuff too. We got all kinds of stuff, guys. Come on, I can't hear you. We're not done. We got tons of stuff. Come on. Come on up there too. Come on up there. Come on. Who we got? Come on, guys. Keep going. One more time. Come on, one big one. Come on. Whoa. That was really loud. That was pretty good, guys. All right, good job. All right, so we should be back with the match really soon, guys, so just sit tight.
I didn't see you there. Oh, well, I guess that means it's time for League of Legends top 5 flops. Dude, okay. I'm sorry I took it, but you have like 30 of these things at home, okay? It's no big deal.
An enemy has been slain.
Leave me to
Let's kick things off with Destiny against our very own Red Baron.
You want me to pop down there?
Wait. Now do it.
Look, my Corky's coming down.
You
I healed you! What? I healed you!
Spaceship, dude!
What were you doing? I healed you! Why didn't you alt yourself?
My God.
Why didn't you alt yourself?
It wasn't up! It wasn't
What do you
up.
mean it wasn't up? It's green next to your thing, bro. I learned that shit in my placement matches, bro. Come on.
For number 4, we got our Lee Sin trying to get this gank off this Poppy. We got the kick against the wall, keeping her pinned.
Yeah, and Lee Sin's gonna try and get the damage off, but Poppy just barely able to get out of there. Throws off the ultimate onto HetPerson. He's actually going to turn back on the Lee Sin. They can't take him down.
How unfortunate.
And with number 3, we have Nunu chasing down Tino, but he's actually going to go and visit the Baron.
We got the Noodle, we got the Ash Arrow and the Cast Poison. He's going nowhere. And for number 2, we're going to see the enemy team take a small dip in the fountain, and it's all going to start out. Sion gets blown in by the Janna ult.
Oh, Shaco, don't do it. Don't do it, Shaco. He's actually going to come into Sivir. Oh, there's the kick.
The kick into the pool for the 3.
And for our final play, we have Vladimir dueling off with Shaco here. He's going to fight the clone 1v1.
Oh, don't do it. You're going to get really low. You kill that clone, you're going to get hurt. 1 health. He dipped to 1 health. How is he alive right now?
I don't even know what was going through his mind.
It's,
wow.
Wow.
Arrow missing.
Barely missed your, but you know, it's okay. We're fine. We're back at shop. Nope.
What?
Hey guys.
and gentlemen, are you ready for the finals of IPL Face-Off? I am pleased to bring in our two teams. First, coming through the lower bracket in amazing style, winning an incredible best of 3 in the last round against Team Legion. Give it up for Cruzer! And next, coming through the winner's bracket in style, the one, the only TSM! I'd now like to welcome to the stage their captains, Elements and Dyrus. Dyrus calls tails. It is heads. All right, gentlemen, please go back to your seats, and best of luck. I'd now like to give it over to our casters for the finals, Red Baron and HatPerson.
Here we have it, guys. We have the grand finals, TSM versus Curse. I know this is a match that a lot of people have been waiting for a long time. We've had some really awesome storylines for this tournament, but Curse, in the end, finally making it. They're on the main stage.
But going into this weekend, though, a lot of people thought, World Elite, Singapore Sentinels, why aren't they here?
Yeah.
And you know what? Big upsets going on all through the weekend, but hey, the top two have risen. Curse, Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, definitely really impressive. Now, a quick update for you guys. This is going to be a best of 5 with actually TSM out of the winner's bracket. They have a 1-game advantage. So we're starting off, it's a best of 5. TSM, 2 games, they're in. They've won. They will be the winners. $20,000 on the line for that first prize, $7,500 for the second prize. So huge drop. Curse, on the other hand, they need to win 3 games in order to take this home.
But, we also got to mention, Legion just a little bit here. They did gain 3rd, but all of those points, all those circuit points, going to skyrocket them through. And I think with that, they're going to be pretty secure, I think, going into the Season 2 finals. But, and even then, WildTurtle, MVP in my heart.
Yeah, no, it's been really impressive what Legion's been able to do this tournament, and a lot of it is that some of that early aggression that we've seen, which a lot of it comes from WildTurtle, that kind of, erratic nature that he's brought to the team. But we'll have to see where they go, because we are running into Champ Select, our 2 teams, TSM and Curse. Give them a round of applause.
Straight out of the gate, the Rumble band, the Alistar band, first 2 coming on in. But you got to talk a little bit about the common picks for both of these 2 teams, and the big the big point of discussion here. There's 2 of them, the Corki and the Maokai. But look, there you go, Maokai Curse. They know. Ooh.
Yeah, Maokai
How
almost
rude.
never being banned against AuditoriumOne. I'm kind of disappointed. I wanted to see the Westrice Akali going back to the old days when Westrice, he really only played Akali, but he would go 30-0 whenever you let him have it. So, unfortunately not going to see that, but they pick up the Vladimir. That's been a contested pick. Like you said, both of these teams, they have been playing a lot of Morgana. Corki has seemed near unstoppable this tournament, and it's been really impressive. While we're looking at these picks, we're going to go ahead and take a Astro listen in, so guys, tune in for that.
Should pick Shyvana Blitz. Do you like Shyvana better? Not very good. Zero Tros. We should definitely get Blitz. Sure, okay. It too.
Oh, wait. No, I can do it actually. I know where we're going to
Okay.
Yeah. It's just strong there.
Alright. And the first pick in Morgana. Let's talk about it. Andy, you're cutting out.
Yeah,
we should have done Karthus Nocturne.
Karthus Nocturne?
Yeah, should have.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to
Where
talk
should
about
Soraka card this now? Oh, fuck. Can't pick Soraka. I doubt they'll pick Soraka.
We can't even. Yeah. They won't. Okay.
You have lots of it. You can still cut this year and be fine. TF is also low.
I'm not gonna pick TF, dude.
Alright.
TF against is not so good.
It's not where I am. What?
What?
I'm trying to know you go left against flat.
Okay. Well, you had a little bit of a listen in there on TSM, but there's still more picks to go. There's lots of riveting stuff in there, but we got to listen in. Do you actually listen here now on Curse, see what they're thinking?
I'm not that bad with him, okay? I feel like a few weeks ago. Oh my god, Olaf sucks. Well, no, I want to pick it because they're going to go hard CC, and I don't want them to Olaf top. That's the whole reason. Okay.
Yeah, Dyrus is Olaf is pretty good.
That's a good idea. Good point.
Oh, it's so cold. It's freezing.
Too bad I can't put on this sweater.
Dude, where's our curse jackets?
They're gonna put York versus Lad. It's like a good matchup. I can
They're
go.
gonna put Rise, I think.
I can go flat top. It's fine. I can land against York. It's fine. It's not that bad. TSM hears us. Let's go.
Yeah, extremely excited about some of these picks. It's going to be a really exciting matchup. Interesting, St. Vicious actually grabbing that Olaf, so not going to allow Dyrus to have it. And that is going to be his common matchup against the Vladimir. Rumble, Olaf. Aurelia would be a fantastic pick for Dyrus. However, he doesn't actually play a lot of Aurelia right now. So going with that Kale pick, which we haven't seen in a while from him, but has been a fantastic pick in the past. The MLG Spring Arena or Spring Tournament coming to mind in particular with Dyrus.
But also, you look at Curse, that Morgana pick has done so well from a real huge centerpiece in a lot of Curse's team fights and just allows you to do so much stuff. And yet they haven't really been banned out on the Morgana all too much. But I don't know about that Rammus.
Yeah, but going with the Graves, Kopp has played Graves and Corki every single match. Corki gone, Graves is perfectly fine, and the late game presence is great for Graves. They have a lot of great burst damage with the Tarek Graves combo. It's going to be extremely aggressive, but we'll have to see how they can benefit this. TSM, on the other hand, we'll see if they go with that Karthus because he's played it a couple of times so far. It's a short-range team. It could be vulnerable to that kind of pressure, particularly with the Kale matchup as well.
Particularly with the Kale matchup, and even then, you got that ult going straight on into those team fights. You're going to be invincible, and that's a big common thing too. You just want to have extra lives going on in if you're going to grab that Karthus, if you're going to suicide, and it's just a matter of what else could Reggie even pick up here?
Well, he's actually been playing a number of champions this weekend. It's been kind of impressive, that versatility. TF kind of going to be a difficult pick against Morgana and Olaf, just because of their backline penetration. That's going to make TF very vulnerable in those team fights. But we'll see. He could just throw caution to the wind. He can run it. He's been playing fantastically this weekend. But we've seen Morgana, TF, Karthus. Those have been the three main picks for Reginald right now. And having that Kale, there it is. Kale Karthus. So the unkillable fiend in the mid. We'll see how they can run this.
It's going to be a very, very interesting time. And you know what, that Karthus too, that's the thing too, Curse, they've been playing a lot of these games very late. They've been trying to stretch these games, try and get big, try and get huge, and just steamroll. But who gets really big, who gets really powerful as the game goes on? That is indeed Karthus. He could be a huge, huge threat here.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting match. Karthus versus Morgana as well. It's kind of a farm lane, so we'll see what Curse can do with it. Kind of surprised. There's a couple of picks that we haven't really seen this tournament that I've been expecting more of. Aurelia, I thought Aurelia was almost going to come in every single match, and we've seen some strong Aurelia play, but not that frequent. And a lot of it is just that players aren't playing her. Shyvana for St. Vicious, though. That's really the one I've been hoping for this entire tournament. Yeah. We've hardly seen it at all. I can't remember if St. Vicious ever played it once, but definitely a really strong pick for him in the past. Yes, he has actually played Shyvana once, but he will be going with that Olaf, so has that clearing speed, will be able to take control of that jungle, but the big thing is that backline penetration, getting past the CC that TSM has, particularly the Nunu ultimate, which can be such a great gap preventer for the team.
And even if you can't go through it, even if you don't want to go through it, you have the blitz, you have the pull, you're going to force someone through it, you're going to bring someone in to that whole world of pain, through that AoE, through all of that damage. It can be huge, but here we go. We got both of our teams. We got Curse, we got TSM Summoners. This is grand finals. I think we need to make them hear a little something.
Or not. Come on, this is serious.
Come on.
This is grand finals. Bring it up the noise. Thank you.
There you go.
And I have to say, I am completely astounded by Curse's play this weekend because for a long time, they've really struggled as a team. A lot of it goes back to the defensive nature of their team. They've been very passive in a lot of those lanes for a long time. They've been focusing on Jackie in the mid to carry the games for them. Cop and Elements don't usually have a tendency to carry their lane, but they're usually strong enough. So far, though, this entire tournament, the past month almost of Curse, they've been looking extremely aggressive. They've been making some new changes, swapping the lanes up a lot. We've seen Westrice's Yorick down in the bottom lane, making some really aggressive plays. So, we'll see how Curse can carry this forward. But TSM, once again, looking extremely strong, putting themselves in a nice position to take this tournament.
Yep, and TSM just always doing what they do. Put Reggie out in front. He's the bait. Everyone else, come on in, clean up. Very good job. And Karthus, we mentioned before, again, Karthus Kale. That can be absolutely huge. But we are in game number 1. And remember, TSM coming in from the winner's side, they will have a 1-game lead here. This is a best of 5. TSM needs to win 2. Curse does need to win 3 to go ahead and take it all home. And you got TSM, they're looking to mobilize here, getting some vision in mid, making sure no one goes in through the river right through that route. But TSM is going south, Curse is going north.
Yeah, really aggressive play from both teams trying to get that early invade. Both teams have a pretty strong level 1, so we'll see if either of them can take this early advantage. But TSM, it looks like they might actually be walking into him. Xpecial, he could get the hook if he goes for it.
No!
Jackie just barely out of range.
Centimeters. Missed that hook by just sheer centimeters. Oh!
Yeah, so they will be able to back off, and I'm really liking what TSM is doing with these lanes because Chaox and Xpecial in the bottom lane,
could be bad.
They've been phenomenal all tournament. Curse, they're looking for the engage, though. They're in a nice position here.
We got vision. Xpecial, he could still get a hook. He could still get something. Here comes Westrice! He gets caught! He gets the pull first just to kill time. He is exhausted as well. He does use the flash as well. Elements does have the flash over the wall as well. The cleanse coming from Chaox. Flash over the wall. Elements is in a whole lot of trouble. He may be able to clear the gap here, though.
Yeah, and Xpecial, he has 3 seconds left on his hook, so if he can actually cut off the angle, and he's going to do it. Xpecial coming around the corner. Elements, he's in a really dangerous situation. They're trying to close the gap, just barely getting away.
Can't do it. Cleared too much space, and that's good on Elements too to get those boots first. Otherwise, that could have been incredibly different. But with that, though, everyone will fall back, go into their jungle, start on their path. Same fish is starting on the Wolves. And you're going to have a little bit of a head start here opposed to OddOne, but on Nunu, you got that consume. You're going to clear pretty decent speed yourself.
Yeah, and OddOne on Nunu, that's a huge throwback. He's been playing it a lot recently, but I remember when that was like a common game thing. Like it was just every single game would be OddOne on Nunu, and the old counter jungling with Nunu used to be fantastic. Like you just absolutely wreck people's days. You run in, you steal the red buff, you drop wards in their jungle, you just constantly abuse them. But Curse actually going for that swap, and we have seen it from them in the past. A lot of teams actually going for that aggressive pushing now, so it should be an interesting matchup. Kale versus Vladimir, not the best matchup for Westrice, and it will be a struggle. So instead, Curse is going for the early pushing, and Graves can easily outpush Corky.
But these are also 2 solo champs here who can pretty decently farm away from a distance. You do got Vlad. He's going to be fine, just killing those creeps underneath the tower. Dyrus, he's got the fury. He can go ahead and do the same as well. It's just a matter of remember, Vlad, he is a manaless champ. He can still stay. He can stick around for a little while longer than Dyrus can because remember, in order to get that ranged up farm, Dyrus he does have to use a little bit of mana to do it.
Yeah, and the thing to consider for Dyrus is that even with that range, he's actually very short range, so it's going to leave him very vulnerable to that Taric stun. Elements taunting him up in the brush, just not letting him alone. But we'll see after a couple of levels how Curse tries to amp up that aggression. But in the meantime, this is actually going to result in a fairly passive game early on. It's going to allow for some really aggressive pushing, but it tends to work for passive play, and that's actually the best opportunity for Curse because Westrice, a lot of times in the top lane, he tends to be a very safe laner, and he's been working on just being extremely passive, not giving up any early advantages to the team. So you very rarely see Westrice losing an early lead for his team. However, he also doesn't abuse lanes. So in that situation, he can control the 1v2 lane. He will be very safe there, but his team can still take advantages and pressure that top.
And also keep in mind, Westrice, he did go for the heal, for the flash. Granted, yeah, he used them in that level 1 fight, but as soon as they come up, it's fine. He'll be able to stick around the lane a little bit longer than usual as well. But for now, though, he's just going to have to go ahead and take with what he's given. He's going to be farming a little bit under tower, and he also got OddOne making a little bit of an appearance in their top lane, just trying to dissuade Cop just a little bit.
Yeah, and the big concern for Curse is to keep up Vladimir's farm. Westrice right now only at 8 CS, so really being denied hard by TSM. It is pushing under his tower, so he's going to catch up a little bit here. And as the game progresses, Vladimir's using the farm, but actually the hook not quite hitting, and actually St. Vicious coming down into the bottom lane wants to keep an eye on Westrice, make sure that he's not having that difficult of a time.
I think TSM just got a hair of vision on Saint, so just appropriately going to go ahead and back off, realize that he's still in the area. They don't want to go do really anything too risky, but there is a ward there in the tri-brush from TSM down bot, so if he does try to decide to come around, do something crazy, they'll know about it.
Yeah, and OddOne walking down, going for those wolves. They actually do just respawn, so he's catching up to it. But actually, in the meantime, St. Vicious is walking up to him. He gets the quick smite consume. He gets out of there. That cheeky little guy, he's going to back out. And St. Vicious, he's going to have his own wolves to himself.
Yep, well, one less.
One less, of course.
One less, of course. I mean, that is what Nunu does, though. And with his recent changes, you can back to what he used to be. You can go in and he can just snack on the Blue Wraith straight out. Just take it right in.
Yeah, with the consume nerfs a while back, you don't quite get enough damage to be quite as aggressive as you used to be, but it's still very strong for that counter jungling control. In the meantime, St. Vicious, he is making his way up into the top lane. He does spot out OddOne, so they will be safe here. Morgana started making her way up top, but then backing down into the lane, so wants to push into Karthus' tower a little bit and deny some of that farm.
Yeah, Jackie recognizing that Reggie did back, decided, I'm going to do a little bit of roaming, going to see what I can get, but Reggie will be coming back in the lane, did buy, he got the crystals there, going to wait to get that catalyst, not quite there yet, but for now, going to have a little bit more health, a little bit more mana, can go ahead, continue that farm, but Jackie, he's not quite going to be leaving just yet.
Yeah, so we'll see how they can continue this. I'm really kind of curious how Saint is going to continue to build, because he's actually going for that support build, which is very common in the top lane. It means that they're not going to quite have the same jungling speed if he had gone for a little bit more DPS or a snowball build, but it's definitely a very safe build. He's incredibly powerful on Olaf. He's going to be able to get that Shurelya's, get the Randuins, be very tanky later on in the game. He already has enough damage output, so the key is getting the AoE from Westrice for that sustained damage. Their mid-game team fights are going to be phenomenal with Morgana, and that's what we've seen a number of times. Morgana kind of falling out of play for a while, but her early game control is still very strong.
And the Morgana fits really well with what Curse is trying to accomplish. They want to bring things late, and you see those super late team fights, 5-on-5, everyone's in just a gigantic mess. And Morgana, she can really capitalize on it. You get that flash, you get that soul shackles, you get everything you need to just keep everyone still and get all the damage you want. You did see earlier, though, you did see St. Vicious make a little bit of an appearance down bot lane, but that ward did spot him out. But unfortunately now, TSM, the wards have expired. They no longer have any coverage down bot lane, so they may want to go ahead back and do it. Blitz still has a ward to him, but he's coming on back. Westrice straight up with the ult down onto Chaox. He's going to burn. 150 health about, so he's going to go ahead and back, recover, and come back. Westrice is going to push that wave to the tower.
Yeah, but the big thing, even if he's not able to pick up the kill, it allows Westrice to farm a little bit. So he's going to be pretty safe there. Harassing down Xpecial as well, being extremely aggressive in that bottom lane. He needs to catch up. We'll see if he actually goes for like a gold pretend build or something. Having that Dorans will definitely help him a little bit in that bottom lane though. And Morgana is going to pick up that blue. Reginald should be fine though with the Wall of Pain. It's extremely difficult for Morgana to pressure him at all. So we'll see. That's primarily going to be a farm lane. Reginald, he's walking over to grab his blue as well. So we'll see how they transition out of this.
Yeah, you look at Reggie, you see that AoE clear. He'd be able to push that wave very effectively right into Nijaki. Morgana, granted, the pool's also a very good wave clearing tool as well, but Reggie, he's got a little bit bigger range on it, going to be a little bit more damage on that as well, so he's going to be slightly more effective. But remember also, you do have the Wraiths there on both sides of the river. Both of our AP mids can go ahead, grab those real quick, and return right back, just go back to farming.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of interesting. We haven't seen Graves and Tarek pushing that top lane very aggressively. They have a little bit of harass on the turret, but for the most part, they're just looking to farm. As a result, Corki and Blitz, they're actually getting a little bit more damage. Kale can clear the waves a little bit. Graves does have to watch out that if he's attacking the turret, because Graves' attack range is actually very similar to Kale's. They're both extremely low. I think Kale is 500, Graves is 525. That's allowing Dyrus to kind of stall off that push a little bit so they can, counter that out some. But in the meantime, TSM is aggressively pushing down that bottom lane. If they can take an early turret advantage, it could help them snowball around the map.
The next time Westrice leaves bot lane, that turret may very well go down to all this pressure. He did go back, did get that Doran shield, and did get a tome, so he's going to have a little bit more armor, a little bit more health, and he's got that regen. He just wants to stick around as long as he can, because he's only really going to get one more shot at this.
Yeah, so we'll see how they transition out of this. OddOne, in the meantime, going to be going for those for that red buff. They're going to be fine. Not a lot of pressure in either of the lanes. That's the thing with the lane swaps. You get some early towers down, which helps snowball the lane, the game. However, it does tend to result in passive play for the first couple levels. You don't usually expect to see a number of kills. OddOne is sitting up top, though. He wants to defend against that tower dive. If there is that pressure against Kale, Kale should generally be pretty safe against it. But he's actually just going to walk into the lane, steal some minions himself. So he's once that level up, he's going to steal some from Kale.
But remember, Dyrus has not backed yet. He's going to have a good chunk of change to actually go back and shop with. OddOne could actually stick around, play guardsman, and just wait for Dyrus to actually get back with his boatload of goodies here. Westrice is getting a little bit of extra damage here onto Chaox, and he's a little bit more confident to farm here. He's gained a few more levels. He's leveled up his skills. He's getting a little bit more regen. But remember, Xpecial laying in wait. That hook could be devastating.
Yeah, he's falling behind on farm, but not that far behind. He's able to keep himself in this game, and that pressure against Chaox is starting to be pretty strong.
Saint Vicious snuck his way down into the bot brush there. He does have an Oracles. That bush is clear. He was not spotted. TSM, they have no idea at the moment.
Yeah, so he's kind of just waiting off to prevent some of that pressure from TSM if they decide to go for a gank or if they decide to jump on the Westrice. It's going to be kind of a difficult opportunity for him to push up a gank here. So he should be generally pretty safe. It's kind of just wasting St. Vicious's time. It allows OddOne to roam around the map a little bit more, but we'll see where they go from that. The big thing is, all the lanes are very safe for both teams right now, and neither jungler, particularly effective at those early ganks. Olaf can do some tower diving once he gets some levels, but because of the 1v2 matchups, there's not a lot of opportunities there.
Now, Jackie throwing down the shield, trying to see if he can't force something out of Reggie, but still though, pushing to tower, just keeping that pressure on. And also, you do see Jackie did go back, did get those magic pen boots and the ring, a little bit extra health. A little bit extra damage, and he got that regen as well. Karthus did actually go back and finish the catalyst, but Westrice here he was thinking about going back, but remembering is like, oh yeah, if I leave, my tower's pretty much gone.
Yeah, and that's going to give him some nice early game pressure, be able to win those team fights. In the meantime, St. Vicious is making his way down in the bottom lane. He has the red buff, and they're actually forcing it. The cleave onto Chaox. He's going to back out of it, but there's the hook. Westrice just barely avoiding that, so they will be safe.
That could have gone a lot worse. That hook, that's the thing. That's a big main fear going up against the Blitzcrank. Just one errant hook, just one awesome skill shot can just change team fights completely.
Yeah, so we'll see how they can transition out of here. In the meantime, Graves has been left alone top. It will be a pretty even matchup against Kale. Kale has a slight advantage because of the level experience, but Graves is the easiest champion at controlling the lane with the armor, with the AoE that he has. So Tarek, he can roam a little bit, and we've seen a lot of elements roaming in the past. It's been a while, but always a pleasure to see it come back into play. Alistar as well. Before Alistar became such a popular jungler, we used to see a lot of that elements.
And I think if Tarek is a great champ to roam with as well. I mean, it's a support with a stun, period. That's really all you need to know. Cop, he's apprehensive. He's like, something's up here. Something's not quite right. Should I go for his last hit? They say, well, big mistake. Coming into the slow, double slow. OddOne does use the flash. Successful gank.
Yeah, so he's able to back out of it, but the flash is down. It will prevent some of that aggression onto Dyrus. So TSM doing a really nice job controlling this so far. They are 500 gold ahead, not really significant right now. So we'll see how they can transition out of it. St. Vicious, in the meantime, coming over for the blue, checking it. He sees that it's not up, but he will have that vision of it, and it should be up shortly.
And this is a really common theme too, for Curse actually over these past few games. Just very low kill games, very slow start games. We're on the 13th minute. We have had no kills, no first blood. Nothing quite yet, but you do have the Karthus ult coming on down, front loading the damage here. You see 3 members of Curse looking to go for that dragon. Chaox getting a little bit of poke damage on. Westrice cannot connect with any extra damage, and everyone's off dragon.
Yeah, and they didn't really have the follow-up to take them down, but the Karthus ultimate, Curse was a little bit scared right now. They didn't want to give up any early advantages to TSM, so they're going to back off. Westrice, he's starting to pick up his farm a little bit. Xpecial coming in, though. He hits a minion, so missing the hook as well, and Westrice turning it around, gets off some great harass against them in the bottom.
Double fail that time. It's like, oh, I'm so mad I can't close that gap. Minion.
Yeah, and so Reginald going to be picking up the blue. We'll see if those minions give Xpecial any more trouble. But he's been fantastic so far this tournament, but needs that AoE. The Star Call on Soraka, it doesn't miss. The Blitzcrank hooks, they do. So we'll see, where you can go from there. Corki, in the meantime, going for that aggressive Trinity Force build, which we've, seen, generally speaking, in most of the Corki play. It will give him a lot of burst damage. They already have a lot of sustained damage with Kale and with Karthus, so that's going to be really nice to pick up some kills. But we'll see, how quickly Cop can farm. He's at 130 CS right now, 14 minutes in, so he's going to get some nice quick items. If he can get like a 20-minute Infinity Edge, that could be really strong for Curse.
It's a pretty good benchmark. I mean, like Infinity Edge by 20 minutes is, it's a proof positive that you're doing okay. You're doing your job.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic if you can hit it by 20.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Reggie did have the blue buff, was using that to farm in mid, and I believe 9Jackie actually got his team's blue buff as well. Yes, he did. So a little bit extra farm time there in the mid for our APs. You got those pulls, you got that AoE clear, should be fine, and should be, well, a little bit boring, but it's okay. We'll come back to that. They're getting their farm. They're going to be huge, and they're going to be doing a lot of damage later on.
Yeah, and some really safe items going off all around them. Karthus with that Rod of Ages, it's been a really common build, particularly with Reginald. He's farming excellently right now, 164 CS. They're doing a really nice job. But OddOne going with the triple gold for 10. The General looking for that ward spam, and in the meantime, they're pressuring this dragon. Actually, the wall from Reginald going to be able to zone that off for a bit. They're actually going to be able to kill this extremely quickly before Curse can react.
Reggie did use the ult earlier to front load the damage during the last attempt here from Curse, but with all that damage, there's going to be more enough, and Westrice does get pulled. Deja Vu, kind of like that level 1, does use the pull right on in, but 9Jackie right on front does use the ult. Xpecial is going to get stunned. It's like damage going down, but you got Exhaust going down. 9Jackie's trying to get away. You have the layaway, so you have the AoE coming on down, and there you go. There's the first blood. Reggie going to get the credit for that, but Westrice is still in trouble.
Yeah, and Reginald trying to chase him down. There's the kill, the double kill on the Reginald. TSM taking an early lead. 3K gold all of a sudden, 2.5 after the dragon and the double kill. And the big thing was Curse was trying to defend when the fight was already lost. The hook back, the silence from Xpecial. They're able to get some quick damage onto Vladimir. In the meantime, OddOne and Chaox, they're actually going to back off, but that turret is very close to going down. And the big thing is they recognize it's going to go down by itself, but it denies a couple more minions, a couple more hits. St. Vicious not going to make it in time. Yes, they do get the turret, and now they can transition into some other lanes, try and pressure around the map, or do a lane swap.
Yep, and after that series of events too, all of a sudden mid lane just got a little bit more difficult for 9Jackie, because remember, both of those kills went onto Reggie, kills about 20 creeps each. Rough equivalent value, so that puts them very far ahead. And you also noticed before, 9Jackie did have needlessly large draw before. He's like, I'm not quite sure. Where am I going to build with this? Do I want to get Rod? Do I want to go ahead and get the Death Cap? Want to get the Zonias? Losing that fight is like, okay, I'm going to need the Zonias later on.
And Reginald, as always, putting on a clinic in CS, 184, 16 minutes in. His Karthus, he always farms particularly well, grabbing those race. The pushing capabilities are definitely very nice. In the meantime, there are 3 members sitting up top, waiting for the kill onto Curse if they can get the advantage.
They're not quite sure what's going on, and Curse are trying to get the pressure into stun coming down onto Dyrus, but they're going to flash away. Xpecial trying to get what he can. Here comes the Karthus ult as well. Will he be able to pick another one? Yes, he will. Reggie going to grab the credit for that one all the way from mid.
Yeah, putting some early pressure on the Curse, and they're not responding effectively. TSM is definitely pressuring the objectives on this map. Their mid game, if they can continue farming like this, will be very strong. But their late game with the Karthus and the Corki will be phenomenal. We've seen Chaox throughout this entire tournament how impressive his Corki has been. And if there has to be an MVP for the tournament, he's very close to being it.
Yep, I mean Corki just on its own has had a massive win rate just throughout the entire weekend, and a lot of credit to just fantastic play. But Chaox is a beast. We've seen it before. Binding going down onto Reggie. Just a little bit extra harass, but St. Vicious trying to get the axe. Not going to be getting a whole lot with that. But Chaox, he can get some free harass while everyone's retreating on back to the tower. But there's still a 3-man push top here from TSM, but Westrice, that does give him an opportunity to free farm just a little bit, push bot wave 2 tower, and get all that denied.
Yeah, and that just shows how ridiculously strong the Wall of Pain is for Karthus. And the slow is so strong. The tower is very close to going down. Cop and St. Vicious trying to ward this off. 9Jackie is there as well, but they're actually going to be able to turn into it, but they are baiting. They want Tarek. They want Morgana to get in range. OddOne being chased down. The axe not hitting for Olaf. Kill. And there's the Kale ultimate trying to defend against some of that damage. But 9Jackie, he does, no, just barely not hitting the bind, so we'll be safe.
Once again, just barely missing by mere centimeters. So now you got a 4-man push in response here from Curse up top lane. Reggie, though, in the mid, he needs to go ahead and clear out those minions. He can do some damage to the mid turret just on his own. Westrice, he's looking, he's actually going for the small golems, I think. It's just like, you know what, bot tower, we got a massive wave. That's fine. That's fine. Chaox, you can go ahead and take care of that.
Yeah, so Curse doing a nice job keeping themselves in it. It is a 3K, actually 4K gold advantage for TSM still, but the big issue for Curse is going to be the fact that they have a very short-range team. Morgana needs to engage into the middle of the team. Graves is very short-range. Olaf, he wants to get in the back line. Olaf in particular will be very strong at trying to take down Karthus. However, Reginald's AoE, if he continues farming the way he has been, 3-0 right now, 220 CS, he's almost at 8,000 gold before the 20-minute mark. So he's ridiculously strong right now, and they're all this short-range team for Curse, they're going to be walking right into the wall of pain. They're going to be walking right into his AoE, and he could try and shut them down. But Curse, they do have some nice burst damage. Their AoE with the Karthus, with the Morgana, is phenomenal if they can get the right engages.
Yeah, but also not to mention, Nijaki did finish the Zonias, does have it, so that can be a huge boost to all that initiation. Just flash right in, get that ult, pop the Zonias, and you can be safe. You can get all those stuns. You can get everything you want, but gotta talk about Reggie, because you just gotta hammer that point home. You're looking pretty good when all the kills in the game are yours.
Yeah, no, that's definitely going to be a nice situation. Chaox as well is looking pretty strong, but needs to finish up some of those items. We'll see how Curse can progress this. They are starting to get some items onto Westrice, which is huge. He has that Hextech revolver. He's going with that Negatron cloak. So we'll see if he gets that into an Abyssal Scepter, because that could really help his team out a lot. But having the Zonias onto Morgana will allow Nijaki to be extremely aggressive early on, and we've seen how powerful Nijaki's Morgana has been. Morgana and Veigar really in the past have been kind of interchangeable for Nijaki, but it depends on what kind of a comp you're looking for. If you're looking for the hard engage and Morgana has that fantastic CC, then but also providing the shield for Graves could be really strong for Curse, because he needs to protect Graves from all of that AoE damage that TSM will provide.
Yeah. And the Abyssal will be coming in pretty soon for Westrice. Did get the wand, but he also looked cooldown boots down onto St. Vicious, so he's looking for those reckless swings. He wants the true damage in every single one of these fights. Also got Cop, did finish that finish.
Just moving down into the bottom lane. Chaox actually doesn't have enough mana. He does have his flash though, so he's trying to get to the wall, but Cop bursting him down very quickly. Has the ultimate, will pick up the kill.
I don't even think he needed the ultimate. I think he just did that for style points.
Oh yeah, it's always going to look good. Throwing off the buckshot. I enjoy it. It's the Johnny Cash of champions, but they'll be able to transition over. And actually, TSM has to back off for a second. It is about time for that dragon, so we'll see if Curse can get this.
Yeah, Curse, they're looking to, they have their advantage. They can have a man advantage right here, and they're looking to take it down very quickly, but you do have TSM. I think they're backing off this. I don't think they're really going to try and fight this one. They're just going to let Curse have it. And right there, Xpecial is in defensive, though, right at their own blue buff, waiting to see. He's being a ward as he's recalling, just to make sure that Curse isn't actually going to be going around the long way and trying to get a jump on anyone there from TSM. But Reggie's still in the mid, still looking to farm. You got Dyrus not too far behind either. He cannot get that slow on the Jackie. Does get caught in the binding. A lot of damage actually going on Reggie, but St. Vicious, he is out in front. He is caught out just a little bit. The snowball also coming in. He will be slowed, but will actually get behind Dyrus. But here comes the ult from Reggie. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Ooh, wow.
Yeah, very low, but now TSM, as a result, they're going to be able to take down that mid inhibitor, or I'm sorry, mid turret.
Mid turret.
Dear God,
mid
a 21-minute inhibitor.
Well, it has happened. It has happened so far this turn, yeah.
But we will see them grab that, be able to continue pressuring the map. In the meantime, Chaox is doing swimmingly in the bottom lane. Graves as well. Cop has been able to farm up against him. He has that Infinity Edge. That's going to be very strong, and that's going to open up some opportunities for Curse. But the issue is that Cop is going to need to be in the front line in order to be dealing some of this damage, particularly for the carries like Graves, like Corky, or like Karthus, and that's going to put him right in that kill zone for Xpecial to grab a hook or for Reginald to take him down.
Also notice the Westrice is actually taking a lot of opportunities to go ahead, find isolated lanes, grab the farm where it can, and just try and keep up in the farm, in the gold, so he can go ahead and itemize. Because remember, that Abyssal Scepter is not just for him, it's for the entire team. Everyone can benefit from that and all that magic resist shred.
Yeah, despite the early disadvantages against that Corky, it was a difficult lane for him. He's at 165 CS right now, so doing a nice job.
Yeah.
We'll see how he can continue to transition out of this. Curse, their AoE is phenomenal if they hit the right ultimates. Graves is just such an aggressive champion, but we'll see. They're kind of sitting back right now. They want to wait for their opportunities. The big thing is they can't push in on TSM because Graves is too short of an attack range. So TSM can always stall against pushes. They can maybe get a Blitzcrank hook and put Curse in a really dangerous situation. So Curse, they need to sit back and farm, wait until they're strong enough to pressure some objectives, wait for Dragon to respawn in another 4 minutes, and then also wait for the Baron to come up, and once they're strong enough where they can start pressuring it.
But that's a danger, though. The longer you sitting around and farm, you're also letting the other team get farm. And we've mentioned this before in champs like Karthus is a champ with a lot of farm as the game goes on, just gets even stronger and stronger and stronger. He's already got his Rod of Ages, he's got his Death Cap, he's got another wand too. He can just build that into whatever.
Yeah, but TSM, they are going with that double Aegis build, so that's going to help counter out some of that AoE. In the meantime, Curse, they're pressuring down the mid turret, but Reginald is back. He's going to stop that off, so no big deal there. Xpecial, kind of holding the front line, wants to make sure he can grab someone if he can, but they will back off. Kale, on the other hand, Dyrus, he's been farming very well himself. And the big issue with 80 Kale, it's been seeing a lot of play, for the past couple months, but actually dropped out after that MLG Spring Championship that we saw it in a lot. And the big thing is you generally use it to counter a lane, and then you use it, you have some nice damage in team fights. It's kind of a double AD, but in the meantime, TSM, they have Vladimir trapped in the top lane. Westrice trying to retreat. The big issue with Kale has been his short attack range, but having Karthus and Corki, they're both really formidable foes, so there's not really an opportunity for Curse to try and focus down Kale because they have to deal with the better carries for TSM.
And also, Reggie charging straight on into these fights with the ult on top of him. Really goes into rain and game plan. Here we go, Nightjack with the flash. He's got the shield on as well. Zonia's being caught there, trying to get someone with the ult. He's going to get 2 stuns off of that one. OddOne right there in front with the ult, trying to get wherever he can, but Reggie does go down, but it's okay. He still has the ult available, coming on down. How many he's going to be able to get? Chaox also putting down some damage there. Westrice may get caught out here to Snowball, going to keep him slowed, and there you go. Nice kill for Chaox. Double kill for his credit. 2 for 3.
Yeah, and really impressive play by Reginald in particular. The entire team was able to kite out some of that damage, but Reginald in the beginning of that fight, he's actually flashing right into the back of Curse, was able to throw off that pressure. And the big thing is he completely zoned Graves. As a result, TSM is going to be able to press down on this mid turret. We'll see where they go after this, but they're going to be able to go back and buy. They're going to be extremely strong. And if we actually go to an instant replay, we can take a look at that again right at the beginning of the fight. Reginald getting onto the back line, and so Cop was completely shut down. The wall of pain was able to shut him off. Nunu with the slow as well. With the Kale ultimate, Reginald just completely shut him out. As a result, the rest of his team, they were able to kite away from Curse. Chaox getting the Valkyrie out of there, and very easily they were able to protect themselves. So the big thing is 80 for AD. That's always going to be a win for TSM.
And that's the dangerous thing too with Reggie onto Karthus, that he really doesn't care if he dies. He really doesn't, because he knows he's going to get at least 1 kill. At least he knows he's going to go even.
Yeah, so really nice play. And that Kale Karthus combo is very strong.
Yes.
Nightjack going to be picking up his blue, but we'll see how TSM can start to pressure this game. They are 5k ahead right now, and with the double AD and with Karthus as well, they actually have a lot of really nice Baron damage. The concern though is Curse. They're still really strong in the mid game. They're strong as later in the game too. Graves and Vladimir both scale very well, but the concern for TSM is if they try and pressure a Baron, then it leaves them vulnerable. They're going to be sitting in the brush. They're going to be in poor positioning to deal with Curse.
And also you got St. Vicious, he's down bot lane and trying to get front of him, but recognizing that you got someone missing, someone's not with the team, TSM, they're just going to go ahead and push right up the mid. And it's going to take a little bit of time for the OFF to actually regain with the rest of the team. Now just recalls, but TSM, they're actually moving on back. You do have the Oracles onto OddOne. Are they going to go for it? I think they may also just be looking to force a fight here. They're thinking about it.
Yeah, it seems like they're maybe trying to bait it out, and if Reginald, this is a perfect opportunity for Reginald to get in the middle of the team. There's a ward over the wall from Elements and Curse. They definitely don't want to walk into a full AoE from Karthus, so it opens up opportunities for TSM. Xpecial actually kind of running out in the open, wants to be able to grab someone. Curse generally playing very safe right now, and they have perfect positioning. They're all very split. The hook, but Elements gets out of there.
That was a perfect wall to try and get a grab off of somebody, anybody, but unfortunately Xpecial just could not connect with the rest of it. But you also saw that was actually a good guess earlier from Nightjacky on the blind bind going in onto the bush. Actually almost caught Xpecial there, but unfortunately did not land it. But with this though, Curse, they're still trying to get some position in this fight. Reggie out in front once again. You have the wall of pain, you have AoE. St. Vicious is a little bit separated from the team. He's taking some free layways, but you got Xpecial still fearless, charging out ahead. Elements, he wants to stun on somebody, anybody. Hook going down onto Westrice. He's going to pull pretty soon, pretty immediately. You got Cop trying to deal whatever damage he can. St. Vicious in the middle of all these fights. Xpecial will actually go down pretty quick. Reggie with the AoE though, doing quite a bit of damage. Nunu coming on in. I'm not sure he's going to be doing a whole lot. Double kill coming on in for the Corki. Cop is in a full retreat, runs through the wall of pain. Here comes the Karthus ult, going to be doing quite a bit, and there you go. You got the kill on that. That is 4 for 2 for TSM.
Yeah, really impressive play from TSM, and the big thing for them is Curse. They're splitting out, so their positioning is phenomenal coming into the fights. However, TSM, they recognize that Curse is splitting. They don't want to get hit by that Reginald AoE, and so TSM just presses them, and by continuing to pressure into them, They
Do they have
actually
enough damage?
force Curse to split even further, but they are going for this Baron. OddOne will be able to tank this, so he's going to get pretty low, but I think they have enough. He's actually dropping a little bit faster than I expected.
Well, yeah, you have the Consume, that's a heal. You got the heal on Kale, that's a little bit extra layer on that. You got Chaox with a ton of damage, just a matter of can you just actually take the thing out before it takes you out. Dyrus going to take just a little bit. There you go. Nom it up. TSM grabbing the Baron. Reggie doesn't have it though, but it's fine. He's got a lot of damage on his own.
Yeah, and again, the big thing with that previous fight, TSM, by running at Curse was split up, trying to avoid that AoE. It forced Curse to actually split down the lane. They're split half of them down the river, half of them down the other side of the wall, and so it opens up an opportunity for TSM to fight them 2v5 or 3v5, and that opened up opportunities for Chaox in the back to be perfectly safe. There was no pressure from Curse onto him, particularly that Olaf.
Yeah. But despite being down, Curse is still itemizing very well. You got the Wood being built there onto Westrice, and you got a little bit of progress there on Cop as well. He's got his Phantom Dancer now too, so he's going to be doing quite a bit more damage. Night Jackie working for the death cap, doesn't quite have it yet though, but you can only do so much. You have to defend when you have a team like TSM pushing with the Baron buff.
Yeah, and they are going to be pursuing this mid lane. This snare from Night Jackie actually not going to hit. Not a lot of follow-up on it, but we'll see how they can pressure this. The Will of the Ancients onto Reginald. He's incredibly strong at this point in time. He's going to be difficult for Curse to take down. They don't have this rocket follow-up, which is the Maokai, which is something we've seen a lot from their Karthus play. But the Kale will be fantastic. That Kale ultimate, we've seen it so far this game. It makes things very difficult for Curse.
Yep, and you also have Chaox does have the Negatron Cloak, which will more likely be built into the QSS, which is going to make him that more survivable in these fights. It's like, I'm stunned? No, not anymore. Not anymore, I'm not. I'm just going to go ahead and keep on doing all the damage I want.
Yeah, and Reginald going to be grabbing another dragon for his team, so he can back off, go into that bottom lane, get him some momentum, actually just regrouping with his team. So he builds on their gold lead. 9k right now, they're really pressuring Curse at the moment, and they will be able to push in on this mid lane. Corki, with the range that he has, he should be pretty safe to poke down the turret a little bit. He just has to watch out for those Morgana Vines.
There you go, Morgana Vine actually over the wall onto Xpecial, but can't do a whole lot with it. You still have about 2 more minutes left onto that Baron buff. So there's still opportunities here. There's still objectives to push down. You do have this bot tier 2. Reggie is actually laying in wait right there in that brush, waiting for the rest of the team to come on in. Who's going to take it? OddOne right out in front. There's Curse. They can't do a whole lot. Nice wall of pain, actually stretching the entire width of the lane. This is the line. You do not cross this line, otherwise you're going to get hurt.
Yeah, and TSM getting some fantastic poke on that turret. Curse not really in position to defend it. They will be this time though, but we'll see. The regen for TSM from that Baron, it will allow them to wear him down some. Xpecial, he can just throw off those tosses throughout the game, try and get a hook.
Especially he is once again bound right there in the brush. He can still get that pull. He can still get something running out in front. He's going to try and surpass the mini wave. No, he will not. Just take that thing out, and the push can continue. There's still a good minute left on that Baron buff too, so you can definitely muscle at least a tier 3 here.
Yeah, the big concern is that they would have to walk into the AoE for Curse, and they don't want to open up any opportunities because they consider their late game to be so strong, particularly since they know they can shut down Graves and have been doing a fantastic job of that so far. But Graves is incredibly powerful, so if Cop can stay in the back line and not go down to that Reginald pressure, they should be able to force that.
Well, that's a lot of pressure coming from Reggie though, because he's just going to flash right in towards the back line with the Kale ult already preloaded onto him. He has an objective, and he's going to get it. He doesn't care if he dies or not. He has a target, and he's going to kill.
Yeah, and so TSM, by pushing lanes constantly, they're forcing Curse to miss out on some of that farm. They're putting them further behind, but it also opens up opportunities. Xpecial maybe looking for that grab over the wall. The bind from Night Jackie, he's going to spot him out in the meantime. But there's the horn. He's trying to pursue it, the wall from Reginald, and now they can transition back and forth between the lanes, pull Curse out of position, try and get some kills.
Actually, a really good positioning on Xpecial too. He's being the sacrificial robot there. He's like, no, I'm going to take the binds for the rest of my team. Step up, be an automaton.
Yeah, and TSM is actually zoned Curse off of that top turret. So Curse coming out to defend it for a second. By TSM running down the lane towards the mid, it forced Curse back into their base. They were able to zone them out. So another outer turret for TSM. They are pressed up to the base. We'll see what they can do with this, but there's a lot of gold for them to spend. So they want to make sure they get those items before this next fight. All of them sitting around 1,500. So we'll see what they can do with that, but it's going to be very difficult for Curse to defend.
The Baron buff is also now gone. It has expired. The Baron should respawn in about 2.5 2.5 minutes here. So it's just a matter of keeping the lanes pushed, keeping the pressure on, so that way when the Baron does respawn, they're going to have that much of an easier time to do it. And even then, the last time, it was pretty easy. Just Nunu just snack on it, just gnawing on it, just that now combination with the Karthus right there in the middle of the pit should be even easier this time around.
Yeah, no, their Baron control is fantastic, but both teams have very strong Baron control. So if Curse is able to win one fight, that could be a huge turnaround for them very instantly. They could push it back onto TSM, particularly once that Baron comes up. So TSM recognizes that they need to be pretty safe, but having the Wall of Pain with the Nunu ultimate as well, it's that double slow that just controls the front line. It's going to make it very difficult for Cop to get in on those fights once again, and he's just going to be walking into this unstoppable wall he just can't get past. But we'll see, whether or not they can force an engage. The big thing right now is, though, keeping all the lanes pushed for Curse. And so St. Vicious coming down in the bottom lane. By doing that, they pick up some farm, but it also slows down TSM. It doesn't allow them to quite pressure their base as much.
I also like what OddOne's doing, too. He bought the Zeke's Herald, which, if I remember correctly, Nunu with Zeke's Herald is actually something a lot of Curse EU has been doing to try and keep their AD carry really buff. So TSM kind of taking a little bit of a play from their opponent's playbook and utilizing here in this situation.
Yeah, it's really nice with the double AD comp with both Chaox and Dyrus. They're both going to benefit from it in a very strong way. OddOne, he has the Oracles. They've been able to zone them off, and they are waiting for that Baron to respawn. Curse, in the meantime, still sitting in that base. We'll see how they can defend this. St. Vicious, for his team, he's starting to get tanky. I mean, he has that Aegis for a while. He has the cooldown reduction. Once he can finish the Randuins, he might be able to dive into TSM, but the concern is that TSM has so much damage. It's a nice mix of damage, too. Corki, that's one of the big strengths. You have the true damage and the magic damage, so you can just tear Olaf apart, and that's going to make things very difficult for them to pressure that back line.
TSM recognizing they're a little bit early to the Baron party, and also realizing that mid's actually being pushed pretty hard. So, Reggie goes back, decides to buy just a little bit. He does have the Void Staff now, in addition to everything else on this kit. That is a lot of spell pen, but they have to deflect this push in mid somehow, because if TSM decides to go get Baron, they may lose a tower or two, and granted they're still going to come out ahead, but they just want to go ahead and keep as much of their base intact.
Yeah, and Curse right now, they know that their late game is very strong if they can protect their AD carry and if Olaf is strong enough to dive into the back line. So right now, for the most part, they're trying to force, not allow this engage. Reginald actually getting off the wall, but there's the bind, and actually the hook not going to hit for Xpecial. So Curse dodging a bullet. They will be able to back off, and the big thing is Curse, they need to be the initiators. They need to force a fight with Morgana and try and clear it up. By putting on the pressure onto TSM, they can keep Cop alive, because TSM will be on the defensive. They start pushing down that mid lane. TSM, it pulls them away from that Baron, but they will be able to defend it.
Yep, and so now TSM, they're biding their time to trying to lure Curse on in. There you go, the pull down onto St. Vicious in the middle of everything, and Reggie is going to be no big problem at all. You do have the Morgana coming in, he zones Argos as well, but Reggie looking actually 2v1, 3v1 with a kill ult already on him. Chaox grabbing a kill down onto Morgana. Elements is in retreat. OddOne going to plug him down, but Cop getting killed over the wall. The Karthus does go down, but you do have the ult coming on in.
Yeah,
double kill.
Down. Everyone is down for Curse. That is a 4-for-5 ace for TSM. They can pressure this inhibitor, and the top, it is pushed very aggressively.
You already got the
creep. Going to be able to move in there. That's going to be inhibitor down for them.
You already got the creep support. Tower, top, tier 3 going to be going down. Inhib going to go down. They've got plenty of time. St. Vicious is going to be back in 15 seconds. The rest of the team, you have 15 more seconds on top of that. This may actually be it. If TSM can pressure this down, they're going for those Nexus turrets straight on in. The one's already down. They can get another. I think they can just be looking to rush this Nexus here. Tier 2, all the towers down in the Nexus again. They should be able to grab this, and there you go. First game, TSM grabbing it. They just need one more. If they can get one more, they will be IPL Face-Off champs.
Yeah, and get that $20,000 prize. Everyone is going crazy. TSM with some really nice play, and that last fight was particularly strong for them. They had some really nice control. Their team comp was perfectly designed to take out Curse. They actually...
Let's go back real quick.
We'll be able to take a look back at that right now. You see your two teams, though, Curse and TSM. Curse trying to think about how they're going to handle that TSM pressure, but Reginald's Karthus has been phenomenal. So as we take a look back at that last fight, it all started St. Vicious getting caught off by Xpecial, the ward in the bush, and then Reginald once again controlling the fight. He flashes in the backline, shuts down Cop, and Valkyrie from Chaox is able to protect him from Nijaki. So Nijaki all alone, but in the meantime, Reginald soloing the rest of Curse. Westrice will be able to take him down, but still, Reginald, the damage was done. He was able to shut down Graves, and that was the concern the entire time. As we check out the teams, check out TSM, how they're looking right now, because they've been very strong in this game, and I'm not sure how Curse is going to be able to handle that Karthus.
Well, I think I can think of one way. To ban them out.
Oh, that's definitely true. Always an option, but we'll have to see how they're going to handle it. There are a number of strong picks, and the big thing is if they ban out Karthus, they're going to have to deal with something like a TF. They're maybe going to allow one of those stronger picks onto, like Olaf or something, onto TSM, and then TSM can continue to control the game. In the meantime, Reginald handing out some soft drinks, getting him back to his team. He's getting everyone hydrated. Mr. AJ Mazur, we have a game, though. There's game number 1 going to TSM. We'll be back with game number 2 shortly. Right now, both teams setting up, trying to figure out what they're going to be doing coming into the series.
Yep, we're going to take a short little break, and when we come on back, game 2, grand finals, Curse versus TSM. If TSM wins the next one, they win the whole damn thing. We will be back in just a little bit. IPL Face-Off. We will be right back.
we are back. IPL Face-Off Grand Finals, TSM versus Curse, and it's been a phenomenal game one. But Reginald with that control, Chaox in the back line, all of TSM working very well together. They were able to shut down Curse. We'll see how Curse can respond coming into game number 2.
Dat Karthus, man. Dat Karthus. And when you're so far in, I mean, when you have all the kills in the game so far, it's a pretty good situation to be in, I think.
Yeah, and the big thing is he was able to control Curse's entire team by himself, while the rest of them, they were very safe. So we'll see, how they can control this coming into game number 2.
Yep.
You have to ban out that Karthus.
You have to.
Reginald, he's played it so effectively in the past. If you play more defensive teams, like there's a lot of teams that we've been seeing recently that do very well against the Karthus, but we'll have to see.
And there it is.
Into game number 2, how this is going to work. Banning out the Karthus, Alistar banned as well.
Karthus out immediately. He will be a non-issue here going on in this game. And there you go, Yorick, Alistar, Shen. Those are going to be in the next few. It's the thing though, Curse banning out the Karthus. They have to leave a few chances that they've banned out before open. Rumble's open. Maokai was a previous ban, so Rumble and Malphite are actually open here. They can grab either one here.
Yeah, and so we'll see what they're going to pick up. Akali being banned out, Shen as well. There are a couple of strong picks here that have worked for them well in the past. But I don't know, we'll have to see. We'll be right back in the champ select for a second here. But TSM, looking phenomenal. I don't know that you can allow Chaox to have that Corki pick, though, because he's been absolutely unstoppable with Corki. He's able to control the lanes very effectively, been able to put on a lot of pressure in the game.
Yeah, so and we've been seeing a lot. We've been seeing actually a lot of champs like Shen and Alistar very, very, very aggressive junglers, especially that Alistar.
Yeah,
that Alistar has been a huge menace just the entire weekend.
Yeah, so Alistar for a long time has been an incredibly strong pick. He's just so versatile, support jungle, but the jungling presence that he has is phenomenal. He can easily win team fights for himself. He doesn't need a lot of gold, so we'll see where they go from there. But in the meantime, we do see some of these picks. Vladimir going on to Westrice has been a pick that they've liked so far this weekend, but Xpecial actually going with that Blitzcrank once again, and they get the Nunu as well. That provides a lot of that frontline control we saw in the last game, which prevents Curse from going with that aggression. They need to pick up the Corki now because they can't go ahead with the Graves against the Nunu comp. The Nunu can just easily shut down Graves as the game progresses.
Day 2, Curse has first picked Vlad in all but 2 of their games today. All but 2, and the rest of those other games are actually like Morgana, the preference.
Yeah, no, it is a very strong pick. It allows them to send that 2v1 top. He is a very strong pick in the top lane. There are a number of champions that do very well against Vladimir. Aurelia and Rumble being number 1 and 2. But Curse, I would love to see this AoE and Elements going to be going with the Sona. I remember back in a time, there it is, the Aphromoo as well on St. Vicious.
Wait, is it Zingy here somewhere? Is he? No? No. But there you go. You got the Sona, you got the Aphromoo. But it's Aphromoo though. Aphromoo more than likely going to be going up against the Aphromoo Nunu. Nunu. That's really hard to say, really fast. But Nunu does have a little bit more of a faster clear speed. Trolling us.
Yeah, and once again, Chaox has that Corki. Morgana now going on to Reginald, so we'll see how Curse tries to counter this out. They have a great AoE team. If they go with someone aggressive in the mid lane, Jackie going with that Zyra will definitely be a really strong comp, having that double AP. However, Veigar, I like it what I'm seeing. We have to have it.
He's smiling about it. I think he's considering it, and Veigar works. I would say Veigar works in quite a few comps, but it's not Jackie. It's not Jackie on Veigar. It's him. They may as well just. Okay. Actually, you're gonna go. Zyra's still good too. Zyra's still good too.
Very strong. But we've seen Curse in the past and recently as well running that Sona with the Veigar. It is a very strong comp, and running with the Zyra, it's very similar. They have great poking potential. They have great kiting potential as well. So the movement speed from Sona, along with the snare from Zyra, they're very defensive. It prevents some of that aggression from TSM. They have nice range as well. Not going with the Graves in this game because that would have been a really dangerous pick. It would have been almost impossible against TSM's comp. Going with the Kog'Maw, which we haven't seen in a while. Now Vladimir in that top lane. We'll see if we see that KO pick, or actually Rumble.
Rumble's open.
Isn't banned. Rumble is a hard counter to Vladimir, and Dyrus is looking forward to this matchup.
Yeah, Rumble did escape the bans, but he can go a lot of places too. So with that though, we got the Kog'Maw. That Kog'Maw, one of the big problems there for Curse, the last game, Graves, he just could not get in. He could not get in. He could not get his damage. Kog'Maw does resolve actually a lot of that difficulty.
Yeah, and the late game presence for Kog'Maw can be phenomenal. He has the CC to protect him. He has the movement speed as well, so it's going to be kind of difficult for TSM to engage upon him. In the bottom lane, though, Corki can put on some pressure, but Cop should be okay. The range for Kog'Maw, once he hits 5s, once he hits 6 as well, Kog'Maw is a very safe lane. However, Corki outranges Kog'Maw when the W is down. Kog'Maw's attack range is actually only 500 without the W proc, so we'll have to see how well he can farm.
Yeah, and Kog'Maw down there when he's in bot lane, he's got to hit 6. He's got to hit 6. He's got to have his artillery. He's got to make sure that he can actually go ahead and get that damage in from afar to actually just do everything that Kog'Maw does.
Yeah, and the big thing is TSM, they have the Morgana. They have a lot of great early presence. Morgana will help keep Corki alive in the back line. They won't have to worry about Chaox. He's going to have plenty of damage to follow up on it. But it also allows Reginald to be extremely aggressive. And we've seen some of that roaming from Reginald in the past. He can farm in the mid lane, get up that super farm status that we've seen from him with the Karthus, but also be able to control those early fights. So it's going to be an exciting game, but having the double AP, and Morgana actually also pairs very well with Rumble as well, because Rumble's mid-game damage is phenomenal, but he's actually very squishy. Morgana helps negate some of that fact, will protect Rumble in that back line.
Yep, and in Rumble, once again, we've talked about before too, when he's in the lane, level 4, that's the magic number. Yep. That's the magic number. That's the magic number for Rumble. As long as he hits 4, as long as he's fine, if you can get that farm, he's fine. He's okay.
Yep, so we'll have to see how TSM can pressure this and whether or not Curse can come back from this. Curse, their late game is going to be phenomenal. And again, the kiting for Sona has been so strong. Having Vladimir and having Cog, they can easily win any team fight as long as they control it appropriately. Zyra will allow them to get into that late game, though, because with the Sona and the Zyra, they do have that kiting potential. We'll see how they can run it, but definitely liking both of these teams.
Yep. Sona also just the most common support for Curse for the entire weekend, not just today, just the entire weekend. And Elements has really, really been favoring that Sona, and he's been to pretty good success too.
No, and I remember back with CLG when Elements always played Sona, and the joke was that Elements would always miss on his ultimates, but we haven't seen that. He's been fantastic with Curse, really stepping up this weekend. All of Curse has looked really strong, so we'll be able to see how they can respond. The AoE is phenomenal. They provide so much protection for Cog. It's really a protect the Kog'Maw comp. If Cop gets farmed, they're going to be very strong. Having the cleanse as well is going to be very nice for Cop, so he can try and counter out some of that aggression from TSM. However, if he gets hit by a bind, if he gets hit by a hook, he could go down very quickly.
Yep. But it seems that Chaox may actually also be going for that cleanse as well. Westrice, once again, the heal, the flash wants to sustain, just wants to stay in lane, just wants to farm longer. But I'm still concerned because you do Amumu and Nunu. Nunu's a little bit faster. And also, that granted, there were a few tweaks actually to Mumu recently. He's not as reliant on blue buff. They did actually reduce the mana on his tantrum. But it still helps a lot. And if Curse gets invaded really on, if they lose their blue, it could still be devastating.
And that's a serious threat because TSM, they have Morgana, they have Blitzcrank, and they have Nunu. So really aggressive level 1 team for TSM. The Mumu, on the other hand, he's basically worthless level 1. If you go for the bandage toss, you're really setting yourself behind. You can go for it. You can pick up some kills and can be advantageous. However, you're really throwing behind your jungle. So we'll see how they're going to pressure this if TSM goes for an early invade. But Curse probably going to look for some early wards from Elements, then maybe try and figure out where TSM is going.
Yeah, and just even put them at enemy rates if you can. Maybe get some in the river over by their blue buff just to make sure they have vision, just so they can secure it, just so they can be safe. That's all anyone really wants, just to be safe and just get your level 2, get your first buff.
All right, so there we have it, guys. Let's cut over to our teams, Curse and TSM. Game number 2, really, for all intents and purposes, game number 3. TSM up 2-0 right now in this best of 5.
If TSM wins this one, they win the whole thing. They will be victorious and go ahead and go home with how much money is it?
It's $20,000. So that's definitely going to be nice, but also asserting their dominance on the NA scene as they have done for so long. Curse, on the other hand, they're looking to pick up some momentum coming into the Season 2 championships and the NA regionals, and it's something that they haven't done in quite some time, been in contention for winning a tournament.
Yeah, and granted, there's also the standing points, the circuit points as well, but I think TSM has plenty of those, though. Granted, it's going to be nice to go ahead and just be even further down the leaderboards, but it's a nice little boost to their to the ego as well.
Yeah, and as we get in here, guys, once again, check out our all of our info, twitter.com/IGN Pro League, IPL LOL. Facebook.com/IGN Pro League. We'll be throwing up some links. There is a $50 RP giveaway, so we're running that currently, but check out some of the other stuff that we provide. Also, youtube.com/IPLLOL. But here we are in this game. Jackie with the snare will be strong, pretty strong level 1 himself, so he can protect Curse. But if Blitz hits a hook, it's basically over.
And look at Zyra actually going for the E first. You have the roots, wants that stun, wants to get something, wants to keep somebody still, but also recognizing the the threat, the definitely huge threat of the early invade. You do also have TSM. Everyone's got their boots. Xpecial wants to make sure that he's in position to go ahead and get that grab wherever he needs it. But you do have Sona. Elements did go for the Fairy Charm first. Not going to be as mobile, but did get the 4 wards. So definitely can spare 1 or 2 to make sure that Aphromoo can actually get his jungle going.
Yeah, so we'll see how they can pressure this. Aphromoo, everyone kind of holding off on the levels for Curse to see how they kind of need to respond to TSM. TSM, in the meantime, they've checked down by the red, so they're trying to pigeonhole Curse into a situation. They're going for the late invade that will open up a kill opportunity. They're walking in the brush, and Curse, they really need to play really defensively right now.
Oh, I'm not sure if Curse saw them right there. No, they did not. There you go. Dyrus actually peeks on out. That's going to be all the data Curse needs. Xpecial there is there as well. You got the roots from Jackie. Going to go ahead and keep Xpecial still just for a little bit. Ward going down at the blue buff and TSM. For now, though, they have the superior position. Are they going to leave? Are they going to stick around? They could also stick around in that tri-brush there. If they wait, if they just bide their time there, they could actually have a really, really huge surprise for Curse coming in. But I think there's going to be, they're fine. They got what they wanted. They got the ward. They got the invade. They've put the fear into Curse, and they're just going to go ahead and leave it.
Yeah, and there's 3 wards for TSM currently. They're actually going to pull the blue over the wall. So the big thing is they know that Curse doesn't have an opportunity to go to their blue. They know Aphromoo is still down by their blue, but they have the ward to watch out for it. There's the pull, and Aphromoo is going to lose this. He doesn't have enough time to respond, so
he's already gone.
He will be able to hold on to that E, but there is the quick pickup. OddOne grabbing that blue.
Best snack ever. That was the best snack that OddOne could hope so early on, just to go ahead and steal that blue. And he's just dancing around him. He's like, yeah, I got it. What are you going to do about it?
And both
Nothing.
TSM and Curse are setting their bot lanes up top, so they will be countering out each other a little bit. Xpecial might be able to get that hook over the wall, waiting for that level 2. Element's a little bit out of position, but won't actually go for it. So we'll see how they can continue to press that. In the meantime, Vladimir versus Rumble in the bottom lane. Every single time that Vladimir goes in for a transfusion, as Rumble gets a couple levels, like once he hits around level 4 or so, he's going to be able to exchange damage very effectively. Rumble's damage output easily crushes Vladimir.
Most junglers, when they go in for counter jungles, when they go in for invades, they're somewhat stealthy. Just want to go ahead and take the brushes. They want to be in the shadows. Not OddOne. He first he steals the blue, walks right down, and is like, yeah, look what I got. Then he goes down through the lane, grabs the blue wraith, and comes right back around. He's like, hey, guess where I've been? And he's actually still around. He's still floating around here in enemy jungle, actually maybe even stealing the red as well. Dyrus going to help out just a little bit with the flame spitter. There is the ward there. Curse does know about it, but it's, again, already gone.
Yeah, they're able to take that very easily, and half of it has to do with the fact that the bot lane is up top. Westrice going to get some damage on the Dyrus, not really a big of a deal. But OddOne, he's able to take it very easily, and not having to worry about a 2-man gank onto him, he's a little bit safer. Vladimir and Aphromoo, they don't have the damage right now, so Nunu, he can be extremely aggressive because of that lane swap.
Yep, and St. Vicious, he's without a blue, he's without a red, he's without a lot of stuff, and OddOne just go ahead, get his own blue, be even further ahead, and St. Vicious, he's not really going to be going for any aggressive invades here onto the buffs of TSM. He's not quite, the strongest at getting those Assyrian buffs, especially that far early on. Might actually recruit Cop just to go ahead for a little bit of help, or even Elements. That grab, almost grabbing there. But Elements could also just escort Aphromoo actually on over through to red, try and put down a little bit of damage here, but that's going to be putting top lane actually much more behind.
Yeah, they can zone them a little bit, so that's going to be extremely aggressive against Cop. Blitzcrank is a very strong matchup against Sona, and Cog and Sona, it used to be a very strong lane. It still is actually pretty strong because of the harass that you can get. You have a lot of range poke damage. However, Blitzcrank, one hook, you're basically done with the Corki. Like, that's just too much killing potential for them to deal with. So we'll see how they can kind of sit back. Cop needs to get that farm. One of the nice benefits for Kog'Maw is you can start off with an unusual build, like the Wriggles and Phantom Dancer before like a BF sword. We've seen that a lot in the past because of the damage output you're going to get from his W, and the fact that his team actually has such great early game damage. So the early game damage and AoE that Curse has will allow Cop to push back his item build a little bit. They won't be quite so dependent on him being extremely farmed early in the game.
And also great positioning behind the minions. Just make sure it's like, okay, you got this huge wall of things that you're going to grab before you ever grab me with that hook. So Xpecial just back off there. He's trying to get his angles, but unfortunately he cannot, especially against that. And OddOne just... He is OddOne right now is just raiding Curse's fridge.
Oh, but Dyrus going in for the kill. Westrice will be able to back off. The Ignite going down, and so Dyrus just zoning him out of that lane will be able to prevent him from farming. So really nice pressure. But I love what Dyrus in the bot lane. I love what OddOne has been doing so far because it is harkening back to that old counter jungling Nunu that we've seen in the past. His Nunu is incredibly aggressive. He's able to take those early advantages.
St. Vicious just has to go back down to he has to go down to bot, try and just sap some experience and gold off of the wave that Dyrus is pushing on in. And the swap is actually going to happen back. Elements and Cop actually making their way on down. Saint just killing enough time for them to arrive. And you're Saint still without buffs. He's going to be a little bit slower, and OddOne, he's got both of them. First stealing curses, and then taking his own, going to secure himself here. Get into that top brush, but I believe that ward, though. That ward in the river, just barely on the edge.
Yeah, and the big thing right now for TSM is actually Morgana going in on Desire the fight, and Nijaki actually throwing up the Ignite as well. St. Vicious coming over the wall, can't follow up on it. But the big thing for TSM right now is they're winning their lane matchups. And having a 1k gold advantage without any kills currently this early in the game, Corki is dominating COG in CS, but Vladimir is also extremely low, just now hitting 15 CS. Cop and Elements, by transitioning bottom, they open up some free farm time. They give themselves an opportunity to farm a little bit more easily, and they can harass down Rumble a little bit.
Top lane is just completely unchecked. Chaox is having the day of his life. Like, this is the easiest time ever. I get to sit here and I can just shoot minis, no pressure, nothing whatsoever. Okay, sure, why not? And you do have the ward actually coming down onto Curse's blue. Xpecial wandered on down, put that there. So, and it's a pink ward at that because they want to make sure they're going to be going for that steal once again. They want to be sure that they can secure it, make sure that no one is seeing it.
Yeah, and that's really what TSM's been looking for right now. They're not looking for aggressive engages because that's not what Nunu provides. He doesn't provide those early kills. They're looking to just win the lane matchups and then counter jungle very effectively to get that early gold advantage. In the meantime, Chaox can do very well against Westrice. He has a level 1 or a 1 level advantage, and TSM is transitioning into that blue. It is a 4v3 potentially for that engage.
Yeah, Chaox, he's coming down as well. Westrice, not quite 6 yet, does not have the ult. He's not going to be able to get all that extra damage coming on in. You do have Zyra, though, putting down those seedlings, trying to get those turrets up, trying to get something. Nijaki is the hook coming on in. Zyra is caught. That's a lot of damage. You'll come in, gonna get the pop-up, but it's too late there. You got the kill. Chaox gonna get very low, though, but the Zyra passive can only do so much. St. Vicious is gonna get caught in the bind. Gonna have to try and 2v4 this, but you're not gonna get a whole lot of success there. Westrice can't get the kill onto Xpecial while in retreat, though. He will actually get to his tower, but TSM, that is mission accomplished.
Yeah, the early game presence is phenomenal. Reginald going in, wearing down Westrice some more. They will be able to grab up that blue. Dyrus, in the meantime, he's perfectly comfortable in that bottom lane, farming ahead of Kog'Maw right now. A lot of it has to do with the pressure he had against Vladimir, but there's the ultimate kind of clearing the wave.
Yeah, he just wants to clear the wave.
I was looking somewhere else, and I heard it, and I was like, oh dear God, is he going in for the kill? But they will be able to back off. And the big thing is TSM, they have a very, very strong early game team with Morgana in the mid lane. They can pick up those early kills. Reginald, he still has his ultimate, so they can continue to pressure Curse and throw them further and further behind.
We're going to see the swap once again at Chaox and Xpecial now heading down bot lane to look and exert their dominance here once again. And it's just going to be a very limited time for Cop to go ahead and try and get whatever farm he can. You do got Westrice back up there in top lane. How is he doing on farm? 30? How much does Dyrus got? He's got double. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's basically the story so far. Now, Curse, on the other hand, TSM, they've been very aggressive, moving around as a team, trying to take these advantages. If Curse can sit back and farm and not lose up any kills against TSM, they can maybe exchange. But Dyrus with the great damage, and that's how strong Rumble is in that lane. And Chaox, once again, coming into the bot lane. Cop should have enough range, though. He should be able to farm pretty successfully. If Curse can try and stall out the laning phase for a significant period of time. But we'll see. TSM, they're going to want to continue to pressure these objectives. The blue's still not cleared for Curse. But, Curse, they have nice wave clearing. Nijaki, if he starts putting some pressure on the mid lane and pushing up against Reginald, it's going to prevent some of that aggression.
There you go. St. Vicious is realizing, oh, man, it's gone. What else can I do? Not a whole lot. It's rough. It's rough going for the Amumu.
It's not easy.
It's not easy. It's not easy being Amumu, guys. It's not. crying all the time, tripping over your own bandages, it's rough.
And he has no friends.
And he has no friends. But that's beside the point.
OddOne, you know, he's got the friends all built in, and he's actually going to be going for this dragon. Chaox coming up as well. And Curse, in the meantime, they can't really force these fights just because of TSM's early advantages. So they're going to have to allow those dragons to go down. And they also can't pressure the lanes. So, you know, we'll see how they can continue with this. Reginald, in the meantime, zoning them off. They picked that up very easily. Now it is a 3K gold lead currently.
3K gold lead. On the 11th minute, the aphromoo was still not 6, which is a very, very important thing to have. And there we go, Saint Vicious, finally getting his first buff of the game.
Nice cause for celebration there. That red buff sure going to do a lot, but we'll see. He is level 6 as well. That opens up some killing opportunities. The issue is where are they going to get those kills. Morgana is very safe in the mid lane. They could maybe force some things against Rumble. However, if you miscalculate a Rumble engage, very easily he can turn that into a double kill. Dyrus can exchange that. He will be very safe. And that's the big thing is TSM. They're able to put on a lot of pressure, but still be safe while doing it. So we'll see where Saint goes from there. I think if Jackie starts to push down the mid lane, though, a little bit more of the bind from Reginald, just barely not hitting. If Jackie puts some pressure on the mid lane, pushes, he can maybe try roaming himself, try and pick up some kills with that Zyra ultimate.
You see Dyrus, he was waiting in that bush just for a little while, just to make sure that the creeps are neutral. Because remember, Westrice's flash is actually still down. If Dyrus actually didn't use that ult earlier to clear the wave down bottom, he could have actually gotten the kill on that last engage there top. But even then, though, with just such a huge farm lead, he can just bully around Westrice all he wants. 2-level lead. 2-level lead Dyrus has.
Yeah, it's making it extremely difficult for Westrice to farm. He does have that Negatron cloak early on, so that's going to be really nice to help protect him in that lane. But we'll see if he has to force himself into a late gold pretend or something. It is kind of late. Saint Vicious coming down to the bot lane. I think the ward spotted him out, and Element's actually not able to kill it, so he will have to back off.
Yep, so that the mutually warded bush down there in the bot lane. Reggie trying to get some binds, not going to happen. Jackie's actually got a 1-level disadvantage himself. So this every single lane here from TSM, they're just winning. And it's really rough to be in a position like that if you're a team jungler, especially if you're already so far behind yourself.
And a lot of it has to do with the pressure that OddOne's been putting around the map. Wards all over the place
everywhere.
The entire time.
Look at the coverage top lane.
It really is phenomenal. And having those gold pretends, I really enjoyed one of the posters out there. First you get the gold pretends, then you get the power, then you get the women.
Yes.
And OddOne, he's roaming around the map, able to pressure it. Morgana going to be able to grab this blue, and we'll see how Curse can respond. They might need to get an early oracles. The only concern is that Saint Vicious, if he gets that, he's going to be very vulnerable to TSM's frontline damage.
Yeah, get oracles with what money? With what? You got your first buff at 11 minutes. There's not a whole lot of money. There's not a whole lot of gold flow there.
Yeah, and OddOne is very far ahead in that respect. So, we'll see. He does have a double gold pretend. Saint Vicious setting up in the bottom lane, though, wants to be able to force this fight. They have the double AoE. The only concern is that there's the Blitzcrank power shield they have to deal with, and Chaox also has a lot of survivability with the Valkyrie.
But Saint Vicious is finally 6, though. He does have that. But Elements, you saw the movement speed buff. You saw it go backwards. Granted, TSM may not have vision. They can see those effects actually going backwards and realize, oh, someone else is there. We may just want to go ahead and back off just a little bit.
Yeah, so they will go back, but it is now a 4K gold advantage, just 13 minutes in for TSM, and Curse's late game is absolutely phenomenal, but they have to get through the mid game, and TSM's early and mid game is just so strong. That's really where Rumble is going to peak. Late on in the game, he's going to struggle against the team that Curse has. Dyrus is going to be sitting in the back lines. They're going to have the AoE CC to shut him down, and then Cog will very easily be able to take him out. However, in the mid game, once he gets some early damage, he's going to be very strong. We'll see if he decides to go with that kind of spell pen build that we've been seeing a lot. He does have the Ruby Crystal, so going with that Haunting Guise, it will make him incredibly difficult to deal with in the mid game. And also because Cog doesn't have a lot of mobility, the Equalizer on Rumble can completely shut down his backline damage.
And you also saw there, Westrice, he pushed the minion wave. He could have actually decided to just go a little bit further and farm, but he's like, you know what? He's respecting Dyrus at this point. He knows he just cannot go toe-to-toe, despite the fact he still has his heal, that he has his flash. He's like, you know what? There's no way I'm getting out of this if I commit. There's nothing.
And right now, Xpecial zoning out Cog won't allow him to farm. And so Cog in that lane, 30 CS behind Chaox currently, while Rumble in the top lane, 50 CS ahead of Westrice. Dyrus just completely shutting him out of the lane, and Westrice really struggling. The blue is going to respawn shortly, though. It was kind of late, so they got it around 12:15, but because those mini golems were up for a while, it is a very late blue, but we'll see if TSM can grab this.
Dyrus is here, and you also got the Oracles there onto OddOne, trying to look at Curse. They know that this is going to be happening. Xpecial just actually pulling the blue buff, but Curse is actually right nearby. You got the buffs coming in, you got the ults, the Sona, and the aphromoo. Xpecial is on front, going to be taking a lot of damage. Westrice coming in with the ult. St. Vicious is the first one to go down, but there you go. The blitz also going. Dyrus in the back, does with the have the flash. The Kog'Maw cannot get very close. One more. No, we cannot close the gap. That is a 1-for-1 there, and Element's actually there with the blue.
But the big thing is that Curse is starting to put some pressure on the TSM, and in that fight, they had all 5 of their members there. They expected that TSM was going to be going for that blue steal, so they were waiting for them, and that's exactly what Curse needs to do in order to get back into this game. They need to put some pressure back on the TSM. Chaox, though, in the meantime, he's going to be able to get down that bottom turret. That's going to allow him to transition to some of the other lanes. However, Curse, with the engage advantage, TSM, because they're trying to take the blue, they're all clumped up into a small AoE in that rush, and Curse was able to follow up with it. So in the meantime, they will back off, but we'll have to see how they can continue pressuring there.
But in a situation like that, it is still a disadvantage for Curse. When you're in a position like that, you're like, you know what, let's just go ahead and grab the buff. I don't care who gets it, as long as they don't get it. Elements did grab it, and this is going to let him, while in the bot lane, bang his head on his keyboard just a little bit more.
Yeah, so we'll see how Curse can control this. Unfortunately, Element's getting the blue, not one of the other members. But actually, if we take a look back at that, while we have a second, we can look at that replay. And it started off with Xpecial, with the bind, but the follow-up AoE from Curse, easily taking them down, bursting them very quickly. Very fortunate that TSM was able to get out of there because they went down so quickly. But Curse, because they're a little bit behind, they were actually only able to take down one. And the big thing was OddOne, with the Absolute Zero, he was able to stop Curse from pursuing. And then Morgana with the shield, the snare as well. So they're able to force them back. So we'll see how Curse is going to be continuing in this game. They are going for that dragon now. TSM picking that up. They have the early advantages, and Dyrus can head back up into the top lane.
The 17th minute, 6K gold lead now. After that dragon is quite a healthy lead to have here before the 20-minute mark. And TSM also looking to push down the mid. You got a pretty huge presence on there. They can actually just be able to take the tower at 4-man push actually here. And there you go, Chaox going to go ahead and take out that Tier 1 Westrice. Actually being chunked out huge here by Dyrus in the top lane. The ult is up for Dyrus, but he's not going to use it. He's just going to play it safe, keep the farm, and you go back and you're happy in the fact that he's managed to push Westrice out of lane just for a little bit.
Yeah, and you saw the pressure that Dyrus was pressing. He actually was sitting in the brush, charging up his passive so that he could get that bonus damage and exchange even more aggressively with Westrice. That either forces Westrice to pull or take a couple of hits to the face. Now TSM, they are pressuring down that top lane. They will be able to force Westrice back. They might actually get the hook if he turns back into him. Xpecial a little bit out of there, but they will be able to continue pressuring him. While Chaox, he's actually split pushing the bottom lane, and right now, because he's so far ahead of Cog, right now he's 50 CS ahead, it allows him to zone out Cog, and he can continue pushing. Cog won't be able to farm, but that split push will be very strong for TSM.
TSM knows where Curse is right now. They actually have, look at that ward right there, right by the tri-brush, just a little bit of a peek, and they know we cannot go for this dive. We cannot go for this tower. It is way too dangerous. Just a whole bunch of AoE awaits us if we go in for this dive, and it could really turn around. TSM, they have this lead. They just want to hold on to it. They just want to hold on to it. It's 7K. That's huge.
Yeah, and recognizing so many members were bot, it did allow Chaox to be a little bit more aggressive in that bot lane. He did lose vision of Zyro for a second, so backing off there, he's going to be fine. Going to be able to finish off the Triforce. So 2-0 and 180 CS at 18 minutes into the game. Chaox, he is at 6,900 gold compared with Cog only at 4,200. So almost a 3K gold advantage on Chaox right now. That means that if Chaox continues to split push in that bottom lane, Cop will be completely shut out of this game.
Okay. And also just look at the rest of how TSM is itemizing there. You do have that Haunted Guys there onto Rumble. That's all that spell pen. In addition to the boots, you also have the Hourglass there on Reggie, on Morgana. That's those initiations. We mentioned it last time. Just be right in the middle of those fights. You get the ult, you get the Hourglass, and just secure a stun, and hopefully at least somebody.
Yeah, and Chaox actually starting off, he grabs that, but there's Xpecial coming in onto Westrice. Dyrus has the damage, backs off for a second, but the exhaust from Xpecial, the hook back, the ultimate. Westrice is backing out of there, but Dyrus has enough damage.
Ignite.
The Ignite is able to take it down, and in the meantime, Chaox being chased down in the bottom lane. St. Vicious can't land the bind as Chaox gets that Valkyrie out of there.
Yep, no bandage going to be happening there onto Corky, but with that kill top lane, Dyrus and Xpecial going to go ahead and take that tier 1. All tier 1s are down for Curse, and the push continues here. You see Rumble and Blitz still staying up top, and Dyrus is like, you know, I'm not being pressured, and look at the work, and just the ward coverage is sufficient for Dyrus to be safe.
Absolutely incredible. And Chaox, he picked up 3 wards on his last trip back because he knew he did want to split push, but all of TSM going for those wards. In the meantime, Morgana chasing down St. Vicious, gets off the bind, the ultimate underneath the turret, but he has the shield to get out of there, but there's the flash ultimate from Elements, isn't able to hit Reginald, so they're able to back off.
Yep, hey, that's two elements, no, that's two ults used there from Curse in exchange just for the one coming in from Reggie. So it's a pretty good trade actually, and those are also the main sources of initiation coming in from Curse. Granted, you also have the Zyra ult, but it takes a little bit of time. That's kind of icing on the cake if you can manage to get it.
Yeah, and it is an 8K gold lead currently for TSM, so extremely far ahead if they can start to pressure some objectives. But Curse, with the AoE clear that they have and with the range that COG has, they can cancel out some of these pushes from TSM. They can stall them pretty easily, and then also if TSM is looking for a Baron, then Curse can engage on them. So we'll see how TSM tries to pressure this. After a couple minutes, probably around like the 23 or 24 minute mark, we'll start to see a TSM probably pressure the Baron and actually just bait out a fight.
And you saw also last game Westrice, he was a little bit away from the rest of the team, trying to get free farm whenever he could, but now it's just like, well, you probably like last game, you're like, oh, you got someone coming from Rev, I can still stay here for a little while longer, getting one more kill or two, one more creep. But the moment he saw Dyrus coming up as Rumble up through that top river, he's like, ah, crap, okay, fine, I'll get away.
Yeah, not a very happy camper right now, but in the meantime, Zyra, Nightjacket doing a really nice job holding off that mid lane, but the split push from both Chaox and Dyrus is really shutting down the carries, and if you look right now, Chaox 200 CS compared with the 140 for COG, compare that with Rumble and Vladimir, he's also 50 CS ahead, so continuing to be ahead right now when they have the early game advantage. Rumble getting that Abyssal Scepter as well will be phenomenal for the damage for both Corky and Morgana. In the meantime though, Curse, they're going to be able to grab this blue.
Finally.
Elements won't be able to have to grab this one, so nice job from them. Blitz coming in, won't be able to grab it in time.
TSM, a little bit opposition for that one, but there you go, Curse finally also securing a blue for themselves without having to go through so much freaking panic just to try and grab it. No blitz hooks or anything of that nature. Just go ahead, find a simple blue buff for once.
And one of the nice things with COG at this point, even though Chaox is so far ahead, COG has the range where he's actually going to be pretty safe to farm. Chaox, he would have to dive a turret in order to shut him down. So top, he can continue to farm in that bottom lane, and as long as Curse doesn't lose a lot of pressure in the other lanes, it will help slow out the game a little bit and get him into that item build. He is very close. He actually has the Infinity Edge sitting back for him in the base, so he's going to be able to grab that, and Cop going to be picking up this red buff, so that's going to be phenomenal for their damage.
And so look at the ward coverage that actually Curse has actually on their own side, at their own, by their red. It's a pretty crazy. Oh, look, you got Westrice, he's getting very low, is ignited. Dyrus did use the ult earlier, but that's plenty of damage, and you're going along with the mini push, but you do see you have a Mumu coming on up. He does have his ult up. That could be huge, and if Dyrus got surrounded, that Amumu ult in combination with the Zyra could have actually gotten that kill, because TSM is still a little bit split, actually, because the rest of TSM is actually going and getting the dragon.
Yeah, they do get the dragon in the meantime, so they're able to continue on that pressure. OddOne has had that Oracles for quite some time. Just the entire game has been dominated by TSM map presence. So we'll see how how Curse can try and respond to this, because they are starting to get deeper into their builds. Zyra's kiting potential is very strong. So if they can kite out some of that damage from Reginald in particular, they can maybe throw off a snare, back off. Reginald wastes his ultimate, then that provides an opportunity for Curse to turn it around and win that fight.
Yeah, but Curse, we saw actually before with Reggie there, looking for that aggression down onto the Amumu. Curse had to blow 2 ults just to cancel out and just try equalize the power of Reggie with his just 1. But then again, also too, the longer the game goes on, look, there's a needlessly large rod once more onto Reggie. That's going to be going into death cap. That's going to be more damage. That's going to be even more problems to deal with later on.
Yeah, so we'll see how they can continue to farm. Cop coming in the mid lane can pick up on some of the CS. Morgana in the meantime coming over will be able to pick up that blue. And Chaox and Rumble are continuing to split push. So TSM, they have the early advantages, but by split pushing, they're being very safe and they're able to continue to shut down the carries while not having to force objectives, because it will be difficult for them against the AoE that Curse has to force any early objectives like Baron or Turret.
StVicious is actually standing right out in front. He's trying to hope for a bandage toss, something, anything, because at the very least he's like, oh, we have a one-man lead here in this fight. We can try and engage a 3v2 and maybe get something. But unfortunately, Reggie and Xpecial, they do just decide to back off. OddOne laughing it up. Laugh it up, robot boy.
Yeah, so he is going to be very fine right there. Chaox, in the meantime, continuing the pressure on the bottom lane. And, everyone from TSM playing very safe right now with their lead. And they know how they can continue to push it.
Yep.
But we'll see. It is starting to get to that point in the game where TSM can start to group up. The bind almost hitting StVicious, but they will back off. I'm not sure if they had enough damage to take him down with his team there, but they will be pretty safe. And actually, Chaox waiting for Cop. Will Valkyrie over the wall, get some quick damage. Cop forced to flash.
The slow is just going to be a little bit too much to contend with. Cannot follow up on that. But Chaox also, the Valkyrie was down too, so he couldn't quite pursue on that. But there's plenty of pressure there.
Morgana, Reginald
right
with the bind on the StVicious, and Nunu is there as well. StVicious
slow
with the flash out of there. He has to escape, but TSM, they're all grouped up in the bottom lane, waiting for Rumble to come down there, and Reginald is looking to pick someone off.
Anyway, even without Rumble, I think they have more than enough damage and more than enough ults.
Oh, Dyrus walking into Reginald.
Jackie does get caught. Reggie follows it up with the ult, and there you go. Quick kill, pop up. You have the passive, but quick for TSM, and that is again all that AoE. That's a bigger chunk of that AoE now gone. TSM can just exert even more pressure down here in his bot lane. They should be able to take out this tier 2 here in bot. StVicious, you do not want to be ulting in a situation like that. Is a huge disadvantage. But here comes the rest of the team though. He may try and get something, but he is bound. He cannot actually catch up. Xpecial taking a huge chunk, but OddOne there to cover on in with the ult. The hook missing point blank, but Westrice is still there right out in front, and Dyrus connecting with that one.
Yeah, Dyrus is going to be able to zone them off a little bit. They might actually decide to tank this. Cop is not with the rest of the team, so Dyrus coming in and trying to pick up the kills while Chaox is pushing in, and they are trying to take the turret elements with the bind. There it is, Chaox picking up the kill. They will go down. This turret is down as well, and StVicious in a very dangerous situation. Throws off his ultimate, but he's going to drop very quickly.
And you saw all of TSM, they're recognizing, guys, if we go in, if one of us starts tanking tower, Amumu's going to ult, and we can actually take a whole bunch of damage. You have to do it from a distance, and there you go, Chaox with all of that poke from the back line, from just the right amount of distance away. Got those kills, allow for more pressure down to tier 2, and take that thing out.
Yeah, and the big thing for that was TSM with the early advantages that they have. They know that Chaox, he can easily push into that bottom turret, but then they had control of the jungle. So if anyone was going to try and stall off, then they would have to either walk through the jungle or walk up the lane. If they walk up the lane, Chaox will be very safe. He's going to be able to Valkyrie out of there. If they walk through the jungle, they're walking to their death. So TSM with the nice pressure. The blue is up once again, and this time Xpecial will not let them have it. He's looking for that hook. Nijacki in the meantime trying to
He's going to wait for Nijacki to actually punch out nearly to death, and Xpecial's going to try and grab it from there. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Oh, he hits the minion.
Oh!
Nijacki able to pick it up for himself. The seedling's doing a nice job.
Good job, Plants. You did something good. You did something good.
Westrice, he is in the bottom lane trying to farm, and this opens up an opportunity for Rumble to chase him down.
Westrice, he's a little bit too far out. Dyrus, is his ult up? It is. He's in the bush. Westrice now just realizing his folly, trying to get away, trying to get some juke. The slow coming on in. Dyrus should be able to 1v1 just fine. Wait for the pull. There you go. There's the damage, and it should be enough. Here comes the Ignite going down as well, waiting for the ult. Flash away from Westrice, trying to juke as much as he can. That's actually a lot of damage down onto Dyrus. The ult still actually hasn't been used. There you go, just for safe measure. You got it.
Yeah, so they pick that up, but in the meantime, Xpecial and Reginald are pushing down the mid lane. There is some AoE damage from Cop and Nijacki, though, able to stall that off, but the turret is very low, and the OddOne actually clearing out some of these wards will allow for that continued pressure. And Chaox in the top lane with the red buff. StVicious trying to recall, but Chaox will not allow him to. StVicious with the bandage toss gets some nice damage, but he's going to be able to take him down very easily.
There you go. The auto attack from Chaox will go ahead and do it. Also, this entire time, Dyrus has been shoving down the bot lane. Everyone's going to reunite, be a happy family here at the Baron. TSM can do it. They have the position. They've gotten the kills. And there's really not a whole lot that Curse can do to fight this.
Yeah, and the big thing with the mobility that TSM has, the Blood Boil on an initiator like Xpecial or Morgana will allow them to force this very easily. They bait out the fight, and they do see Nijacki. He throws off the snare, will have to back off. They have their own wards, so they're going to be safe there. But if Curse tries to defend this Baron, then TSM will very easily be able to force a fight. They have a fantastic initiation. Dyrus, in the meantime, pressuring that bottom lane once again. So Curse, they have to deal with that. Both Vladimir and aphromoo are heading down there.
And Dyrus, look at how much damage Dyrus is actually building. He can actually, does he have enough to get that death cap? Yes, he does. He may just get it right there, and he indeed, with the death cap, Abyssal, Haunted Guise, you got the boots. Look at all that spell pen.
Yeah, no, he's incredibly strong right now. He's basically doing true damage to the entire Curse lineup. So in the meantime, Chaox grabbing that dragon, but we'll see how they can deal with that damage. But with how far TSM is ahead right now, they need to try and pick people off, and they need to try and stall. They have the CC with aphromoo and with Nijaki to try and pick off individuals. However, TSM, they're going to start grouping up more and more as a team and deny some of those opportunities.
It is such a massive, huge lead right now that TSM has. It's 14. It's like 14K.
Yeah, so we'll see how they can, how Curse can try and get back into this. Again, their late game is phenomenal. Once Cop finishes up that Phantom Dancer, it won't matter that he's so significantly behind Chaox, but we'll have to see, how they can continue to pressure this. In the meantime, TSM likely going to be pursuing the Baron again. They can bait it out. Like we said, they have the fantastic initiation where they can force a fight on Curse.
I want to know how many wards OddOne has actually cleared so far, because that is a lot. He has not died yet. He's had that Oracles consistently since he bought it. Elements, he has his own, but he did die once before. But you can only clear so much when you're forced into a defensive position like this. And you were seeing earlier, TSM, they've done a fantastic job getting wards right in the perfect areas, in areas they want to pressure. Okay, we want to try and shove down bot. Let's get down good 3-4 wards just to make sure that we can get the jump on anybody. Westrice
way out of position.
But you know what? It doesn't matter if the bind hits. You have the rest of the team. It's a 5v1. Westrice is not getting out of here alive. Pool, wait for it. There you go.
Yeah, so they picked that up very easily, and now once again they can pursue that Baron. And actually, Nijaki and St. Vicious, they're in the bottom lane. They recognize they can't fight TSM right now, so they're going to try and take this turret, get some advantages for themselves. But while they're doing this, TSM, they're going to grab the Baron. They can start to push in onto Curse.
Yeah, TSM should just, it's not an issue. The Baron is free. aphromoo, St. Vicious trying to get a tower for the trouble. It's going to take a little while, but he will eventually get it. But TSM, with that Baron buff, they should be able to do a pretty huge move here.
And the big thing with that Baron buff is we talked about how Curse can stall out the pushes fairly easily with the range that they have and with the AoE clearing. However, the Baron regen, it will allow TSM to tank some of those turrets to avoid some of that poke damage. Chaox just taking down the top turret himself, so they have all the outer turrets except for the mid, and then they can continue to pressure that once they regroup as a team.
What Curse does have, though, they do have that AoE CC. If they can manage to get TSM in a whole bunch of CC while someone vital is tanking a turret, they can definitely try and turn around. They can get at least one kill on something. It's just a matter of where they're going to go ahead and take it from there. But I think TSM so far ahead, and with their skill, I don't think they're going to make those situations available to Curse at this point, especially after being so far ahead for so long, since pretty much minute 1.
Yeah, and this outer turret, it will go down fairly easily because of how low it is. They have to back off, not allow Xpecial to hit those grabs. And so this next minion wave, TSM will be able to take that. The blind hook from Xpecial, going for that minion, actually. So dropping the ward over the wall, picks that up. But even so, they come in the mid lane. And now Cop, he has the range where he can be pretty safe, but they still have to be cognizant of where Xpecial is sitting.
Waiting for the minion waves to come on in and try and start taking that damage. Chaox out on the back. He's trying to just get as many missiles as he can. Just one stray missile. That's a lot of damage he's generating. Cop, but look at St. Vicious. He's got okay positioning right down there. The hook's not actually going to be getting anything over the wall, but aphromoo, the positioning. They are waiting. Curse, they're waiting for TSM to go on in. They pretty much have one shot at this. OddOne will actually not catch St. Vicious there. Chaox, they're very close to discovering they found him. The plan has been blown. He's got no other option. St. Vicious going on in with the Zyra following it up as well, but Westrice does go down. Demunlul coming in as well. Cop, he's weak. Had to burn the cleanse. Double kill coming on in for Chaox. He's trying to connect with everything we can. The hook not actually getting anything, but that is plenty of pressure. TSM 3 for free. They can go ahead and take out this tier 3 in mid, then get the inhibitor. They've got plenty of time to. They may actually just win it here.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take down the inhibitor. I'm not sure sure if they have enough time because some of them are kind of low. Jackie can put on some pressure, but the turrets will drop extremely fast if they decide to go for this. Jackie's stalling off a little bit, but we'll see if they can force this. They don't have any other options, so they're going in for the Nexus. It's going to drop very quickly. The bind of the pull from Xpecial. They pick up the kill.
I think that might be it.
Has it. This is going to be a 3-0. They pick up the series, the grand finals. TSM
Everybody,
are your champions.
Get Show's chance going. Let me hear it.
And TSM, they are the reigning champions for IPL, for any number of, for MLG, any number of these recent MA tournaments. Curse having a fantastic run, trying to shut them down, can't quite do it. And now we have the great sportsmanship. TSM going over. They will be the first place, so we'll have that award ceremony shortly, but really fantastic play. That last fight, Reginald, he dove into the middle of the team. He hit 4 members of Curse with his ultimate and almost instantly killed them.
Yeah, but with this, the positioning there from St. Vicious, that was a pure desperation attempt. Waiting in the bush, trying to get the engage, and if he wasn't found out, something may have actually happened there for Curse, but unfortunately, TSM, they just had way too much map control. They can just go wherever they please, but really that game from minute 1, the aggressive invades on the jungle, winning every lane, just the great matchups. The game was all TSM, all TSM.
Yeah, so there you have it.